Welcome, one and all. Welcome to FISSURE, where you are currently watching the greatest tournament that's happening in Belgrade, BB Dacha Dota 2. Many storylines to witness, lots of Dota to be played, but of course, the fiercest competition in the world of competitive esports. My name is Snare, and I'm joined by the hometown hero, the super Serbian himself, Harry Freak OG. How are you doing this morning?
Doing pretty good. I would say even better than yesterday, right? Yesterday was the start, the introduction. We got to see a little bit what these teams have in store today. I think I'm expecting even more from every single one of the teams. So yeah, feeling pretty good.
I'm pretty excited about the actual Dota we're going to be seeing today because, we spoke about it yesterday. A lot of these teams, it was their first foray into a LAN, their first time competing as a new team. So hopefully the dust has settled a little bit, and today we can see the excellence that emerges from them. I am quite excited. I am quite gassed. It's going to be a very fun day of Dota. I hope that the games of Dota are very exciting because I'm kind of nervous about Chelsea playing Liverpool later, but that's another story for a different day.
Nobody cares about your dumb sport. We are here for the real competition. And looking at the groups and the standings, some people or some teams really came to play. The others, they just got smacked around.
Yeah. So honestly, it doesn't look... The only big surprise for me from yesterday that we saw is that Jackal's Brothers was able to contend with both Liquid and Tundra in such a good fashion. That's why they are third in the group at 2-2. Unfortunately, it's not that surprising that Talon got their teeth kicked in a little bit, although they really should have won that second game yesterday against Tundra. And for me, it's a very bad sign of things to come. If they can't win those kind of games, what's going to happen against teams that play cleaner than them? So I really want to see better from Talon this particular day. On the other group, though, I will say Group B is looking much tighter than Group A at the moment.
Yep, because you do not have these teams that haven't won a single game, right? Even Liga announced they took games off of, I think MOUZ took it off Spirit, and Liga took it off Aurora, if I'm not mistaken. So they are, the group is looking solid, right? They're definitely closer than what we have here where MOUZ and Talon Esports are suffering. Though, MOUZ did play versus BB Team, right? And BB Team has been even before notoriously known for when they're playing versus weaker opponents that they stomp them every single time. So maybe versus some of these other guys, you're going to be doing okay.
Yeah, and this is a BB team that, although you might say that the overall MMR of the squad has dropped a little bit, I feel like having watched some of their games yesterday, the cohesion of BB team, it's much better right now. So they're definitely going to be one of the contenders to watch in this particular tournament. Of course, they're going to be in action later on today, but they are not the ones that start things off as they play all the way at the very end. They get to chill, see everybody else compete, and in particular, they get to see what Team Liquid are doing because Liquid get to take on Tundra, and that's going to give them quite a lot of information of how to approach that team. But we're starting off our day, brother. At the beginning, we've got some Chinese Dota. Yakult Brothers taking on MOUZ. What do you anticipate happening here? Can MOUZ finally put some numbers on the board?
I don't know, man. MOUZ is a weird team, right? So if I would have to say, like a gunpoint head, is MOUZ gonna be doing well? I'd say no. I would assume that they would lose 2-0. But that's how I felt during the qualifying. Then suddenly MOUZ just put it into fifth gear and smacked everybody in the face. So I don't know. I don't know which MOUZ we're going to be getting. I'm just hoping that we're not going to be getting the one that played yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, we give them some credit. Yesterday was their first time playing with Immersion, having replaced long-time member Bengen. So Immersion had a lot to live up to. We hope that he's taken a little bit of time in between the games to level up. I'll be honest, not my favorite video that we've seen from them, not the best package overall, but hopefully the Dota will speak where the production doesn't here.
Yeah, that's that might be the case. The other teams, they are focusing on looking cool in their video, and MOUZ, they're gonna be focusing on looking cool on the court in the game. However you want to put it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm happy that Immersion is part of the team. I've always liked playing with this guy in pubs. He was always very nice, and he knew what he was doing. He was also very vocal in English as well. Didn't only speak Russian, which Russian-speaking individuals can sometimes do. So I'm always glad to see him on a team and on a LAN because he has had a solid career, but nothing like top-notch.
Well, there's going to be an opportunity here today to try and get himself into top-notch opportunity. I also want to see more out of Supreme. I felt like he was a rising star for a while, and then he sort of petered out. So hopefully this is going to be his platform, his opportunity to show us why he deserves to be at these Tier 1 lands And it's not an easy prospect for them because going up against Yakult's brothers, if you'd asked somebody a week ago, how's this Yakult's brothers team going to perform? You know, they came to these qualifiers, they didn't look amazing through them, even though they certainly look quite good. But I don't know, something has just changed. Something's in the air. They are just feeling fresh at this tournament, playing good Dota and having a killer-ass video.
I really like their video. Very, very scary. If I'm a coach of some of the other teams, I'm not letting them watch this. But overall, I think we talked about it yesterday, their preparation and their drafts. They're just, I'd say, on a different level to everybody else in terms of drafting. I really liked how they approached the entire draft versus both Tundra and Liquid. You could see that behind every ban, behind every pick, there was an intention. And even though the execution wasn't 100%, that preparation in itself does give you an advantage with which you can work with even versus some of the better teams. So I'm quite happy about that one. With Puppy mostly out of the scene, not having Secret Shirk, he played on Navi, but it's not it. Karaoke as well. We don't see these outsmarts during the draft, these small little things that we're like, whoa, that's cool. We see specialists, they're playing their specialist heroes and can do it versus anybody, which is also hella impressive. But I get hyped up and, I get my inner nerd out when I see very cool drafting, and that is what Yakult's brothers have been doing so far.
For me, the additionally impressive thing about the way that they've been drafting and the preparation that you've mentioned is harkening back to what Zeal told us yesterday in the interview, that they don't really have an out-and-out coach. Like, Yakult is primarily their manager who's taking up some of the reins of being a coach, but that's not his specific role within the environment. And that's crazy, right? Because they also said they're playing for vibes. So imagine what starts to happen when they get serious. Imagine the kind of ideas that they'll be bringing to these drafts, the degree of preparation that they'll have. If this is what they look like when they're just in vibe mode, I literally can't wait. I'm very excited about the future. And I know you mentioned Puppy and Kuroki. Let's hear it, bro. Who is, outside of those two, who's in your other top 5 of best ever coaches / drafters for a game?
PPD used to be a very good captain. I think that's top notch. I'm trying to think of people who have, if I look at OG, a lot of people, there were a lot of ideas clashing there. So I don't think that's the way to go.
No love for Zhao Wade, brother?
Oh, okay. That's but here's the thing. Zhao 8's drafts were standard, and then it was the very disciplined approach to play of the Chinese teams that allowed those drafts to shine. It wasn't like I can pick this for a random stack and they're gonna do well. These are some big Dota minds in terms of those drafts that I'm talking about. And I don't know where I think if they're a captain or a coach in any team, that they're gonna be doing well. I guess maybe Aoi could be considered something like that in the recent years. His drafts and his approaches with the lineups that have been changed has been looking quite good, but I can't really come up with that many great minds. The thing is, with now everybody being so good, nobody rises above the rest enough for you to notice it all that much.
Yeah, that is true. There has been a lot of compression in the skill department when it comes to high-level Dota 2. That's no longer is the case that you just completely find yourself blowing out the other team through sheer skill. So I like where Dota is at right now. There's possibilities for new people to break in, but there are the degree of the number of tier 1 teams, the more the better, right? I don't want to be in that situation like last year, for example, where it's just you go to a tournament, game in Liquid every single time, nothing else really matters. This reminds me of a few years back where it was very, very competitive amongst everybody, which is good.
Yeah, pretty much. Also, Silent was amazing. His and Miposhka's draft, especially in the first TI that Spirit won. I think they won that TI by sitting down and thinking about what they needed to do. They weren't the best team on that TI that they won. They just had the idea of how to beat the Tiny. They were the ones that put in the work to understand it.
Do you know why they won that TI? Actually, it wasn't Silent, nor was it Miposhka. It was Toronto Tokyo, who's like, guys, trust me, give them their in Tiny, leave Magnus, they're gonna get you baited, we get Magnus, we win the game.
Yeah, but
'Cause remember,
that's the final. That's the final.
Yeah.
But the way they should have lost versus OG. Remember when they pulled Samael into the fountain with the collapse Magnus?
Yeah.
That is the game where they won it, right? So that is the game where they gained the confidence to play versus the Tiny. So in my mind, it was preparation that won it for them. Sure, there were some amazing plays, but without the drafts, it wouldn't have looked great. And if people have watched some of their videos, because they had a lot of vlogs and they do have English translations, a lot of the times when they lose, they blame the draft, which is not something I personally like for teams, but they understand just how easier it is to play a different draft. Even though any draft you can play and do relatively well with, it's still good to set yourself up for success.
I mean, there's only one instance I can remember where Team Spirit was willing to run back a draft they just lost with. It was Riyadh Masters last year, and they just felt super confident. They were like, all right, we messed up, run it back again, we'll win. But like you say, for the most part, they are willing to make those hard adjustments in the draft in order to make sure that they have the best shot in the next game. I will say it's very traumatizing to me that you're bringing up TI10. I'm still hurt, bro. I'm still hurt. LGD is my favorite team, so if you talk to me about TI10 or TI8, I don't really want to say anything.
Yeah, I'm glad we have green screen so that you're not waving your LGD flag around. That's what you do all the time when we cast together. So whenever we do, I'm like, guys, do we have some green screen background, please?
No green screen, of course, in this particular series. That is the actual studio here in Belgrade. It's BB Dacha, baby, and MOUZ looking for their first win. I feel like Yakult's brothers, for me, this game for them is kind of higher pressure than the previous ones. Because when you're playing against Tundra, you're playing against Liquid, you're not really expecting to win, right? You're going to give it your all, you're going to prepare for the maximum result. But if you lose 2-0 to those teams, yeah, like whatever, who really cares, right? But if you lose 2-0 to a MOUZ who has already lost all of their games, I don't care how vibey your team is, it's going to have an impact on your morale.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, for a second there, you mentioned what's going to happen when they get serious, when they stop vibing. I think letting loose is sometimes very liberating. It helps you play better. There is a limited number of teams that can hold or stand their own with the pressure of being the favorites. That's why every single TI, when we're like, oh, Secret is going to win, oh, LGD is going to win, and so on and so forth, those teams don't actually win, because when it comes down to it, you put a lot of pressure on yourself, then you force yourself into mistakes. So I would like for Yakult's brothers to keep vibing in this tournament and keep their expectations with not low, but just non-existence. We don't care. We came to play each game, like one game at a time. And if that's how you approach it, I think it's the best possible way mentality-wise.
Yeah, I'm fully with you on that one. Especially if you're, technically a stack. You're not representing anybody but yourself. So just play, not for the badge, not for the crazy, ravenous fan community back in China. Just play each game as it comes, as it goes. See how far you can get. I mean, hell, one of the teams that they took a game off of, Tundra, at PKL Wallachia, when they had that interview with them, I think when they were third or something. And they were like, hey, this was just a stack, right? In our mind, we weren't even playing as like a full Tundra team just yet. We were just a stack of players, and that probably helped them being able to get that far. So we'll see if they can channel that energy on Yakult's brothers as we get into our first draft of day 2 of the group stages here at BB Dacha. MOUZ will be playing on the Radiant side. They have their second overall pick, and Dire side for Yakult's brothers with the first pick. Before we see some of these picks and bans, what do you think? Is there any advantage right now? Radiant, Dire, first pick, second pick?
I haven't seen much of it. I would still favor the first pick a little bit more, because I think there's still a bunch of heroes that you could consider OP at the moment that you can pick, and there's really no response. That's why we're seeing even some of the mid laners being first pick. So I guess I would favor the first pick. That's about it. In terms of Radiant, Dire, not really. You see Invoker getting banned out because he can get first picked, and you don't really have a response. That makes the first pick in itself a little bit stronger, and then you don't really have these cheese heroes. Huskar comes out from time to time, but Huskar's Meepos, Brood as well. But those cheese heroes are not what they used to be. Remember back in the day, you pick a Meepo and you're like, oh my god, it's over. Right now that just doesn't happen. And there's the Storm, Yakult's brothers. They They saw yesterday that this works. Why fix it?
I'm sure as they were watching Laranov play for Tundra, Emo was fuming. He's like, guys, what the hell, bro? We can get away with first pick Storm. You're not picking for me. No, that has to change. And it's like you mentioned yesterday, whenever the enemy team who has second pick bans Invoker, you might as well go for the Storm Spirit because that's one of the worst matchups you'll encounter. Now you have this hero that can be a lot more free in the game. And apparently, even if you pick him first, people struggle to counter him in the rest of the draft.
Yeah, that's why you probably shouldn't even think about countering him. Just get your Tusk right now on MOUZ, because both of your supports do play it, and that's gonna be good enough, right? Or, but I doubt that's what they're gonna do. Supreme plays a lot of Monkey King. That is a hero that can smack the Storm, but they're gonna go for the Pango. I think the idea here, I wanted to say that they can flex it between the mid and the offlane, but for me, it seems that lately, at least in pubs, Supreme has been the only one that is playing the Pango.
I imagine that is probably going to be for him. He knows what his lane matchup is going to be. He can play around that. He can feel relatively comfortable. Also, I just went to have a quick check on what the stats are looking like. So first pick, second pick seems to be 50-50 across the board in terms of win rate. What's interesting, though, is that changes dramatically whether or not you have Radiant or Dire. If you have first pick on Dire, 47% win rate. If you have first pick on Radiant, you have a 67% chance to win the game. That's insane, bro.
Whoa, that's quite a lot. I still think teams are generally more confident on the Radiant side. I think right now there isn't really a clear advantage on Radiant or Dire, but there might be that teams don't really think about it when drafting a Radiant or Dire, because it kind of comes down to it when you want to take Roche, right? Do you want to take Roche at the 15-minute mark or at the 20-minute mark? How are your enemies drafting? Are you going to be countering their attempt of getting the Roche at the 15-minute mark or at the 20-minute mark? Those things can vary, and getting into the details there would need a 5-hour podcast.
Well, thankfully, I know you got some free time coming up, so I'm going to bother you for that one. MOUZ, we now will remove the Grimstroke, one of the better counters to the Pangolier. We've been seeing more and more people focus on how to keep this Pango actively rolling, and they get themselves the Danquillo. Don't have to worry about any Tusk, but still can be a very decent hero. Brambles can be annoying. Having that Terrorize available could be quite good as well. And you have those niche moments where you catch somebody in one Bramble, Pango crashes into them, and they bounce into another one. Always very fun to see.
Yep, I mean, this is very nice, because on the other side, now there's no Tusk, then I guess this is just a comfort pick. I know Narman plays it quite a lot. Immersion can play the Dark Willow as well, though I really wouldn't like to see a safe lane Willow anyways. But yeah, it is a great setup and something that they do like to play.
Okay, we spoke about this hero a little bit yesterday when I was asking you, in the event that Tusk and Clock are banned, who is the other brawling melee hero that can enter the safe lane for you? And you suggested to me this Treant Protector. What do you make of it here this early on? I mean, you do have this big root, you've got some heal potential to keep like these storms alive, but generally speaking, I think Tree is at its best when paired with like a really strong safe laner. So who comes up to you that might fill that role?
That's probably not going to be the safe laner. That's most likely going to be Baboka's hero. Well, it has to be somebody who does a lot of damage but wants to be protected when it comes to the Treant Protector. So they might be gunning for an SF here as Yakov's brothers, but considering that they do have the 18 pick or the last pick in the second phase, they are going to see what they're up against. There's still a couple of good heroes in the pool. Some that come to mind that would be really good with the Treant are SF and the Gyro, but then you have Luna and the Morphling, and this is somewhat of a deny pick for that SF. You get it for yourself. With the Omni Knight, with the Repel, you are going to be protecting your SF quite nicely from the Storm, from the Muerta, from a possible Luna or Gyro. So this is actually quite nice.
Hear me out. You know what's another range hero that I think could be really good here? Weaver. Because I think you need a nullifier buyer up against the Omni Knight, and Weaver, one of the best in the business at doing that. If you have the additional protection of the tree, I mean, here I'm looking at this draft, right? Where's the burst damage I'm really scared of as Weaver? I mean, I can get Requiemed, but okay. Morphling is the sensible option, but Weaver would have been so much more fun.
If I'm a Weaver player, I'm not playing it in the Dark Willow Pango. Man, you can mess up so many times with the Shukuchi. When you have 550 movement speed and there's brambles on the ground, it's very hard to maneuver around those. So I personally wouldn't want to do it because it's just something to focus on way too much.
It's bad, but it's not the worst. There's matchups that I hate more as a Weaver. But Morphling is very good. Morphling is actually, I think, also one of these heroes that is underpicked given how strong he can be in a lot of different scenarios. And the same point I was making about the Weaver in terms of burst damage not really being there outside of the Requiem, especially applies to the Morphling in this game, right?
Yep, and you will, I think you needed the Manta hero anyways. You see a Dark Willow, it would be foolish not to get a Manta hero, right? Because every single one of her spells can be easily dodged or removed by a Manta style. And Morphling is perfect because he cannot play without that item.
Yeah, certainly requires the Manta. This could be one of those games where so far the only big reach that they have on the side of Yakul's brothers is the Storm. So it could be one of those situations where the last pick that comes in the off lane needs to do some massive heavy lifting in the team fight department. Because they need to do two things, right? They need a hero that can start fights, that can occupy the opponents to create enough space so the Storm Spirit can zip to the backlines and find the Omni Knight. So I think MOUZ is an excellent ban to be able to do that. Anything that can create a large amount of space needs to be taken out the game.
Yeah, you don't want anything that's going to be, as you mentioned, able to control an area long enough until your ulti expires, right? Because that's basically what Yakul's brothers need here. They need to be able to wait out the repel, to wait out the Guardian Angel, and then go in. And really the disengage from MOUZ, especially for an SF and then for the entirety of the team, because you don't want to leave your carry, isn't really that great, right? So they would have to wait for him inside of that terrain. Of course, you can repel and run out, but that is not the ideal way to use it, and then you can still get ran down.
Magnus gets banned out now. You know, I wouldn't be too upset at seeing a Centaur, just so he can run away and then re-engage afterwards. I think if you just played the hyper-mobility game, oh well, this is still hyper-mobility, but in a very different way. As they pick up this Broodmother, I was mentioning earlier around the Weaver pick that I want a nullifier builder in the game. Now we have one in the form of the Broodmother. The lane is not so bad, honestly. I can't believe I'm saying this, and this might be the first and last time I've ever said this in my life. I really like this Brood pick.
I like the drafts from both sides. The response with the Beastmaster into a Brood is quite nice. Also, your lane versus the Morphling is solid as well. You do a lot of damage, so you have the units as well. So a Treant Protector, who usually is the one that's bullying people in this lane, you try to get close to Dark Willow, the units and the Beastmaster start smacking you, you need to move away. So both of the teams actually got really solid last pick offlaners. On one side, you have this lineup of MOUZ that is going to have the strong SF, everybody buffing him up at the later parts of the game. In the early, it's going to be the Beastmaster, and then he's just standing his ground and you all play around him. On the other side, you have Yakul's brothers who just want to go around the map, be everywhere with their heroes, separate you, and then pick off you one by one. Two completely different concepts from two teams. I really like when drafts go this way.
Yo, Boboka with that hoodie, that's some drip right there, man. I need to holler at you. Put me on, my G. I really like what's happening here. Like you mentioned, contrasting styles. And also we've seen Yakul's brothers just game after game after game give us contrasting styles in their gameplay. So very difficult to read exactly what this team is going to be doing. I do think a lot of this game is going to come down to what that mid lane matchup looks like, right? Because if Emo is able to get off to a very good start, no matter where he goes around the map, they have the ability to kill down heroes, right? It's not the most damage on their supports, but their cores are nothing to sneeze at. No jokes coming out of the damage output on them. And eventually the Muerta will scale and to be able to provide that damage too.
I think that's why I'm favoring Yakul's brothers a little bit, because of that mid lane matchup where Storm obviously has an advantage. Oh, this is so cool, man! Especially because yesterday there were some big fights in the fighting world as well. But you know, the Storm is gonna win the mid lane, and then you just focus on making sure that this SF has a bad time. If SF has a bad time, the Pango loses the mid lane. Suddenly, your Beastmaster is the only big damage dealer, right? And it's not gonna be. His lane is gonna be good, so you're not gonna be shut down. but it's not easy to force the enemies to come to the Beastmaster. They're gonna dodge him. They're just gonna be doing something else. So for MOUZ to really force Yakult's brothers into a fight, they have to bring in the SF. If he's not having a good time, that is a problem. So yeah, this game could be decided in the way that the mid lane rotations are going to be happening. And Emo there has a slight advantage. He's slightly weaker in fights, but he should win the laning phase and be ready to fight earlier.
Also, much appreciated that you didn't spoil the results of the fight. I don't have time to watch it just yet, so thank you. As we now get into the game, 2-2 bounty rune trades. We're not going to be having anything massive. No first bloods either. Yesterday, when was our latest one? It took 3 minutes, I believe, for the latest one. What do you think? Give me a timer. When's first blood going to happen?
Let me check the heroes. It is gonna be 1 minute and 50 seconds, and it's gonna be the Being Protector dying.
Okay. Paulison, sorry fam. Your name has been written into the death note. There's nothing we can do. Let's see how you try to avoid this fate.
I'm changing my name to Kira, like screw Harry.
Kira Freak or Harry Kira?
I guess Harry Kira. Though I did have a haircut, my hair is not really all that long any longer. I have to wait like half a year for it to be back to its real length. So, but I guess Harry Kira is better.
Okay. So talk to me about these lanes, Harry Kira. You told me that the top lane is probably going to have Paulison end up getting killed first. Yesterday we saw Broodmother absolutely run over a matchup, specifically because of how good her lane was. Is something similar possible for Zeal in this game as 33 did yesterday?
It is possible. It just comes down to if MOUZ are going to be playing that aggressive to give a chance to Yakult's brothers. Because the way that it went for 33 is that the enemies thought, oh, we're going to kill him, we're going to smash him, and then you overextended and, well, died because of it. So, versus Broodmother is a hero versus which you have to be very, very careful. There are certain situations in which you can kill this hero, in which you can pressure this hero, but if you make a mistake and go earlier than you should, then you're gonna be screwed. And Paulison here, he heard me, and now he's playing like a coward, not even getting close, which is what he should be doing with his treant. Not gonna lie.
He's playing as carefully as possible. We'll eat some harass from these boars, but make sure to block the camp. Very well done by him. But Norman, we'll make him pay for this one a little bit. Annoy him as much as possible, but should still be fine.
Yeah, he's okay. Usually we see the Treant Protectors playing super aggressive, but he understands that his Morphling is getting a decent amount of farm anyways, so he's playing defensively.
Actually, no, you know why he's playing so defensively? He knows it's Fly Morphling, so he has to try and condition him to play defensively the whole game. If he's too far forward, he knows Fly will overextend, they'll die, then the game is over, so he's doing the right thing for the future of the success of this team.
Nobody can hate you as much as your own fans. That's how it goes. Fly. I'm sorry, but Snare loves you so much, and that's why he gets so mad when the game doesn't go your way.
You know how it is. Mid lane, we do see that this Pango is struggling a little bit in the CS department, but this was something that we expected, that this was going to be happening. The question is anybody going to be deigning to come and help him? I don't think so. He should be able to secure his own runes. I don't think he's in any real danger of dying. So they just have to accept that they're going to lose the lane and hope that he matches the initial rotation from the Storm.
Are we breaking our record in terms of first blood? It seems it's going to be the case. I think it was 3:30 when the hero died the latest. So yeah, definitely at this point, it is going to be that this will be our latest first blood yet.
Not only our latest first blood, but the most even early game. Wait, it might change now as they're diving onto Immersion. The dead shot sends them back. Zeal wants that first blood really badly, but Immersion, he is A-okay. Gets himself to safety. Okay. Well, proof of concept, but just not enough damage just yet.
Yep. And now it's going to be Yakult's brothers that are going to be in trouble because they don't really have all that much regen in the in lane. Of course, you are a Broodmother, so you should be able to heal up somewhat, okay, with Insatiable Hunger. But overall, the laning phase, it's not all that even, right? If you look at the CS, the Morphling is doing really well. The Storm is doing quite well, and The one that is suffering the most is Force. I can't help but feel that MOUZ could have played this lane a bit more aggressively.
Trying to push himself back, but they're spending a lot of time just playing in front of the tower. And now that this Morphling has a couple points into the waveform, he should be A-okay in terms of worrying about dying in the top lane.
Overall, really, when we moved on to the net worth, those extra CS didn't mean that much, and Paulison is in trouble. Should be fine.
His name was in the death note, but he had the death eraser for a second. He's still alive for now. And Fly, he's chilling. He's got full power trades available. There's no way they can kill Fly at the moment.
Yeah, he should be fine. There are chances always that you can run him down, but what is the problem for him is that he's morphing quite a lot of into strength, right? When he's low, that's what you want to do versus a Morphling. It's not only about killing him, it's about forcing him to morph into strength, and then without the right amount of damage, he's not going to be farming as much as he wants.
Yeah. Power trade's now picked up by the SF, so he's going to keep his farm rate going. And I don't know what it is. Everybody made an agreement towards peace. They're like, you know what, we'll trade a little bit in the lanes, you know. But until this peace treaty is broken, no one's going to be trying to do any major shenanigans. The laning phase we haven't seen crazy pulls. We haven't seen many support rotations towards mid. They start happening now, of course, just before the power rune, but it doesn't feel like either side is all that concerned about being aggressive right now. They're content with farming.
Yeah, we have to give peace a try. Well, we're gonna be seeing fights for the runes right now. There's Dota just forces you into battle because you want those runes. And Paulison, he gets the arcane rune. It seems that not in this game. In this game, nobody wants to kill each other.
You see, if anybody was wondering what would a United Nations of Dota look like, this would be it. We all just play PvE Dota. We don't have to bother each other. We're fine, y'all.
I think you are wrong there. I think it would look completely different. United Nations of Dota would be an even more of a problem than the United Nations that we have right now in the world.
I mean, there would be many problems solved by one country saying, just come 1v1 me mid, bro.
Exactly.
Instead of this right now.
Omni's
First
rotating.
rotation of the game. Immersion comes to the top lane, but it is an Omni night, you know. Fly moves forward onto Force because Emo has made his rotation as well. Big purification came out, but nonetheless, Force will die. Fly grabbing the first blood, hoping for the double. Doesn't get the double kill. They do bring down Immersion, however, it costs the life of the Storm Spirit. Now, Supreme, considering going in for the Rolling Thunder, will think better of it in the end. And although they lose the Storm Spirit, it's 2 for 1 and a first blood in favor of Yakult's brothers.
It wasn't the Storm that got it though, so he's not the happiest. I guess in the end, when you see the Pango rotating, you're okay with what has just happened. But if the Pango didn't rotate and the Storm dies there, and that's how the fight ends, it would be really bad. Olnit, immediately he's left all alone, but he will be TPing back to the base. That was a bit of a panic TP from him. Usually he would go to a tier 2 and just continue farming in the well corridor.
Little bit unfortunate there. I mean, to be fair, to his credit, Paulison was actually making a twin gate rotation. Didn't have level 6, but they might have still tried to go on top of him. Still, it's gonna hurt his farm speed, and it does mean he's not gonna be able to approach this lane again because Immersion hasn't returned into this bottom tier 1.
This is quite nice, right? On the other side, the Beastmaster is not pushing the tower, and they found Olnit again.
Yeah. Olnit, he didn't die last time around, but Baboka and Paulison also just equally happy to like force rotations towards him or force him away from the comfortable farm spots. In the meantime, Zeal was conquering the tier 1 tower, so that is available. And you mentioned this yesterday, if you're playing safe lane against a Broodmother and you lose your tier 1 early, all of this farm space down bottom immediately not going to be available for you anymore.
And it's very sad. They do have 2 wards in the bottom lane, so the SF is somewhat going to have info on what he can get away with. But generally, at this moment, hunting down the Brood is a problem for your team, right? Until you get like a roar on the Beastmaster, and when he wants to rotate, of course, he doesn't even have the boots right now, so he's not going to be rotating for a long time. Your wards in the bottom lane aren't going to be giving you that much other than a little bit of safety. Zeal is still going to be able to overtake this part of the map. No way that you stop him in that.
What do we want to see out of Zeal's build? Yesterday, what did you go on 33? Went drums pipe into the Nully. This game, I don't know if you need pipe all that badly. I guess they have magic damage on the Shadow Fiend, but it's not like overwhelming from the rest of the lineup unless you feel that the Dark Willow's damage is that much of a concern.
It depends on what you want to do, and what they want to do now is kill the
Oh,
SF.
Solnit. My mans cannot catch a break. They went on him bottom, he TP'd out, they went on him again. And this time around, as he shows his face middle, they just straight up kill him off. Emo might have died in the top lane, but I think that's equally rectified as soon as you get the kill on the enemy safe laner.
Yeah, what MOUZ needs to do in this game is apply a lot of pressure on the top lane, because bottom lane you can't do much. Supreme being here in the bottom lane is just him wasting time. This is why I didn't like that many wards in the bottom lane. Just apply pressure on top, and with that force Jakob's brothers to go there. That's going to be creating the space for DSF rather than you just trying to create a safe space for him around the map by warding. It's not going to be good enough.
Emo going up with Paboka right now. They're heading to the top lane. They want force. Norman was the one that broke the smoke, but they are not concerned with this tiny little Dark Willow. They bring down the big target. Force gets his life taken away. Emo very happy. 4 for 1 right now at the 10.5-minute mark.
And this is a big difference between the Brood and the Beastmaster. The Beastmaster is slow and easy to catch. The Broodmother not so much. So you can very easily force the Beastmaster out of his aggressive positioning in the top lane. It is not that easy for the Brood, because Brood very easily just sends all of the units. The spiders are also fast, can dodge you. Very, very hard to bring down.
MOUZ, at the very least, even though things aren't necessarily going perfectly, they did manage to secure that tier 1 tower in the top lane. There is still some space for them. Olnit is going to try quietly farm, but he knows that they're eventually going to try and encroach into him. They need to defend him as much as they can, and they go in, terrorize out onto this Treant Protector. Paulison drops the overgrowth, but will end up dead. Harry Freak's death note, Harry Kira's death note cannot be denied. Eventually, it will come for you.
Yep, and we're seeing that the Brood is focusing more on the right-click approach. You want to be a core, you want to scale, because you know that the enemies are going to be focusing on a lot of auras and a lot of pushing and stuff, protecting DSF, so you don't want to give them a fight. If you go for a pipe, it's forcing you to fight, so he's going to be going for a Drums Echo Saber, just being able to murder people on his own, and Storm going for an Orchid just wants to be hunting people.
We're going to be having some murder happening in this mid lane. They dropped a Bramble, but no follow-up stuns from MOUZ. They are putting pressure onto this tower, but they need to be careful about this. Emo grabs a Haste Rune from the river. I don't know if you really want to stick around. Maybe they're banking on the fact that Paulison doesn't have ulti, and they're trying to force that fact.
Space.
Emo, in the meantime, though, just putting right clicks out onto Norman. They force out the Purify. In the meantime, though, Olnit was just circumnavigating everybody, focused on the objective. He takes down the tier 1 tower.
So what they were trying to do is force some reactions onto the Storm. Him having the haste means that he cannot die. The only thing he needs to be afraid of is the Beastmaster Roar. So while that was happening, Zeal was trying to apply pressure onto the tier 2. Didn't do all that much damage just yet, but you understand that those pokes are how you want to play the game. When MOUZ bring in 5 heroes, you don't want to just give them an objective. You want to force them to stay there for a little bit longer so that you can get that extra farm, which is needed for your lineup to have any chances inside of a team fight.
Well, the team fights haven't broken out just yet on the map, but everybody at home, one thing that you can do despite team fighting is make sure that you are following the channel. Not just here on Twitch, not just here on YouTube, but over on the social media pages as well. Be aware of everything that's happening through Fissure and never miss a tournament in the upcoming season of Dota 2.
So I really liked what MOUZ did there, gathering around the mid lane. That was a very fast move from them, opening up the tower. But until you get this blink on the Pango, or let's say a blink on the Beastmaster, you really don't have catch. And their lineup needs a little bit of catch, because just getting an objective isn't gonna cut it. You need a kill or two. And right now, it is gonna be Jakob's brothers. Yeah, they know. Good positioning from Immersion. Nicely done.
Had they been able to get that ward out a little bit sooner, they might have seen where the Omni was and they could jump him while holding Force in position. But Dota 2 gave him margins, and now they're going middle. They know that Immersion is top, that there's no Omni Knight available, but he's already TP'd in. Immersion, understanding his role in this game, he has to be available to provide protection.
But Zeal opened up the tier 2 on the bottom lane. Now you're going to be needing to focus with your heroes on the bottom, and this is going to open the possibilities for a Storm. Even though you didn't get any kills with this Orchid, the threat of it and constantly MOUZ having to stick together and completely forget about the Brood has already done its job. And Brood in the end goes for the Orchid himself. So whoever is isolated in the bottom lane can very easily die.
Double Orchid game, baby. All right. I suppose one is meant for the Omni and the other one is actually meant for the target they're going on.
If it's a big team fight, that's how they're going to communicate. But mostly it's you want to isolate people, right? So we could expect some Lotus Orbs, Eul Scepters to be coming out from MOUZ. It is a necessity right now in the game. Or just try to delay. That could be the approach, but you cannot lose too many towers while you're doing it.
They're setting up already from Yakult Brothers to push out that tier 1 tower in the top lane. As MOUZ are all positioned down bottom. Paulison
Made a mistake.
just nearby is in the trees. He gets scouted a little bit, but they don't manage to jump him in time. And they know he's still around though. They would love to hunt him down. However, if they fail to actually find him, this is just wasted time from their side.
You know that during nighttime, the side of Yakul's brothers are not going to be going into the Roche pit without their Brood. Brood wants to be playing the bottom lane, so you'll start applying the pressure in the bottom lane. You think that the timing is now, and I think they're right. MOUZ at the moment are stronger, even though being 3k gold behind.
Unfortunately, while all of their heroes are here, they're busy pushing the top lane. So that tier 1 tower should fall at the same time as the bottom one. And now Emo, they're going on to Allnet. Are they going to jump him? They go on the backlines first.
There's
they
the double
pierce and
silence.
find Immersion. They get the silences out. Supreme falling very low, but they don't kill him off just yet. And now he gets off the Rolling Thunder, connects onto Emo. The Storm Spirit cannot roll away. Yakult's brothers, the idea was there, but the execution a little bit wayward in that little skirmish.
They got ahead of themselves. It just goes to show that you should never team fight, right? Because you silence the Omni, you silence the Pango, but there's still a Dark Willow with the Terrorize that will be a problem. There's still a Roar that you have to be careful of. There was a Morphling pushing in the top lane, and at some point, MOUZ would have to respond to it. Once they TP 1 or 2 heroes, that's when you go. Like, they're gonna go for Allnet now.
Okay, Radavetos revealed out now by Apoboka. They're going for Allnet. He is having backup streaming in. Immersion is here. Drops the Repel, drops the Purification. So this Allnet SF is going to be fine.
Yeah, but Beastmaster is going through the Twin Gate, so Morphling, with the pad that he's running, he might even get caught.
Okay, let's see. Fly, we're going to run right into Force. Can he get off the Morph in time? He does start it, gets the waveform out. Force has not committed the Primal Roar just yet, waiting for reinforcements. There's going to be the Inhibit from the Diffusal Blade. They're taking away his mana. There it is, Primal Roar. He's stuck inside the Brambles as well. Narman going to finish him off with the right click. Why are you stealing my kills? What are you doing? But Morphling is down for the count.
And that's Roche.
Yeah, they take the tier 1 tower mid, but definitely, like you say, Roshan will be claimed as a reward for the Waterboy death.
Yep, this is... It was a good, solid attempt to go for the SF, but the second that you see that you cannot burst him down, you need to start running away. And that is something that Yakult's brothers haven't done. But Zeal, he is showing his power. This is why I would have preferred like an Echo Saber on this Brood Mother just to be able to kill this even faster. But it's dying pretty fast though. It's gone.
Oh my gosh, he actually got it. A full tier 3 tower. 18 minutes into the game and some pressure onto a range racks. Okay.
Oof.
That is the best case scenario, I think, for Yakult's brothers, given that there wasn't really any other available plays on the map. I think they did a decent job in getting something out of a horrible sequence in the top lane.
I'm gonna lie, both of the teams, they're playing their lineups the way they should be played. There were just some small mistakes in terms of responses a couple of times, like Yakult's brothers trying to fight in the mid lane rather than just force a reaction, and you focusing a little bit too much on the bottom lane with your wards on the side of MOUZ. But other than that, they've been playing clean Dota in terms of what their lineups are supposed to do.
Yeah. They've also been playing very cerebral Dota, because we are still 4-4-4. Paulison gets scouted just as he plants down the sentry, but does manage to move in such a way that they can't immediately catch him out. He's considering just throwing in some overgrowth spells because his team is coming in. Zeal, though, doesn't arrive in time. In the meantime, though, Emo is in the top lane with Baboka. And unfortunately, Immersion is very far away. But like you say, they're out of damage. Emo is out of mana. So they have to get out. Roll onto Baboka, roll onto Emo, and both of them will die. Oh my goodness, MOUZ with the reaction plays coming through the twin gate. Paulison could not interrupt it in time with the overgrowth. That leads into 2 horrible deaths in the top lane.
Yakel's brothers are lacking in the damage department. Some of these heroes on the side of MOUZ are way too tanky. You should be in this game, it seems like, focusing only on killing the supports, because cores are just not going to die.
You just don't have the punch. We're very far away from like the Kanda available for the Morphling. The Storm Spirit still needs a few more items. I mean, hell, look at that distribution of damage. It's all coming in from MOUZ right now. The fact that Omni Knight has more damage than our Morphling, that's not supposed to be happening.
Yeah, Morphling doesn't want to fight. In this game, you would have that timing with the Morphling where you would get the Kanda and you want to burst people down. That's about it. It's just not about a fight. I mean, a Broodmother is going to try to pop the BKB.
Holy shit, is that actually just gonna get the kill? Whoa, okay, Zeal. You know, before this, he only had 1,000 hero damage. That's certainly at least doubled in its number. I wonder how much building damage he's done, because he took the tier 1 all by his lonesome. He took the tier 2, the tier 3, put pressure onto the range racks. And yep, there we go. From 1k to 3k in one swift movement.
Yep, nicely done by him. And you take away that Aegis, which is a big deal. But what MOUZ have accomplished with that Aegis is shoving out the mid and the bottom lane, so they still can apply a little bit of pressure. The SF didn't pop his BKB, and then in itself is quite fine because he still cannot fight, even though he got murdered by the spider that quickly. Once he pops the BKB, he is still like the strongest hero on the map, especially when he's backed up by his teammates.
Speaking of strong heroes, MOUZ, big mistake from them. Double wisdom rune for Fly. All of a sudden, level 15 on the Morphling. Pops the bonus Agi. That's not supposed to happen.
They're gonna steal the Tormentor though. That's gonna put them ahead in this game for the first time after the laning stage. So MOUZ doing pretty well, and okay, this is a bit greedy. They get there in time, you're gonna die.
I don't know about this.
Brothers, they're running away.
I don't know about this, gang. Supreme trying to hunt them down, rolling forward, trying to see if he can catch somebody in the trees. He rolls right past Paulison, and he blinked on the location after the TP had already completed. Very unfortunate there for Supreme. It would have been very bad for Paulison, you know. I would have felt quite sorry for him. Thankfully, he does get out, and MOUZ do salvage their Tormentor. It's not going to get stolen away.
One probability still in favor of Yakel's brothers. It's just that one mistake from MOUZ can cost them the game. And Yakel's brothers, they can make a ton of these mistakes in terms of split pushing. They give a hero or two, and it is gonna matter, but it's not gonna change the outcome of the game immediately. Though, to be honest, if MOUZ does everything perfect, which is very, very hard under the circumstances with you being constantly pressured, they will win this game.
Baboka smoked up with Emo. They're heading through the twin gate. No targets actually nearby them though, because the entirety of MOUZ are dead set on securing this tier 2 tower mid. All net here, they have the ancient black dragon from Force, and this will certainly end up going down. And what are they gonna do here, Yakel's brothers? Are they gonna try and force them back by pressuring the tier 2? At the same time, they have more power at the moment. MOUZ are gonna maybe try and force you back as they pressure your tier 3.
Yep, I think you just ignore this, right? You go towards the top lane, you go towards the bottom lane, you still have a glyph on Yakel's brothers, and you have this tower plus the living armor. Somebody has to go back, and it's gonna be Narman. With his shard, he's actually quite good at keeping people in place.
Yeah. Like you mentioned, they do have living armor. We don't see it used as much onto towers anymore, but the prospect is still there to try and heal up that tier 3 a little bit, as they did get a tier 3 of their own in the top lane. This was a fantastic response from Yakel's brothers. Like you said, they just ignored it, played the map, and they get themselves away with some murder. Let's just hope Emo can get out of this one. Force sees him, but cannot catch up.
It doesn't have a blink just yet. Force is going to have that blink fairly soon in just 200 gold. Then this game changes, right? Then these plays of a Storm Spirit, where he's just trying to buy a second or two more for his team to do some little bit of split pushing, is going to be punished.
Fly did just finish off his Kanda. So now does actually have the damage to go along with that net worth that he's been rocking. Is it still too soon for him to show up to fights? Would you like to see one more item from him before he feels comfortable really trying to lay into this SF?
I don't think Fly is gonna be focusing that much on fights. It still comes down to pickoffs, and with the Kanda, he's very good at pickoffs. He's gonna be split pushing, and then if he sees somebody stranded and has help, he will be going for a fight. But generally, he will be avoiding the big engagements.
Well, MOUZ certainly wants to force a big engagement of their own as they smoke up as 4. Unfortunately, they don't have the best vision in their own jungle right now, so they can't really see where Zeal is at. He's walking next to a sentry, but they don't know that for sure. And underneath their tier 1 tower ward, they will see a target. Will they actually try to jump him, though? It is only Baboka, so you potentially want bigger quarry, but they can't even catch up to him. So this entire smoke movement doesn't seem like it will pay any dividends unless Baboka... No! Baboka just fell prey to what happens to every carry player. That last wave, bro. What's the worst that could happen? The worst that could happen is you die.
This is a mistake that could cost them a tier 3. They still have a glyph, they have the living armor, and the Treant is there. Man, this hero is so annoying.
Yeah. Not only is Treant here, look what the Yester of Yakult's brothers are. They're trying to force a Rax. They have everybody from MOUZ come back. They need to deal with this immediately.
They should have focused on the range Raxes. You just want some damage. There was no way they were getting this. The idea was probably to get the glyph. Oh, SF all alone.
Own it! He gets caught by himself, does have a BKB to try and fight with, and they know that his team is en route, especially Immersion scaring them. Immersion not going to be next to Force. Force almost got the primal roar out, but Emo managed to zip himself away.
He didn't have it. He didn't have it there. It's on cooldown for another 25 seconds, I think. So that is why they couldn't kill the Storm. But this was pretty good from Yakult's brothers. The way that they understood when they needed to go back, but got a little bit greedy. Instead of just doing some damage, they wanted the glyph because they used it. But that's fine. It's just a small mistake.
Yep. Speaking of small mistakes, it would be a mistake for all of you at home to not make sure that you are following the Twitch channel right here. If you are on YouTube, click the follow button as well and ensure that you're engaged with us on the socials so you know about everything Fissure is cooking for the next season of Dota. And right now, what they're cooking on the side of Yakult's brothers is an old man, Immersion. Gets himself demolished and he's dead without buyback here, Harry.
But let's see what they can do. SF is still alive here. He has a BKB, so... Oh, does he have a BKB? No, okay,
he just used it, yeah.
Needs to be careful then. Bye-bye range Raxes, or at least most of them.
Man, you know that previous play that you mentioned with the Morphling Illusions? Had they hit the Rax at that time, they would have had the range Rax right now.
But they used the glyph here. Yeah, I don't know if I like this. Sure, there's not gonna be super range crease, but the lanes are being shoved out anyways by the Morph Illusions and the spiders. So MOUZ panicking a little bit with that glyph.
Oh, are you kidding me? Of course, these Storm Spirits always find the ceremonial robe. What can you do? It's always a ceremonial robe, and the next one they get is the Timeless Relic, right? Beastmaster finds himself getting stunned up. Force has finally revealed his Blink Dagger, and he was hoping to try and fight back. He honestly wasn't that weak, but unfortunately lost too much HP on the first round, and you will just be squished like the little bug he is.
Yeah, he was very fast on the BKB. He got blinked on, didn't have any vision that was gonna happen, and he responded with the BKB before the roar, which almost saved his life. But unfortunately, at this moment in time, he's still not strong enough to lifesteal through all of that damage.
Yeah. Looks like MOUZ are gonna try and leverage his death into a Roshan attempt, getting themselves a second one of this game. And it doesn't seem like Yakult's brothers are in a position to really contest this.
Look at bottom, though, right? You are getting this fast, but you don't have a glyph. Somebody needs to defend bottom.
Okay, Supreme is here, coming in, rolling Thunder. Just trying to halt the progression here. Emo dive on the high ground, get the silence out onto this Dark Willow. BKB now popped by the Storm Spirit, hoping to try and bring down Norman, but Immersion threw in the repel onto the Dark Willow. She's going to be alive. Force is here now. They're threatening Fly. They need to get out of here with the Morphling. He's trying his utmost. Paulison holds them back with the Overgrowth, giving Fly the chance to use the Swashbuckle to the high ground. And it looks like both of them will escape. Paulison trying to TP out. Will he manage to do it? He does it. Dude, this guy, does he just have an innate shadow amulet or something? They never seem to find him when he's hiding in the trees.
Yeah, looking really good for him. But now the Morphling and Storm don't have BKBs. This is a straight up beeline towards the high ground. You know that there's no glyph. This could be a lane of Rax. In the lane of Rax in the mid lane, you could focus a little bit more on side lanes, which will alleviate the pressure. You get this Rax, the game changes, and the pressure from Yakult's brothers, it's not going to be as high any longer.
Yeah. They have a Roshan's banner to play around with as well. That being said, Zeal did just pick up a nullifier. And I don't think they've seen this. So if he can surprise them with this nully, catch them off guard when they think they have the defense of the repel, it could be a difference. Now, they're going in. Allnet gets the repel. GA is still at the ready. As they're rinsing through the melee barracks, they forced off him into the base. There's going to be the nullifier. They get the first kill. BKB out on this Broodmother. She's not going to die to the Primal Roar. And now on life 2, Allnet, can he get himself out of here? Supreme trying to create the space, throwing in the Rolling Thunder. Unfortunately, they don't catch anybody just yet. However, he's just happy to zone them away for now. They got what they came for. Full lane of racks, not completed, but they got the melee, which is the big prize.
Yeah, for sure. And we talked about it, alleviating the pressure. SF there made a slight mistake. He popped the BKB a little bit too late. If he popped the BKB before the Guardian Angel, then the Nullifier wouldn't have removed the Guardian Angel. It would have been able to stand his ground and fight. Either way, it is a clean retreat. And you can see that Yakult's brothers, they understand that this is a problem for them. If they don't get something right now, catch their enemies while they're not prepared, they are going to have a lot more trouble in this game.
Unfortunately for them, though, they couldn't take the previous fight because of a lack of BKBs. Now those BKBs will be available. So let's see what they can complete on the map. Fly just wants to go finish off this range racks potentially, but they really wanted a fight. Not gonna find anything just yet. Range racks are still standing as well.
There was a full duration Yakult's brothers ward that was inside of the MOUZ base for all this time, but it just expired. If that ward was still there, maybe it would have helped. MOUZ now going for a counter smoke. They are going to have everything they need fairly soon. 10 seconds until the SF BKB.
Aurora, okay, they get the roar out onto this Broodmother. She is dead to rights. No buyback either available for Zeal. I don't know how far away he is from it, but that is a very, very big deal.
So with this death, you should focus on shoving out the side waves. If they just push through the mid lane, you might give a chance for Yakult's brothers to fight on their terms, on their high ground. Whereas shoving out the side lanes would be the safer choice to prepare yourself for a battle later on. But they think that they can just brute force the Raxes. That would be true if there was no glyph, but there is.
There is still glyph. You still have Polison available as a Treant Protector, so... And they realize this as well. They do start backing off from that push. But like you said, because they didn't push out those side lanes, Emo and Morphling have been doing that dirty work in favor of their team. And it looks like we're going to have another day of Rat Dota, baby.
Yep. I mean, Yakult's brothers have been ratting for the entirety of this game. I think they've gotten 1 kill in the last 25 minutes, right? They were 4-1 for Yakult's brothers, and that was at the very start of the game.
Oh no, Fly messed up. He had the illusions out, but he wasn't beating onto the range racks. Dude, Fly, don't do this to me, dude. Why does he always do this to me when he's playing Morphling? Hurts my spirit.
Did they just not manage to kill the Tormentor? Oh, okay, things are... Yakult's brothers are starting to crumble and make some decisions that are hurting them, really. And a lot of it comes down to them being greedy.
Sometimes you try to overplay your hand, and it ends up just backfiring massively. And this SF, look at him go, man. He's getting a Silver Edge, has Daedalus, Hurricane Pike completed, BKB, Mask of Madness, and then we'll angle towards a Satanic as well. And looking at towards Yakult's brothers, there's no Shivas, there's no Skadis, there's no Spirit Vessels, there's no heal reduction whatsoever.
Yes, and there's not gonna be either. Right now, Yakult's brothers, they're starting to switch. They did itemize solidly for team fights, right, with the nullifiers and such. Early on wasn't the case, but now they're trying to change that. With the Morphling going in for the Butterfly, I think Yakult's brothers are starting to think that with sheer split push, they're not going to be forcing enemies into a big enough mistake to capitalize on it massively. So they're going to try to itemize in a different way. They're still going to need a lot more time to be able to win a straight up 5 versus 5 team fight. You need a very, very strong Storm Spirit for that.
I'm actually curious, what's the win probability right now? Because earlier on it was what? Basically 80-20. It's still heavily favoring Yakult's brothers, man. I'm telling you, Gaimin, when it sees Farm, Brood, and Morphling doing well, going into the late game, is always like, yeah, let's favor that team. Speaking of the
There's the Hex.
there will be Aurora coming out directly onto him, but the turnaround is there. Emo and Fly looking towards trying to bring down Force. The Beastmaster will die. Does not have buyback available. They will be able to at least bring down Paulison with Supreme rolling around, and now with Ulnet showing up, BKB with the right clicks. The Shadow Fiend is too damn strong. He goes forward with the 4-star. Woo! Chunks through the Storm Spirit. Zeal though coming in on the backline. BKB Nullifier onto the Shadow Fiend. Zeal eats him alive. No Shadow Fiend for 75 seconds, and now Supreme went to the low ground trying to escape, getting himself silenced up, dragged back in, killed off by Fly. A double for the Morphling. Immersion hoping to survive, but does not have any spells available. Purification down for 5. Repel down for 8. And Life down for 46. Immediately forced into buying back. And Yakult's brothers showing why Gaimin was still favoring them as they pull off a steal of a team fight at the stairs of the base.
Nice full buyback, but he doesn't have a BKB. This is not that great for MOUZ. The thing is, when they felt like they were losing the game, they were doing everything right. And then, just for a second, they think, we are stronger, we can do whatever they want. SF gets super ahead of himself by one-shotting, or I guess the Storm had half his HP, but literally from 50% to 0 in one shot. And you think that you can get away with anything, but that is the overextension that the Yakult's brothers have been gunning for the entirety of the game. With one team fight, they are now the ones that are controlling it. It's still not over, but MOUZ need to be very, very careful. One more fight like that, and it is going to be 1-0 for Yakult's brothers.
This is one of the reasons I love Dota so much. There is no other game where you can legitimately be in a very good position for 35 minutes, make a mistake for 30 seconds, and then the game is basically lost. Like, man, what an exciting game. Very frustrating if you're in this position, though. I feel very bad for MOUZ. But we've all been there as Dota players. Like you say, you think you're strong, and that's the only moments where you end up making the tragic mistake that loses you the game.
It's still not over, right? Let's not look at it that way. If MOUZ continues to play well as they did, it's still possible. They did take the mid lane racks. They lost the one in the bottom lane. So yes, the bottom lane one is the one that's going to be pressuring more than the mid one. It's much easier to outpush the mid lane, but it's still fine, right? There is still a timing in the next 5 to 10 minutes where MOUZ can win this game.
Yep. Also, if they can somehow take the next fight, then we are playing into a situation where they get the next Aegis and the additional goodies, right? Because it'll be Roche 3. They have some really good Axe carriers. Cheese also would not be a miss. And now, oh, they're jumping. They're going in right now. Force, holy base, getting destroyed. And Paulison finds 4 heroes with the overgrowth. Emo focusing immersion. They've already killed off this Omni Knight. Beastmaster has fallen as well. It's a triple kill for Fly as they retreat with Supreme and the Shadow Fiend. Neither of them can really do anything in this fight. Paulison, what a hero. What an overgrowth from the tree.
Yep, he has been preparing this for a very long time. He bought that Blink Dagger a very long time ago. I don't necessarily like that Yakult's brothers are just beelining towards the top lane. They could have taken down the mid-tier 2. Okay, they're sending a couple of heroes to focus on that as well. Because going for the throne is going to take some time. But if you get megas, then the game is truly over. Because you're going to be able to force your enemies into mistakes much, much easier when you do have the advantage of the mega creeps in all division in the world.
Of all heroes in the game, you know, we've seen Mega Creep comebacks before, right? I don't think I've ever seen a Mega Creep comeback against a Broodmother.
In this game, it wouldn't happen. In this game, the only Mega Creep comeback would be if Yakult's brothers get Mega Creeps, overstay their welcome, die, buy back, and die again. That would be the only way. Once you get the Mega Creeps and pull back out, that is when the game probably ends.
Getting Roche number 3 going in favor of Yakult's brothers. Emo making space to pick up the Aegis, and he is going to get it.
An Axe.
Very nicely done, and they give him the Axe as well. The blue hole is now online for Emo. What a juicy time to be alive as a Storm Spirit. And I can only imagine what the win probability looks like now. If it was 63% for them at the moment, woo, 89. Damn, what an increase.
I thought it was gonna be into single digits for MOUZ, to be honest, because if you look at their lineup, the way that it works is that they need to be stronger in a team fight all the time versus Yakult's brothers. But at the moment, that's not the case. So what do you have left? You're not better at split pushing, you're not better at pick-off, you're not better at team fighting. You don't have a single advantage. It has to be an outplay that you are working with. And outplaying a Storm, a Morphling, and a Brood that have so much mobility is next to impossible.
And I also have this Butterfly available for the Morphling. He's level 23 on Fly. Level 22 available for Zeal. Zeal, honestly, win, lose, or draw, this is the MVP of the game. This man has done everything possible to ensure that Yakult's brothers come out with the victory here.
Yeah, he's the one that I really haven't seen any mistakes from, right? Even when he was pressuring the Raxes, when he was trying to force out the glyphs, everything he did was, the read of it was perfect. And we can see it, not everybody in the inside of the game can see it, but from our perspective, we see the positioning of MOUZ heroes and everything single time he was correct.
Only one Rax remaining, an Aegis on a Storm Spirit with an Aghanim Scepter. And they have both gems as well sitting on Yakult's brothers, so it's not like MOUZ can very easily leave the base and try to set up some vision to make an offensive play. And we didn't end up finishing the Satanic out on the Shadow Fiend, nor does he have an MKB, so this Butterfly from the Morphling, once he pops BKB, like, how does he actually die in these fights?
Yeah, that's why DSF is going for an MKB. He understands that his job in these fights is, sure, it's not to live, that's what I wanted to say, but yeah, obviously you need to survive. But it's to kill the enemies as fast as possible. And the MKB is the only way that you can somewhat do that. You're playing versus a Brood and then a Butterfly. If the Brood hits you, you can never hit a Morphling. That incapacitating bite will just make you useless.
This is, I think, one of the coolest spell names in Dota. Incapacitating Bite. Just sounds nice.
Yep, and it literally does that. You become completely useless as a right-click carry when he does hit you. 60% of your attacks are missing. Yeah, that's that is a catastrophe.
Yakult's brothers want to make sure that 100% of these attacks miss as they want to jump in. Got in an incredible ward. They're jumping directly onto Immersion. There's the blue hole. Omni Knight is gone. So is the Beastmaster. Two of them blown up in a hurry. Supreme trying to do his best with the Rolling Thunder, but they have a BKB on Fly. These heroes are stuck in the corner. Now Supreme doesn't have the Rolling Thunder. He needs to get out of here. Deadshot sends the Beastmaster back right after he brought back. So he can't even approach the fight here, Harry.
No glyph.
No glyph available. They do not have the defensive nows that they need, and that is it. Mega creeps are now available, and Yakult's brothers, they still have 90 seconds on this Aegis. They might try to end the game here and now.
Yeah, at this point you don't have to go back because you do have that Aegis, but basically I don't see MOUZ winning this. It would have to be a fountain dive from Yakult's brothers to change that.
MOUZ looking for the Hail Mary fight. They still don't have Rolling Thunder. They do have the Primal Roar, but there's a Lincoln Sphere sitting on this Morphling. He's not going to be easy to kill. Lincoln's pop jumps in onto Norman. They get the blue hole out yet again. Norman is gone. Supreme looking like he's going to follow him into the grave. They're putting some damage onto Fly with Allnet, but it's just not enough. Supreme is dead, forced into buying back. Allnet throws out the Requiem. It does connect onto Zeal, but Zeal is just too tanky. He's not dying. And now Emo, he finds the blue hole onto 2. They get the kill onto him, but that's just the Aegis.
Drone is dying.
And they do this twice. Supreme jumping in onto him. They got the Hex out onto Emo, and this time around, Allnet does have the right-click damage. They have finished off the Storm Spirit, but Boca about to be finished off as well. And even Fly cannot stand and fight up against Allnet, who bought this MKB. At the same time, though, Zeal, he's cracking the base. He's trying to end the game right now. Not going to be able to.
Storm is back.
Running himself away. He needs some help. They're all coming back right now, though, but Boca brought back. Mega creeps beating onto the Ancients. However, Yakult's brothers, they will say, you know what, guys, we've done good enough for now. The Aegis has been taken away. Let us not overextend. And this defense is over. MOUZ still stand.
Yeah, Yakult's brothers looking at it and thinking, are we doing the only thing that can lose us the game? And pretty much the answer is yes. Their enemies don't really deal with the mega creeps all that well. So just pull out, be careful, don't die back, and everything will be fine. Though this smoke from MOUZ goes to show that they also understand this is our only opportunity to change the outcome.
This is a dieback. Baboka. He is dead.
For the throne, there is no
They're coming
glyph.
for the throne though. Exposed throne, no glyph, no way to stop it. Baboka gives up his life for the cause. GG, well played is called. Yakult's brothers secure game 1 up against MOUZ Esports here in the group stage.
Yep, and I'm loving the performance of both teams. Really, MOUZ came to play Dota today. When you allow them for the game to be slow, for them to have time to think about their ideas. They were being pressured for sure, but it wasn't the fast-paced gameplay like bam, 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 bam. It was, okay, guys, what do we need to do next? We can think about this choice, this choice, this choice. And then you see that there's some big Dota minds there. But the thing is, they messed up when it gotten to a point where it should have been easy. And look at them. They know they should have won that game.
Yep. Some mistakes were made, and there were so many opportunities for them to be able to make strong plays. But here it is. This is the exact fight where everything changed. They got the roar out, but it's instead Force that ends up dying. He dies without buyback. All of a sudden, you know, like you mentioned, Olnet, he feels so strong here. Look how much right-clicking he's doing, but unfortunately, this happens to all carry players everywhere, Harry Freak. When you don't have BKB, suddenly you feel too strong, and Zeal held onto his BKB, comes in from behind, finishes the game.
And it was a perfect moment that they went for him. At that point, they didn't really have vision. If they went for the SF 2 seconds later, he would have had the Shadow Blade, and you wouldn't do that well. But it happens, right? And this is why we were talking about it constantly. You were asking, why is Gaimin favoring this Broodmother all that much? It is because you're always one fight away from losing the game. That is why. And that fight, sometimes most of the games, really, it does come.
Oh, shout out Paulison. Where are all my tree players in chat? Tell me about your 4 hero overgrowths. That was amazing, amazing, amazing.
Nobody plays
the
the
blue hole
tree.
surprise.
No, nobody plays the tree because they want to. It's just if your team forces you to do so. Why would you want to run around the map and just defend towers all game? It's just not fun.
Well, unless you're God Black. You know, if you're God Black, then it's like, why am I not playing tree? What the hell, guys? I need this hero.
Maybe he just knew that he was always going to be forced into doing it, you know. And people who do play tree of their own accord, just click on it and play it in a pub, is because they like winning rather than liking to play the tree.
One of my homies, a guy named Grove, when he was playing in C servers, he became known. The only time I've ever seen somebody ban Tree and Protector in any of these games. Yakult's brothers, though, leveraging that tree to perfect usage, getting themselves this W. Lots of damage being done by Fly. Lots of, you know, good team fighting by MOUZ. Not that many kills in the game overall. This was much more of a strategic affair than anything else. But man, we have to talk about how perfectly Zeal played this game.
Yeah, he did everything right. And then you look at his score like 1, 2, and 10. But everything from his facet to his item choices, maybe I would change the Orchid, but the Orchid in itself changed the way that MOUZ approached the game, so maybe it just allowed him to be a little bit more open in terms of split pushing, but the item in itself, in terms of kills, hasn't given him much. But yeah, he did everything right from start to finish. The split pushes, the dodges of the ganks. Even when he got caught twice, when he got roared, the first time he responded with the BKB. So despite not being in fights at all, he was always on point in terms of mechanical skill as well, and that is amazing. I've mostly seen this only on Chinese players. That's why they're so fine with extending the game, because even when it's boring and you get sleepy, they are still always at 100%.
Yeah. Very mechanical skill coming out of Yakult's brothers there, and they managed to get themselves the W. And of course, make sure that you are getting yourself a W by ensuring that you are subscribed, you are following the Twitch and YouTube pages as well as the social media, so that you know everything that's happening within BB Dacha, not just for this tournament in Belgrade, but what Fissure is cooking up for the future. So definitely don't miss out on that one. Otherwise, you might miss out on a W. You don't want to be in this MOUZ situation where now you're suddenly going into your next game here. And if you lose this game, Harry Freak, it's almost starting to seem like mathematically you have one game left before you're basically eliminated from the tournament.
Yeah, it's not a good place to be in, but hopefully they can bounce back. I mean, MOUZ, they're a team that has gotten to some of these lands, but they've gotten used to being smacked a little bit. This loss is definitely gonna hurt, but we talked about it. There's no pressure on Yakult's brothers, and I also think there's not that much pressure on MOUZ. Just being in this tournament, nobody expected them to be here, so that's a win in itself.
They've already overachieved just by being here, like you say. I think as well, going into the next game for them, that's what the conversation should be as a team. That, guys, we only lost that game because we made mistakes, not because we were blown out of the water. Had we played 15% cleaner, had we dodged one or two more fights, we would have probably found ourselves with the victory. We were the team that was taking full lane of racks almost before they were able to get to our side of the map. So we can force them to play our style of Dota. We can force them to react to what we're doing. So if we can do that again, we have a shot at victory. So they need just to calm down right now. I don't want to see them coming into the next game and drafting as if they're angry,
Yeah, I get what you mean. I mean, it's just that somebody needs to speak into their ears for even after the 35 minute mark. Focus, right? Because that is what they lacked there at the end. It was focus that they lost, and why they lost the game in the end. And it just is bound to happen when you're a team that doesn't really make it all that much to 40 minutes into the game with a chance to win, let alone being ahead. So this is also a part of the game, a part of the pressure that you need to learn how to handle, and MOUZ are only now getting there.
Well, we're going to be seeing what MOUZ is up to in the second game, and that's going to be coming up in a very short minute. But before we get there, we have a little bit of content piece from Yakult's brothers. So let's see what they've been cooking in their journey at Belgrade. Welcome back, one and all, to BB Dacha Belgrade, brought to you by FISSURE, your intrepid producers and tournament organizers. Make sure that you are following so that you are abreast of what's happening in the BB Dacha universe. And what's happening right now is that Yakult's brothers are showing us that yesterday's games were not flukes. They took the first game up against MOUZ, but it was difficult, yes. But one thing I've always felt that I want to see from teams, if I really believe in them, I don't want to just see them win the stompy games. I want to see them win the games they have no business winning. So if you're able to do that, in my eyes, you're already on the path to becoming a very solid squad.
I mean, they were always close to breaking MOUZ in that game, but MOUZ had it. MOUZ had it, and yeah, you're right. At some point there, when the racks was taken, when MOUZ were in control, they could have just continued to play defensively, even more defensively, with being more conservative than they were. But sometimes there, you just smell blood. In Yakult brothers, they made a little bit of a cut. They baited them in like a shark, but well, in the end, they baited him into shallow waters where they did manage to beat them.
Sometimes the waters are too shallow to swim through. You find yourself flailing, can't get much traction, but MOUZ will have had some opportunities to go back, think about that game, think about some of the mistakes and say, all right, guys, if we can draft in a similar fashion, still keep pressuring them on the map, prevent them from being able to fight in the early mid-game, as long as we can clean up how we round the game out, we can still be win with a very decent shot. And also, we saw the Emo Storm Spirit. And yes, Emo had a decent game, but it wasn't the monster blockbuster performances we've seen from other first pick Storm Spirits. So maybe MOUZ isn't that concerned about giving that hero away again.
Well, considering that it is MOUZ that have the first pick, probably not, but they'll ban it out anyways. I would say that for me, this is one of the better Storm performances that we have seen. He had a couple of times where he overextended, but the thing is, you got first pick Storm. The enemies picked a lineup that is very good at being together. And even against that, you force them into some mistakes. You force them to bring more heroes than they should. You force them to waste time. That in itself is impressive coming out from Emo. And yeah, the first pick mid laner meta continues.
Oh, I love how Dota evolves over the years. If you told me last year this was going to be the meta, I would have called you insane, but here we are. So Yakult's brothers, what is Emo going to be playing here? Well, we've seen Invoker versus Void Spirit, where the Void Spirit obviously found himself getting handled quite easily. We've seen some Pangoliers into this matchup. It's going to be the Void Spirit again. All right, cool. Every single time we've seen this, though, Void Spirit ends up not having the greatest lane, but maybe they're relying on him being able to do well enough in the side lanes that it counteracts that particular loss.
Yeah, the other group had a carry Void Spirit with a Battle Fury. I don't know. We are the unlucky ones, man. I want to see that. I don't want to see these boring Void Spirits that just get smacked in the mid lane. And to be honest, even with when Nisha was playing it, he didn't make this hero look good. So I just don't have that much faith in it.
I mean, we didn't get carry Void Spirit, but we did get a Dawnbreaker and offlane bounty. I don't think they got that on the other stream, right?
Yeah, we did get 2 bounties, which I'm very happy with, but they were kind of shit. So didn't really do anything. For a Dawnbreaker, I'm more than grateful. But you know, I'm greedy. I want for everything to be in our group on our stream. So I hope that our colleagues on the other side are not going to be holding that against me.
I can respect that. Greed is good. 99999. There's a classic Dota player right here. As BB Dacha continues with the second phase of these bans. Enchantress taken away by MOUZ, so we're not going to be trying to be overran in the early game. Not much has actually been revealed because everything has been so standard in the bans. The only thing that stands out to me right now is that Clockwork is still in the pool. So I'd be very surprised if he made it all the way to the end without being picked.
Well, considering that he hasn't been banned, there's a good chance that Yakult's brothers just pick it up right now. There's no Tusk. We saw that there was a Treant Protector being picked in the previous game just because you didn't have the option of a Clockwork. So that could be a pretty easy one. But no, they go for the Muerta.
Okay. I mean, Baboka did do a pretty decent job with this hero in the previous game. I'm glad that they banned Omni Knight. There were a lot of moments where I felt like Yakult's brothers would probably have felt more confidence in approaching fights if not for the Omni, right? There were a couple of smokes that they would look at a hero, they think about jumping him, they jump him a little bit and be like, we don't see Omni, we have to back. So this might give them more confidence to make those aggressive moves on the map. And there's the clock.
Yep. So what will you get for Narman? Because let's assume that they are going to be picking his hero. He likes the Hoodwink. Dark Willow, they ban out themselves. So yeah, Hoodwink could be good, or you could go for something like a Snapfire or a Phoenix. If you get a Phoenix, then you can switch the 2 supports between the safe lane and the off lane, because both of the support players have play both the Clockwork and the Phoenix. But you would be a little bit lacking in the damage department, so I'm not sure I would love that.
Yeah, I like your idea about the Hoodwink. To me, that makes a lot of sense. Also, another hero that can help you set up for Sunstrikes, so then both of your supports can move around doing that. I like that quite a lot, honestly.
I wouldn't hate it. Unless you want to pick a carry right now, then you could go for an SF once again. I really wouldn't mind it, but there's other potential options. And considering that you have the 18th pick, there's really no reason to show your carry now, because after the next 2 picks of Yakult's brothers, you're going to be seeing what's really good for this game.
So there's Hoodwink. What other supports have we seen a bit? We've seen some Snap, not all. We've seen some of that. We've seen some Nyx. I don't think we'll see that in this game, even though we've seen a lot of Nyx plus Invoker.
Probably not. So it's not half bad versus a Void Spirit. I wouldn't hate it, but there's usually a reason you're picking a Nyx for the laning phase versus an Enchantress or something. Okay.
Oh.
I mean, I wouldn't have guessed that ever, so that's pretty cool though, right? Because the Void Spirit hates playing versus this. Void Spirits now also hate buying a Yule Scepter, and it takes a lot of time to finish that Manta.
Yep. It's not like you went, the build now is people are much more interested in playing around that Aghanim Scepter. Now you immediately have to consider the defensive item. I like this. And they already have the Clockwork, right? To easy setup for the Mystic Flare down the stretch. Okay. We don't get to see enough Skywrath Mage. So you see, my friend, we are still getting some unique stuff here in this group. Gotta love it.
Yeah, I love it, right? Because let's say you're a Muerta, you go for Pierce the Veil, I cannot die, I'm this unkillable support, and then the Mystic Flare just murders you in a second. I haven't seen this hero for such a long time.
I actually really like it though. I feel like the hero is definitely underpicked. And if you get a strong enough lane with this, listen, as a carry player, nothing annoys me more than Skywrath Mage with a good partner. I know it's not going to be a fun time in the lane. Okay, Phoenix Brood comes out from them. They get some team fight for themselves. They get the Brood Mother. The rationale, I believe, behind the Brood, it's a hero that can buy some of the defensive items, but more importantly, if you ever get on top of Skywrath Mage, you eat this hero alive.
You mentioned that Dawnbreaker, man. I'd love to see it here. Not gonna lie, it looks pretty good. But overall, what you need to do right now is get a really good carry versus the Brood in lane. I think that's kind of necessary. But they'll go for the centaur. I thought we were gonna see something like Bristleback, like a Medusa maybe. But they decide that they just want to have this opportunity to jump in and to blow somebody up, something that they were lacking in the previous game.
Also, God, this is so annoying in the lane, dude. You get slowed by the Skywrath, you get stunned, double-edged by the centaur, and then more magic damage comes from the sky. Gosh, I'm hating life right now. I'm getting just bad flashbacks looking at this. But it does mean that MOUZ should be able to get themselves a good lane. You were mentioning that they need to find a good carry hero to deal with this Broodmother. They also need to do the same for Yakult's brothers. They can't have the kind of laning phase of Fly where he's being run out of the lane in the first 10 minutes in.
Yeah, but for Fly, I don't really know which carrier you're gonna go for right now because a lot of them are gonna be pushed out of the lane. Maybe you can get away with an Alchemist because Centaur has very low armor, so then they won't be able to fight you. It is a rough time for Yakult's brothers to get a carry for themselves for the lane, right? If you survive the lane, you're golden, but surviving the lane is not gonna be easy.
MOUZ will be revealing what their carry is going to be first. And Yakult's brothers, they banned Gyro, they took away the Bristleback. And there's going to be the Shadow Fiend you mentioned. I mean, it's SF Clock, classic combination. You also have now this Centaur that can allow you to get in and out of these fights a lot easier. I actually like this draft from MOUZ quite a bit. This is very balanced. You have the Alacrity that can go into the Shadow Fiend. It's not as all-in for Protect 1 as Game 1 was. So this Invoker can still scale very well. Centaur can provide a lot of beef on the front lines. They have catch for the lineup. They have some objective take. This feels like a very balanced draft from MOUZ.
Very true, but the one that they had previously, it was much easier to read exactly what you need to do and when you need to do it. With this one, it is a little bit chaotic, and MOUZ have been known to make mistakes if they need to make the game chaotic or play a little bit too defensively, which with this lineup would be a problem because you don't have a clear timing. You constantly need to be doing something. So I'm a little bit afraid for their execution. I like the draft, as you mentioned, but executing this is not going to be easy. But there's one thing that is good. They should have a very good laning stage with this one, and that in itself can give you the confidence to go forward. Okay, Yakult's brothers are laughing, so they're going to be picking something weird.
So the weirdness yesterday was them going for the Dawnbreaker. What are we going to have here for Fly? His Morphling is gone, no Dusa, no Gyro, no Bristle. No, what other carrier heroes are here? We have Drow that's still in the game. We have Alchemist that you mentioned earlier.
I still think Alchemist is the best.
Here. I like Alchemist, yeah.
Drow is okay.
TA, okay, that's something new. I do not believe we've seen a TA at this tournament, have we?
That is a solid TA pick, though. You and me haven't. I'm not sure if there was a TA in other games. I'm gonna check immediately for you. But
two picks, 0% win rates.
Yeah, so not great performance from it. Overall, it's good in terms of the laning phase, right? Because you do not care about the Skywrath, you do not care about the Centaur. Your minus armor can be a problem for the Centaur. The thing is, you have a position 5 Phoenix. He's not really the best one to capitalize on your minus armor, to capitalize on you not taking that much damage. So still the lanes are going to be the problematic part for the Yakult's brothers lineup.
Yeah. So MOUZ has given themselves a very strong option in the laning phase. They need to be able to turn that into a strong objective-based lineup in the mid-game. This TA is intriguing a little bit because there are occasions where you can just dive on top of the SF, just try to blow him up. at later points in the game can avoid a lot of the damage they're coming out with. I am concerned though because I like seeing TA games where the enemy team has heroes that you can like 2 or 3 shot. In this game, the only really squishy hero was what? The Skywrath Mage. Everybody else is not like uber squishy. So I don't know. I don't know about this. And I'm also not sure which facet do you take for this game.
I'm seeing more and more of the one that spreads the minus armor, but I would assume that you go for the other one just because they're going to be going through your refraction charges once they do get the Mystic Flares, so you want the extra damage. It can also come down to player preference, and I haven't seen Olnit play it in some time. But overall, sorry, I haven't seen Fly play the TA lately. But here's the thing. So I'm okay with this pick on the side of Yakul's brothers. But I think with anything standard, they would have given themselves a really good situation to win this game because MOUZ's lineup is awesome, but it does need to be executed really well at every single part of the game. And I think that MOUZ tend to drop the ball with lineups like this. So you could have played it safer. But in terms of if Yakul's brothers play this lineup properly, the TA can most definitely work.
Speaking of these facets, what do we make about the facet on the Void Spirit? Went for the Call of the Void one instead of getting the shield with the Resonant Pulse.
Okay. That is... I haven't never seen it. It can be quite cool. Paulison, however, he does look very much dead.
He's very good.
Yep. So we got the latest First Blood in the previous game and one of the fastest here in this second one. Overall, I can't wait to see how it does. It might be really good versus a hero like a Centaur. Let's say if you start running away and then there's the tournaments, I don't even know which way they're going to be facing.
I've seen this once at Wallachia. I forget which team played it, but it lost pretty badly. It looked terrible. I'm hoping that's not the case here, but it was not good, my friend.
Yeah, it's interesting. Let's just put it like that. Also, very nice here. Blocks coming out from Baboka immediately. It is going to mean that this bottom lane is going to be, in terms of lane equilibrium, in their favor. And this is what you need to do. When you know that generally if you're fighting 2 versus 2, you're going to be losing the lane, you need to be trying to make a difference with some shenanigans, and this is definitely the right approach.
Of course, it's not going to be a game where Olnit doesn't have the backup of a Omni Knight, so if they feel they have the opportunity to dive him, they definitely will in this situation. But for now, Olnit should be doing well. There's going to be some cogs holding Zeal in position. Baboka destroys one, allows the spider to wrap his way out. Everything's fine.
As you'll need to be a little bit more careful there. They took a ton of damage. Now, because of that damage being taken, he might not be getting as many CS under the tower as he would like. Of course, when a lot of the creeps die, then for the last couple, you will be fine, but could have been a little bit cleaner there. Slight mistakes, but in general, Yakul's brothers are happy with the bottom lane so far.
They're definitely not happy with the top lane, though. Gotta play into Centaur Skywrath. Have fun, boys. Good luck. Enjoy yourselves.
You're not gonna die on the TA, but Centaur is still very, very good at CSing.
Yep. Unfortunately, not so lucky for Paulison. Paulison will end up dead, but Fly will be able to get the revenge by bringing down Force. So the decision is there to get the dive, but definitely does not pay off for MOUZ in the end there.
I don't know if I agree with this, because you're a Centaur, you know that your problem is armor, and you go underneath the tower for a melt strike to take away your armor, and for you to just die from the tower shots, that's most definitely not worth it.
MOUZ also find themselves in a situation where mid lane is not going nearly as well as they thought. I mean, it could get better with time, but Emo is doing a fairly good job right now in the CS department.
Yep, we have seen this matchup twice in a row go, let's say, heavily into the Invoker's favor this third time when we are seeing it. So far, it is even... I still think the Invoker should come out ahead in the end, but already it's showing that it's not going to be that big of a difference like the one that we got used to throughout the tournament.
Zeal and Baboka clearing out this camp, trying to get this creep wave back. And they should be able to at least drag the one creep with them. Yeah, it'll be fine.
Very aggressive positioning from Molnit. Still, it is an SF. We've seen so many broods when the SF gets left alone, just run him down. So Immersion is gonna have to be very careful in terms of his rotations towards the runes, towards the mid lane.
Zeal is actually sitting at the top of the CS department right now. Sure, some of these are neutrals. And now they're going on to Baboka. Do they have actually the damage to get this kill?
Should be able to.
Looks like they do. He's down. Bye-bye, Baboka. Nothing you can do there. And Zeal is just like, well, buddy, I'm going to use this time to just secure some CS. Thank you for your sacrifice.
He was thinking about hitting the SF once, but the cogs were in his way. If he did hit the SF once, slowing him down, maybe it goes differently. He got Emo.
Doesn't have mana, and he gets burnt away. Will he have enough to get out? There's going to be the Dissimulate, and the Aether Remnants are on the other side of these, but they still have no chance to catch up to him. He will live. Emo coming back, throws in the Aether Remnant. They drag back in Norman. He was hoping to get the connection onto Supreme, but Supreme will die nonetheless. Fire Spirits from Paulison tick him over. That is a big kill. Baboka reaching forward. They want to bring down Immersion. Deadshot is at the ready. Do they have it? Do they have the angle? He does not! Oh, so close. Immersion barely survives. But ultimately, Emo gets kept alive and they kill the Invoker in the mid lane.
If the Phoenix there was level 3, Invoker dies super fast and the Clockwork dies as well. It's just that the Fire Spirits to level 1 are so low in damage, but they more than double after the second level, or is it like from 20 to 35? Either way, it is a big difference. Oh, from 20 to 40, yeah, they double.
Well, well, well. This Void Spirit feeling very confident with life. Basically, even in the network department. At this point in the game, if you're Void Spirit versus Invoker, you feel amazing about how things have gone out right now.
Yeah, for sure, right? It was supposed to be for MOUZ to win this laning stage handily, and they are winning, but they wanted the mid lane to be a lot in their favor as well.
Oh, bottom lane, Ulnet. With the long range raise, our favorite one, applies some emotional damage and kills off this Baboka Muerta. That'll put Shadow Fiend at the top of the network department. And he's just feeling very good about the fact that he's able to have 2 good lanes in a row up against the Brood. Hopefully it doesn't end up like in the previous game where Immersion leaves at one point, he is forced to TP all the way back and lose that advantage. If things keep going the way they are, Ulnitz is feeling very positive about himself.
Yeah, everything is going well for him, and he has learned from his mistake. If you look at Immersion when he's moving to the mid lane, the SF is waiting to see if Baboka is there as well, and if that's the case, only then is he posturing a little bit more aggressively on the bottom lane.
Immersion getting the vision onto Baboka, actually going on top of him. They put it inside the cogs. Narman supplying the magic damage, and that will result in a kill onto Baboka. Nicely done by the side of MOUZ here.
This is the MOUZ that beat OG. This is the MOUZ that played really well and beat Nigma as well. So with this kind of gameplay, MOUZ have a really solid shot in this game, and Zeal is in trouble as well. He has nowhere to go.
All right, Zeal, we've been praising you, my friend. Let's see, should we keep praising you? Unfortunately, some things are too difficult even for a Master Drew. And now Wisdom Rune potentially being stolen by Immersion. Baboka
Void Spirit
trying
coming
to get on top of him. They have the dead shot, but there's 2 heroes here. Aether Remnant will be there. Emo goes in, but he doesn't get the rune. Now they have to get these kills, though, to make up for it. And indeed, they will secure it. Both heroes will go down, but MOUZ secure 2 Wisdom Runes on both sides of the map.
To be honest, these supports on the side of MOUZ, it's very important for them to get the levels, and same is true for Yakul's Brothers support. So overall, those deaths are pretty much okay. It's still bad that the Void Spirit is participating in those deaths because he wants the extra levels for sure. But you get your level 6s on the support, you kill the Void Spirit, and it really won't matter all that much.
They're trying to come bottom to kill off Zeo once more. Immersion here with the Rocket Flare. Can they find him through the trees? No, they cannot. And at the same time, though, Yakul's Brothers, they have some heroes in the vicinity. Essentially looking for an angle to dive in. Emo wanted to find the jump, but doesn't seem like it's going to end up happening. Supreme making a move over, though. Gets the Tornado out with the EMP burn. Can they get him out of here? He's been silenced up by Narman. That is Emo going down on this Void Spirit. Man, Skywrath Mage into Spirits. You'd love to see it.
If you're a Skywrath Mage, not really if you're a Spirit, right? Because he's really struggling. And, you know, we've seen even when you do okay in the lane with this guy, it becomes a problem. Man, the magic damage with the Ancient Seal is insane. We even forgot about that magic damage amplification that the Silence does bring. But a lot of the heroes on the side of MOUZ are going to be benefiting from it quite a lot. Every single one of them, to be honest.
The moment I saw that, immediately what came to mind is, yeah, Zeal, I hope you're queuing pipe, my friend. That's what I want to see. Drums pipe, go for the 33 build. That's the only way through this game.
Yeah, I think that's the right approach for sure. Because you're just gonna be, you and all of your teammates are gonna be bursted down. Your Spiderlings are gonna be dying from 2 raises. It's in your best interest and your teams as well to get that pipe. Plus, this time around, you're okay team fighting. You have an Egg, you have Muerta with the AoE silence. Your Void Spirit is okay in top fighting as well. Plus, the timings of the TA fighting around the objectives like Roche are the way that you want to go with this lineup.
Fight is about to break out, but it looks like it's going to be on MOUZ's terms as they brought Supreme down bottom. Tornado catches out Zeal. The Spider looks like it's about to get squished. They catch up with Immersion, and they are able to get the kill. Stampede was necessary, and now Immersion also gets the hook shot forward onto the Phoenix. Fire Spirit will now elapse, so Immersion will not die. BoBoKa, though, might be able to find a dead shot here, but it's only level 2. Not enough damage. Emo, though, thinking about making the jump in. He secures the kill with the Resident Pulse, but he's in danger right now because he immediately gets silenced. Brought down by Olnitz. It's a double for the Shadow Fiend. Supreme finding 2 with the Tornado, with the EMP burn as well. And Flyfly? Flyfly, my friend, I don't know if this is the right direction, bro. Might need to go home. Ultimately, MOUZ, they crash the party down bottom and they walk away with all the goodies that they want.
So MOUZ maybe could have done a little bit better in the laning stage when it comes to the mid lane in particular. But right coming out of that laning stage with that slight advantage that they build up, they just got so much more. So at this point, it doesn't really matter. This is the lead, maybe even higher of a lead than what they were hoping for. Zeal this time around, if he doesn't get this tower, and it's not looking like he's going to be getting it anytime soon, he cannot do the same. He cannot create the space for his team, and his team needs space. Both the Void Spirit and the TA, they need their items.
Yep. They're going to try and get some kills, though, to make that space. Immersion's going to be the first one to fall here. The SF able to get himself to safety. And this should lead into the tier 1 falling. So like you say, they recognize the importance of opening up this bottom side of the map, and they will hard commit for this. However, at the same time, they're losing top and middle towers at the same moment. Oh boy.
Not looking good. Not looking good if you're Yakult's brothers, especially because Force will have the blink, and then imagine how much damage him and Armon are going to be doing.
Yeah.
Emo, he's gonna die.
No. Silenced, stunned up, Mystic Flare, he is dead. With the Sunstrike also supplying some damage. Well, while Emo is making a quick trip to the fountain, I implore all of you to make a quick trip to the bottom panel of your screen. Click on the follow button on Twitch, click the follow button on YouTube, and ensure that you are following on Twitter as well as Instagram, so you are aware of everything happening in the Fissure universe regarding Dota 2. And while we're talking about that, Olnit just a free kill. Easy.
It just runs down the Phoenix. Phoenix is level 5, and now we see the importance of stealing those Wisdom Runes, right? Yakult's brothers, they understood the importance of getting this tower down, but with their support still not being ready for battle, especially the Phoenix, it is in itself a problem. And you know what? Now, even when the Phoenix does get his level 6, who's going to protect that egg, really? Maybe Void Spirit with his facet, but I don't think it's going to be good enough.
No one else is really tanky. The silence coming out of Norman is still way too problematic to deal with. I mean, they have 2 things, right? The silence to deal with the Void Spirit and the Tornado EMP for everybody else. It's just feeling super hard for Yakult's brothers. And now we have a Blink Dagger out on the Centaur. 12.5 minutes in, a 5k gold lead. Centaur with Blink. Witchblade on Supreme as he's running to try and find a kill here, but he might have ran too far.
He is gone now.
Collison chasing onto him. They get the Fire Spirits out. Do they have the damage? Yes, they do. BoBoKa going to be credited with that kill thanks to the dead shot. They try to break it up with Immersion, but it's just not going to pay any dividends. And they want to chase for more. Zeal is here as well. They don't have much mana on Flyfly, so we're not going to be seeing that many more traps. They get off the Stampede. Flyfly very low on the HP department. He gets hit with the Mystic Flare. They kill him. Fly is gone. They don't even manage to bring down the support clockwork here. And Paulison popped the egg, but nobody gets stunned underneath it.
Greed and overextension is the name of the game here. So first it was Supreme who finds the AD rune and he's thinking, oh, I can do whatever the hell I want. And then he runs into a triangle where obviously the TA is going to have it all laced with traps. And then when they got that one kill, they thought, oh, this is our chance to get back into the game. And then they overextend running into a newly bought blink of a Centaur.
Zeal, my friend, I hope somewhere in your item stack you also have a BKB coming, but it looks like he's actually buying the Orchid once more. Don't know how I feel about this one.
I'm not sure about it at all, right? If let's say I'm a Skywrath mage in this game, I see that Orchid, I'm playing versus a TA, I am gonna be buying a Ghost Scepter and they won't be able to kill me. But really, if you look at it, the Phoenix and the Muerte in this game are not gonna be getting closer, so the supports in themselves providing the magical damage is not gonna happen.
Yep.
Nice steal.
Okay. Emo recognizing how important it is to deny these heroes experience. If Immersion actually had a vision there, they would have gone on it.
That was very close.
Yeah, Emo flew a little bit too close to the sun, but does manage to get back to ground.
Yeah, because the Rocket Flare was right next to where he was TPing out from. So it was very close to Emo just getting his TP cancelled there. And then at that position in the on the map, you're just dead.
Speaking of dead, somebody's about to end up losing their life.
Immersion.
As the Boca smoked into Immersion and Norman, and they get the catch onto Immersion first. The calling silenced up Norman, so he couldn't get off the Ancient Seal, but as soon as he's away from it, does manage to burst down onto this Muerta. 1-for-1 exchange here.
Nothing too big. At least Yakov's brothers were able to stop the bleeding, but overall with the TA you want to be ahead. This hero needs to be scaling constantly, and the SF currently, there is a big difference between him and everybody else on the map, and I don't think that that difference is going to be stopping anytime soon unless Solna decides to just forfeit his life in some kind of an engagement, because at the moment Yakov's brothers, their ability to jump him and kill him, not really there.
Fly. Could be in a little bit of danger in this mid lane. Does get hit with the tornado. Norman is there with the silence. They have the cogs. They have the damage. They have the kill. And they have no defensive prospects on the side of Yakul's brothers. Nothing they can do to bail you out. And now they find the Rocket Flare vision onto Paulison. They get the Sunstrike out, but unfortunately, Force gets silenced, so there's no follow-up stun. Boca able to force off into the high ground. That will keep him safe. However, it will not do anything to keep this tier 2 tower living in this mid lane.
I'm like what MOUZ are doing. They know that going towards the bottom lane where the Brood is could cost you your supports. So the way that you're going to deal with the Brood is only if you're setting up with the Centaur, especially when you don't have the Stampede. It is dangerous. That is the way for Yakul's brothers to go back into this game, or one of the ways is that you go bottom lane 1 by 1 and Zeal gets a couple of kills. Then with the help of his teammates, he just goes forward. So they're happy to even give away that tier 2 tower on the bottom lane if it means that they're holding the lead that they currently have.
To make it even better, they ended up not even losing said tower. So they're all good. Fly. In danger here from this Invoker and the Shadow Fiend if they caught him, but still alive for now. We are very far away from Yakul's brothers feeling strong in this game. They're going to have to struggle, and it might get even worse because Baboka looks like he's going to die. Does manage to find the calling out onto the Invoker. Emo, he's here as well, hoping to render some assistance, but the tornado catches them both. Emo going to be forced to leave Baboka behind, trying to get himself away from Force. He expends the final Astral Step, and the Aether Remnants at the back of the Dissimulate do keep him safe, but yet another kill for free coming in from MOUZ with very little effort on their part.
Very cool play coming out from MOUZ, right? Because what they did is they stayed mid with 3 heroes and they have 2 wards there. So they can play around that vision, generally be safe. Plus, there's no tier 2 in the mid lane, so very hard for Yakul's brothers to connect. And then they're hunting the Brood with the bottom lane with 2 heroes. Last time, it was the Centaur and the Skywrath Mage. This time around, it will be Supreme, the Skywrath Mage.
Skywrath will die. Fly came in for some quick revenge here. And now they know that the Invoker's kind of alone. Supreme needs to be quite careful here. I don't know if they're going to choose to fully jump him. DI does have 4-star. He should be fine underneath the tier 2.
You need to be careful because MOUZ are controlling the top part of the map, meaning that they can come back through the twin gates and possibly kill you if you're not careful.
He's gonna come TP, headed up onto the tier 2 with the Centaur. And with Force being here, certainly there's no way you want to keep this going. Force does actually blink forward, doesn't have Stampede for another 25. And he needs to be, I don't know about this. Calling is gonna be out here. TA is gonna be in a bit of danger. Supernova will be there. And Olnet wants to catch up to where she's at, but can't run past the Supernova. They let it pop. Yakul's brothers, I don't know about chasing forward, y'all. You've just been bailed out of trouble. Take your quote-unquote win by not losing the TA and get out of dodge.
Yep, we talked about how Yakul's brothers come back into the game if the enemies run towards the Brood. And now there is also one other thing. If you run towards the areas that are laced with traps, that's where Yakul's brothers are going to be able to win, especially now when you don't have many ways to deal with the TA silence.
Get rid of this Observe Ward. Force jumping in. He finds Paulison. They know they can get this kill without there being any fear of a Supernova. And indeed they do. And now they pop the Stampede, hoping to run towards Fly. However, he blinks towards the east. He should be A-okay. I don't know about Zeal, though. Could be in contentious territory right now. Immersion, hoping to try and chase him. They threw out the cogs. Not going to catch on anybody. But they're split up quite a bit now. Oh, they eventually do find him. Narman there with the Mystic Flare. And he wasn't able to get out on Zeal. The one bright side about this is they did manage to drag these heroes pretty far back, but you're just bleeding deaths all across the map right now on the side of Yakul's.
MOUZ are being relentless, and it's working out because they're this far ahead. I can't help but feel that maybe playing around their vision around the mid lane and the top lane was a better move, and then just having a Centaur, let's say, on the bottom lane, just posturing aggressively, and then helping his teammates with the Stampede. Maybe it's because when they don't have a Stampede, they'd rather be together on the bottom lane dealing with the Brood, rather than just trying to get more out on the map.
Emo forced to jump away bottom. Very glad he didn't go forward because Immersion was behind, waiting to jump in. I must say, Immersion has been playing really well this series. Like, as the new entrant for the squad, his Omni Knight was very, very good, showing he can play that, passive, defensive style, being there for his squad. But here, when he's tasked with doing the offensive moves, he's also looked very, very solid.
And they're going to be stealing the Tormentor and possibly the Wisdom Rune. It's going to be there in 30 seconds. If you look at Yakul's brothers, they don't have enough of a numbers advantage on the top lane to do the same. So even a lone support could do something like go there. But of course, first things first, pull them all back. And with an SF that is already level 15, you have to come back where this tower is toast.
21 minutes in. Without even the strength of an Aegis, they feel confident enough. They brought the tier 3 down to half. Baboka forced to pop to pierce the veil, but he gets hit with the Mystic Flare. Doesn't die just yet, though. He is still alive. Force just getting out of the base was Allnets just reaming through the towers. No Aegis required for this one, baby. I'm just that strong at the moment. And that is its first tier 3 tower of the game.
Yep. They thought about going for the Raxes, but it's a little bit too risky. If you get the Raxes there, Yakul's brothers, their chances of coming back in the game are non-existent. But also, getting the Raxes there is next to impossible without massive casualties.
Zeal does get caught right now by Immersion. Can you hold him long enough for our allies to stream in? Indeed he can. Force is there immediately. Man, the night and day difference from his Beastmaster game where the blink came fairly late into the game relative to this one where he gets it at 12.5 minutes, he just looks so much better, enabling much more activity on the map as a whole for MOUZ.
Poor Narman is gonna have to pay with his life. That's fine. Is this a Roche opening? You have a death, so you have to try. Really, it's the only way for you back in this game. At the moment, MOUZ are in complete control, and they're playing this game amazingly well. So you need to get something that is good for your lineup. And for a TA lineup, Roche is something that you have to have.
You throw out the Sunstrike, so they know this is happening. Even the Rocket Flare for good measure.
They're coming.
CP is emerging. They're going onto the outpost. It's only at half HP. Supreme is the first one in. They have this ward on the high ground, but he's the only one that took the TP. Nobody came through the Twin Gate, so not sure they can stop this in time. They scan it out. They know they're still here. Roshan falling so low. He's at 10% HP. Can they get it in time? Everyone is almost here. It is finally going to go down. But how does Yakul's retreat from here? They will pop the smoke. TP out from the TA. She's out. TA is good. Baboka, not so sure you'll be that lucky. No, he's good too. Paulison might be the only one that actually gets caught out here. And that will be the case, but They did force all of MOUZ to come bottom. They were not pressuring the tier 2 top. They were not pressuring middle. They were not pressuring any racks. So Yakult's brothers sort of get away with murder in that instance.
Barely staying in the game there by taking the Roche. The TA just decided to TP out from the Roche pit. It's like, okay, I'm going to be in the most dangerous spot of them all and hope that the enemies won't even check, and really didn't. This is why I didn't like the initial tornado for Supreme. He only kind of said, yo guys, I'm here, but he didn't have that for the TP canceling, and tornado is one of the best spells to just randomly use and get some TP cancels.
I like what they're doing though from MOUZ by still applying pressure to this bottom side. They're like, look, we know you have an Aegis, but we are still stronger than you. Y'all don't have any BKBs to play around with. Y'all don't have any other defensive items. In fact, this 4-star from the TA is pretty much it at the moment. So let's see what y'all have got, how you leverage this Aegis, as we're going to be assaulting the melee racks. Having already claimed the range ones. How do they deal with this one?
You don't have that many traps in the base as well, right? And if you're not fighting around traps, it is a problem. MOUZ are really pushing it.
Is a full Hurricane Pike from the TA, but I think now that they've seen Emo showing, because they have this very amazing set of wards on the base, they know that now, okay, it's safe to go back, let's consolidate the triangle, but they're not leaving completely. They're hoping that somebody shows this so they can immediately jump on their faces.
You push aggressively. If there's a big smoke, you let that hero die and you just go next, but Centaur is not the hero that you're gonna let die because it's just way too tanky.
Whenever I see Fly going forward, I get stressed. Like, back, brother.
Very smart from MOUZ, what they're doing right now. They are in a aggressive positioning in the enemy triangle. The enemies don't want to go towards the top lane because that's not where the Broodmother generally wants to be. And now you're stuck in your base with an Aegis. MOUZ are reading the situation perfectly. And we talked about it, that their draft, it needs to be executed really well. Throughout this game, they've been doing it amazingly. What does Muerta want? A nullifier?
Is she going Nully? She is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Why?
I'm trying to think actually as well, like what spell is so important to get rid of? Perhaps Alacrity, because that is a pretty big deal if you put that onto Allnet, and he is getting strong enough that that's a concern.
But he'll have a BKB, so he won't care. He pops the BKB, then the Alacrity comes out. Of course, you can surprise them once in a fight.
Oh, Fly. Gets caught with the stun here. He did manage to go into the Mel Strike though, so they didn't have vision on top of him. Still, I don't know if I'm happy with this very aggressive positioning from Yakult's brothers, but they now jump in, looking towards trying to bring down Force. Do they have the damage to kill him? No, they don't just yet. Eventually, he does die as the Supernova gets popped by the rest of MOUZ. They will not let it go down on the ground. Now, Popoka has no way to stick in this fight. Gets right-clicked down by Supreme, and 3 heroes dead in the blink of an eye. What was the plan there, Harry Freak? Wait, there's no way that fight was going to go in their favor, was it?
Yeah, you're running into the enemies. You're running into their most tanky hero, being the Centaur. And sure, you killed him. He didn't even get his ulti off. It just goes to show that there was no chance in hell to win that fight. The only way you win that fight is if MOUZ runs to you into your traps. But they're not dumb enough to do that. They surround themselves with Sentry and they're golden.
Emo hoping to dive onto Allnet now, who got double forced off the way. So will not be caught by these Aether Remnants. If Emo was there just a moment sooner with the Aether Remnant, there could have been some potential. Allnet would have found himself getting Hurricane Piked, eating a lot of damage, but he gets out, he's safe. And MOUZ, yet again, just keeping control of this triangle. They will not allow Yakult an easy opportunity back into this game.
Now they're going to be looking towards the top part of the map. There's no more of that Aegis. They did take care of it in the previous fight. Now you're going to a part of the map where, again, there are no traps. And, you know, if Yakult's brothers are not set up with the way that the game is going right now, they have no chance of winning the fight.
Baboka dead again. What level is Baboka that his respawn is so fast? He's level 11, 27 minutes into the game. My God.
I mean, supports are low levels in this one on Yakult's brothers because they haven't been doing anything, and on the side of MOUZ because they've been following their course quite a lot. So it is to be expected.
To be fair, the degree of impact that you can get from the Clockwork and the Skyras just having level 12, I feel like I want more levels on my Phoenix and Muerta before I feel really confident about the game. I want to get to 15 on my Phoenix.
But, oh, speaking of Phoenix, he barely escapes. Narman and Force were hunting him down, but he does make it out to safety.
Finally, MOUZ bought a gem. I think maybe they should have done it even earlier, that they put themselves in a position where they could get caught by a lot of traps in an area and just die. But they've been pretty good with their sentry usages. They haven't been looking to find some wards. They've only been looking to control the areas around themselves and know they're not running into a trap. So now with the gem, it's going to be even easier because now you can move a little bit more freely around the map.
Immersion might actually die here. He does have a 4-star, keeping himself alive a little bit. And Emo wasn't there in time. Immersion playing such good Dota. And now he goes back in with the hook shot. Sets up for Zeal to get just blasted by that Mystic Flare. It's actually such a good sequence of events. Not only does he reveal where the Broodmother is by being in that area, because they use the silence onto him with the Orchid, there's nothing available onto the Skywrath Mage, and we still don't have a BKB for this Brood, so no protection against the blast.
Skywrath Mage now also has a Lotus Orb that is going to be delivered to him. He didn't even need to go for a Ghost Scepter in this game, considering how far ahead they are. He can get away with just going for the greedy items for the extra armor.
Fly. Sitting with the Mouth Strike. Nice dodge from Ulnitz, and now they just dive headlong onto Fly. Can they get him out of here? No, they can't. Dead with no buyback for another 60 seconds. And honestly, I believe this game is over. There's no tier 2 tower in the top lane to protect. They might just get full megas off of this one.
You know what? Today, MOUZ were the better team. If this was a best of 3, I'd put my money on MOUZ in the last one. In both of the games, they've been looking like they had a really clear idea what they needed to do. Their execution was solid. And because Yakul's brothers like to play it a little bit slower, it was a problem for them. They're going to call GG. Really, there's nothing you can do. You have a TA lineup that lost, that is playing against Mega Creeps 30 minutes in. You know that there's no way you're coming back from that.
MOUZ Esports come through, get themselves the W there. And they know I'm pretty sure that the conversation back in the camp between them is exactly what you're saying. Guys, that should have been our 2-0. Yes, we got that game. We should have won, but that should have been a lot smoother overall. Nonetheless, Yakul's brothers, just like yesterday, despite having copped a loss, they are all smiles, giggles in the camp, but man, they got shellacked. This actually might have been, at least on our stream, the most one-sided game that we've experienced so far.
Yeah. Okay, BetBoom, yesterday, the BetBoom team, they destroyed MOUZ and Talon. Really, those were closer games, but the ones that you and me have casted, this was the easiest victory for sure.
They pretty much got nothing done on the map. I'm still, in retrospect, looking at the itemization on this Broodmother. Like, the Orchid just didn't seem like it did anything overall. The decision for them to make that super aggressive dive after they killed Supreme and then go onto the Radiant side of the map, I don't know what was happening with Yakult. Hell, the decision to take this fight and dive Centaur first, it just felt very disconnected in general from the side of Yakult's brothers.
They got baited into early fights and then they got lost. And really after, I think it was the bottom lane where they decided, where they lost the fight, and then the gold lead went to 4 or 5k. I think at that point you lost the game, right? Because you're playing a TA lineup. This lineup with the Brood, it needs a certain amount of tempo. And this is, I think, the third game scenario that we're seeing a Void Spirit respond to an Invoker do absolutely nothing. So when our player is going to stop picking it, I don't know, but they should start very soon if they want to continue winning.
Yeah, I definitely do not want to see Void Spirit again. We also didn't really see much impact out of the facet that he took in this particular game with the Aether Remnant spawning on the Dissimulate. Maybe that, to be fair, the additional armor probably wouldn't have helped him out that much, right? Just given how overwhelming the damage output was from MOUZ. So the issue isn't the facet, it's just the hero, like you said. Like, Void Spirit's just not it, especially into the Invoker. And the worst part about this, bro, this was one of the games where he actually was doing really well in the laning matchup, right? Yep. He was even at the end of the laning phase and still got absolutely destroyed in the game.
It takes way too long, right? Let's say a Storm level 6, he can make something happen. The Earth Spirit, he can make something happen on level 6. Ember not really being that played that much, but around level 7, he's golden when he gets the level 4 Sleight of Fist. Void Spirit needs more. He needs like level 8, 9, 10. That is when this hero becomes super strong. And at that point, a lot of the mid laners currently that are being played are already doing quite a lot around the map. Also, regarding that facet, I think it could be good if they allow those remnants to last a little bit longer. But considering that they last just a couple of seconds, it's just not good enough.
I think also another thing that absolutely complicated this game for the Void Spirit is the fact that because he had to play into the Skywrath Mage, he only got his Manta style at about like 20 and a half minutes. So that's 20 and a half minutes that you literally can't show on the map. Every single time he showed prior to that, he just died instantly, right? So you're spending that much time effectively playing 4 versus 5. Your Broodmother went for this Orchid, a solo pick-off item, not necessarily a team item. So even by the time the Void Spirit can't do anything on the map, the team itself just never felt ready to actually play Dota together.
Even when you get the Manta, it is a 14-second cooldown on the Ancient Seal. So it's not like it's fine. Especially when you're behind, you cannot use the Manta, go in and kill the Skywrath Mage in just 10 seconds after you've used it. You're gonna be under threat again. And Void Spirit is this kind of a hero who likes to go in and out of the fights. In this kind of a situation, you can't do it even when you have a Manta, because you go out once, but the second time you go in, you're just gonna die.
So what do we think? Who's our MVP for this one? I want to give it towards Immersion. I feel like he played a stellar game of Dota on his clockwork, constantly getting vision, very good hook shots throughout the game. And he was the one early on putting pressure into the safe lane to allow Olnit to get some of that early momentum riding for himself. What about you? What are your thoughts about the MVP for game 1?
I agree with you. It's not only that, but everybody played really well around Immersion. I think it was his calls when to use the Stampede, when for DSF is supposed to go back, when he can play aggressively once again. You saw their coordination inside of the laning phase as well. He's going to the mid lane. The SF is pulling back. They see Muerta in the mid lane, then the SF is going back. That is the kind of info that he was also giving to some of his other teammates that helped as well. It wasn't only his performance, which was top-notch without any mistakes, but also the way that everybody else reacted to what he was good doing on the map that makes him just so valuable in this game. So yeah, most definitely my MVP as well.
Shout out to Immersion, getting that MVP for himself. For Yakov's brothers, you got another 1-1, but unlike yesterday where it's like, yeah, you were the better team in one game, the worst team in the other one, y'all stole a victory today. Y'all should have been 0-2 definitely on the side of Yakov's brothers. But MOUZ still managed to claim themselves the 1-1. More interestingly, though, we want to hear how they feel about this win and whether or not they think they should have gone 2-0. So we're going to be finding out with Force what's happening. Let's send it to Nat and Force.
I'm very lucky to have Force here joining me now in a best-of-2 format. When you go 1-1, it's a little bit up in the air. Is there still this sense of enjoyment because you guys were able to get a game, or do you maybe focus a little bit too much on the loss and it just feels whatever about going 1-1?
Probably don't really care if we win or not. So as long as we keep our heads straight, yeah, I think that's the most important thing, not caring about the games.
Well, how do you guys keep your head straight when something like game 1 happens where you're pushing high ground, it feels like you're about to close it out, and unfortunately you do end up with that loss?
Probably just tell ourselves that we suck, that's why we lost. So just keep looking straight, I guess. Like, aim for the goal to win.
Do you ever reflect back and go, oh, maybe it was a little bit of the heroes we were drafting, maybe something a little bit earlier on, or you really go, right now we want to look at how we're executing what we're drafting for ourselves?
I don't think it's like draft issue, but if it was draft issue, we would have lost like minute 20 or 10. Yeah, so I'd say that it's more of like buying the wrong item and like realizing too late that what needs to be done in the game. So that's what happened in the game 1.
Yeah, I mean, then you could say the same thing. You didn't lose in 20 minutes, which means you have the skills to make the game go longer. But the draft as well, you guys are picking up some unconventional heroes here or there. Which role do you think has the most flexibility right now in drafts and in this current patch?
Most flexible? I'd say support and like probably mid, because it's easy to like, or not really. I think it's offlane and mid that are kind of flexible in terms of like hero-wise, because there are like a lot of them that you can just choose and swap. Yeah.
Do you feel that you're having the most fun in offlane right now than you have in the other patches that we've had for this competitive year?
I'm not having fun because I'm not picking my Primal Beast for sure. Yeah.
All right, just let you get Primal Beast. That's where you're going to have some fun. Well, you guys have another series. It's going to be up against Tundra. I don't want to keep you too long, but just some thoughts about going into that series and maybe some goals that you have coming up against them.
No goals for now. Just see how, I guess. Yeah.
Maybe try to get that Primal Beast, keep expectations low. But either way, Force, thank you so much for joining me. We'll head on back to our casters.
Thank you very much, Nat. And I feel it's a little bit unfair, right? Nat is wearing red, I'm wearing
Yep.
red. Might have just been too biased towards MOUZ Esports in that situation, but the one thing I like about what you were saying there, Harry, is just they're focused on the next game, right? That's it. Don't have that many expectations. And I think that's a healthy attitude if you are a young team, and especially if you're a young underdog team in this tournament.
You're not biased, right? Because Yakult's brothers are they also have red colors. So whoever would have been in that interview would have been fine, right? So, but yeah, Forrest there showing that I think we got the read correctly when we said they're happy to be here. It is a victory for them, and they just want to go forward. I like that he is being that blunt when it comes to, okay, guys, we suck. Let's try to suck less in the next game. And it is very nice to keep the atmosphere a little bit chill like that, especially because we saw the disappointment in their faces after game one, but with a couple of jokes, maybe even cracked by their coach, it puts you straight ahead for the second game and for the second series that's coming up for them as well.
Yep, and they, of course, will be playing their second series in just a moment, taking on Tundra Esports. And make sure that you're watching the game, but more importantly, make sure that you are subscribed to the channel. If you're watching on YouTube, hit that subscribe button. If you're on Twitch, hit that follow button. And of course, catch up with us on Twitter and Instagram to know everything that's happening in the FISSURE universe regarding Dota 2. With that, though, Mr. Harry Freak, one quick word. We have Tundra coming up next up against this team of MOUZ. It's going to be a very interesting one. Before we go to a short break, just tell me one team. Who's winning? Is it Tundra or MOUZ?
1-1.
1-1? Let's go. Let's have another 1-1 day here in the group stages. So in the meantime, let us take a quick break. But it's not just going to be random adverts. We're going to be hearing from one of the teams right now. So stick around and let's see what they have to offer.
What up, guys? We are in the music club again. I'm Tall and I'm joined by Yakult's brothers. Hello, guys.
Hello.
You've named your team after your coach, so that's a huge honor.
We actually formed our team because of him, so he just gathered all 5 of us to form the team.
Oh.
So that's why we are his brothers.
Is he more of a strategic coach or maybe a spirit of the team coach?
He's like a joker.
Oh, so he's a funny guy.
Yeah, he makes us all laugh.
So what we are doing here, we are writing a music album of BetBoom Dacha. We have a helper, it's AI. His name is Tesla.
Hi.
So we will have to start with the genre, and we will have to pick one. What music do you guys like?
Japanese. He listens to Japanese songs. It's like anime songs.
Your genre is J-Rock.
So let's continue with the text. We will need some keywords. What about picking something from China?
Panda.
Panda.
Yeah, panda.
Panda is good.
Keyword Panda.
Good. You are the qualification winner. Was it hard?
Yes, it was pretty hard.
But you took the first place, so you are stronger than any other team in China.
Yes.
So let's pick up stronger word.
Sure.
Keyword Stronger.
I think just include emo as a word because it's like his name and it's also a expression.
Gotcha, brother.
Who do you think is the strongest character in Dota right now?
Imbalance Puck.
Puck.
Yes, Puck.
So let's add Puck as our final keyword.
Okay, sure.
Keyword Puck.
We are ready to generate the song. How many hours do you guys have in Dota?
15,000?
15,000. And what about the others?
15000怎么说
1万多吧。
Yeah, 15K, about 10K.
Mine is about 35.
35. Who do you guys consider being the most legendary player in China?
Maybe.
Paparazzi,
Maybe paparazzi.
because he cannot die on Haska.
And who of you guys is the most skilled player?
Emo.
Emo.
波波卡，波波卡。
On the lines, on your positions, guys, who do you think is the strongest hero at the moment? Starting with the first and going to the fifth.
影魔、乐器、飞机、水人。
哈斯卡 Stone 要你位置。It's okay， 就。Meeple, Haska, and Sniper.
Okay, so the song is ready. Are you guys ready to hear it?
Yes.
Let's roll.
Yakult's brothers, we're stronger than the others. Emo pond disqualifies, spamming puck is my desire. Yakult's brothers, we're stronger than the others.
Welcome back, one and all, to some BB Dacha Belgrade action brought to you by FISSURE. It's going to be a very intriguing tournament, and so far we've already seen some amazing games of Dota. My name is Sneh. I'm joined by Harry Freak, the hometown hero, aka Harry Kira. My friend OG, what have you felt about this game so far that we've seen today? I'm not sure if you've looked at any of the other streams, but has today changed your opinion on what this tournament should look like whatsoever?
Not really. I think it's still the teams trying to understand like how they want to play, with it being either new lineups or teams that feel like stacks. It is everybody trying to get to know each other in terms of performance, try to get better as much as possible in a LAN environment, because that is when you can grow the most. So I think I kind of have a similar view about the tournament that I had yesterday.
Well, one of the teams that, of course, has changed their outlook on how the games have been going. Yesterday, MOUZ unable to win a single game of Dota. Today, though, MOUZ has already been able to take down Yakult's brothers, get themselves a 1-1. But now the bigger test, they're going up against Tundra Esports, a squad that, you know, yesterday had a bunch of ties themselves, but the way they played some of those games, you have a feeling that once they can figure out exactly how they want to draft, once they're done with experimentation, this Tundra team feels like it can be really, really, really scary.
Yeah, they're going to be scary at some point, but it still needs time. I mean, when you look at the players, all of their players have a certain play style, and mashing that all together is not going to be easy, if at all possible. So if this team gets to their final form, they are going to be one of the scariest teams ever. But the question is, will you ever get there? And LAN environment, as we mentioned, is the best way to quickly evolve. The other one is bootcamp, but in a LAN environment, you can also test your ideas in a real competitive environment with all the pressure as well, and have more motivation to stay up late and watch all of those replays as well. So I'm looking forward to how well Tundra are going to evolve.
You know, actually, another unspoken aspect of why so many teams level up so much on LAN, it's like you say, you have that extra impetus to sit, watch the additional games, be in that environment. But also you have this really cool thing where you're surrounded by other Dota people, right? Some of the coolest strats and drafts that have come out, I guarantee you, happened over the breakfast table, you know? You're just there, you're chatting, somebody mentions something random, and you're like, hang on, wait, actually, we should try that. We should try that. We'll give that a look. So just being in this environment, the more lands you go to, the better it is for your team overall. So MOUZ, we need to see that from them. I want more of Game 2 MOUZ than Game 1 MOUZ. And the same is true for Tundra, right? I want Tundra to show me the Dota they showed us in Game 2 against Yakult's brothers. So maybe Yakult's brothers is the benchmark team. You need to get past those guys to show really good Dota. Tundra were able to do it in Game 2 off the back of the 33 Brood. So that man right there is going to be the guy to focus on within this draft as well.
Yeah, for sure. But he said it yesterday in the interview. You know, it is the start of the tournament, so they're targeting me. But once some time does pass and they see that there's other things that you need to be afraid of, they're gonna be banning some other heroes. And one of the heroes that you do want to ban is the Storm. And you asked me which one do I prefer, like first pick, second pick, or a side in this matchup. Considering that both of the teams are gonna be looking to pick their mid laners first, I'd be gunning for the first pick for sure, because that Invoker and that Storm, they're gonna get picked up. Puck probably just gonna get banned out every single time.
Yeah, Puck probably gonna find himself always getting removed, but Storm, opening pick Storm, we saw Laranov being able to perform with it yesterday. Now, MOUZ, we need to see what y'all have gotten in the back pocket as well. Supreme has already shown us the prospect of playing really well on his Invoker. I imagine he can do it again. And they have just now defeated Broodmother from the off lane, so they probably are going to be feeling confident enough to not make that a priority ban up against 33 going into this one. And what they should do, the hero they banned first phase in both games was Tusk. Ban Tusk, do not let Saxa have his hands on that hero.
Yeah, that's true. Though on the other hand, MOUZ might decide to pick the Tusk themselves, because both their position 4 and 5 are very solid Tusk players as well. So they might decide to go that route. Also, one other thing is that Narman plays a lot of Dark Willow. So you might just be inclined to let the Tusk through.
Yeah, let the Tusk through. We have actually seen some pretty good games on the Dark Willow. So it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if that ended up happening. But honestly, man, from what I've seen, you know, there's just certain hero player combinations where regardless of whether or not you have the counters in the game, you just ban it. You just say, we don't want to deal with this. It's like, why would you give Collapse Magnus, you know? If Xiaowei just chose not to give Collapse Magnus, they would have won TI. Sometimes you just got to ban it out regardless of how good the strategy is. I'm 100% sure. 100% sure.
Yeah.
Just ban Magnus, they would have won TI.
Okay, so once I create a time machine, the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna go back in time. We're gonna try to change it and see if the result changes. And you know, if you have watched that movie where a guy's wife gets murdered and then he creates a time machine, goes back, he just watches her get murdered over and over again in different ways, I'd say that it would just be LGD losing in all the different ways, and that would make you really sad. So.
If I saw the infinite losses of LGD, indeed, I would be depressed forever. Which movie is that one? That was Butterfly Effect, right?
I don't know what movie. I'm gonna Google it later on. For now, I'm gonna focus on Dota because if I get into that rabbit hole and I can't immediately do it, we're screwed.
Oh, you're gonna be spending like 5 years just looking up random movies. Well, fortunately, you've spent many years looking up random things about Dota, so that's where we're gonna be getting the best out of you here. We don't know, of course, who's first pick or second pick just yet, but I'm fully with you that whoever has first pick in this series is definitely going to have an advantage. And the thinking, though, will that trend hold true if it does still stay being like a first pick mid-hero meta? Wouldn't that just automatically make first pick a lot better in the game?
Not necessarily. For some teams, maybe. For the others, not so much. And if this meta continues, people are going to find solutions. As you mentioned, you're going to be sitting there in breakfast and thinking like, what do we do versus this first pick storm? And you're going to come up with a solution for sure. A couple of hero combinations that are going to help. We saw Skywrath Mage being picked up versus a Void Spirit. That could be done versus a Storm as well. So there are ways. There's more than 120 heroes in Dota, so you can most definitely find a way to counter one of them.
We saw Whiteman on screen just now. Yesterday, you and I were having a conversation about glow-up players, and certainly Whiteman has to be up there. When this guy was first emerging from C on like Geek Fam or whatever, if you would tell me that he is going to eventually go on to be one of the best supports in the world, probably wouldn't have believed you, but here he is demonstrating his capacity years on and becoming just more consistent as a player. I think that was always the big thing with him. Could he be as consistent as the other tier 1 players? And now he has that in spades, even and above some other very recognizable names.
I think that's in general the problem of Southeast Asia. They have a ton of very talented players, but the thing is that none of them are consistent, and it probably comes down to them not having really huge captains in the region. Scam would be one, and then I don't know if there's anybody else who's up there with him. So you don't have anybody to teach you that consistency, to teach you how to do what you're supposed to do, even when the game is going badly for you. So that's why they're having issues. And when somebody rises from that one with that much talent, obviously they're going to be one of the best in the world.
We're going to be seeing just how good he is in this game as we are now into the draft. Second series of the day. Tundra Esports versus MOUZ, and it looks like nothing has changed. Still going to be having
what happened there?
Happens. Overlay break sometimes. What can you do? These things take place. So far, the interesting thing for me is that MOUZ, they're still sticking to banning 33 heroes. Will they go for the full trio is the question.
Do you think that this Tusk is basically banned now, that MOUZ banned it and it just put it there, or did something completely break and we don't even have any idea what's going on now at the moment?
I mean, probably, right? It looks like Tundra's supposed to have first pick, so
yep.
It probably is the case that that's what happened, but we'll see.
Dire team pick.
Okay, we're getting a quick refresh. We're fixing everything. We're gonna be drafting off of sound right now because we did just hear the ban on the puck. A hero that we heard, Yakult's brothers, declare as absolutely broken. And if Emo was telling me a hero is broken, I'm going to believe that guy.
Okay. Nobody tried, or maybe somebody tried and failed miserably to pick up a lion or a shadow shaman, maybe even, right? That could help you versus a puck. So this is their response to a storm. Okay, it's not that big of one. If it's in the mid lane, the Storm Spirit will still win.
Yeah. Sand King, we don't get to see as much Sand King in the game. He's often banned out in this first phase. What do you think facet-wise for this game? Well, we don't know just yet how much he's going to need to defend these towers, right? So he can sit and decide exactly how that's going to go for the rest of the draft.
People just go for Sand Shroud now. Dust Devil was objectively stronger, and now Sand Shroud is objectively stronger, which is a bummer, right? It's very hard to balance out these facets where they're at least close to 50-50.
So we don't have a Tusk in the game. It was banned out by Tundra, but nonetheless, MOUZ still decide to remove this Dark Willow. No Muerta either for Soxa. So what's going to get taken out here? Clock is still in the game. Opening up for some Clock Shadow Fiend. We could still see some offlane bans coming in at this particular moment in time to try and limit the pool in general. But you could maybe ban Pango from the offlane potentially?
I don't know if Force would want to play it here. Generally on MOUZ, it was Supreme that was playing it. So considering his hero is here, you're not going to do it. You want to have an option for yourself possibly as well.
So they do indeed end up banning the Shadow Fiend from Tundra. So what's our first support of this series going to be? Presumably the Whitemon hero, right? Will come out here.
Probably a Clock. Probably a Clock, unless you want to pick like a Snapfire for Soxa if you're afraid that it's going to be taken away. Because right now there's no Dark Willow, there's no Muerta, and those are the two position forwards that people like to go for. But yeah, Clock is the safe one.
Get some vision across the map. We now have multiple sources of initiation. Strong laner, so we can pair that up with some Morphling, some Drow. Hell, it's Nightfall, so there's a non-zero chance he plays Terrorblade as well. You never know with that guy.
Yeah, it could happen. It could happen. But recently, the only player that I've been seeing playing the Terrorblade has been Satanic from Spirit.
Yeah. They won that game, right? When you was playing Terrorblade yesterday.
Let me check. Yes, they did versus Falcons.
Yes. Can't wait to see the final form of that Team Spirit lineup. But for now, what's your immediate response? We saw Skyreth Mage earlier on today. Is there potential for them to go Sky themselves? That way you don't have to worry about the silence into the Storm Spirit and you have the magic damage out onto the Clockwork.
Yeah, but it's not that great for you, right? Because the Sand King is going to buy a pipe at some point. Oh, Naga was left in. That's an...
Wow.
That's interesting one. I was thinking they might decide to go for something like a Phoenix, because versus these two, it's amazing. But the Naga Siren being in the pool, yeah, there it is. Some of the heroes are just being forgotten because you have to ban the other ones. This Invoker has become a staple pick and a staple ban, and obviously there's some other stuff. This is a deny pick from Soxa as well, and it does work well with the Storm. But I still want to see an even better pairing, let's say, for the laning stage.
Keeper of the Lights. So our first coddle of the tournament so far. Very nice to see. It was banned out once by Aurora prior to this. This is new stuff coming at us thick and fast. One thing that's interesting to me about the Naga, you know, you're mentioning sometimes other heroes gain priority and you have to ban them instead. The ones that used to be first priority bans to get forgotten. What sometimes also happens, and I've seen this, is like, you know when you have that hero that you have to ban first every single game, and then after a while you just sort of forget about the hero existing. Then somebody's in like third phase. They're like, hey guys, by the way, remember that Naga that was busted at TI? Why don't we just grab it now?
This is a really good Ember pick, though. You have very limited catch for him. The only downside is that the Storm wins the laning phase, but we already went through it. The Storm pretty much wins the laning phase all the time versus the heroes that are being played currently. But both the Naga and the Coddle hate versus this, and this is a position for Soxa on the Death Prophet, and he has played 2 games recently. The last one he played, I mean, I don't want to say anything, but it looks like he destroyed his items because he doesn't have any of them.
How do you know he didn't get robbed, bro? You know, some random, some bounty hunter was somehow able to leave the game, come and actually pick your pockets and take your items. Who knows?
Yeah, we'll see how it goes, but not a good look, Soxa, and it's on Dota 2 Pro Tracker. His last 2 games on the Death Prophet that he has played in pubs haven't been looking great. One is 1-11, the other one is 6-15, so definitely not ideal. But he does want to just go for, you know, your Solar Crests and items like that, maybe a Glimmer Cape if need be in this game. A Solar Crest would probably be better depending on which carrier you're going to have.
And when you're playing these heroes like Ember, Death Prophet, and I see the enemy team supports on Naga, Coddle, there's not that much like lockdown for me to stop me from running around in the middle of these fights. You're probably going to be committing the net onto somebody else, so they can make things complicated in terms of how MOUZ approach these engagements. But MOUZ did come back for the Medusa, making sure to ban the anti-mage, because if you're playing Medusa carry at Storm Spirit, you gotta ban the anti-mage. Illegal gameplay to let that in.
So what does Force want to play here? A lot of the heroes that all of the heroes that he plays in pubs are gone. He can maybe pick something like an Enigma. That's what he plays, but I wouldn't like it. So Pango, Centaur, those are the ones that do come to mind.
I like Centaur personally. What else is there from the off lane? Could they get away with the Brood here, actually?
You are very limited in stuns there. That could be a problem for keeping people in place for the Medusa to do the damage, especially with the high mobility that there is on Tundra. You can always get away with the Brood, but I don't think so. With the way that you want to play, I guess maybe you split push for the early stages of the game, and then once the Brood and the Medusa are strong, you go forward. Nah, I'd still want it to be a jumper.
Then, okay, if it's not a jumper, because the jumpers are MOUZ, Centaur, who else is left that jumps forward? Pango just got banned. So MOUZ, Centaur are the other jumpers that are in the pool. How about an anchor? How about we go pseudo catch, more anchorage, pipe buyer, give me Underlord here. Root against Sand King, root against Ember, root against the non-BKB buying, Death Prophet, pipe against 3. Yeah, I think Underlord, that's my personal preference here.
I like it. It defends the towers, helps him and the Medusa just stand there. You get to a point where the Medusa is unkillable. You have ways to use the Fiend's Gate to deal with the side lanes as well if you're pushing. I wouldn't hate it. With his Morphling ban, though, it's not giving me confidence for it.
Let's see. 20 seconds remaining until they have some reserve time, but we are now going to be getting the Force hero here. Unless there is some magic that he's running here, channeling Ice and playing this Coddle in the off lane. But it's highly unlikely that that's going to be the case.
Yeah, I doubt it. I doubt that's going to be happening. I still think the safest choice is Centaur. They go Darks here. Do they want to lane the Naga with this?
Maybe the fear was that they're going to go Doxier on the side of Tundra, and then you're giving them the Doxier illusion of the Medusa, perhaps?
Not really, because they need a carry, right? So, wouldn't have happened.
Carry Ember, bro.
Sure. That's not Nightfall style, though. So.
No, it's not. Definitely not.
You go Troll here? I mean, it is a two-way thing versus the Medusa, but it's not half bad. If you got a super farm Troll, it would be cool. I just don't know if that's something that Nightfall would want to play.
I could definitely see Troll. If we're just talking about like the carry-to-carry matchups, obviously Anti-Mage is gone, Monkey is in the game, Sniper is in the game.
You know what I like? But it's not a good carry-to-carry matchup. It's a Seeker. I like a Seeker. It destroys the Darkseer in the lane. You just use it destroys him in the game as well. You don't care about your illusion being there. You have a lot of pokes on your side, a lot of AoE damage, which is going to allow you to be super fast. Yeah, I wouldn't hate it at all.
Now that you mentioned illusions, I was sort of thinking Terrorblade, but now in the Darkseer, I don't want to play Terrorblade anymore.
Nope.
So that might have also been why they went for this hero, like deny him. Because if there was not a Darkseer, if it was a more standard offlaners, the one that we were suggesting, it would have been, except for Underlord, would have been pretty good for Terrorblade, I think.
So for me, it's SF Gyro, or you go the other side and just pick up a Bloodseeker. Those are okay, SF is banned out, so then it means that Gyro is left and he's not ideal. Go Ursa.
Ursa is pretty decent. You can build Diffuser Blade if you want to on the Ursa. Help you play it up into all nets. You don't have the most amount of lockdown in your lineup, right? You have the Burrow Strike, you've got Clockwork, you've got Searing Chains. The one common thing though is that looking at these heroes on the side of MOUZ, Nightfall during these disables can actually rip you to shreds if he's sufficiently farmed in this game.
Okay. You know the thing about Ursa in this game is that the creeps are constantly going to be in your tower. And Ursa is a hero with one of the lowest attack damages in the in the game. So that's why I'm afraid for Nightfall just not being able to farm enough. Unless you're playing super aggressive and Clockwork Ursa running into a Illuminate and Iron Shell is not going to be easy. So once again, whenever I see Tundra's drafts, I feel like they just always go for comfort over having a better draft than their opponents. So it's going to come down to gameplay. But draft-wise, I like what MOUZ have.
I think this is the second game in a row where we've looked at MOUZ's drafts and been like, yeah, we see what's being cooked up here. I will say that the one place where they really are going to struggle on the side of Tundra, these early lanes, doesn't seem like it's going to be the easiest to play into, especially like what you mentioned, the harass going into that Ursa. Obviously, they have a decent mid lane for themselves already for Supreme. That being said, in terms of high execution, right? If they're able to pull off this draft on the side of Tundra, it does feel like the mid game can feel very beautiful for them overall. And they should be able to, if they get to the mid game in a decent level, like they're not too far behind, and they take 1 or 2 good fights, they can start to like just snowball and overwhelm what MOUZ has on the map.
That is true, but I'm still not sure about this, right? I still think this Ursa is gonna have a really bad time. The Ember in itself is not gonna have a great time versus the Invoker. You're gonna do fine, but you're not gonna versus the Storm, sorry, but you're not gonna win that matchup. Yeah. And then in the off lane, if you also lose that lane as well, it's very hard. The 3 lanes lost or slightly lost currently in Dota, they don't really have to mean much. It's not like it was like 10 years ago. You lose 3 lanes, you lose the game. There's just so much on the map that you can still fall back on and be fine, but it's not a great way to start it off. So I'm really not sure about this last pick of Tundra.
Well, we're gonna see what they have got cooking in game 1. It's Tundra versus MOUZ. We are getting into it. Let's see, do we have anything strange in the department of our facets? Not really. Seems fine for the most part.
Yeah, pretty much. Recall from the Coddle, that's kind of what we see. So they're going to be everywhere on the map. Again, if MOUZ plays this lineup well, if they do everything right, it should be their victory, right? But it's not the easiest lineup to pull off. You need to delay a little bit. You need to get your auras. You need to shove out the waves. You need to be afraid of not being ran down. And that is where the 3 cores plus even the clockwork on the side of Tundra come in handy. And then you have this Death Prophet that is going to help you bring down the towers in the early mid-game and mid-game.
The one thing I will say, though, is this Sand King Death Prophet lane seems miserable to play into. It's like, wow, I don't really do anything to either of them, whatever. We get a 2-2 Bounty Rune trade at the beginning of the game, so we're going to be off to a nice, solid start. How long did it take our first blood in that other game? It was like 4.5 minutes or something? Was it 5?
It was 5.5. It was nighttime already. So the mid laners got their level 6s and then they rotated and we saw it.
Looks like it might happen a little bit earlier. Norman does get the blast back. Unfortunately, they have a blood grenade. Whitemon doesn't have the full duration left on the clockwork. So as the battery assault finishes, Norman is fine, and that's a
Is he gonna go for this?
Grenade. No way, dude. No way. That's a bit too far.
You're a Coddle who is not really that tanky, and tier 3s they tend to hurt.
Although, if it was in my games, definitely a Coddle goes for it. 100%.
I'd go for it. It's a coward move to run away. If you're starting to go for a battle, why run away? That's how it goes.
You know, normally in our games, all that's on the line is MMR, but when there's a few $100,000 in the mix, I feel like I want my support to just be careful, you know?
What are you talking about? I'm 100% certain that these pros get more tilted about MMR than on real tournaments, especially some of the cores. Supports here and there might not be the case, but it probably depends. But a lot of the cores, MMR is everything.
Yeah. Not just the number. And now Whitemon back in the face of Norman, trying to stop him from dragging this wave towards Force. Unfortunately, that is not going to happen. It's only level 1 clock. Does not have the power cogs, so Force is like, well, you tried your best, buddy, but these creeps are mine.
I really like that he got the boots on the clockwork. So what you want to be doing in this lane is constantly following the Coddle so that you make sure the Illuminates don't connect on your Ursa. If you manage to do that, then the lanes won't even be pushing all that much. So you need a lot of mobility for that to be the case. Perfect way to start off with the boots. A lot of the players would do with the Wind Lace and then still get some regen, but this is you being all in on that.
Supreme. In the mid lane, we yet again see a situation where the lane matchup that was supposed to be heavily dominant, not necessarily going that way. It's much closer than I'm sure Supreme is happy with right now. Larnoff is doing a very decent job on his Ember Spirit.
And so far, the Ursa is doing really well. They haven't been able to push in, and they might even get Narman.
Narman getting ran down by Whitemon, who has these boots available. And he is able to find the grab there. Very nicely done. You were mentioning how he started things off with these boots, and the impact that he's having in this lane is quite massive at the moment.
It's amazing, right? And I always get surprised by Tundra. You look at this lane and you think, yeah, you're gonna lose Tundra, and they always tend to find ways under in these weird lanes, under these weird circumstances to do well.
Saksa can't get the full angle through the trees to get to immersion with the Crypt Swarm. Might not have killed him anyway. And bottom, speaking of kills, this is where Ursa lanes become complicated. Once he has now hit this level 3, he's feeling very strong with the second point into the Fury Swipes. If you go on top of him and Whitemon is nearby, you're losing a ton of your health points in that moment.
Whitemon, all this time, he was just constantly sending his courier into the base and back, into the base and back. He didn't even allow him to heal. He got hit by the... 33? He's fine. He has the Healing Lotus as well. So he got hit that earlier where we wanted to see a dive on the courier in the tier 3. Or I wanted to see it. Saksa, is he dead?
Saksa.
Gone?
Yes. The damage from Omnitz, and now 33. He follow struck forward, so he has no way out. Immersion. Will he tank the tower for this? He doesn't want to really take the risk. He knows that there was a W available from 33 very shortly. In the meantime, though, the other side of the map, Larnoff and Whitemon combo together to kill Norman, granting the second death of the Coddle in this game.
Well, Larnoff playing this lane really well. He's even ahead of the Storm after that kill. Sure, it's gonna be close, but the Storm generally wants to get out of this lane with 200-300 gold ahead, and at the moment, he is nowhere near those numbers.
Yeah. It's Tundra laning phase. Looking solid, Whitemon. You know, it's weird to me to see a hero at 5 minutes that just has brown boots and still to call him the most valuable hero on the team. As Whitemon, yet again, getting forced inside the power cogs. This battery assault putting in mad work. Whitemon in general, just owning this early laning phase for Tundra.
And there's gonna be a courier bringing quite a lot. The Wind Lace, and of course, the Raindrop. So it's gonna be very, very hard to kill.
Dude, look at Whitemon. He's blocking the Ancient Stack. Dude, this guy. What a player.
He's doing everything right in the laning stage. It's beautiful when you see it.
Oh, top lane 33 almost died here. Gets the Borrow Strike onto the high ground. Dropped down to 29 HP. Will just deny himself.
Killing.
Doesn't want to take any risks that immersion will just run up, or worse yet, the Storm Spirit finds him.
That's still 26 seconds that the Medusa is not going to be threatened in any way. Her mana was already low, so you could say that you would have been able to at least scare her quite a lot. But now when you come back into lane, she's going to be back almost to full and will have all of this time to get everything he needs.
Look at Whitemon. Poor Force, he's in danger. Norman, does he have the blast available? They threw in the Blood Grenade already. Looks like Force should be able to get out of here. Psycho will have the Earth Shock in a moment, but the direction is not there, so Force will be fine.
And there's going to be another surge. Plus, he did have a vacuum all that time, so he did have a way to keep the enemies away from himself as well.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Whitemon is still being a nuisance, though. These creeps are granting him vision. He's not going to allow Force to just casually sit, farm these camps, and then maybe stack up some of these neutrals. He's going to make sure that he struggles for it. And now, speaking of struggles, Saksa might be struggling with his HP pool. Gets dove upon in the top lane by Supreme. He's made the first rotation of the game. And the Storm Spirit finally gets himself 300 on top of the Ember with that kill.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Things out coming, and you might know about that ward if you're Narman. We're going to see Lorenoff. Also very aggressive positioning. guess you want to kill the Darkseer once he comes back and contest this Wisdom Rune, but they will be there in time from what it looks like.
Man. A little bit of danger here.
Storm is coming.
These cogs. He's hoping to try and get the rune, and the rune does get taken by Lorinov. But now Storm Spirit, he's showing up, looking for some vengeance. They get the kill onto Whitemon. Lorinov does have a defensive remnant available to go to, and he gets the kill first onto Force before going on the way out. But now he might not have a way out. He gets grabbed back in by Supreme and gets hard punished for his greed to hold out for the secondary kill.
Yeah, it's not only the secondary kill, he took too much damage from the Ancients. There was a stack of Ancients there, and he just underestimated how much damage it's going to be doing to him.
Oh boy. Norman trying to chase down Saxa here. Saxa looks like he's all alone, nothing to help him out against this Ursa. So Saika gets the kill, Burrow Strike in the top lane. Immersion gets brought down by Saxa. 33. One right click away from dying from Ulnit, but Ulnit couldn't get him. I wonder if Ulnit was actually able to find the Mystic Snake with that last sliver of vision, if that would have gotten the kill instead of the right click, but Dota 2 happens fast. You have a split second to make the decision. What can you do?
It probably wouldn't have been enough, and he knew that he needed a hit plus Mystic Snake and then possibly even another one. I don't think so, but it was nighttime, so no reason to chase after you couldn't do it any longer. Saika having this good of a lane is huge. He made sure, or Whitemon made sure that Saika was gonna have a good time, and this does make this Ursa pick now a lot more valuable than I thought it was gonna be. I thought his lane was gonna be miserable, but Tundra make it work out well.
Trying to get rid of this Observer Ward.
Deny.
Doesn't manage to do so just yet. He pops in the AD rune though. They might be able to turn this into a positive fight. Norman falling quite low. Whitemon is chasing him. Whitemon will get this kill. And Lorinov hoping for more, but as soon as he sees the net come out, zips to safety. And yet again, Whitemon just putting pressure out onto Norman. If he had level 6 here, they probably would have just jumped onto Force, but a little bit too soon for the Clockwork to have that.
Yeah, though they did get 2 Wisdom Runes, so we'll see who'll get luckier with that one. On the other side, though, MOUZ, them losing the Wisdom Rune is not that big. Their supports don't care about their level 6s all that much, but Force, he does care. He's inside of these cogs. He's not going to leave.
Wall is down, but it does nothing. And unfortunately, we really don't care that much about these illusions from the Ursa. Without the overpower, without the enrage, just the Furious Eyes passive, meh, who cares?
Yeah, really doesn't do that much. It would need to be there and attack forever for it to really do a lot. That's one of the reasons why Ursa is sometimes a really good pick versus the Darkseer, because the only time that you're really afraid of the Darkseer is the laning stage. Later on down the line, you don't care much about it. You have the burst, you don't care about his auras, and your illusion is just not that powerful.
Yeah. Also, we saw the level distribution earlier. Sand King is level 8. This Force Darkseer is level 6, bro. They have just put mad pressure onto the lane, and now they're putting pressure onto Supreme. Can't get the kill just yet.
Sorry, regen. So he's gonna be back in action soon.
Yep. Indeed he will. He's gonna actually just go immediately to the top lane. He's in action right now, hoping to get this kill onto 33, and they'll ensure that it happens. So all action coming from the Storm Spirit. And if you at home want to make sure that you are a part of the action, please make sure to have followed the YouTube channel. Follow us on Twitch right here. Make sure that you're caught up on the social media as well, so you know about everything happening in the Fissure universe. What's happening now is that the Storm Spirit, he came to the mid lane, but he got himself silenced up. He didn't know Saxa went for the point. Oh no, the hard punish. This is why Saxa went for the Death Prophet. He's like, well, you all got Scarlet Mage previous game. We're going to get Death Prophet this time around. And unfortunately, Supreme underestimated how many levels the Death Prophet had available.
He knew about it earlier. They also used the Sleight of Fist Chains and the Silence, but it was just the 2 of them. Now with the Clockwork being in the vicinity and him being level 5, the level 3 Battery Assault does way too much damage. It was just Supreme thinking he was stronger than what was actually the case.
That's been the theme of today, right? Or just this tournament entirely?
Yep, there has been a lot of overextensions, really. From Tundra as well, right? Remember yesterday what they were doing with their Storm and Clockwork.
How can I forget? Many teams at this tournament have lost games that they should definitely have won, but right now Tundra 1k gold lead for themselves. Doing well on the map, but unfortunately for them, MOUZ is still finding the farm on their key heroes. This Medusa is sitting at the top of the net worth. Storm is finding his farm. And there is one hero that we haven't seen the impact from yet, but it is going to prove to be a massive issue going forward. This Naga Siren, man. As the game goes later and later, this Naga is really going to present an issue for Tundra to deal with.
And the thing is, with your song, you don't... How much mana do you heal? You don't heal that much mana as much of the HP, so you're not that great at helping the Medusa. But so far, this game is not good for MOUZ. Not gonna lie. Saika is gonna be getting his Battle Fury delivered right now. The mid lane tower is almost dead. Everything is working out for Tundra. Oh, that's so unfortunate.
Okay. Whiteman, a little bit of a mistake. Puts in the hook shot to connect onto the Ember instead. That was pretty funny during the Slide of Fist. You know, you love these Dota 2 interactions, but ultimately it doesn't really matter. They still get the easy kill onto the Scuttle.
Yep. You know, you can't even call that a mistake. It's just a dumb interaction that probably shouldn't work that way.
33 is farming these Ancients while the first exorcism of the game has popped down bottom. Or the second one, sorry. They used it earlier in the mid lane. And they're putting in that pressure. Tier 1 tower bottom will fall. Goes the way of Saika, while 33 is just farming this jungle. So this Bloodstone, not going to take too much longer from our Sand King here.
Not really. He's gonna have it fairly soon. And Supreme getting this Orchid, it really needs to change the game. And I don't think it will. Mid lane tower will be taken out. The only thing that it will change that Lorenov with his Ember won't be able to just stand around the mid lane and always survive. That's the only change. But overall, Tundra have gotten everything they ever could have hoped for from the laning stage.
What's interesting about this Ember, yesterday we saw this exact same matchup, and the Storm got Orchid well before Ember had any items, and Ember was forced to go first item Mules just to play the game. But Lorenov already has Mage Slayer available, so definitely not going to feel too tough about this. Supreme reaching forward. They want to find a kill onto somebody. Only Saksa is showing. He gets himself silenced up. And they should be able to find this kill. Allnet with the Gorgon's Grasp. And the final right click will grab the kill. Okay, that is definitely something. And they need to turn this into a tier 1 tower, though. They cannot allow Tundra to regain this particular portion of the map.
MOUZ had to go for a play like this. That is why they were focusing so much on it, because you lost the tier 1 in the bottom lane. If you allow this tower to stand for a longer period of time, Force is never going to be able to completely control this lane. Thus, your map will get significantly smaller for the Medusa and the Storm. And then if only the Medusa is getting the farm, you're not going to win the game that way.
Did you see the build-up on the Medusa? She's going for the Bloodthorn next after this Manta style. What do you make of it in this game?
He sees that there's going to be damage issues on his side. We already witnessed one game, and it was Tundra playing at that time of a Darkseer. If he's not having a good time, that the rest of the team suffers because he should be bringing a lot of the damage. So now with this, with the situation as it is at the moment, you need to be able to kill people quickly.
Speaking of kills, they might have been able to bring down 33, but they didn't have reveal on hand at that exact moment. So unfortunately, a wasted situation. Supreme immediately gets the dust put into his inventory. They want to make sure that next time that doesn't end up happening again.
He was hoping to just pull him, and then his supports would get there with the sentry. But if you don't get the pull off, then it's really taking too long. And this is such a good smoke. With Ursa having a Blink Battle Fury, this is a perfect game for him. He's going to slaughter them.
Blink Battle Fury on the Ursa. We've got a Mage Slayer on this Ember. We just finished the Bloodstone
Medusa
on
not
Sand King,
here.
so they are very, very strong. Medusa not really in the area. They missed the slide chains. Immersion will be the one caught, and they pop the song.
Sleep.
They need to get out of here, but at the same time, they're diving the Sand King, but they can't find the kill. They missed the vac wall there. Medusa drops the Gorgon's Grasp, potentially going on to Lorenov. They are fighting underneath the tier 1 tower here, as Immersion will get killed off right now. Force, Burrow Strike from 33 ensures that he is held down. Norman in danger as well. He gives some mana to Supreme, giving the chance for the Storm to escape. As the Storm does do so, but nonetheless, the other 3 heroes are dead. And immediately, with the Ghosts going and Ursa feeling very strong, it's almost like an open invitation into the Roshan pit.
Ember Spirit also finds an illusion rune, which is huge. He wants to get himself a Yule Scepter, but until he does have it, he's gonna have these illusions to protect him from the Orchid, and that's gonna be the Aegis. I'm loving the no hesitation from Tundra. Remember a previous game where I said, oh, they should be shoving out the side waves right now. Tundra, they don't hesitate at that. They go Roche, Lorinov goes mid, takes the rune, shoves out mid, instantly Ursa goes bottom. They understand when the enemies are dead that they can get away with anything, and man, it was so obvious that that fight was gonna go badly, even when the Naga got the sleep off, and there was a chance that even that doesn't happen.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the vacuum wall was only targeted onto the Sand King. The rest of the heroes were able to just stand their ground, and yeah, just not the fight that they needed in that moment. Aegis now sitting on Psyker. He's building into his BKB as well, but we sometimes do see these Ursas, once they get the Aegis, decide to hold off on the BKB, buy the Basher first. In this game, there are multiple sources of silence, so he might choose that instead. And now they're jumping directly onto the Supreme Storm. And he gets silenced because the dead cannot speak. Back to the fountain with you. Tundra will not be denied on this map.
I just looking way too easy right now for Tundra. Really, when we look at MOUZ, this is not a state of the game they want to be in. They should have won the laning stage. They were the ones that needed to be ahead. They were the ones that needed to hold their tier 1s while maybe they didn't have to take the enemies, but they needed to hold them with the Medusa. They never got to that point, and there's now the Diffusal on the Ursa. He smells blood, and the Medusa is no longer going to be a tanky hero.
I'm glad he skipped the BKB, but instead of going for the Basher as an aggressive item, the Diffusal makes so much more sense. I mean, I was mentioning it in the drop that he can build this item, but he's just decided, you know what, let me just completely ruin the game of this Medusa. And Saksa now hoping to ruin the game from force. He almost solo killed him. Lorinov will come in to render assistance. Lorinov, bro, let him have it. Lorinov, bruh. Come on, dog. Saksa did all the hard work on that one. How are you going to deny him that kill?
Because you're a dirty mid laner. That's how you're going to do it. And as a dirty mid laner, of course, you need all of the kills.
All right, Ghost now being caught by Saksa. Oh, hook shot directly onto the Storm Spirit. He's rooted in position as well. Power Strike will be there, and he gets killed off very far from his BKB. At the very least, they are able to escape with this coddle in the trees. However, Tundra, everywhere on the map, cores cannot stay fighting, and especially the Storm Spirit. It feels like so many of these games, we've seen these clockworks specifically targeting like your Puck, your Storm Spirit, making it their mission in life to deny them a game of Dota.
Okay, this Bloodthorn is not gonna be coming out anytime soon, and you need the damage. At the moment, Tundra are aware that they cannot die. They still have an Aegis for another 2 minutes. Without the Exorcism, they're not looking to take down towers. They're looking to murder, and that's why they're even gonna be diving from time to time. Very aggressive positioning. And when the enemies can do this, and you have no response, and you really don't, you are screwed.
To make matters worse, they just picked up a Pipe of Insight on 33. So the damage that right now, right, because Medusa is not building into like a Daedalus, she's not going to be building into the Butterfly. Between Coddle, Darkseer, Storm Spirit, all of their damage is going to be magical for so long in this game. So this Pipe is going to... The increase in effective HP for Tundra, honestly, I think is verging on like 60 to 70% just with this Pipe being picked up.
If you could see the win probability, I would assume it's very low already. Okay, 37%. I am very much surprised about this because this MOUZ lineup needed a good laning stage. They would need to get themselves very late into the game. I guess Dota Plus always doesn't favor teams that don't have that great of a pushing power. And other than the Death Prophet, everybody else sucks in that department.
I think it also favors, there's certain heroes, right? Spectre, Medusa, Luna, Morphling, and there's one other one that I'm forgetting. But anyway, these heroes that like, whenever they have high net worth in the game and they haven't been completely shut down, Dota Plus always gives you like a very strong chance to come back into things.
Nice silence from Supreme, but he needs to get out. Okay, well.
Lorinov will steal away his own Wisdom Rune. Immersion will now song and get out. The question could you ask, couldn't he have song, stolen and gotten out? But Lorinov was very clutch with using the Yules just before the timing, making sure that play was as difficult as possible.
still thinking about what MOUZ are to do in this one. For now, they're doing what they can. Shoving out the waves, you have the Coddle, you have the Darkseer, you can delay. There's no doubt about that. But very soon Tundra are gonna be hunting even more, and poor Force.
Oh, poor Force. Can Force be allowed to play Dota? Like, seriously, Whiteman, what did this guy do to you, bro? Force trying to run himself away right now, gonna get slowed down by the Rocket Flare, and here comes the Death Prophet. Can they catch up in time? Force, this is the second time in this game he's been forced to drop a wall just as a way to defend himself, and it's not gonna be enough. He gets caught by the Atos, held in position, Psycho with the Earth Shock. Now that one I don't mind. Carry players stealing kills, okay. That's just winning Dota, what can you do?
Okay, so it's not only dirty mid players, it's also dirty carry players, and we have one of them in this cast who says that it's fine.
Yeah, that one's fine. That's a game-winning move, bro. Giving your carry all the kills, game-winning moves.
Exactly. I agree with you wholeheartedly. You are right, Snare. That is, it's not gonna be destroying team morale at all.
No. If your carry player is happy, everybody's happy.
Okay, that I can agree with. The Medusa does have a Bloodthorn, but you need to find a way to utilize this. So, considering that you're good at shoving out the waves, I guess you would want to do it a little bit more. This is going to be fairly obvious from the side of Tundra.
They're coming for this right now. All of Tundra. Everybody except for the Ursa is nearby, ready to fight. This is one of the few opportunities that MOUZ could potentially catch them by surprise. 33. Chilling in the sandstorm. He's gonna get himself silenced. They jump in from Whitemon. He's creating space. Ursa is coming on the way. Can they get this kill in time? They can. The Bloodthorn proving its value right there. Lorinov also coming in on the back edge of the fight, hoping to save Whitemon, but he cannot. Whitemon killed off by Allnet. Saika, him and Lorinov don't really want to be here anymore. As a zip forward. Oh, they see Saika. They're catching. They force the BKB out of him. And they'll definitely take it. That's the 9-second charge from Saika that's not going to be going where he wants it to in this game.
9 seconds from Saika, 9 seconds from Supreme. That was the timing that MOUZ were looking for. And Tundra, they thought that they were tanky enough. If you have a way on a Sand King to remove the Bloodthorn, sure. But without it, it was definitely a mistake to stay there. The other 4 heroes cannot kill you. But with the Bloodthorn being there, the 5 of them just smacking you over that increased damage, you will die.
Okay, some signs of life being shown by MOUZ right now. This Medusa still remains the most farmed hero in the map. Lorinov going for the Shiva's guard right now. Man, Shiva's with the Mage Slayer Yules. How do you kill this man in these fights?
Yep, the Yules is the most important part, and we can probably expect some Lotus Orbs to be coming out shortly, unless, of course, the Sand King does want the Yules. But if you want to get a little bit greedier, then the Lotus would be a way to go. It's just such a good Lotus game. But yeah, I guess it's just easier to buy Yules.
Looks like, is this Medusa going for a Silver Edge? I saw she just bought the Blade right now.
Yes.
Yeah, that is indeed the case. Silver Edge into Skadi. Okay.
He's playing some pseudo Clinks with his with his Medusa, and I like it, right? Because at the moment you really don't have that much kill potential on anybody else other than you, so you need a way to farm fast and to be able to move around the map undetected. This is the way to go.
MOUZ, 11k net worth deficit, but they still command all of their tier 2 towers. They haven't lost an insurmountable lead on the map just yet. And with this BKB now available on the Storm Spirit, they could potentially surprise Tundra, which is what they're attempting with the smoke. Little do they know, though, that Tundra coming back into them as well with a full Shiva's Guard available on the Ember Spirit. Can they reveal it? They see 33 now as he stingers onto the lane.
Okay. He's not gonna die that easily.
He shows first, Shiva's out onto Force, forcing out the Guardian Greaves. They Yules him up into the air as well. So now Force gets jumped on by Saika. He does drop the wall before he dies, but will it be enough? They're getting out of here because Allnet has popped in the Stone Gaze and they froze up Saika. Saika needs to leave. He's turning towards Norman, able to burst through this Keeper of the Light, but at the same time, here comes the Storm Spirit. Supreme and Allnet, they have the damage, but 33 has even more! Epicenter on absolutely everybody, and they rip through MOUZ. It is a 5-for-2 wipe. What a team fight. They thought they were winning. They had the Ursa down, but they forgot about the power of the 33 Sand King.
So what happened there is they used both the Orchid and the Bloodthorn on the Sand King. He uses the Yules. At that point, you've probably lost the fight. Sure, MOUZ, this was their timing. This is where they are strong. Their Medusa is incredibly powerful. But when you use two of your items just for nothing, look at this. Okay, there it is. Double silence. Yule up. At that point, the fight is over, right? It's just won't go your way.
Yeah. It looks so good though, right? They get the Stone Gaze out. You're thinking to yourself, guys, we've definitely got this, but this turnaround, man. Oh, absolutely perfect.
At that point, it looks awesome but you've used up all of your resources. You don't have anything else to fight with. So if there is a big turnaround like that, you don't have silences, you don't have BKBs, you don't have a way to counter-initiate once 33 goes back in.
The patience that 33 was showing from the edge of that fight was impeccable. And the thing is, he's been doing all of this without Blink Dagger. He only now picks it up off the back of that fight. So now he has Blink, he has Pipe, he has Bloodstone. This hero is a very, very tanky, and they're gonna go for this Roshan fight, but MOUZ don't want to let them have it. They're already smoked up, they're already on the way. They know how crucial this could be. Olnit, he got Shadow Blade, but he's been scouted underneath the Sentry Ward. He needs to get himself back. Lorinov trying to head on into Norman, but Olnit, he has no mana. The Stone Gaze will save him for now. And Immersion does have the song coming in behind him. Where is the Coddle? Coddle, we need you, bro. We need the mana. But 33, yet again, Burrow Strike onto the whole gang with the epicenter. 3 are dead in the blink of an eye. Even the pause for good measure. He wants MOUZ to savor just how badly he screwed them in this fight.
I think that just the game started crashing and the PC started lagging. That was the case because there was way too many things. Vacuum Wall, Cogs, and then the Epicenter Burrow Strike, all of them at the same time while the Ember is dancing around. Even the best of PCs are going to have issues there, and Saksa gets pushed out of the game. But this is the thing. In this fight, MOUZ, they were just 5k gold more behind than they were in the previous one, and now we see a big difference. Plus they showed the Medusa a lot earlier. The Ursa was able to get on top of her with the Diffusal Blade. You get her super low. He needed mana, he got it for the Guardian Greaves, but the Chakra Magic was lacking. And in this game, you want to buff up the Storm, but I think every single Chakra Magic inside of a team fight needs to go towards the Medusa.
Yeah, absolutely, without a doubt. I think this also goes back to something you were mentioning earlier about, because of how Force's game has been going, he can't be the one that's showing first because he just dies too quickly. All of a sudden, his spells are down. So now, who else can make the leading charge, right? Narman would die immediately, so would the Immersion Naga Siren. So they're kind of forced to run with Olnit, hoping that he can survive long enough to get off the ultimate, but it's unfortunately you're too far behind. It becomes too hard at this point. Now you give up another fight, yet another Aegis towards this Ursa.
Yep. He's gonna have it. They did find Force. You have a Yules. There it is. He is not gonna be getting out of this one alive.
Oh, no. He tried. At least got the vacuum onto the high ground, but the fact that they could do this while still having 2 heroes in the Roshan pit taking the Aegis sort of tells you exactly where this game is at.
And look at where the waves are at. Lorinov is already running towards the bottom lane to make sure that wave gets pushed out as well, meaning that MOUZ, they cannot go for a play. First, they need to deal with the waves, and whilst you're dealing with the waves, there's a good chance you get caught as well.
We're also seeing throughout the game the big difference between the support duo on the side of Tundra relative to what MOUZ have. Before we discuss that difference, though, make sure that you do not have a difference in your subscriptions, because you make sure you're following us on Twitch and on YouTube to ensure that you are abreast of everything that's happening in the Fissure universe. Go check out the social media as well, so you know about next year's tournaments.
That was so clean from Lorinov. Just getting all the hate there on the bottom lane. And again, Tundra come in with the same problem of their lineup. They're just not that good at sieging, so they're probably just gonna be running around trying to catch out MOUZ. I think at this point, if they are just running and trying to get kills, they don't even have to ever give a big team fight to MOUZ. They're gonna be winning the game. It is those big team fights where MOUZ could come back into it on the back of a Darkseer, a good Stone Gaze as well.
The more I see this Clockwork, especially relative to this Naga Siren, like the degree of impact that he's able to have, how many fights he can start, I feel like It has to be now Storm Tusk Clockwork. This can never be in the hands of Tundra, no matter what.
Yeah, and then you have Doom, Visage, and you're already up to 5 heroes, which means that they're gonna be getting one of them.
Honestly, I would rather deal with like 33 Zoo than like this absurd amount of initiation that's coming out of Tundra right now.
I don't know, man. It is scary. He showed us what he has with the Brood yesterday. I'm not so sure about it. I'd rather deal with his Sand King. I'd give him Sand King every single time because with the Sand King, he is just as good as some of the other ones.
Hook shot onto the Storm top, but they don't manage to find that kill. It's fine. It's a-okay.
He seems to have an Arcane Rune on the Storm Spirit, so that is another way for MOUZ to feel a little bit more powerful in fights. Ulnet, he's saving for buyback, or is he? I think he should buy an item. In a situation where you're 20k gold behind, you need, and his career dies. So he buys that for nothing.
Oh no. Okay. Aurora strike from 33, able to catch out onto Norman. And this Coddle, he's just gonna try and waste some time, but he knows what's up. Yules out from 33, Barrow strike in 2 seconds, not even needed. And they do secure the kill. Mega for 33. What are you supposed to do right now? What's the game plan here, Harry Freak? If you're the ghost coach, how are you instructing them to win the next 5 minutes of the game?
What I don't like for the Storm is that he's going for a Hex. I think going for a big AoE fights is the way to go. So you get a Shard on the Storm, you get an Aghanim Scepter, and you hope with the Vacuum and the pull that you're going to be able to kill multiple heroes in a fight. At this point, focusing on one target with your Orchids and stuff is just not going to work because they do have ways to protect themselves with all of the Yule Scepters. Even the supports have ways to keep themselves alive. So that is the case. You go for teamfight. That is the one thing that is left for you. You have the Shard on the Nagasarn. If you see a bad initiation or a good initiation from the enemies, you reset and you go in. That is probably the best approach that I could advise to MOUZ right now. And they can delay the game enough to get to those key items because, well, you have Darkseer, you have Coddle, even the Storm. All of these heroes are very, very good at shoving out the waves.
Well, they're going to have to demonstrate that prowess to us now because we already have this mid being shoved in. Although Storm is doing a decent job having them run across the map. We have seen some teams playing some Rat Dota over the course of this tournament, and Supreme, oh my god. What? Norman just comes in on top of Supreme right now with the
give him
recoil, and they gave him some mana. We'll end up dead for this one though. I don't know about that move. I feel like they could have just both retreated. Like he had just enough mana to TP out.
You don't want to retreat. If you just TP out, you go back to the base, it's going to be hard for you to get into that position once again. I'm okay with this death. None of your tier 2s are dropping, and that's it right now. It's a game of delay. Tundra are going to be searching for kills. Now Ursa is probably a little bit mad that he doesn't have a basher because that would give you a little bit more catch around the map other than this disperser that you're sporting.
Tundra, we're hoping to catch this Darkseer as he TP'd out. They don't catch him, but that does mean that the Sand King is not here for this one, and they know this. Now they're making this jump onto this Death Prophet. Exorcism has been going for a while. Tier 3 tower at half HP. They're reeling in the DP. The damage coming from the high ground, and Ulnet able to take down Saksa. A holy base, that's a lot of gold for a position 4. And the Medusa will be very happy to claim it.
I mean, they are 20k gold behind, so it is normal for every single one of the heroes on the other side to be worth quite a lot of money. That was Tundra just being greedy. Your lineup is good at killing people. You need to be itemizing to kill people over and over and over again, and then the structures are just naturally going to fall. So them forcing the issue here was pretty much unnecessary, especially because MOUZ can get on the map so easy. Storm goes somewhere, then the recall, the Coddle connects, so he can bring in some other people as well. It's not that valuable to push them back to the base, is it?
Ulnet needs to be careful. Lorinov might come across him right now. Ulnet, he needs to, will he pop the ultimate is the question. Does he have it available? We'll throw it out. He needs to get out. Where is the team? The song is coming in from Immersion, and there's no BKBs. But the thing is, will Ulnet be able to TP out in time? No! Whitemon makes sure that that is impossible. Jumps on him. 33 with the double stun, Saika with the double kill, and Medusa without buyback for another 70 seconds.
Now you can push, right? So this is what their lineup does. It applies pressure, chases around the map, and at some point somebody's gonna slip up. There's the slip up that you were looking for. And once again, it's around the 35-minute mark where, other than the laning phase and right out of it, MOUZ have been understanding well what they need to do, but around this point in time, in game 1 in the previous series, they also lost focus and died, and, well, it happened again.
Whiteboard MVP, no matter what.
Yep, for sure. He's the one that made it all happen. All the things that happened after the laning stage is his doing. He's the one that set his Ursa up for success, and then he is always in the right spot, still doing everything that is needed of him to secure some of those kills for his teammates.
Saika out here, Disperser, BKB, Blink Octarine. All that's remaining really is the Abyssal Blade, and this hero, I mean, he knows for a fact that there's no butterfly from the Medusa. It actually looks like he's gonna go Refresher. Not really concerned. And now, Force gonna end up dead to 33 and Saksa yet again. They've just been making his life a living hell.
He's level 13, and 33 is level 24.
Oh my god. Wait, what?
Oh, he's 14.
He's the lowest level in the game, dude.
You lost the lane that you shouldn't have lost. That's how it's gonna go. Storm is shoving out one side of the map, and you have to allow the Medusa to get the other one. So there's nothing left for this Darkseer, and even the farm that you are getting is by using the Iron Shell.
Also, they did a very smart thing on Tundra. Always, as soon as they won the lane, they were constantly encroaching in the triangle, denying any space for this Darkseer to farm. And they will lose the clock top, but Saika and Saksa happy to let him go, because look at this. Pressure being applied towards the tier 3 bottom. And little do they know that there's actually no TPs back right now. There's only 2 heroes in the base. Had they known this, they definitely would have just taken the tower.
The idea here from Tundra, what they want to do is get the glyph, and when they saw that MOUZ is not going to be doing it, they understand that they're most likely going to die faster than getting that tower, and so they'll bail. You don't want to give the Ursa away, especially not when the Roche can be up. We know it's going to be in a minute and 20 seconds, but Tundra and MOUZ, they don't have that info.
Lane of Rax completely taken away. Saika now also gets himself a Mind Breaker. We do get an aesthetics cap onto the Ember Spirit as well. And at this point, MOUZ needs to just get out the base. We need to just kill some camps, man. We need the tier 4s ourselves. We cannot allow them to dictate exactly how good they are.
Everybody has a shard on Tundra. They're going for a smoke. This is the last hurrah. They will give a team fight to MOUZ, but let's see what MOUZ can do about it.
He's the one that's standing at the front. There's a Burrow Strike coming in on top of him here. Saika there too. And they pop the song. What is going to be the setup here? Force, can you make this happen, my friend? They get the net out onto the Ember, but he immediately goes in with the Yule Scepter. Allnet being focused by 33. The Burrow Strike will be out on top of him. Force able to at least get the vacuum back onto the clock, but that's all he finds. 33, though, being dragged in by Supreme. Allnet wants the damage. They find him. 33, though, buys back immediately. Allnet in danger. He doesn't have Stone Gaze anymore. The right clicks coming out from the Ursa. Ursa gets the kill. They follow that up with Supreme's life as well. And MOUZ, they can do nothing but flee with the Darkseer and the Coddle, as all these heroes that they need for the damage have already been taken away. The Courier actually scouted this Darkseer, but they have bigger issues to worry about. Roshan is up. Ursa just picked up an MKB right after the Medusa board Butterfly. So there's just feels like there's just no hope left in this game here.
And he's gonna have the Aghanim Scepter as well. The reason why they won that fight when the Storm got into the fight yet again, wanted to go for the Ursa, is because the Enrage came back off cooldown. Now it's gonna be even lower cooldown for Saika if they give him the Axe. So they want 33 to just murder everybody. Okay, that's gonna be more fun for us to see, but I think it would be safer for the Ursa to have the Axe.
No. The most fun Aghanim Scepter is if they give it to the Ember Spirit. That's the really enjoyable one that I would love to see, but it's unlikely.
Tanking got it. He has those, I think he got the 10 epicenter pulses. Yep, so his damage output in fights is gonna be dumb. He can solo the entirety of the enemy team.
Saika Running forward now. There's 2 lanes of racks that they still want to claim. He's just heading onto the high ground. He knows that they're at the point where even if they do have buybacks, neither Medusa nor Storm want to commit them with a few seconds left until respawning. By the time they're ready, looks like the racks might be gone. Storm's already jumped in, but 33 immediately with the counter engagement. Supreme forced to pop the early BKB, but Allnet, he's there with the Gorgon's Blast. They're fighting inside the vacuum wall, but they just don't have the damage. He's already forced to commit the Stone Gaze here. But as soon as this is down, Tundra will be happy to re-engage. They come back in, 33 with the epicenter. Look at the damage output. They've already killed off the Naga Siren. Force held in position, killed off as well by Lorinov. As the rest of the lineup falls and crumbles around them. It's only the Storm and the Medusa left, but what can these 2 heroes do against all of Tundra's power?
You get a shard on the Naga Siren thinking that you're going to be countering the big AoE damage and it doesn't do anything.
Did literally nothing there. Lorinov, they try to vacuum back into the fountain. Supreme goes outside with the Vortex. He uses up into the air, buys himself a little bit of time. Gorgon's Grust doesn't catch him. Lorinov is out. Now they engage back onto Supreme. They get the Burrow Strike out on him. And they pop the Glyph, yes, but they're just going to use this time to murder your heroes instead of murdering your building. They kill the Medusa. They force out the call. GG, well played is there. And Tundra Esports will not be denied. And they end up bossing Game 1 in this best of 2 series.
They played better Dota. The thing is, MOUZ, it seems that when the game is a little bit slower, when they have time to think, that they have very good ideas. But when they are faced with overwhelming individual skill as well as speed around the map, that is when they have issues. And this was just a schooling from Tundra, from the laning phase. Throughout the game, they knew exactly what they needed to do. And once you got to a point where even team fights are going to go in favor of Tundra when they were that far ahead with all their Yule Scepters, with all the ways to deal with the items of the opponents. They got themselves the victory. But once again, I really like what MOUZ did, going for that Bloodthorn, understanding what they need to do. Having the item choices from MOUZ are generally very, very good throughout their showing in the tournament thus far.
My big thing is that just in retrospect, the ability for these supports on MOUZ to positively impact the game was just so much less than what we saw from Tundra. They don't have like this clock, a task, or just any instant jump type of hero. So, you know, whenever in Dota, you're forced to be responding to the plays your enemy makes instead of being able to make those plays yourself, I feel like the game just becomes impossibly hard. As time went on, it felt like only really Supreme could go in and try to make something happen. Every other time, they were just reacting to the moves of Tundra.
Yep, and he thought too small as well. He went for that Hex, which sure, it did give you a couple of pickoffs, but when it came down to big team fights, you didn't have that big AoE lockdown to help Ulnit, to play around Ulnit for that matter. Because imagine if they would go for the Medusa and then you have a sleep, you jump in, you pull them all in, maybe his damage output would have been good enough.
Yeah. Very tough game. Oh, there's Whitemon. I think that actually just sealed the game right then and there. After that, it felt like absolutely impossible, but this is the actual final fight. And this is a little bit unfortunate, right? Because you can see a world where if they had 5k net worth spread across the team, this fight could have been a lot better for them, but they were just too far behind. Like, Saika just running around in this fight completely free. Look at this Ursa. Not worried about anything that they have to do against them.
You have no chance to commit on a hero and kill it, so you have to go in and out. And with the Medusa lineup like that, if you are this far behind and you cannot just stand your ground, you are ultimately going to be losing those fights.
They did their best in the end on the side of MOUZ, but way too much in the tank for 33. Way too much damage from 33. Just look at that. I feel like the last 3-4 fights followed the same route, right? Where MOUZ would find what seemed like a good initiation, get some damage on the supports, bring the Ursa down to like 70%, 60%, and then immediately here's 33 jumping on you, and everybody dies. And there's a reason why he ends the game with 26,000 hero damage on the Sand King. And you would imagine that would put you in pole position to be MVP, but nah. Boy, Whitemon, right there on the clockwork. Yeah, guys, MOUZ, don't let this happen again. Do not, by any circumstances, allow Whitemon to play Clockwork ever again.
Yeah, he just understood what his role was, mainly in the laning stage. I think after the laning stage, if Whitemon just went and stood in the fountain, his impact would still be good enough. Because you look at Nightfall with 12 and 1 on his Ursa, with a lane where you could have gotten a very late Battle Fury if you had problems with the CS, but he didn't have any problems with the CS because Whitemon, in terms of items, in terms of approach, starting off with the boots, which we rarely see on a position 5, almost never even, he does it. He secures the lane perfectly, and this Ursa has the freest game of all. With him being going around hunting, it allows his teammates to get those Yule Scepters, counter the Orchids, the Bloodthorns on the other side, and from that point onward, it just looked easy for them.
We should also put a little bit of a shout out onto Laranov in the mid lane, playing what's supposed to be a very tough matchup, Ember into the Storm Spirit. He comes out the lane in very decent fashion. You know, they were even for the most part. And then he's the one making the critical rotations on the map. Yes, the first one did come from the Storm Spirit, but rotation 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, all of them were coming in from this Ember instead. So really good performance coming out of Laranov. 33 as well. I really liked his itemization. He's like, wait a second. If I go Bloodstone Pipe, how would I just not die? If I'm not dying, we have practically much more damage than them in these elongated fights that they don't have a choice but to take because they don't have the burst to kill us. And it turned out to work amazingly for 33. Like, you know that one fight where he turned around with the 3-hero Barrow Strike? If he has a Blink Dagger in that moment instead of a pipe, he probably dies in the first round. But he does have a pipe. He survives, turns the entire engagement around, keeps Tundra in the mix, and gives them a very, very solid victory. You know, some of the other victories were... I don't think as comprehensive as this one. This one just looked very, very clean in every respect of the game.
Yeah, and not a lot of teams would have pulled it off. I still like the draft that MOUZ had, right? It's just that Tundra seemed to be so good, especially in the laning stage, in unfavorable matchups, having these great ideas on how to approach it and make the lanes go their way. And if the lanes didn't go this easy, I mean, you saw that Medusa, even when they were 10k gold behind, they almost won a fight. Even when they messed up and used the double silence on the Sand King, he removed it with just one Yule's usage. Those kind of things show you that MOUZ had a chance in that game, even at that point. But it was just the performance of Tundra that made this all happen.
Well, Tundra now one game up in this particular situation, but the series isn't over just yet. And before we get into the second game of the series, all of you at home, make sure that you are following the channel. If you're watching on YouTube, hit the subscribe button. You're watching on Twitch, hit the follow button. And of course, hit us up on Twitter and Instagram to follow BB Dacha, follow Fissure, and be aware of what's coming in the next season of Dota 2 action. For now, though, we are going to be taking a very small break. Snare and Harry Freak will be back with more Tundra versus MOUZ and to see how this day unfolds here at BB Dacha Belgrade, and we'll see you soon. Welcome back, one and all. We are here for some more BB Dacha Dota 2 action brought to you by FISSURE. My name is Snare, and I'm joined once again by the Super Saiyan Serbian. It's Harry Freak, my brother. Game 1 went the way of Tundra. Game 2, before the second game of MOUZ versus Yakul's brothers, I asked you for advice. What does MOUZ need to do? They followed that advice. They won the game, right? So put your coach brain back on. Tell me, what is the secret to unlocking Tundra and defeating them for the second game?
After what I've just seen in this game, I don't know. I really don't know. I think they had a good setup in terms of their tactic. It's just that Tundra played really, really well. Tundra tends to, yesterday they did make some mistakes that put them in a position where they can lose the game or they lost the game, right? But with this kind of gameplay, MOUZ cannot win versus them. I think 10 out of 10 games that Tundra would win. The outdraft like that is not going to happen. That is going to change the discrepancy. So I would, again, go for the same approach. Allow the Sand King to go through. Don't pick the Sand King. Give it to 33. You are much rather to deal with that than just get completely overwhelmed around the map. But maybe, just maybe, get rid of the clockwork. It might just be that these comfort picks on Tundra are making them unstoppable.
I actually went back to check the stats in between the games, right? And so far, Whiteman has played either Clock or Tusk in every game that they've had so far, and they've only lost one. So maybe it's worth looking at it and be like, yeah, we shouldn't allow that to actually have a spot in this game. It becomes too difficult to deal with. I do also think that, like, relative in the support duos, one team has Clockwork, Death Prophet, you have the Naga Siren and the Coddle, right? In terms of activity on the map, how many active things you can make happen does become a little bit difficult. So I feel like I want to see them ensure that they actually have active supports going into game 2. And I want you at home, I want you to ensure that you are following the channel if you aren't already. Hit that subscribe button, hit the follow button, and please, please give power to MOUZ to ban Clock and Tusk up against Tundra Esports.
Maybe the smart approach would be, if they have a first pick, to ban out the Clock, ban out some 33 heroes, pick up a Tusk, and then go from there. I know that Lorenov is then going to get a Storm Spirit for himself, but I'd rather deal with that than some of these. I think mid lane in general shouldn't be a problem. It's the side lanes where you think you're going to win, and then it is just because of the very good plays of 2 versus 2s that Tundra get ahead. That is what you have to be aware of.
Okay, there's hope. We're entering our second draft right now, and they have allowed the Invoker to go through in the first phase. Tundra immediately snapped that one up as the Lorenov Storm is banned. They banned the Shadow Demon, you took out the Doom and the Sand King, but they got the Clockwork. We're making some progress. We just need to make sure we ban Tusk as well, but we're on the way. Maybe you don't think like you want to ban Tusk. Hey, we've got Clockwork. We can just wait for this guy to roll in. But we have seen them defeat Clockwork with Tusk. Just ban it, make your life easier that way.
Or pick it. You have that opportunity as well, but I don't really like that they got rid of the Sand King. It was a problem in the previous game, but MOUZ have shown that they can somewhat deal with that problem.
They really have. It's like something that we can sort of address in some fashion, but maybe they saw the Clockwork and they've seen Clockwork Shadow Fiend together so often that it just makes it easier to just ban it out one time.
Yeah, I guess that is the case. And I mean, sure, you can deal with the Sand King, but 33's performance on it was top-notch, not gonna lie. Even though you messed up a little bit with your item usages onto the Sand King in particular in some of those fights, and then you forgot about him completely. It is, he still did everything right. But then again, he's gonna do everything right with any hero that you give him, so that it takes away that point for banning it out.
I love how stressed you always sound when you're thinking about how to deal with 33.
Because I don't
almost
know,
like
man.
you're in the game itself.
It's always cool to find ways to deal with somebody. It's always cool to see a team do it. And if you would put me right now in their situation, I would be very much stressed, right? He's a very tough player to deal with. I think he has been at the top of the offlane game for too long now.
Yeah. Might have to send Amar to deal with him or something. As getting into our second phase now, they did indeed ban the Tusk out from the MOUZ side. What else are we going to be seeing from them? Presumably, right now, what do we pick up? Our offlaner? So that we get to hide a little bit of information, or do we go for our second support heads up?
Do you have a mid laner that you would pick? It's probably the safest to just get the other support, get the Muerta, right? Because if you don't play the Muerta, then it's a problem because Tundra are gonna get it.
Okay, they'll come back for the Naga Siren.
Don't...
Moon does not seem worried about this whatsoever. He's already chuckling. I don't necessarily like this duo together. Talk to me about it. What do you make of this? What's the rationale behind going for the Naga here?
Oh, you might have to pick up a Darkseer now, to be honest, because these two supports there's one thing that they're lacking quite a lot, and that is the damage. So I think the idea might be get people who can shove out the waves, get that very big carry, something similar to what MOUZ did in game 1 versus Yakult's brothers. So that could be a way for this support duo to work.
Let's see, Tundra. They have some options for supports as well. They can still go for their Hoodwink that we've seen them play before. We have Muerta available for them.
Tundra Esports.
And they will go for the Muerta. As you mentioned, we get some silence going, some damage, some scaling. Feels like this Muerta hero, the more and more I see of it, honestly, the more and more I like it. I'm like, yeah, this feels very nice to be playing into.
Yeah, especially because some of these players who are playing it are really specialists. Saxa probably at the top of them all, but anybody who's been playing the Muerta thus far has looked amazing. Plus, Invoker Tornado into setup of the Calling is very, very strong.
Here's a hero that we've seen being banned generally in the third phase. But now it comes here, the Bristleback. It could be the off lane for 33. Could be the carry hero if he wants to. Either way, I'm looking at these two supports, Naga and the Clockwork. And if I'm Bristleback, I'm just like, okay, cool. I'm not really too concerned about them whatsoever.
Naga has decent armor, so maybe you're going to be sending her to that lane. And Bristleback tends to have a lot of movement speed, so the Deluge can help you in that regard. Naga is not the worst support to have versus him.
So now what the question is, Force was speaking in his interview about how he hasn't really been allowed to play his Primal Beast. Honestly, I really like Primal into the Bristleback, but I like it if you have a hero that can go on the other side. So
but it's
Primal
banned.
Morph, Primal Weaver, is it banned? Oh, it is.
Yeah, every single time versus MOUZ, you're going to see the Primal Beast banned first phase, because both Supreme and Force split, and I've seen Force solo win games with this hero.
Yeah. So now what? What is the option, guys? How do we deal with this BB? It would have been nice if we picked Hoodwink and we had the break already. Are we now starting to think about having to put this Viper in the mid lane?
No, you cannot go that route. You cannot focus that much on the Bristleback, especially with there being a chance of it moved to a 5. Whitemon does play a 5 Bristleback as well. So at this point, you just get something that's going to be staying away from him. Some magic damage, something that's going to slow him down. There's a lot of options. It doesn't have to be a break and kill him.
Okay. They are taking advantage of the fact that Tundra doesn't actually have the best lockdown in the world right now. Get this Queen of Pain who can move around. This is damage that can get through the Pierce the Veil. And it's a hero that can jump to the other side of the Bristleback, push him back with the Sonic Wave deeper into the rest of the team.
I think MOUZ now are kind of lost. They understand with these two first picks, they put themselves in an uncomfortable position. Now they're just thinking, oh, we need some damage, Queen of Pain. Oh, we need some more, it's going to be Timbersaw. But it's the type of heroes that can be dealt with. Right now, you can ignore the Timbersaw and just focus on killing the Queen of Pain, or you can pick a very strong lane versus the Timbersaw and deal with him that way.
10 seconds remaining.
What are you thinking? Like Ursa, Monkey? One of these two?
Yeah, those two come to mind as solid possible solutions. Maybe even the gyro. Gyro is another one that can help for sure. Gyro Luna, not half bad.
There used to be a point where Luna like literally made the Timber Saw like lane unplayable. It's not as bad as it used to be for Timber. Can still play around, but it used to be so bad. But they go for the gyro. That'll give them the magic damage that they need. It's so funny to see these Timbers like posting up, thinking he's so strong with reactive armor, and you just press Q and run around him with the movement speed facet on the gyro.
Afterburner,
Really
right?
Yeah. Afterburner, yes. I almost said horsepower from the Centaur, but afterburner. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we all want more horsepower, and that's how we live. There's the ban on the Medusa. The side of MOUZ, they need a carry, but the thing is, the Tundra could still put this Bristle back on 5, and I'd be completely fine with that, and just get something on 33 that's gonna be allowing you to control this Queen of Pain even more. That'd be nice.
I certainly would like that.
5 seconds remaining.
Is there a
And
5?
also
Team ban.
Crystal
Is there a 5
Maiden.
that's better? Crystal Maiden?
Crystal
Crystal
Maiden,
Maiden's actually really pog. Crystal Maiden's really good here. Crystal Maiden could work. I could see, if they were a bit more adventurous as a team, I could even see them going like for some Warlock. That could be pretty cool. Like Warlock, Gyrocopter, Bristleback. Unfortunately, there's no lockdown though to allow all the damage to come in, but in principle, it could be very interesting.
Something that Whitemount plays a lot, which would demolish the Timber Saw, is a Witch Doctor, but I doubt they're going to go that route. So if they're going to be picking up a support, I think it's either Lion or a Crystal Maiden. And with all of these bans, you might have to. What would be left? A Brood, not necessarily all that good, especially with MOUZ having the last pick.
10 seconds remaining.
What else is left from the offlane?
5 seconds.
That 33 plays.
Enigma.
They said he played 7 heroes.
No,
right?
it's not
Enigma's
there.
gone. Pango's gone. Doom is gone. Brood is in the game.
Only
Visage is
Brood.
gone. Beast is gone. Yeah, it's only the Brood, yeah.
Only Brood and this Bristleback that has already been picked.
Tundra need to decide because they are going to be picking first out of the phase. So what bans are they going to be going for? As they looking for a big carry here. We've already taken out the Dusa. What other big heroes are there? Morphling is still in the game. Drow and Luna are still in the game.
Morphling would probably be the best one, because you're lacking a little bit of damage and it deals with the Muerta quite well. Not half bad versus the Bristle Leader.
Turn to pick.
Yeah.
But I get rid of the Luna.
Personally, I would like Morph because you also get to have Flag Cannon from the Gyrocopter. And that can like increase your damage output in that way.
For sure. The thing is, you don't have a mobility hero, so I guess early on, it's not good to turn into anybody.
Yeah, definitely not.
I think you pick
do
up
we-
a support right now, CM or Lion, because I don't see a hero for 33.
Unless he's going to be showing us some new tech, giving us something we have not seen before from Neta, and it's going to be CM, all right? More standard thing, I mean, CM Gyro, classic crazy lane, roots very good into the Timber Saw. We get some mana regen across the board, which is very good for Invoker, very good for Bristleback. And before this, it didn't really have that many good teamfight spells, but now at least you do have Freezing Field as well.
So it's gonna be Morphling, yeah. The thing is, Ulnit has been losing with Morphling in pubs quite a lot, and that is what scares me. So you might not feel as confident. But it was undoubtedly the best pick out of them all. I don't have much faith in MOUZ. I know I said 1-1 and I'm flip-flopping right now here, but I really don't like their first two support picks. They put themselves in such an uncomfortable position. I do like that they're putting Norman on the Clockwork, and Immersion with his extra armor is going to be laning versus the Bristle, but I'm still not impressed.
It's very interesting to me how the meta has changed since TI, because at that point, it was almost like, I got Naga, guys, don't worry about it, we'll sort this all out. But now these supports seem to just thrive a lot more if they can do stuff, be more active, not just be shoving out waves. And yes, the hero is still amazing at doing that, but the team play feels much simpler, much more straightforward coming in from the side of Tundra here.
And the other side doesn't really have that much AoE damage. Let's say like there was a Sand King in the previous fight, in the previous game, and then when there's an epicenter, you just use your ulti with the shard and you completely counter that spell. There is nothing like that this time around. And once again, with you having the Invoker, you do have that long range spell to cancel out the TPs even when you're trying to escape with the song. So if you look at Tundra, they have ways to deal with everything that MOUZ has cooked up for this game.
Oh, MOUZ though. Many times they have been counted out before the game has gotten going. They have been regarded as the massive underdog. People were placing massive bets against them against Nigma. They won. The same happened against them in OG. They won. I presume the same is happening now against Tundra, but this is their opportunity to prove that they are not to be trifled with. I must say, Immersion had himself a tough game. You know, it hasn't necessarily been the easiest series for him or the easiest day, really. However, let's hope that this game goes better than the previous one. It's just, I don't know if Naga is that hero anymore, you know?
It's okay. Their draft isn't really all that bad. The reason why I don't believe in them is because I liked how Tundra played the first game, and I think that this time around the draft is around 50-50, maybe slightly in favor of Tundra, and then I don't have much confidence in MOUZ, but they have shown that they can pop off sometimes. Supreme with this Queen of Pain, you know, there are some games with the Queen of Pain you just start killing everybody, and the supports of Tundra are quite squishy. So if you do get to that point where this Queen of Pain is incredibly powerful, if you kill the supports of Tundra a couple of times and get a relatively early Ags, it can work.
The only problem I have with that is that this Queen of Pain, the two supports you want to be jumping on and killing, you're going to need an Orchid, definitely, in this game. Otherwise, one of them roots you, one of them silences you, and there's follow-up from the rest of the crew. So I really hope he plays that. You don't necessarily see that much of the straight Orchid rush on the Corps nowadays, but it might be necessary. If not that, at least like an early Yols, BKB, some way to get out of these very annoying spells from the supports.
He's gonna have an early-ish BKB. I don't think this is necessarily an Orchid game, because if you are getting Orchid, then you're jumping first and you want to go for a kill. You can't do that. You jump for the Muerta, the Crystal Maiden freezes you and you die. So what you need to do is utilize these two supports that don't really have that much damage, but have the tankiness and the vision to provide you to always be in a good position and always do the max amount of damage needed to bring them down, right? So you don't do it by jumping into their faces. Rather, you allow Narman and Immersion to find them, and then you do the dirty work in the damage department.
We'll see if they're listening right now to you, fam, because we are into our second game of the series. Tundra already up one game up, but MOUZ trying to make this 1-1 and grab their first win so far in the tournament. Mid lane, Lorinov versus the Queen of Pain. We've seen Invokers pretty much win every single matchup he's been a part of. Will the same reign true here in this co-op matchup?
Pretty much. The Queen of Pain can come out even, but I have a very hard time seeing her win this lane. So it is gonna be a wash in the mid lane, and as Invoker gets more and more in terms of levels, he's gonna be burning more and more of that Queen of Pain mana, thus getting further ahead.
Bottom lane, we see Allnet here up against 33. Saksa, of course, has a support Murta. Immersion yet again reprising his role on the Naga Siren. Not really much you can do to the Bristleback in that lane, just have to allow him to do his thing. With the Muerta supporting him, there's, no way you can stop him from farming.
Your job there as a Naga is to, if they're diving your Morphlings, slow them down and allow only to get as much CS as possible. So be a bit of a sponge on the side of Immersion. You have a decent amount of armor. That's about it. That is your purpose.
What is my purpose? You soak damage. Oh my god.
It really is a bad situation to be in, but for the time being, that is what Immersion needs to be doing.
Supreme so far doing okay in this mid lane. Him and Lorinov are tied up. And in the last matchup, Lorinov found himself on the position to get himself drawn in a losing matchup. We'll see if that same can happen. And now bottom, they're going on to Saksa. He stepped up a little bit too far forward, but Supreme has already solo killed Lorinov. Saksa may just die himself as well. And he will go down. One more right click from Immersion. At the same time, This big kill was the mid one. Solo kill from Supreme onto the Invoker of Lorinov.
Yeah, he started trading with the Queen of Pain, and now that lane is going your way. So last time around, you are not winning the matchup that you should be winning, or it's going kind of even. This time around, the Invoker was the one that was supposed to do well, and you managed to kill him. Something that should never happen, but mistakes do happen, and we talked about Tundra. They've made quite a few of them yesterday, so with those kind of mistakes, MOUZ capitalizing on them, it can allow them to win the game.
You know this new Invoker that has like the absurd amount of regen? Since they made the changes, I literally don't remember the last time I saw Invoker getting solo killed middle.
Yep.
Supreme doing the most amount of work he possibly can here. Beating him in CS, got that first blood, chilling with the bottle. This is the kind of thing you want from your mid laner if you're on the side of MOUZ.
Well, they're pulling the Bristle back into the tower. I don't know if you want to do it, though.
Olnitz flying a little bit close to the sun, but he's alright. He's okay. He's okay.
Yes,
He'll shift. He's got some one charges. Yeah, he'll be fine.
The problem is if you lose this flag bearer and you don't get it, that is a lot of gold that will be taken out. Okay, nice done by Immersion.
We haven't spent much time talking about this top lane. As Whitemon, of course, supporting up this gyrocopter. Supreme just came bottom to pick up a bounty. Just wanted some free gold. Lorinov will take away the water rune in front of his face. And Supreme doesn't have that many one charges. He might have enough just for a blink, and he's gonna use it. He's out, he's fine.
He needs to go back to base. It is a bit of a bummer when you need to do that during daytime. You want the nighttime bonus movement speed, but no luck for him.
I still don't know why they made that change.
Dire's courier has been killed.
I'm
Surely
not
you
sure.
move slower at night, right? Because you can't necessarily see everything, so you're gonna be more cautious in your movements.
Maybe they wanted to, because smoking during the night is not ideal if you don't have vision. So maybe they wanted to give smokes at night a little bit of a more of an incentive for teams to go for it rather than just always save it for daytime, because you can get from one side of the map to the other quicker. Maybe that was the reasoning behind it.
Why then? I would have preferred if they made it like, if you're smoked at nighttime, you have like, I don't know, plus 100 bonus vision or something.
Sure.
Middle lane, Lorinov being aggressed upon again, and Narman, he made his way towards this mid lane to ensure they find the kill. Saksa showed up, hoping to bring down Supreme. The calling silences him, Deadshot pushes him back, but there's not enough levels. They cannot provision the damage. Supreme gets away, and Lorinov dies again.
Whitemon changed his target there for a second, went for the Clockwork, and when he did that, he didn't have the Crystal Nova for the Queen of Pain. It would have been close, but maybe the Queen of Pain dies if they just put all of their focus onto her.
Now she doesn't. She gets to go back to base, replenish her mana and HP. And the thing is, because they got that kill, she's not really missing out on the Invoker, like outstripping her in the CS department in the lane. She'll be back soon enough as the wave is approaching the tower.
And he does have the ulti now, so another rotation like that from the supports catching the Invoker, and you're going to be able to kill him once again. So from this mid lane, they can make a difference, and now they want 33 dead.
Yep. They're going to make that rotation to the bottom lane. Sonic Wave committed right now. Waveform to the other side. And one of the reasons I love seeing Morphling against these bristleback matchups, you just waveform, and then suddenly it's in a very awkward position. Which way do I turn? Towards the big bad Morphling or the rest of the crew? Top lane. Force getting aggressed into by Tundra. Got hit with the Frostbite. Damage coming in from Psyker, but with the Timber Chain through, he's A-okay, gets himself to safety.
Lorinov, he is rotating possibly for the Wisdom Rune and has been found.
Yeah, they know where he's at. They don't have a dust though, so they're not going to be able to reveal him easily. Should be able to walk away.
Yeah, he's fine, especially because the Sonic Wave was down as well. Though they've killed him without it as well. In the end, it is just going to be a trade in terms of Wisdom Runes. But one thing that MOUZ really needed in this game is a very strong Queen of Pain. This is the start that allows you to win it. So Supreme, you've gotten everything that you needed to give this victory to your team. Now it's up to him.
And he did the right thing, right? The fact that he made the first rotation towards the Morphling lane, giving him that little juice in the network department as well. Make sure that Allnet can have more maintained presence in that side of the map. He can get more farm. He gets closer to his timings. Now Supreme has done everything right, and now middle, Laranov in danger of dying to Narman, but does get off the cold snap at the last second before he gets caught in the cogs.
Narman is already level 5, so he should have level 6 at a decent time. It is also the Timber Saw approaching level 6. He has it right now. Next rotation of the Queen of Pain could very easily be towards the top lane, because now it's not only going to be her that's going to be doing massive amounts of damage, but also Force as well.
Immersion? Looking for the ensnare out onto Laranov, but Laranov gets away with the Ghost Walk. And because this Timber is now at the point where he's not really killable anymore, they can sort of leave him by himself in the top lane. Morphling is safely farming around the wells and that bottom area, so he's chilling. Things are honestly looking quite up for MOUZ, and they even smoke towards the top side of the map. If they can find this gyrocopter, it's Whitemon. Oh, Psyker! No, he went forward. Supreme there with the Sonic Wave. He's inside the power cogs right now. Force shows up, throws in the Chakram. He is dead for sure. But Supreme, he might end up dead because Saksa came in with the perfect turnaround, got the calling out. They silence and kill this Queen of Pain. Still though, Force in the vicinity. Laranov wants to make sure that this Timber Sword does end up dead as well.
Another Frostbite is coming.
He was thinking about chasing towards Whitemon. Whitemon! There's no Frostbite because the Queen's Crystal Maiden ends up dead. Oh my goodness, Force.
There was no vision. No vision. He doesn't have a ward. They're pinging. There's a ward here. There isn't one. Force is just way too good.
Oh my, and he might go back in right now. Narman has shown up to render some additional assistance.
Why not?
Saksa getting himself slowed down right now. There's a battery assault coming in after the silence, but no, the mana burnt away by Laranov. Tornado in onto Force. Force falling low. Whitemon respawns, gets the Frostbite in, and Force will go down. MOUZ, yet again, they flow. They get so close, but just cannot get these Tundra heroes over the edge.
The biggest problem is that your Queen of Pain died. Sure, Force losing his life there and him being overly aggressive. That's a problem, but the Queen of Pain is the one that you're hoping to have a great game. And Supreme just getting turned around upon is a big deal. You need to be careful. Sure, that was a cool play, jumping in and pushing the gyro towards your Clockwork with the Sonic Wave, but you have to understand that Whitemon is a problem for you.
Yep. Gonna end up losing out onto our Clockwork. Whitemon throws in the Freezing Field, forces them away from the spot. But now, with no Freezing Field available, Force feels very strong, jumping in onto Whitemon. The Tornado holds him back, but he Timber Chains through it, gets the kill. Very nicely done coming in from Force in that situation. And Supreme picks up a shield rune and decides to dive forward. Force is still playing very aggressively behind the tower. Sonic Wave goes in. Laranov will die. And it's a double kill for Force right now. Yeah, he died in the top lane, but still demonstrating how strong he is on the map overall.
Okay, Supreme now, I think he recognizes that it is the Crystal Maiden that is his main issue. So he's telling all of his teammates, kill the Crystal Maiden, I got the other ones. And that is most definitely the case, especially when he gets more points in the blink. And he's now at 3 points. Next up, it's going to be the 4th one, and he's going to have so much mobility without the CM. They're not going to be killing him.
Yep. Well, the game is going to slow down for a second, and that gives all of you at home an opportunity to head on over and follow us here on Twitch, follow on YouTube, and ensure that you're caught up on social media as well, so you know everything that's happening of the future epic tournaments from Fissure. Mid lane, Immersion showing his value as the Naga Siren, bailing Supreme out of danger. And this Queen of Pain will be fine.
He's going to be okay. While this is happening and while they're applying pressure in the mid lane, the Gyro and the Bristleback are farming. The Bristleback is stacking for himself. He's gotten to the top of the network chart, so we can expect that Aghanim Scepter to be coming out fairly soon. 1,300 gold, and he's going to have it. So during this time, when Tundra are just farming, when you want your Ags on the Bristleback, Ags Crystallis on the Gyro, you are not getting enough of a lead to justify this, allowing them to get it. So MOUZ, they're going to be needing to kill these cores in the side lanes as well.
They're probably waiting to finish off this Dagon from Supreme. Then I would not be surprised if they try to make a rotation at that point. Mid lane, Whitemon was trying to take away this regen rune from Supreme. Instead, he doesn't just end up dead. That's gold that's probably going to go towards furnishing that Dagon even sooner.
Fast move towards the top lane, but they were spotted by that ward, so the Gyro is going to be A-okay.
They even brought the Morphling over for this one. They don't want to take the chance that Tundra is lying in wait to try and make a big counter move. So tier 1 tower should be secured in the top lane. Some more space for Force to play around with on this side of the map.
And we can assume that they have enough to defend the one on the bottom lane on the side of MOUZ. The Morphling can go back through the twin gates as well. The only question is, do you think you can? I think before this Bristleback gets an Aghanim Scepter, that you probably do have the power to defend this tower still.
Looks like they might just decide to sack this one because they are aggressing mid instead. So Tundra will get it, but the first TP will be from Norman. Has hookshot in a second. It's up online right now. Who is he gonna find? The TPs need to come before the hookshot gets thrown in. And the rest of the team is walking down, but they're not gonna be here in time. This tower is gonna get taken away.
Up and they're under enemy vision, so you lose the tower in the end. And it's weird that they allowed that to happen, considering that they finished the Dagon on the Queen of Pain. So Supreme's damage output is insane, and his survivability has gone up quite a lot as well with that item.
They all smoked up with Immersion and Supreme. Down bottom, there's a Muerta, but the big target is this Bristleback. That's who they really want. They have vision of him now. They just saw him. This ward by the twin gate. They know exactly where he's at. They see Saksa. They know that he's here as well, but they don't want Saksa. They would much prefer the Bristleback, but doesn't seem like they'll have this option. Saksa goes down, 33. They see him, but I'm not sure about the wisdom of chasing a Bristleback all the way onto his side of the map while they're still at tier 1. And it feels like MOUZ also questioned that wisdom, and they'll let him go instead.
Especially now with his Aghanim Scepter being there, he would have been able to murder all of them in a narrow passageway like that. So just let it go and try to take this tower down. The thing is, I think you can't. Tundra have 3 of their heroes here, and the one that was dead is back. So Saksa will be able to help his teammates as well.
They're immediately aggressing. MOUZ content to vacate this area. They do have vision now of Laranov because he revealed himself to go onto Force. Laranov might regret this. He's going to end up dead. No, he's still alive. Throws in the tornado to stop the damage from the Queen of Pain.
Got him.
Force, though, chases him and able to kill him off with the Whirling Death. The question is, does Force escape? Immersion pops the song. Allnet has also shown up. Can they turn this fight? With the Gyrocopter also showing up, they feel on MOUZ, maybe not. Let's just leave. Force might be in danger, however, as 33 trying to chase him, has Timber Chain in a second. Rightmon trying to close the gap, looking for the Frostbite. Doesn't have enough mana, but won't need it. Between 33 and Psyker, they have the right-click damage, and they bring down that Timber. So, the 2-for-1 exchange. MOUZ, it felt like they wanted to set up for a much bigger play, but if they just retreated right after the song, that would have been so good for them.
I'm surprised that they didn't stay there, because Crystal Maiden had no mana. Bristleback was relatively low on mana as well. The Invoker was dead. The only threat in that fight really was the Gyro. And they just went out. In my mind, if you ignore the Bristleback, you kill the supports, no problem, and you get yourself out maybe with the same hero that died being Force. So I thought they could have stayed, but they went for the safer play.
Still ends up costing them the life of Force, but none of them were really important targets, especially Supreme. For me, it feels like, well, even Morphling. You have 2 core heroes who, past the 3rd death that they have in a game, they start to really feel like they're lackluster in terms of their impact in the game. So keeping them alive at all costs, I think, is acceptable for this stage.
Found Laranov again.
They get Laranov, Invoker, got Supreme right on top of him, and they will be able to kill him. I mean, he was putting in work against them in game 1, so of course they'd want to put in some pressure, but now Deadshot, it cancels the TP out from Supreme as the rest of Tundra just eviscerate Immersion. Supreme, blink in a moment, and he should be fine. He's out.
Now let's see if Norman is going to be as lucky. They have a Deadshot now, so TPing out is... it's next to impossible. He's just going to have to run.
Just going to try to waste as much of their time as possible. They're still chasing for him.
4-second
There's going to be
Cogs.
the hairball drop down. 4, 3, 2, 1. Cogs! Doesn't matter. The Quill Spray will get the kill. Okay. Decent chase, but there was a little bit of time being wasted there. I don't think he minds that much dying after that sequence of events.
This is not half bad for MOUZ, to be honest. You're keeping the Invoker pretty much irrelevant in the game, and your Queen of Pain super strong. Sure, the Bristleback is ahead, but we talked about it. The Morphling versus a Gyro is a Morphling favorite matchup. He's also not that mad when playing versus a Bristleback. And if this Invoker continues to die, he's the one that annoys the Morphling the most.
They saw the Gyro. They just don't have the TP cancel. Oh my God. That is... Whew, he will... Yo, he doesn't know how close he came to death there. Magasign was encroaching, but will end up being able to survive in the end.
That is why you use the cooldown and instantly TP. He knew that the opponents were in the vicinity, so he was mostly aware of his potential death coming.
Dude, Psyker, Nightfall, that guy is just so good at not dying. Like finding those areas of farm. We can get all the net worth he needs, get out, and wasting your time in the process. You'll be going to where you think he is, and he was there just 5 seconds ago. You're always too late.
Yep. He understands that he needs to find ways to be useful to his team. He's really not that strong, and if he comes to a fight, he can die to Sonic Wave Dagon. So he needs to find ways to shove out the waves safely so that he's of use to his team. If his team doesn't have a Gyro having some impact in this mid game, it's going to be a problem because Ulnit at the moment is ready for battle and Gyro not so much.
Uh-oh, look at this, Queen of Pain. She went past a very dangerous area. She's right underneath an observer ward. They see where she's at. She blinks away just as the death shot was about to connect. Still in a dangerous area though. She throws out the Sonic Wave and they TP out on the Morphling. Queen of Pain is next, Norman to follow, and MOUZ is out.
Nicely done. You just now walk into the pit. There's no Sonic Wave. I think Tundra can get away with it. Let's see if they want to. Well, they decide against it.
They're coming towards this mid lane. They see this Timber Sword. They wanted to chase down Force, but he timbers away. He's wasted so much time, and now with 40 seconds until the Roshan makes his movements towards Radiant side, there's no way that they get this in time.
There's Aghanims on the Timbersaw. He can survive through anything. The only thing he needs to be wary of now is the Tornado of the Invoker. Once that is used in a fight, you pop the reactive armor, you're not going to go down. And that just gives so much vision and info for the rest of MOUZ to play. Your supports now don't have to go super aggressive, and at some point, the Queen of Pain and the Morphling are going to be finding the right usage of their mobility spells to bring down a target. You bring down one support, second support, then the cores of Tundra cannot really fight without them.
I'm very surprised that MOUZ ended up taking such a big movement away from the Roshan pit. They had to be aware that Tundra is going to try angle to play around this. This is quite surprising, honestly, to see. But Tundra have multiple heroes in the area. They do not want to lose control of this side of the map.
They do have heroes smoked up and an Aghanim Scepter, so they're still going to be coming here in numbers. Not going to give it up.
Morphling isn't here just yet, though, and they ping him out. Tundra, they want to try and force the fight before the Morphling arrives, but he's rounding out, he's making his TP. Saksa dying way too quickly. Drop the calling, but it will not make a difference. And they drop the call down. So with both of those spells off cooldown, all of a sudden the Roshan pit is open for the side of MOUZ. They just got the Sonic Wave back online.
Huge. Huge for sure. Tundra didn't want to go for the Rosh on the top lane where they did have a positioning advantage. They waited too long. And now they're in trouble. They're still going to go and fight. Let's see how low the Rosh is. This is going to be close.
Still have a tier 1 tower, so Muerta can TP into it, but it's too late. Ulnit has an Aegis, and now 33 needs to try and run. Aghanim's popped in by force. Will explode now. Quite a bit of damage towards 33, but he pops his Bloodstone, goes in with the Aghanim Scepter, but Immersion there with the song. These two heroes can actually be caught in the same cogs. Norman, he finds the angle. Sonic Wave is out. Lorinov already dead. Whitemore trying with the freezing field, but it won't last for long. He ends up dead. However, simultaneously, 33 does enough damage with Psyker that they take away the life from the Morphling. Ulnit will need assistance. Gets Manta trying to run himself away. Does have a decent amount of strength going, but doesn't really want to stand and fight up against 33 right now. So they only lose the Aegis life, and they are able to claim the lives of Norman and Whiteboard, and they're not done just yet. Now, hookshot onto 33. He's turning around, though. It's too much damage. Morphling finally comes in, able to deliver the final punch. 33 does go down, but Psyker with the double kill. Now, which of these carries are stronger at the moment? Saksa trying to survive against Ulnit. He cannot do so, but nor can Immersion. It's these core heroes, the carries that stand tall at the end. A triple for Psyker, a double for Illnit, and a crazy team fight all around, which includes 9 deaths in the end.
Yep, 9 deaths, a dieback on the clockwork as well. The Timbersaw didn't die, and I really didn't like for him to go for that Aghanim Scepter play that early. If you're going for that Aghanim Scepter play to do damage to the Bristleback himself, then the rest of the team needs to know about it and you need to burst him down. If you want to ignore the Bristleback, then ignore him completely. If you want to use any of your damage spells onto him, use all of them and try to bring him down. Because this was just not the way to go. MOUZ could have won that fight considering they had the Aegis, but in the end, I'd say with all of it, the Tundra came out slightly ahead.
I mean, if they'd saved that Aghanim Scepter for when Norman had the 2 hero cogs and then you blow it up there, that would have been a much better fight for them in the end of the day, but I'm fully with you. A little bit of a mistimed usage of the Aghanims from Force. They still are okay with that fight, but it could have been really, really good. Still
There's
though.
the shard. That's a big one.
Yeah.
So now we have 2 ways to counter the Bristleback Aghanim Scepter when he starts using it. Either you sing a song and heal up your teammates, maybe not back up to full, but you give them half HP, that's good enough. The other one is the Aghanim Scepter of the Timbersaw. If he goes for you with the Bristleback, then you pop your Ags and don't really take any damage from it.
I think we're also going to see a big change in how these fights go once we actually have the BKB for the Queen of Pain. Right now, she's forced to play in a very, very awkward positions. I mean, it's not going to completely save everything because you're still dealing with overwhelming physical damage from the Gyrocopter, from the Bristleback, but will allow her to be a bit more aggressive in how she positions in these fights.
The real timing for MOUZ isn't the BKB on the Queen of Pain, it's the BKB plus Aghanim Scepter on the Queen of Pain, right? That is the thing that he should focus on. Some Queen of Pains in this situation, oh, he's in trouble.
Let's see, can he get out?
Ooh.
Blinks onto the high ground. He's fine. He's fine.
I mean, supports were very close and they're gonna go in.
He's fine, Brody. He's fine. He's fine. No, he's not fine. Okay, he's dead. No. Norman did his best to try and save his boy, but the triple call down will be there. Immersion even committed the song for this one. Oh my goodness, they should be able to find this. The Rod of Atos holds him in position. Dead shot to send him back. Easy kill. Does have buyback and so does the Quap, but Tundra, all of a sudden they're on your high ground. No Aegis required before they're looking to take down a tier 3 tower.
They will get it down for sure. 33 can stay here and push Psyka. It's a little bit more dangerous for him, but it is a lane of Rax that will go down. Once again, MOUZ, it's always these fights in front of their base where they're just not focusing on what the downsides of dying there could be. And Tundra used all of their spells perfectly, especially Saksa. He's the one who caught the Queen of Pain. He's the one who made it all possible.
Oh, man. Tundra Esports. How do they keep getting away with this? Full lane of Rax being claimed for themselves. Gyrocopter, top of the net worth charts. 3K net worth lead for them overall. And they were doing this despite the fights not necessarily going in their favor, but being able to pick when it was going to work out. Man, if Queen of Pain had just like immediately retreated to base, that play is literally not possible for them, but thought he was much stronger than he was, ends up getting hard punished for that one.
There's so many ifs there. If he retreated immediately, if the 2 supports didn't TP, and if they didn't use the song, there was just so many ways that you could have saved those Raxes. Unfortunately, MOUZ didn't do any of that properly, and thus Tundra, they're so good at capitalizing on your mistakes. You give them an inch, they'll take a mile, and it's just always going to be that versus players of this caliber.
Yeah. Well, it's a 4K gold lead. Fortunately, it's not full set of racks just yet, so you can still play Dota. And you still do have a Morphling that is quite farmed. They just need to get the BKB Ags, like you mentioned. And I feel like they need this BKB on Allnet pretty badly as well. That's probably why he didn't feel any confidence showing up bottom. He's like, guys, if I go there, I die and we lose the game. So I gotta be playing and farming elsewhere instead.
Yep, it's better for him to get to a point where he is incredibly powerful, where he can burst people down, because you do have time for that to happen. The Queen of Pain, if the Morphling is able to jump in and take somebody out from 100 to 0, is gonna be able to wait a little bit with her initiation. Currently, that's a necessity.
Tundra smoked up. Oh, actually, hookshot coming in. They burst through Whitemon. All right.
Now you fight.
That's a good start. 4v5. What do you do from here? Force going forward with this Timber Chain. Trying to just force them back with this Chakram. 33. Putting some pressure onto him. He feels kind of immortal right now. He's just picked up a pipe of inside as
from
well
the
from
side.
33. But here comes Supreme. Finds the Sonic Wave. It only catches onto Saksa, really. And now Supreme is in danger. Cold Snap on top of him. The damage from the Bristleback. But the Cogs, they push the Bristle away. Immersion drops down the song. So this will have the space necessary for them to retreat. At the same time, Saika wants to force the BKB charge out of... Or Olnet wants to force the BKB out of Saika. Tornado thrown in here in the middle. Olnet in some trouble, pops BKB of his own, trying to force Saika into doing the same. But Saika holding the charge as long as possible. He might have held it too long. He's gonna end up dead. Double kill for Supreme. 33 right now, finding himself annoyingly isolated. However, Whitemon on the high ground drops the freezing field, kills off Force on his Timber Saw. Now Narman, can he get himself away here? He's still alive for now as Loranov got blown up by Olnet. 33 is the big raid boss at the moment. Supreme on the back lines. They're looking towards Whitemon. They want to ignore this Bristleback. Can they kill Whitemon in time? Immersion. They drop down the ensnare onto Bristle so he can't chase further. Supreme really wants this kill. BKB active. He finds Whitemon and he gets him. Can they get Olnet out of here? Adaptive Strike pushing back coming. 33 into his side of the base. Supreme sees the TP coming in from Saksa, afraid of the calling. He doesn't have a BKB any longer. There's the Rod of Atos into the calling. Will they deadshot him back into 33? Yes, they will. Saksa ends the killing spree, collects a ton of gold for his lineup, and turns what looked like a disaster into an even fight for Tundra.
It's still a victory for MOUZ because their Morphling did survive, and same is not true for the Gyro, but 33 is currently the real carry. Oh, and look at what he's going for. Okay, I didn't see that item in a long time.
Yeah. They're gonna go back on them right now underneath the tier 1 tower, 33. Like you mentioned, he's the actual real carry right now, effectively immortal, but Olnet here with the Kanda wants to try get something out onto him. Loranov trying to create space, dropping down the Tornado, but now he doesn't have protection for himself, but Saksa does. Deadshot, sending back the dangerous heroes of MOUZ. So we should have some parity in this fight. It's all good, it's all good.
So, how good is Revenant's Brooch on the Bristle? It's a cool item, I just don't know why in this game. I guess when you have 500, 600 damage per hit, it really does make sense.
Oh my god. Speaking of 500, 600 damage a hit, Olnet just eviscerates Muerta, but the Sunstrike hits Olnet, and the damage from Saika and 33, they kill him. Whitemon will end up dead on the far side thanks to Supreme, but the real target now is Force. Timbersaw trying to get himself away from Saika and Loranov will be unable to do so as these two big cores of MOUZ, Timber and Morphling, killed off. And man, the damage. I didn't think Olnet could die that quickly, but apparently he can.
Yeah, he can, and it's gonna be dying even quicker once there's a Daedalus on the Gyro. These big items, they're coming out from Tundra, and there it is. The Revenant's Brooch on 33 is gonna be doing some massive right-click damage once one that is done. It's very, very close to being so.
I literally can't remember the last time I actually saw it in a game. I'm trying to think. When is the last time I saw Revenant's Brooch?
When it could crit, before they changed it, and when it could crit, that's when you saw it. And if our viewers want to see it even more, they should subscribe to our Twitch and, of course, our YouTube, as well as follow all of our socials so they know when we are gonna be live with this tournament, and of course the tournaments to come in the next year as well. It is a rough situation right now for MOUZ. The Queen of Pain has fallen off slightly, but it's still this hero that you're looking towards. And also Force needs to be careful with that reactive armor usage. If the Tornado is off cooldown, do not use that spell.
The scan from Dire side will connect. They know that MOUZ is coming to contest this. What angle will they be able to approach in? Rocket Flare sees how low the Roche is. They commit to the call down, but the song. Oh no, can they actually get this? They're gonna steal the Aegis. They're looking to try and maybe kill these heroes. Invoker, Tornado, nicely done, will protect them for now, but they're going on him. Laurenoff in the corner there with the BKB, it won't help him. He dies, Allnet now hoping to chase down onto some of these squishier heroes as Whitemon dropping the freezing field to create space in the middle of the fight, zoning back the rest of MOUZ. They can't keep fighting heads up into this. Allnet will end up losing his first life away, but he's gonna come back for round number 2. Force in the meantime though doesn't have an Aegis and will just heads up die. So they lose out on the life of Force, but they do get Whitemon and they get Laurenoff, and they do prevent Tundra from walking away with the Aegis.
You're delaying this game still if you're MOUZ. So Aegis did get taken out, but that also means that the enemies don't have it as well. The problem is that this gyro has started doing massive amounts of damage. You need to find a way to keep yourself away from him. And once again, I think it was the reactive armor from the Timbersaw that was used too early, right? The second that ends, the gyro just kills him, even through all of the reactive armor charges. It doesn't matter. He packs too big of a punch. The Yules I do like. Surviving more on Force, surviving more on every single one of MOUZ heroes is the way that you win these fights and this game in the end.
I was thinking about that brooch. Perhaps it's about the Morphling, because he doesn't want to necessarily buy Disperser, and it's one of the only other items in the game that can take away mana from the opponent.
I guess so. Maybe he's expecting some Ghost Scepters to come out as well. I'm not sure.
All I know is that I don't want to question 33, you know? It must be a very good reason why this is taking place.
It does do a lot of damage, right? That's the case. If you look at the Bristleback, you pop the Seeing Red, you get all of those stacks, you have more than 500 damage. If it is magical damage at this point, it makes sense. And Morphling is a hero with like 40, 50 armor that doesn't have that much HP. So magic damage right clicks are something that you want to have versus him.
Like you mentioned, the game has been delayed. Tundra will not have an Aegis to go high ground once again. Still have that lane of Rax pushing out down bottom. However, it's only a 3k gold lead. This Morphling is still very high up there. He needs help from his supporting cost. But there is a universe where this Morphling, given enough time, does really become the massive damage dealer in the game. But we still need like, what, 10-15 minutes before we really approach that point?
There's one thing that we didn't discuss about the Revenant's Brooch. It gives you 20% of magic heal, right? So spell lifesteal, yeah, that's what it's called. So as a Bristleback, that's you pop your Bloodstone and you add that Revenant's Brooch, you're really never going to die.
Speaking of deaths, Saksa trying to put one onto Norman. Deadshot is there. They still have this tier 1 tower, so it's very easy for them to show up here. They'll give the Sunstrike kill towards Laurenoff. Nicely done. Good read on the map by Saksa there.
So Queen of Pain, instead of going for an Aghanim Scepter, he went for a Refresher. I'm okay with this, right? A double BKB, a double Sonic Wave, and a double Dagon really make a difference in these fights. You might not be getting a billion of those screens when you're using the Shadow Strike, but you are going to be getting a lot of damage out anyways, and this makes sense. The only question is, who do you want to burst down? They've been bursting down the supports, they've been bursting down the Invoker, but one of these two big guys needs to fall. I think that is why they got the Refresher. Let's say you wait out the BKB on the gyro and then you jump with everything on him. He thinks with the Satanic he's going to be fine, but with this Refresher on the Queen of Pain, there is a chance he dies.
Yep. I mean, we've seen in some of the previous fights that there is proof of concept in terms of killing that hero. And check out our boy Morphling. Looks like Allnet has decided that he's tired of dealing with this Bristleback. We get ourselves the Silver Edge to break that passive and actually get the damage out onto 33.
He's going to be needing a BKB on 33. That's one thing he doesn't have. And if he wants to survive this amazing damage, now you don't have to be focusing on the gyro. Now you focus on the Bristleback, you break him, and you double Sonic Wave kill him. But already he's only 1,000 gold away from the BKB, and then that break really won't be as valuable as he would like it to be.
Nonetheless, they still want to show off that break because look, they're here now. They get it out onto this Bristle. Sonic Wave pushes him back. Allnet wants the kill. They can't find him. Is this the corner? 33 still alive. No! He gets onto the other side. The second Sonic Wave misses, and they've all been set up for Psyker to flak into them. 2 supports dead already. Supreme forced the BKB TP out, and they almost had it. 33 was down to the wire, but he manages to get out by the skin of his teeth. Oh my God, we need to see a replay of that one. That was insane.
Supreme, if you buy the refresher, use it and kill him. He waited so long with the refresher and the second Sonic Wave, and that is why he survived. With him surviving, now you don't have a single Sonic Wave, and he's still alive. He's full HP, and the second lane of Rax will be lost. This is a disaster.
That was a very bizarre Sonic Wave from Supreme to just throw out in that situation. Oh boy, like you said, everybody's full HP. Alacrity now on top of the gyrocopter. However, Immersion is coming back in, and so is Norman. And the one thing is that they didn't actually commit any of the support spells in that engagement, so maybe Tundra feeling that, we've gotten as much as we can get. Getting a free tier 3 is still good enough for us.
I guess so, and also a big fight as well, right? With that, you're going to be getting so much info on the map. Look at the wards that they have. It is going to be a Radiant side Roche, but that is the lane where you did get super creeps, so naturally it is going to be pushing towards the side of MOUZ and allowing you to get into a better position.
All right, here we go. Sonic Wave came in, the Scream is there. Olnit with the waveform forward, they almost had it. And he took so long to get off the second Sonic Wave. He was hoping that the Scream of Pain would be enough. But the whole time, Psyker is literally uncontested, just dealing flak damage the entire time.
But this is the thing, this is why you bought it. You bought it to burst down that one hero and you decided not to do it. And unlike the other side, okay, they do have the heals to remove the AD rune. That's nice, but either way, it's still gonna be the full lane of Rax gone.
Smoke up right now. MOUZ hoping to try find something on the retreat here. We're still 48 seconds away from the second refresh Sonic Wave. Oh boy. I guess you might have to wait until the next fight comes to you, and thankfully for them, it does seem like Tundra is willing to oblige them. They're not like vacating this area. They still feel very strong.
Well, they're gonna have that Sonic Wave fairly soon, but I think in the next fight, he's not gonna be waiting. Olnit knows that the Invoker is right on top of him.
Yeah.
He might be able to burst him.
Nah, you back, bro. Don't do it. Olnit, just go home, dude. Olnit, go. Olnit, please, brother, go home. Olnit, the last creep isn't worth it. Olnit, no. He's gonna turn now. They're gonna put pressure back onto Whitemon. Whitemon dies without buyback. 33, however, he's still the big bad one sitting on the front lines. Olnit finally takes away the gyrocopter form, but he has no way to just sit there and deliver his damage. Finally gets off his BKB, trying to hold his ground, but these heroes are too strong. Immersion pops the song. They need to get out of here, of course. Also activating the reactive armor with the Ags. They've blown through onto Norman right now. Next to fall, though, will be Saksa. Larinov, he's there on the back lines. BKB active. The song pushes him away, but it doesn't kill him. Only trying to chase him, but doesn't have the vision. Deafening Blast will be there as the Chakram does eventually get the kill. But now the question is, how does Olnit get out? Okay, him and Supreme are still alive. And a very chaotic fight, and it ends up being in favor of MOUZ. You were correct. They took the brave option, and it worked out for them in this situation.
They had a really good war there on the high ground. And at some point, I mean, they placed it again, but at some point there, the Muerta did take it out. And that's when it started looking okay for Tundra because their enemies didn't have that great of a vision any longer. When was the last time that either Gyro or the Bristleback died? I don't remember, man. It was a long time ago.
Oof. Now you're asking the real trivia questions. It's been a while. It's been a while.
Yep.
You know, in my mind, Bristleback definitely died not that long ago, right on the spot where the Morphling is, but in reality, that didn't happen, unfortunately.
In reality, he somehow survived. Supreme is gonna be very mad about that one, especially if they lose this game, and it's looking like it's gonna be a problem, especially because you're 2 lanes of racks behind. Both the Gyro and the Bristleback are level 25. Their damage output is insane. 33 didn't even need his talent for the 12% spell lifesteal because he already has way too much of it.
They give 33 the refresher shot. Whitemon is the one that grabs the cheese. I mean, they probably feel to themselves that, if there's no realistic option or scenario where they actually get through the cheese, the BKB, and the Aegis. And speaking of BKB, a charge gets forced out of Supreme, so we should be down to 6 seconds on the Queen of Pain BKB, right?
Yeah, and he doesn't have a refresher. That is a 6-second BKB of his. It goes down. You have 80 seconds before he has that BKB, and you have 50 seconds before he has the double Sonic Wave. So you can most definitely poke onto the high ground. You feel strong enough, 100%.
They did just grab a butterfly for the small field. He bought out for this one. Will not have buyback, but they have no MKBs. So this should give them a lot more damage. Beautiful force staff. Psyker on the high ground already. Allnet's waveforming forward. Psyker having lost a lot of HP, but still in a decent enough position. You will not be killed off just yet. However, they do force the BKB out of 33. As he's leaving the base, hoping to try and catch out onto Supreme. The Sonic Wave, though, pushes all of these heroes back. At the same time, Force, he jumps in. They almost kill Psyker. Will Psyker actually die? Yes. That's the first life away. On life 2, though, he does have BKB available. How do they approach this fight? As the damage rains in onto Force. Force is dead already. Loranov, though, will be killed. Norman found him. And at the same time, look at Immersion. Holding this gyrocopter in position with the Song of the Siren. 33 going in, onto Allnet. Forcing out Allnet deeper into the base. And Allnet also had to use the BKB just to escape here. So he will not have it available for the upcoming defense.
Supreme has double Sonic Wave. Maybe you can go and bring down Psyker. He has a BKB, but you can do it.
There's the one Sonic Wave, the second Sonic Wave. Psyker, BKB at the ready, but they don't have enough. He gets out the Satanic, rips through the Morphling. Allnet is dead without buyback. And that will be it. GG, well played is called. MOUZ cannot do it. They tried their best, but Tundra Esports will not be denied. They claim 2-0 here in BetBoom Dacha and move to the top of Group B.
MOUZ showing in the second game that they had a chance. This wasn't as clean from Tundra as it was in the previous game. And sure, 33 was unkillable. They weren't able to kill the gyro a couple of those fights as well. But it was a hard game for the side of Tundra, and MOUZ are not happy, and they shouldn't be happy. If that refresher was used, that second lane of Rags doesn't fall at that point, it would have been a completely different scenario.
Yep. Hell, not just that lane of Rags. If they are able to just get Queen of Pain back into the base and then push bottom, they don't lose the bottom lane, and that changes the entire game, right? You have more space to play with, more areas of the map to farm out. And hell, this fight, had they still used the Aghanims for the Timber at the same time as they had the Bristle in the cogs, you get a much faster kill out of that. It's unlikely that Psyker is able to turn around and sweep house the way that he did.
There were a couple of fights that got very close to MOUZ, but generally, MOUZ, in terms of team fighting, they fought how they should. They mostly ignored 33. They ran circles around him, stayed away from him, kept him in these nets, and just went for everybody else. That was the way to go. And it was this fight where 33 survived for so long. It's insane how unkillable he was in this game.
Yep. I mean, at this point, 28 minutes in, he'd already suffered the majority of his deaths that he was going to have in the game. Just a crazy performance from this Bristleback. And this was also disastrous. The speed at which they killed Allnet here, this was not supposed to happen whatsoever.
Yeah, it's finally when they got to focus on him. Usually in fights, they weren't able to focus on the Morphling because he was just jumping around. He goes in, he bursts down one support, goes in, bursts down the Invoker, and he just doesn't allow you to get close to him.
I mean, I'll give them this. This fight was really cool, though.
That was the early reactive armor. That reactive armor caused them this fight. I think Force's usage of that was probably the biggest problem for me throughout this game.
Also, we got to see one of the interesting interactions between Gyrocopter and Morphling. One of the reasons we never got to see Morphling really dish out massive damage after sealing the Gyro form is because Psyker was smart enough. You only go directly onto the Morphling. That way, you're doing more damage to him than he's dishing out via the flax, and he has to spend precious time moving away from you. And
not only
Psyker
that,
played this game well.
Exactly, and because of that, he has to morph into strength. If you just try to stay away from Morphling, it's never gonna happen. But if you just run into him, you know that you're gonna be tanky enough to survive for a long period of time, then the Morphling has to morph into strength, and his damage output, even with the flat cannon, it's really not that scary.
Excellent performance coming in from Tundra Esports. A good team game from them. And even though MOUZ was able to keep up in the kills department, 30-29, overall in the game, it does go the way of Tundra Esports. This one, you know, sometimes you struggle to think who was the most impactful player, who made everything
33.
work out for Tundra. 33, bro. What a game from this bristleback.
Yeah, and especially for the entirety of the series, sure, Whitemon's performance in the Clockwork in the first one was great, but so was 33's on the Sand King, and now on his bristleback as well. He's really popping off. And I mean, you asked me, why are you always so stressed when you're thinking about how to deal with this guy? Because it's impossible.
What are you supposed to do? Unfortunately, right now, MOUZ experiencing what many in the past in Dota 2 history have experienced, trying to deal with 33, an impossible situation, and he ends up getting the W, getting the 2-0 in favor of Tundra here. I will say, you know, for MOUZ, there's a lot of lessons, positive lessons to take away from today. However, I think the big thing for them is that they should look at today and say, guys, clearly what's needed is more time, more experience as a squad, right? To know what to do in these very difficult scenarios, and especially to know how to leverage a lead, because very often we'd see them, when they had a lead, they were really struggling to make it count towards actually the game being good. But instead of discussing the shortcomings on the side of MOUZ, we need to praise the side of Tundra. And to do that, we send it over to Jenkins, who's standing by with 33 to hear about the game.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here at 33. Hello.
Hello.
They keep signing you up for these, huh? You're doing every interview.
Yeah, I don't know. What's that about?
You're the captain, dude. You put the team together. First question I want to ask. You guys lost the first game that you played. You've been kind of stomping your way, maybe not stomping, but you've looked good. Are you guys a warm-up team, or is that like a load of bullshit, that sort of rhetoric?
I mean, to be honest, I can't tell you what kind of team we are because this is literally our first games. We played, I think, total maybe 6 scrims before this event, and now we played a couple of games already, so yeah, we're just a new team. The first game was a bit of a mess. I don't know what happened. I think the draft was a bit of a disaster. Play was also a disaster, so maybe I'm not sure what happened the first game. But yeah, since then we managed to play a bit better. I think we're still not playing like amazing or anything. All our games are really close, and I think we could be a lot cleaner. But yeah, things are like slowly improving, and we still have a lot of time to grow as a team.
So out of 10, what would you say like your guys' strength is right now in terms of how good are you? Like you can get to a 10 eventually for TI season.
Probably like a 3 or 4, maybe a 3.
Nice, that's pretty good. All right, so I don't think I've interviewed you before. I want to ask you some questions, clear some things up. Everybody talks about you as like the ideas guy, like the ideas guy of Dota. It's like you, Owie. Do you adhere to that idea that like you have all these mechanics and concepts in your head?
Not sure. I don't know. I mean, mechanics, yeah, I always like to think a lot about mechanics and stuff. Concepts, maybe a little bit less than like Owie and Snake, for example. I think they're like much stronger on the macro side of Dota. I always try to get someone in my team who is like really good at that and kind of abuse their ideas of it. Like in this team it's Saxa, in Liquid it was Boxy. So yeah, I would say less in the macro stuff, but the more like specifics and like hero matchups and item builds, I think, yeah, probably.
Right, so you kind of made this team around like you and Saxa. Would you say that, in your opinion, he's like the best ideas guy in the world in terms of Dota other than yourself?
I mean, he's one of the best, for sure.
Okay, fair enough. Moonmander, there's a new coach to your team. You said you're going to give it a try, see how it feels, because he was a coach on the previous Tundra. How are you feeling about Moon with the 6 games that you've played so far? Is he feeling good?
Yeah, I think it's been really nice having him so far. He has like a lot of ideas. He watches all of the games and he has kind of strong opinions about coming up heroes, about coming builds. I think it's still like a bit of a work in progress to see how we can like balance his ideas with the ideas of the team. But we are working on that. But it's been really nice to have him. He's a nice, funny guy. He brings the atmosphere up, so it's great.
Yeah, he does. That guy's insane. All right, I want to run an idea by you as the ideas guy in Dota. I'm going to keep with this rhetoric going. Can I tell you one of my ideas? You tell me if it's good or bad.
Sure.
Okay. Imagine an esports event that's like wrestling, right? You have a League of Legends player fighting against a Dota player or something like that in a wrestling match, like a cage match. And you can, it can be like a narrative. It's like there's a storyline. Do you think that would sell tickets if we have the different esports like CSGO versus Crossfire, that sort of thing?
No, I don't really think so. Because it's like what's going to be the point, you know? Like nobody wants to watch like esports players fight. Like it's going to be pathetic. So
That's exactly why you would watch it, dude. Imagine if you just have a swarm, like 10 guys fighting 10 guys. It's CSGO versus Crossfire players, absolute brawl.
I mean, if there's like a fight to the death, maybe. But otherwise, it's not going to be that impressive, I think. It's like, would you want to watch professional wrestlers play Dota? Like, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. It's just going to be boring.
Do you think that if TI, if it was you died, if you lost, that you still would have won TI this year? Would that add extra pressure that you would crumble under?
Maybe. I'm not sure, but it would also add extra pressure to other teams. So I think we would still win.
That makes sense. Well, that's some good insight from our boy 33. Congratulations. I'll let you get back to your games. Do you have any more games today, actually?
Yeah, we play against Liquid.
How do you find the schedule? Do you find that it's good to kind of play a lot right at the a bunch of games jammed into 3 days, or do you like to have some time between the games?
No, it's really nice to play like a lot of games, because honestly, these group stages when you play one match per day are a bit boring. Speaking of schedule, I'm not sure if you've seen it, but our game against Liquid is our 4th match, and it's their 2nd match. So I'm not the biggest fan of that, because we've only seen them play 1 game. They've seen us play 3, so it's maybe a little work to be done there. But yeah, other than that, this tournament has been really great, and I'm happy for it.
But you have more practice, right? Does that play into it?
Yeah, it evens out. I mean, I think when you have something that is a little bit unfair, you never know which way it's going to go. Like, it might end up in our favor. Yeah, we got some practice. Maybe our earlier matches were a little sketchy. We improved a bit. Maybe it would be the same for Liquid, but yeah, it should just be fair for both sides.
Okay, fair enough. Well, I will shake your hand and let you get back to your games and your practice and send it back to the panel.
Of Jenkins' interviews, always slightly unhinged, and he's asking the questions the people want to hear. I want to see 33 wrestle. I want to see Fly lifting the Esports World Championship belt at the end of a cage match. That would be very exciting for me.
Yeah, I think I was there when this idea came to fruition. We got on a small night out for a couple of hours, and he said, what about a wrestling match between League of Legends players and Dota players? And we're looking at him. That's a really good idea. You should probably ask one of the players like that. So I'm glad that 33 built up on it. He said it should be to the death, and then it's over. We get all of our Dota players buff. We make sure that we get all of the other MOBAs out of the way, right? By cutting down their players, and then we won.
Exactly, simple. People have already been working hard, working out, getting buffs. So Dota players are slowly but surely getting themselves prepared for these death matches. On a more serious note, though, one of the things I liked about what 33 were talking about was, in your team, it's not enough to just have somebody who's very good on one end of the ideas, right? Basically, the way I look at Dota is that in your team, you need somebody who's very good at the strategy, but you need someone who's just like a natural tactician, who, when the strategy is all going to hell, in the heat of the moment, can decide exactly what needs to happen next. And I like that he mentioned Boxy, because when you watch them play on Liquid last year, you could sometimes see that, okay, this is clearly a 33 strategy, something would go wrong. This play that happened, where everybody just smokes randomly out of nowhere, that has to be Boxy. So having one of those people, both of them in your team, always a recipe for success.
Yeah, that is the thing, right? When you look at 33, he always has these weird item ideas. He always prepares for everything, and that's why I don't understand how to play versus him, because I don't know those little intricacies. I like the macro game, and it is very nice for him to talk about that part as well.
Yep. Well, in the meantime, right now we have finished with Tundra taking a 2-0 over the side of MOUZ. Before we head on to our next series, please make sure that you are following us. Whether you're watching on YouTube, hit the subscribe. If you're watching on Twitch, hit the follow button. And of course, make sure that you are abreast of everything on social media as well, so you know what's happening in the upcoming year of Dota here from FISSURE. That does now lead us into our next series. So before we get into that one, as you know, I'm going to get your prediction, Harry Freak. We have Yakult's brothers. We have Talon Esports. Talon have yet to take a single game. Will this be the time that they get it up against Yakult's?
1-1.
Oh, the 1-1 prediction forever. Let us find out after a very small break. So go grab some water, take a quick walk, and join Snare and Harry Freak to get the 3rd series here at BB Dacha in Belgrade. Don't go anywhere. Next up, Talon Esports versus the Yakult's brothers.
What up, guys? guys, we are back in the music lab and I'm Tol. I'm joined by Team Tundra. Hello guys.
Hello.
Hey.
So what we are doing here, we are writing a music album about BetBoom Dacha, about the teams, and I need a song from you guys. But we have a helper, his name is Tesla, that's an AI. Bro, are you here?
Hello, Team Tundra, how are you?
We're great.
At first we need to pick one genre. First of all, what music genre do you guys hate?
Pop.
Metal.
Okay, and what music do you enjoy?
Metal.
Metal? That's a metalhead!
Some rap.
Classic and rock.
Rock music.
Rock music. So we can write a rock song, that would be cool.
Like Linkin Park.
Yeah, Linkin Park or Skylit,
Yeah.
something like this.
Linkin Park is actually new metal, bros.
Yep.
Good to know.
So we've picked the genre, sir.
So your genre is new metal, right?
Okay, let it stay. We will need to pick some keywords and our AI will help us writing the text for the song. So let's start with something about your team. You're a multinational team, you're a new team. What comes to your mind, guys?
Лучший игрок вселенной.
Лучше.
The best player of the universe.
Ноль ошибок.
We can pick this one, can we?
Zero mistakes, right?
Zero mistakes would be great.
Zero mistakes.
Zero mistakes is our keyword.
Your keyword, zero mistakes. That's
Good.
one.
Did you ignore my keyword best player in the universe?
Well, we added no mistakes, zero mistakes.
Yeah, but it's kind of different.
You want to change the keyword?
We need to just add another
Let's
one.
add another one.
Oh, add another one.
Keyword, the best player in the universe.
So maybe something about yourselves. Let's pick some players who can add something from themselves. Maybe some hero they want to be in the song.
I want to be like Shadowfiend.
Shadowfiend.
Yeah.
I prefer Nevermore, guys. I will be
Nevermore. For the old timers.
Yeah.
keyword, Nevermore.
Let's roll on. Maybe that's about your hobby.
I'm opening a winery, so let's put wine as a keyword. It's non-alcoholic. Sure.
Okay, non-alcoholic wine.
Yep.
Generation started.
Thank you, sir. And what about the meta? How do you find the meta right now? The auras and etc.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's kind of the same as it was in TI. Just people play the same style. They just switched Glepnir range heroes to different range heroes. But the game still feels almost the same.
Do you miss safe? I asked him the same question. He said, of course.
It's not much time passed to miss him.
So the song is ready. Are you guys ready to hear it?
Ready. Yeah. Sure.
So let's roll.
Best player in the universe with non-alcoholic wine. Drop never more mid lane. We'll never survive. Tundra, Tundra, zero mistakes. Tundra, Tundra, power awaits.
Welcome back, one and all, to some more BB Dacha Belgrade action, a tournament brought to you by FISSURE, the beginning of a new season. And of course, make sure you're following us to be abreast of all the developments in the next year of Dota 2 action. We have already seen 2 BO2s in the group stages, and now we progress onto our third one, which is Talon Esports versus Yakult's Brothers. And this one is very complicated because Talon have still yet to record a victory. However, Harry Freak, Yakult's Brothers have not gone 2-0. Everyone they've played, it's gone 1-1. So if you're Talon, you must be like, guys, this is our opportunity. This is our time to finally put some points on the board.
So yesterday we looked at Talon play versus Tundra, and there was a game where they almost got the victory. So versus BB team, I think it's a bit different because when they're playing versus weaker teams, they usually just stomp them. They're just that kind of a team that overtakes you in the early laning stage, and then you never get a chance to play Dota. So I think this series should be close, to be honest, and that's why I said it's gonna be a 1-1. I just didn't want to always say 1-1 snare. I genuinely think there's a good chance the series is gonna be a 1-1.
So it's by sheer coincidence that you predicted 1-1 for 6 series in a row. Okay. I see. I honestly do think this one's a bit more interesting because even though the side of Yakult's Brothers are a Chinese team, two things, right? A lot of the Chinese pros have been playing on Southeast Asian servers instead of playing in China when they're playing their ranked games, when they just want to pub around. But so they will have had experience amongst each other in these pubs. But Talon Esports, massive representative of Southeast Asia. But on the other side, Zeal and Polison have played against these guys many times. So in a weird way, this is kind of a regional matchup that we have going for ourselves here.
Yeah, I mean, they've always been sharing a region, even in some of the some weaker tournaments, right? There would always be Southeast Asia and China teams together. There was just a VPN that needed to be used, and there was some ping issues, but around 100 ping would be where they would all be if playing a certain server. I think it was the China Guangdong server that they would play the two regions when they're up against each other. So for quite some time, they've been clashing.
One of the things also about this team, you were mentioning earlier that Southeast Asia hasn't necessarily had stable captains and consistent captains. Cuckoo is one of the only other people from this region that's been able to take his teams deep into matchups. They haven't necessarily lifted a trophy, but under Cuckoo's leadership, teams like TNC, T1, now of course chilling on Talon, have been able to attain results in the past. So if there's anybody on the squad that's going to have to rally the troops, it's going to have to be him. And they do have hope. As you mentioned, Yakult's Brothers, not necessarily the most consistent team all the time. However, when they play good, they look super solid. And as we heard earlier from the track, Yakult's Brothers are stronger than the others.
Yeah, I think it wasn't that pop-ish. That you changed the approach. We needed more of an anime approach there, though is the one that they were looking for.
Unfortunately, I left all my weeb tickets at home. Today I'm a football nerd, so can't be as weeby as I normally want to be. However, I'm never not a nerd about Chinese Dota, and Yakult's Brothers, the former IG squad, have been playing some really good Dota. Especially Flyfly, Emo, Baboka, all of these guys are people that in the past have gone on to win major tournaments, win major lands. So they have that degree of experience. Zeal and Polison, of course, haven't necessarily broken into that same milieu, but nonetheless have been able to put on some blockbuster performances in previous teams that they've played in. And we've spoken a lot about how this team is still purely based on the vibes. I don't know, man. I'm liking these vibes that they're bringing. Even when they're losing, they look like they're having fun. They're reminding us why we get into Dota in the first place, right? First and foremost, it's having fun and enjoying the game itself.
It's a breath of fresh air. You know, they asked them, who do you think is like the best or, let's say, most iconic player from China? And one of the names that they mentioned was Paparazzi. Paparazzi always had a poker face and he never showed any emotion. It is a breath of fresh air to see Chinese players have smiles on their faces when they are, even when they're losing. It is not a sight that we got used to throughout the years of Dota.
Yep. Generally speaking, it looks like the calamity of the entire world has befallen them when they end up losing. Maybe it's because Xiao Wei is not at the tournament. He's nowhere around, so you can lose and be like, it's not so bad. You know, Xiao Wei is not just sitting around a corner being like, I'm ready for you. I'm going to tell you why you're so trash and why you should have won that game.
Maybe when they come back to China and start reading through all their social media, then the fans are going to be saying, you think this is a game? You think that you can take this one laughing? Lose a game and laugh? And maybe it's gonna switch them back to what we originally knew about Chinese Dota. And they're not that disciplined. They are not that clean. They do not play those standard lineups. They're a little bit all around the place, very creative in their drafts. It's just something completely different than what I'm used from the Chinese team, and I really like it.
Look, I'm just saying, maybe after this tournament, you're going to have some new Chinese inhabitants living in Serbia. They're like, you know what, here it's nice. We're not getting all of this flack on social media. No one's accosting us in the streets. Let's just chill here, play some fun Dota. And we'll see if that is indeed the result of the series, as we are about to get into it. Talon, of course, they are quite stressed because of the fact that Yakult Brothers dropped a game against MOUZ. That means Talon is the only team in the entire tournament that has yet to get a victory. If they get 0-2'd here, I believe that it's almost mathematically impossible for them to climb out of this hole. Then they have to get the 2-0 over MOUZ. So if they get 0-2, no more losses are allowed, otherwise guaranteed out of the tournament.
So I like that you mentioned they could stay in Belgrade. There is quite a big Chinese community in Belgrade. So I used to live in Block 62 and Block 70. They are close to each other, but not in a way that you would think. Nobody knows how those numbers were made. But anyways, there's like a 15-minute walk. In Block 70, it's a lot of Chinese shops, trading shops, mostly clothes and stuff like that. I know quite a lot of them there. My father used to do some business with them. And that is maybe, let's say, a 5-minute drive to the Sava Center Arena where the playoffs are going to be played. So they're very close to being in the Chinese community here as well. But if you think that they need to be escaping from it, then Serbia is not the place to be. We host a lot of Chinese people.
I'm just saying, I like a lot of these players. South Africa has lots of space, y'all. Pull through. No one's going to know about the Dota here, so it's fine. Come and hang out and just relax.
Your ping is not that great though, so that wouldn't be.
Well, okay, there is. If you use exit lag, I can play. Nowadays, I've been playing on C servers when I play ranked, and there the ping is 120. It's not great, but it's acceptable. It's playable.
Okay. So you're inviting them to. I would love for them to stay here, but it's just your plan wouldn't work here. It'd be like, yo, these are the guys that took it easy in a Dota tournament, and that cannot be allowed.
All of a sudden, you'd see Chinese fans placing bounties for those living in Serbia. Go and find where Emo is at. He needs to get a piece of my mind, fam.
Yeah, but considering how well they're performing, though, I don't think that's going to be the case. If I would assume that the Chinese fan community, and only thing I have read about it is some translations. I don't even know if it's true. I'm going to have to learn some Mandarin to understand it. But overall, they should be happy with this performance. This is actually quite a solid one from them.
I'm very excited to see what's going to happen here. Also, before we get into the game, Chinese memes and Chinese nicknames are always the best. Like, they are number one. I remember, I forget when it was, during one of the DPCs, Chinese folks started calling me, what are they saying? Black Prince or something. And I was like, oh, I can deal with that. I'm fine with this. It's okay.
I mean, that sounds pretty good, man. They were quite nice to you. So that's awesome. I didn't get to cast much China DPC. I think I didn't get to cast any, so I didn't get no cool nicknames. The only, as I said, I cast some lower tier tournaments where there were Chinese teams, and it was only the Southeast Asia fans that kind of baited me into saying some bad words in Filipino language and stuff like that. So that's my only. That's how I interacted with some fans, but it was Southeast Asia fans rather than the China ones.
Speaking of Southeast Asia, one of the things that I have liked is the fact that Pylai Dai is in the mix. I think especially when it comes to Southeast Asia, China, South America, we've seen a lot of movements between, like, let's say, players moving within Eastern and Western Europe, some players moving between there and NA. But I have been liking more and more people branching out, right? Making this a truly international game. I believe Fly was the first to make a really big move into C. Didn't necessarily work out for him, but once as many people being able to follow that path, I would ideally even like a world one day where there's like a team full of Chinese players playing under an EU banner, a team full of European players playing under a C banner or something like this. That would be very exciting.
I don't know. This is one of the things that took away the kind of me wanting to watch football and basketball in my country. It was always, oh, this is a local team, and then it's local talent that are gonna be going into the world. If they're bad, they're bad, but at least they're you might know the guy, he lives next door, stuff like that. So I'm more in tune of if. It doesn't have to be national teams, but at least if people are in their regions, and then it makes it easier for you to cheer them on, right?
I can see what you mean. You want the homegrown talent to be able to demonstrate why they were able to come up. Yeah,
exactly. You can import one or two players. That's fine. But I generally, if it's I cheer for Team Spirit because the Serbian flag is on their Wikipedia. But imagine I would cheer even harder for a Serbian team that would have a couple of Serbian players as well.
All right, so let's compromise and say that your team should be three-fifths homegrown, and then you can bring in some mercenaries from
exactly.
elsewhere.
That's awesome. That sounds perfect, right?
All right, I'm happy with that. Of course, the side of Yakul's brothers do indeed have two mercenaries on the squad. Zeal coming in from Malaysia, Paulison from Singapore. But so far, it doesn't seem like they've been really having any deep communication issues. I mean, both of those countries, people do have to learn to speak Chinese anyway, so they're all good. I'm really wondering what kind of game they're going to bring us this time, because every single time we've seen them play, it's been a different strategy, a different style, some kind of new pick, regardless of what happens. So I wonder if that trend is going to continue, or do you think we have gotten to the bottom of their bag of tricks?
No, I think Yakul's brothers prepare for every single team individually. I think that's something that they've shown thus far. So I would assume that they would have something in store for talent, that they're just going to be drafting in a different way. Their drafts, I haven't gotten a chance to watch much of Group B, but the drafts of Yakul's brothers for me have still been the most impressive bunch of them all, for sure.
Yeah. Very much like to see how they're going to draft this game. On the side of Talon, like you said, we did see them almost grabbing a win yesterday over Tundra, but didn't necessarily shake out that way. I'm hoping that today, the big difference that they have gotten into the team, above everything else, above everything else, right? We need to make sure that Makoto is actually allowed to play Dota. Yesterday when we saw him play, he had that one game on the Ember Spirit. I think that one was the biggest indicator of, yeah, guys, we need to make some adjustments, because he just wasn't allowed to play Dota, right? Enemy team got the Orchid super early. He had to go Yules. He never actually got to his Maelstrom BKB timing. He just got stalled out. And then in the next game, he was playing the Earth Spirit. And even though the Earth Spirit was okay, it just felt like he was never arriving in tandem with the rest of his team, right? They were playing on separate sides of the map all the time. So I want to see them allow themselves to build around Makoto and have him be the one that drives their progress into the mid game, especially.
You know what I want to see? I want to see more versatility in the middle lane heroes. I am getting sick of Spirit heroes plus Invoker. And then Puck, who is always banned out, is probably gonna... Oh, he's in the pool. They can get it.
Wow.
Yakul's brothers, come on.
No way, dude. There's no way they're gonna get Puck. Are they really gonna get Puck?
They're gonna get Puck.
Okay. I mean, we did hear Emo in the musical segment talk about how he believes Puck is the most broken hero. And they don't get the Puck. They get the Tusk instead. You know, probably he was like, guys, pick me Puck. And they're like, you moron, bro. Tusk is available. We've already banned Clockwork. Relax. Second phase is coming. We'll do our best.
Okay. If you think that's how they communicate with each other, I always thought that they were very nice to each other, just like you and me.
10 seconds remaining.
Nah. Bro, niceness stops when you're actually playing Dota, you know? We're nice to each other because we're on the mic as soon as we're in the game.
Yeah, that would be cool. Let's try to... We're going to elevate our relationship or destroy it completely if we do play some Dota together. That would be a smart approach.
All right, so Talon, they will not have access to FBZ Centaur nor his Doom. In fact, a lot of offlane heroes being banned out here. Mid offlane from the Pango Sand King, pure offlane from the Centaur Doom. Okay, so what's left in the pool right now? MOUZ is still left for FBZ. He plays that decently. I mean, we have not seen that much MOUZ Muerta this particular meta, but there was a portion in time when Deadshot was still a bit busted, where you'd see that all the time. It was very annoying to play against.
Yep, very rough. But so we got these. The Tusk is versatile. There's gonna be an SF. This is somewhat of a deny pick rather than Talon really wanting to play it, I guess. I know that sure, Akashi is a big SF player, but you don't have the best support in the lane to go with it. Tusk is on the other side, and the Clockwork has been banned out, so now you're gonna need to find something to work well with him.
5 seconds remaining.
Let's see, what do we want here? Puck +1. Dawnbreaker comes out again. Yakult's brothers, allowing Zeal to play some Dota in an interesting fashion once more. All right. What is this going to be paired with in the off lane? I'm imagining that's what they're going to pick right now, right? Because they already know that it's going to be Shadow Fiend +1, so you might as well get like a very aggressive lane for yourself.
I'm thinking something like a Snapfire. Makes a lot of sense, though. Joachim does play a decent amount of Tusk himself, so it's not out of the question. Yep. I guess that is going to be the case. They're going to put the position for Tusk, and considering that there is an SF on the other side, you do want the Shards and the Snowball are like spells that the SF hates playing against. And then you add the Celestial Hammer on top of that. It's going to be insane. Plus, Tag Team does work really well with the Starbreaker.
Oh my god, I didn't even think of that. Tag Team Starbreaker. In my mind, I'm just so hard locked into this hero having drinking buddies, but yes, in this game, Tag Team Starbreaker seems insane for the laning phase. And just throughout the game, right? Especially once he gets like the Blink Shard, then all of a sudden he's dealing an absurd amount of damage on this Dawn. Okay, I like this, The question is, now that you're on Talon, you know that presumably there's going to be a 5 position on this Enchantress. Are we starting to think about Crystal Maidens, Nyx Assassins, Beastmasters, ways to try and deal with that hero in the lane?
Well, there's a Bristleback, so that could be a 5. Let's see if Kuku plays it. Yeah, he does play it. Also, on the other side, on Yakult's brothers, both of the supports play both the Enchantress and the Tusk. So we'll see where they decide to put him. You might decide to put the Tusk in the safe lane if it's gonna lane better with one of your heroes, and then just rotate through the Twin Gates if you want to be killing DSF at some points.
That certainly makes sense to me.
So now you need the mid laner here, and Puck is still in the game. Pick it.
I would be astonished if it actually ended the second phase without Puck being addressed whatsoever. That would be crazy to me.
Did they just forget about it? I'm looking at the bans 10 times and trying to see if maybe it's banned out and we're just blind, but no, it's in the game.
Nakoto Puck is pretty solid. It is quite sick. So let's see. 50 seconds on the reserve time right now for Talon. What are we going to decide to do? And they go for the Batrider. Bro, okay. No instant disables. There is one ground-targeted silence, one ground-targeted, it's a single target lasso coming in. Bro, pick Puck. Emo must be crying right now, being like, guys, give me one good reason why Puck is bad in this game.
Puck would have been better, though, for Talon. But yeah, there it is. There's the Puck. It's just such an easy game for him. You ban out the Void Spirit. I don't know if you're afraid maybe of a Dragon Knight, and that's about it. You're golden on this hero.
Yeah. DK does feel like the only real issue. There's no space for them to go for like some Lion or Shadow Shaman. Yeah, I'm happy. Shout out to Emo. Got the hero that he really wanted. Was telling us it's broken. Now he gets to demonstrate why that is the case. So what's left for Talon? They need a hero that's gonna... What do they actually get? Because Muerta's presumably the 4, right? Shadow Fiend 1. Bristleback could be 5. The Batrider could be 3, 5. What are you thinking here?
So Batrider is not gonna be 3. Batrider is either 5 or 2, and the Bristleback is either 5 or 3. But I would assume 3 Bristleback, 5 Bat, and then you pick up a mid laner. That is something that makes the most sense at the moment, because you really don't want to play a Bat mid lane versus a Puck.
I mean, it also makes sense what you're saying, because they already know that it's going to be Tusk plus the Dawnbreaker, likely going to be the offlane duo. So if you're playing into the double melee matchup, having the double range of the Shadow Fiend Bat does make sense to me.
Then again, they can send the Enchantress towards you, and let's say she finds a Purge creep that is very annoying for the Batrider, or even the Mana Burn creep. Just that camp of Satyrs would generally be a problem for you. One purges off your Stick Napalm, the other one gets rid of your mana, which is a problem for the Batrider.
10 seconds remaining.
Let's see. We had Medusa banned out against Yakul's brothers. We still need a hero for Fly. His Morph is gone, his Dusa is gone, his Luna's gone.
Gyro?
Gyro is left, Drow is left. Probably not Drow. Gyro seems good. I think Gyro probably is the right build for the job.
They have the Nature's Prophet as well as a possibility. If you want to go that route, then you're going to be very mobile. I wouldn't hate it. You have a way to play that hero properly. It would be quite cool.
Nature's Prophet.
Yep. Shove out the waves. Go Razor.
Razor. Okay. So they're probably thinking that they don't need this one hero that's going to completely overwhelm everybody, 1v9 them. You know, you just have some hero that can start fighting very early on in the game, rush headlong into the Shadow Fiend. You have Snowball to get to him, Ice Shards to hold him in position, take away all his damage. In the laning phase, if you're playing against Bristleback, you're very happy to sap his damage as well, because he can give you so much while you walk him like a dog. I'm okay with this, but Razor is just one of these heroes that never really lights your heart on fire, right? You're just like, okay, I can see why you would go for the Razor here if you want like an early fighting BKB type carry.
You could, if you want, in your talent, pick up a Beastmaster and just put the Batrider in the mid lane. But generally, the Batrider in the mid lane is not gonna have the best of times, but that could be a good way to deal with Razor overall throughout the game. In the laning phase, not so much. Okay, they go for the Ear Spirit. I was thinking about a Night Stalker, but it is gonna be in the end an offlane Bristleback, so that lane is not gonna be easy for Talon. One good thing is maybe you put the Batrider on 4. Nah, they're still gonna have Jokam. If you miss the dead shot, this poor Bristleback isn't really gonna be CSing a lot.
Okay. Intriguing draft that we're gonna get for ourselves here at the end. Makoto will have now a silence that they definitely want to apply towards Emo. Got some additional magic damage going for themselves. Do you remember what did Zeal build on that Dawnbreaker game? Did he go for? I don't think he went for pipe, did he?
No, he didn't. Wait, we're gonna check that exactly what he built. That was versus Liquid, right? Yes. Let's check. So he went for a. Okay, now this makes a little bit more sense. He went for an SNY. So he went for Phase Boots. That's about, then he went for a BKB. So basically all of the kind of the carry-ish items. I don't know if I would like to see an SNY. I didn't even like it in that game either, and he still went for it.
I'm asking because I'm just thinking that now that they have Earth Spirit, you already have the Batrider, you already have SF. It would have been nice if they had a Pipe Buyer in the team, because that is a problematic amount of magic damage. And, you know, you're playing Puck. Puck doesn't buy BKB. Razor's the only one on the team, really, that buys BKB early. Like, Dawnbreaker will eventually get there, but it's a small concern for them. Overall, though, which lineup do you feel is easier to play and get you to a winning position?
I'd say laning-wise, it's easier for Yakul's brothers, but as a game in a whole, playing Razor lineups is sometimes very rough. Because if you take quite a lot of damage at the start of the fight, this hero cannot commit. He wants to have long, drawn-out fights. But I'd still say I favor Yakul's brothers, because you don't really have that much of a burst on the side of Talon. And until you get the blink on this Batrider, you don't have the greatest of initiations either. It's just going to be Yakul's brothers. You focus on the Earth Spirit, and then until you get the blink on the Batrider, you can't really do anything. You can't make plays on Talon.
We'll see how this all pans out as we now are into the game. Smoke out by Yakul's brothers. They're looking to try and start things off. The smoke will pop and this vision will be granted. Cuckoo knows what's coming. Paulison, though, got all the way around. Doesn't find the angle for the snowball, though. They do have a little sliver of vision, but It's definitely not going to be enough. Cuckoo already pinging out where he knows the ward is at. So this move will end up wasted, and the ward should end up getting taken away.
Very nice positioning coming out from Talon there. They had all of their heroes, and then you decide not to go there. Lucky for them that they placed that ward. If they just saw the SF, they would have went and wouldn't have ended too well. And they are sending the Enchantress to the top lane. Okay, I like this. It really does make a lot of sense. And you don't even need the second level of the enchant for you to be that big of an issue for the Batrider. He's really going to be needing to block those camps. You cannot allow a Satyr camp to spawn.
Yeah. We are off to the races right now. Cuckoo hasn't been able to block this camp just yet, but Boca is also still deciding what he wants for his first point. So we'll take a look in that side of the map soon. We know for a fact that mid lane for both of these squads is incredibly important. So what do we make of this matchup? Puck versus Earth Spirit. We don't get to see this every day.
First two levels, Earth Spirit should get a little bit more, but once the Puck has level 2 orb, he should be coming out slightly ahead. Earth Spirit doesn't really win any of the matchups handily. You don't pick this hero to win. I mean, to win the mid lane, you do pick him obviously to win inside the game.
And sometimes you gotta pick to lose. Emo fell very low, whilst in bottom, they were able to get some damage drain, or the plasma field out, excuse me, but it doesn't really matter. Fly just wants to keep farming, get to his boots so he can play aggressively in the lane, draining damage, putting out some right clicks. He'll just be chilling down bottom.
Yeah, you want to take just some of the damage on the Bristleback, not really commit onto him, take 10, 15, maybe even 20 damage, and then deny everything that you can, and CS everything that you can. You know that you're really not going to be killing the Bristleback, and that would be a problem for you. If you're diving him, he gets a lot of cool spray stacks on you, you can very easily go down.
So in the top lane, is there any kill threat here from either lineup? Oh, they actually might go into Zeal. There was a flame break forward, and they potentially wanted to chase him, but Baboka, sitting in behind, was peppering Cuckoo with enough damage that he thought better about making the chase onto the Dawnbreaker.
Both of the lineups do have kill potential. On one side, if you overextend on Yakul's brothers, then you get super close to the SF, a triple raise can kill you. And on the other side, killing the SF is really never hard.
Fly draining damage onto Yokan, but he's lost a lot of HP himself. They will draw the first blood, however. FBZ
you go
chasing
for
back
this.
onto Fly. Look at FBZ, but he's running out of mana, but he does have the wand. Pops it, gets the regen that he needs, and secures the kill. I don't know if Fly bought out before going down, but FBZ able to make some recovery in that moment.
And Jokem is just back to the lane because he does have the Ofrenda, so he doesn't even need to pop his TP. That was definitely not worth it, even though it was a first blood. So here's the thing, when playing versus a Bristol back lane, there's just some of these heroes that you only focus on them, because if you don't, they're gonna kill you. Slark, Ursa, Bristol back, Monkey King. If you're not getting these heroes low, or at least reducing their damage in this particular circumstances as a Razor, as time passes, he's gonna be stacking more of the quills and he's gonna be killing you. So you need to address him and not just go and try to kill the Muerta over and over again.
Yep. Muerta. Also, killing Muerta is such an annoying thing when she just comes back, because she did drop down the statue, so just chilling, hanging out down bottom, getting rid of the sentry. Mid lane, Emo has gotten a little bit of a lead, but still nothing that's insurmountable for this Earth Spirit at the moment.
Yeah, it's a small lead, really. Not that big of a deal. And it's very important for Talon that they're doing okay-ish on the bottom lane, because if the Razor starts dominating the Bristleback, then the Tusk can move through the Twin Gate and kill the SF. But since this lane is equal and Fly can very easily die there, which was already shown once in the lane, then the Tusk cannot go away, and the SF is immediately a lot safer.
SF at the moment isn't necessarily keeping parity in the CS department with this Razor, but still doing decently enough. Obviously can still dip back, catch up in the jungle.
He's rotating
anyways. Policy top. They're coming in with this Tusk. They want to find the kill onto Akashi. They're on top of him. The flame break from Cuckoo was decent, but not good enough. They end up killing Akashi. Policy doesn't even die for this one. And Razor is playing safe enough that they're not going to be able to punish him for this movement.
The creep wave is in a decent enough position, and for a bristleback and a Muerta to kill you, they need to stack you up for a long time, and really that hasn't been happening. So Fly will be more than fine. That was a perfect timing because you got level 3 on Baboka, level 2 enchant, and then you got him as well. And Cuckoo, dead again.
Wow. Baboka leveraging the strength. Mikoto did make a move to the top lane. They should kill Baboka from this, but you still feel very, very good about forcing these kind of moves. You still got the kill yourself. Emo will use the time to put some pressure on the tower. It's not going to be much. It is a puck, but still, every little piece counts in a game of Dota 2.
Well, he does apply a little bit of it. Overall, bringing down the mid lane tower in this game for Yakult's brothers, it's not even that important, right? Because you don't have a big blink hero to utilize that tower being down.
They want to try and kill FBZ. Paulson held his snowball as long as possible. FBZ having so much damage drained away. It's 80 plus in favor of Fly. And I don't know if Yokai wants to stick around for this one, but it's going to be a double kill. Some interest collected on the death of the Bristleback.
Not only that, but the Bristleback doesn't have a TP. Sure, it's nighttime, but you're still gonna take some time to get yourself back into that lane. That is pretty much a disaster, and Akashi left alone.
Yeah, they know for a fact that he's alone as well. Starbreaker coming out on top of him. Baboka throwing in the impetus shots. Akashi wants to at least kill as many creeps as possible on the way out. But he knows that he's on the way out regardless. Emo, drop the dream. He can't get out. Yokam with the calling silence. Making sure that they can grab a puck kill. So Talon, although they've been bleeding a couple of kills, they're not going to let themselves just sit idly by and let this game happen to them.
Their Spirit is having a good time, and making sure that this puck is having a bad time is a big deal. He's the main playmaker for Yakult's brothers, and if he's not having a good game, if he's the one that is dying, that in itself is a big deal. Poor Cuckoo, man. Poor top lane of Talon. What the hell are they supposed to do? SF can go into the jungle, but going this early means that your tower will be in trouble.
Yep. And just look at this. Yakult's brothers overcommitting to get this tower. They even bring the Tusk up to the north side of the map. They're like, no matter what, we are getting this bad boy down. And, you know, this is one thing that's really concerning me. Isn't simply the fact that this lane is going so poorly. It's that Zeal is having a good start. Yesterday, he had a terrible start to the game. He was basically feeding the entire time, and he still ended up being one of their most important players. What's going to happen when this Dawnbreaker actually has this roaring of a start for herself?
It is going to be very tough to deal with, especially because it's an AoE heal with the Solar Guardian, and for the majority of the game, it is the Earth Spirit and the Bristleback, speaking of which, he's dying, that are doing the damage, their AoE damage, so the Solar Guardian is going to be even more valuable in this game.
So if you're playing Bristleback versus Razor, you know, I love playing both of these heroes, but I hate playing BB into the Razor, because if I get behind in lane, and he gets 6 before me, I die. It's just, no matter, there's nothing I can do. Just walks me down like a dog, presses R, I just have to vacate the lane. So awful.
I put a leash on a pig in this situation, but yeah, it's not a pretty sight. Bristleback really hates minus armor because it does negate a lot of your Bristleback damage reduction as well. If you get lower in the armor department, that's what the Razor gives you.
Not the largest gold lead right now. Yakult's brothers up 1k gold, 8-3 on the kill score. We do have more heroes at the top of the net worth department. However, this puck is struggling. Emo in the net worth hasn't really been able to climb to the heights of everybody else, so wouldn't be too surprised to see him start making some rotations to get himself back on the board.
Overall, though, it is a... oh, Akashi. Is he again in trouble? Does look like it.
Yep, there's the Emo rotation. He did get off the Requiem of Souls, but unfortunately his soul is the one that actually needs a Requiem song for our errant Shadow Fiend. And now Solar Guardian comes in to heal Emo. They've already killed off the Batrider. Mikoto will serve as the additional interest here. Baboka grabbing a double kill. 3 heroes have fallen. And that was a movement from the Earth Spirit. Magnetized, Requiem used, and they get absolutely nothing.
Yep, it was a Solar Guardian being used, but overall, once you do have your Requiem and your Magnetize, is the time when you want to go, and that's where the Solar Guardian will be available again. This is what we were talking about, a lot of AoE damage, not a lot of concentrated damage from Talon, and that's where this Dawnbreaker really does come in handy. FBZ gonna be in just catch-up mode for a little bit of time.
Jackal's brothers starting to get really farmed up. Razor getting close to his BKB. You all at home, make sure that you buy BKB, but crucially, make sure that you are following the Twitch channel here, that you are subscribed on YouTube, and that you are keeping abreast of everything on the social media platforms so that you know all the tournaments that are coming in 2025 from Fissure, and of course, what's happening here in BB Dacha Belgrade.
I like how the carrier players who never buy BKB are the ones who are telling you to buy the BKB all the time. We don't want to buy BKBs.
Oh man, Makoto, I bet he wishes he had a BKB right there. Just gets easily killed off. Paulison holding Cuckoo in place for a moment, but decides to get back. Listen, the BKBs, if I'm playing carry, I never want to buy BKB. If I'm playing any other role, I'm spamming my carry, bro. Buy BKB, please, bro. This is the first item you need in the game, bro. Don't die, please. I need BKB.
Don't be like me. You should lead by example, Snare. That's what you should do. And this Dark Troll Summoner has been giving them so many towers, right? The rally skeletons are insane when it comes to the early pushing, because very rarely can the heroes take those skeletons down quickly.
A Dark Troll Summoner with a Siege Wagon pushing your mid tower at 11 minutes. Very difficult to deal with. One more push like that, or even just a little bit more commitment without the Siege Wagon, they get the tier 1 mid. And unfortunately, Talon are not anywhere near to claiming any towers of their own right now.
Flyfly will have the Maelstrom fairly soon, so that's going to be increasing his farming potential. And Razor already isn't that slow a farming hero, so he is going to be able to match up the SF in farming, considering he's already ahead, or make sure that it stays that way.
Pretty significant gap between him and the SF. SF does grab a Mask of Madness, so he's going to increase his farm rate through the jungle. However, it's going to take a while before he feels comfortable actually showing up for engagements. Whereas for this Razor, if you get after this Maelstrom, he can decide, am I going to go straight BKB? Am I going SNY? But honestly, Maelstrom plus half an item, you're ready to fight as this Razor right now.
Yeah, for sure. I guess Yasha into a BKB and then you get an SNY. That would probably be the standard for Razors. We'll see if he agrees. Though this game Manta is not half bad either. Sure, you have a lasso, but on the other hand, you also have all of these things to remove the silence, the magnetize, the silence from the Muerta as well, nasal goo. There is an argument to be made.
Makoto not far away from having himself a Blade Mail, one of the items you need to play with as an Earth Spirit. Unfortunately, though, it's going to be needed somewhere on the map because we do have a 2-hero smoke move by Yakul's brothers. The supports are trying to hunt somebody down, but nobody is availing themselves just yet. They will now see the Bristle back, but the opportunity to actually kill him is a bit sus, so the smoke will go nowhere.
I just got, it's not a team that is a part of our tournament, but I just got a Reddit information. Extreme Gaming has updated their roster, so stop. Yeah. Okay, I just lost my my caster. He got a stroke from that one. He was very happy at least.
Oh my goodness. Okay. New Extreme Gaming. Oh, PYW is joining the team with Tianming.
Yeah,
Okay.
I told you guys, everybody, I don't have a caster. He is still alive. I'm lucky for that, but he's just gonna be swooning over the over the new Chinese rosters.
Yeah, but I'm back. We're good. I'll go fanboy later. I'll go check it out. But for now, let's focus on this Chinese team. None of whom are going to be on the new XG, unfortunately. One last thing about XG, the good news is that Ame is not actually retiring apparently, so that makes me very happy.
You said you were back, and I didn't. I was right
Okay,
not to
I'm
believe
back.
it. So Dawnbreaker did go for the Blade Mail, and now we'll be going into the SNY. Yeah, he did go for the Blade Mail as well, but the game went so long that he ended up selling it in that previous one, it seems.
How do you feel about him going for the SNY in this particular instance?
I don't think it's necessarily that good of an item for this game, but it just seems to be the best stat item at the moment. And considering you have a hero that doesn't really need an early BKB because of the shard, I'm fine with it.
Okay. I'm fine with that then. Moving now from Talon. They smoked up. They see Zeal. They missed with the initial roll. Flame break back. Can they get the lasso? Yes,
Look
they
at the
can.
other side.
Akashi triggering the Requiem, but they've used so many ultimates. They might not be prepared for Emo, who finds a 2-hero coil onto the SF and
Even
this Earth
more.
Spirit. SF already dead, and here comes the rest of Yakult's brothers. Razor coming in through the twin gate. They've already killed off the Earth Spirit. Cuckoo trying to run away. He dodges the plasma field, but can do nothing about the impetus shots. Yokam as well, struggling against the impetus of Baboka. However, with FPZ showing his back, throwing out the quills, they don't feel like they want to chase for much more here, as they did end up losing the Tusk. Nonetheless, though, it's a 2-for-3 engagement. They get the SF and the Earth Spirit. And Zeal, yeah, he ends up dying, but Zeal was dead to rights regardless. It's a very successful fight for Yakult's brothers.
Livefly's contribution to that fight was so funny because he did absolutely nothing. He went through the twin gates, he lost all of his mana, and he came into the fight. He only had mana for the static link and was waiting for some mana for the plasma field. Finally, he gets it off and completely misses it.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you just have to be there for moral support, you know?
Yep. I'm here, guys, and it is one of the reasons why the rest of the talent that were there decided not to chase the Enchantress, because they knew the Razor was in the vicinity. But Enchantress definitely did some solid work in that fight with the impetus shots.
Top lane. Throughout here in the jungle, they get an A-toss out onto Emo, but he's fine. Deadshot misses as well from Yokam. And Emo is gonna get a Water Rune and an Arcane Rune. Okay, good times.
Yep, there's a shovel on the Tusk, and I like that they changed it, that you can dig out a Water Rune all the time, so that we don't only get to see these runes for 2 times in the game.
They should make like later in the game like a super Water Rune that just gives you like burst heal instead of the regen rune, so that you have different options, right? Regen for more sustained heal. You grab the regen if you just want to be able to pursue the next fight.
I think with the way the Dota is right now, less would be more. I don't want more things added. There's way too many stuff. It's hard to balance out. This TI was one of with the least amount of heroes being picked, and that is because ever since the facets and the map became bigger, even for Ice Frog, it has become hard to balance out the game.
Yeah. Dota is in a very complex place right now, but as Dota players wouldn't have it any other way. It's a 6k gold lead, and speaking of complexity, the complex thing for Talon is, what is our next move? We have the Aegis on this Bristle, we want BKB on Akashi. Is BKB on SF actually our power spike, or is there something else we need to wait for?
That's the main one. Once you get the BKB on the SF, you walk into the Roche pit. Considering that Yakult's brothers aren't the best at getting Roche other than the Tusk, you might have time to get it. But overall, if I was Yakult's brothers, I'd try to get that Roche before the SF BKB, and then you destroy all of the chances of Talon's timings.
Paulison just removing away some vision, making the map a little bit darker for Talon Esports. They are closing in on the Blink Dagger for the Batrider, so that'll give them some opportunity to go seek out fights. And speaking of fights, they're coming bottom. They want to try and make a move here. It's only Emo and Paulison so far, but they could bring in more with on the outpost or the tier 1 tower.
They have a good ward here in the lane, so Yakult's brothers understand they can defend this tower. And if Roche does move to the Radiant side without that tower falling, then you can, without any problems, get the Roche. So that is it is very smart that they kept that one alive.
Flyfly, he has opted to go for the full Mjolnir. Not going to stop over for a stat item. Will immediately head himself into the BKB. Honestly, I don't mind this that much. I feel like if you have Enchantress, Dawnbreaker, and the Tusk in your team, you have enough tools for survivability that you don't need to rely on your pure stats early on. You can just rely on the magic immunity instead.
Yeah, there's a lot of magic damage on the other side, so they're really not going to be doing any damage to your BKB. The only problem I have is you don't have the Yasha for the extra movement speed, so once there's BKBs on Talon, the puck won't be able to keep them in place long enough for you to do the damage.
Flyfly, just going to run heads up into Cuckoo here. Cuckoo, they're closing in onto him with the Celestial Hammer. Can he get out? Oh, he blinked at the last moment away from Paulison and then TPs into safety. Very nicely done from him. And I'm not sure Yakult's brothers feel strong enough right now to go for Roche. Oh no, they double scanned as well. This is the second time we've seen the same team do this, bro. What's happening with Yakults?
Well, you mentioned that there might be some communication issues. Sure, some of them need to learn Chinese anyways, but I've talked to some people from China and they're like, yeah, it's if you know one dialect of Chinese, it doesn't mean that you're gonna be understanding the other ones all that well. Maybe that's an issue.
Well, if that's the only mistake they end up making, that's a big one. I'm sure they'll take it, but that does mean that they'll be playing a bit more blind on the map at the moment. They are still smoked up on multiple heroes, hoping to catch somebody. FBZ is showing, and Emo does have a blink, but they're not going to opt to go for him. They're going on to SF. Akashi, if they can catch him, they could kill him, but thankfully for the rest of Talon, Cuckoo shows up, gives up the ghost, does the right thing for his team. Yokam, though, might not be so lucky. He's playing underneath an Observer Ward. There's no tier 1 tower to help save him. Zeal gets the Starbreaker out, misses the actual stun. Emo is still going to help close the gap, and so is Paulison. They have the vision for the Snowball, tries to activate the Pierce the Veil, but there's absolutely no way out of this one. Buddy, just going to buy some time, outplaying them a little bit. Another Starbreaker missed. What's going on here, guys?
I was about to say losing one support is okay, but losing two is bad. Considering that it took so much time, it's not that big of a deal. The Batrider will be back now. The question is Yakult's brothers, Roche or no, they don't have that tier 1, but they feel confident going for this one.
Yeah, they feel like they have the additional attack speed from the Hellbear Smasher, so that'll be good enough. Roshan does kill the Hellbear, unfortunately. What can you do? But they're going for the big man. He's very close to dying. However, the rest of Talon are approaching this fight. They want to try and stop this from happening, but they are too late. Do they feel the bravery to still pursue the fight? The answer is no. They're backing up, which is correct because they just got a Yules on Emo, a BKB on Fly, and an Aegis on the Razor.
I think the tomato, when it dies, it gives you damage, and the potato gives you attack speed. I think that's how it's distributed between the two.
Ah, I see. I always get the two confused, honestly, between the two
Potatoes
of them. For me,
and
those
tomatoes?
creeps in the game, yeah. For me, these things are just for killing, man. I don't play the heroes that need to know what the impact of these various neutral camps are.
Exactly,
Just have to know how quickly to kill them.
Makes sense. You know that I watched once an episode of Jamie Oliver and some of his cooking shows. He went to a school and the kids didn't know what a potato was. He shows them a French fry. They're like, French fries! Then he pulls out a potato. They had no idea what it was. Maybe it was staged, but it was really really weird. So I'm like, yeah, is Snare like that? No, but you know. Okay, that's fine.
The actual real description of a potato is the guy that was playing mid in my last game.
That is true. Okay, so you don't want Jokam, now you want a bigger kill, but Batrider is not necessarily a bigger kill.
Yep. This is going to be, what, the second time in a row that they end up looking for a big smoke and only finding Cuckoo? This is pretty good stuff for him to keep breaking up these smokes. Yeah, sure, they're going to lose the tier 2 tower in the top lane, but that tower was forfeit regardless.
But it still feels bad on the Batrider because they killed the Tormentor and he got the shard, which gives him absolutely nothing. It just gives him more gold so that he's worth more. And then they killed him, but... Okay, Bristleback is not a target.
Nah. Bloodstone, Aghanim Scepter, Bracer power trades. Yeah, you leave that boy alone. Just let him do his thing. Just take the tower and go somewhere else.
What the hell is this? How can he be farmed than more farmed than the enemy mid laner and his own off laner?
He's almost as farmed as his own mid laner. How is this? It's just a poker thing.
And none of those guys have bad games, right? SF doesn't have that bad of a game. The Punk doesn't have a bad game, but he's just better than them, it seems.
Just wait. Did they kill the Tormentor on the Radiant side?
Yes, he got the shard. Yes.
Did he get it? Okay. So that's a little bit of the net worth, but still. It's crazy net worth he has right now.
Yeah, he would be behind all of the cores actually if he didn't get that inflection of gold.
Top. Hunting for Yokam. It's been Cuckoo breaking this up, and honestly, I think losing Cuckoo, it sucks. It's not that deep. Dream Coil! They got him. Emo with the read in that situation. Yokam, I don't know how you escape this one, buddy. You'll have to try your best, but they feel like there's... No, don't want to try and make this too easy for Yokam to make a counterplay. They're going to be very considerate about how they take this fight.
What a
He
Yules.
came in hoping to try and help, but the Yule was there immediately. They come in, Plasma Field from Fly. They even see fit to drag Zeal in with the Solar Guardian. He was hoping to turn the fight, hoping to leverage this BKB, but it turns into a disaster. A double kill for Fly, a BKB charge expended from the Earth Spirit. They do at least claim away the Aegis, but it was going to expire in about 90 seconds. Not the biggest deal in the world.
What a Yules coming out from Emo, right? He saw the Batrider for a second. Batrider jumps, he instantly heals himself up. Then you have to lasso Paulson, who is tanky enough to survive with the Solar Guardian. Buck maybe would have been a target there if you get the lasso on him, but just everything was done perfectly. And yeah, base attack damage bonus 60%. See?
Okay. So tomatoes give you power, potatoes give you speed. I understand.
I would assume it's the other way around. They need to change the colors, to be honest, right? Because potato is this thing that is full of calories. And if you want to be light and speedy with all the vitamins, then you need a tomato.
Tomato. Well, we're giving you the information to eat your vegetables whenever you can. Also, to ensure that you're following us on Twitch and on YouTube. Check out the social media pages as well, so that you know what's happening in the Fissure universe going forward in Dota 2.
Smoke from Talon, they have the lasso.
Get the lasso out onto this Razor first and foremost, but that's not the target you want if the SF is not right on top of him. They've already lost the Batrider. Baboka, look at those impetus shots onto FBZ. The Bristleback is half HP
away
to an Enchantress that they need to run. Starbreaker connects onto Yokam. The Muerta pierce the Veil, Protector for a little while longer. Zeal coming forward. The Plasma Field almost kills him off, but the Dream Coil will succeed. It also connects onto this Bristleback. He's held in position a little while longer. Very tough though with his back turned to everybody. And now Mikoto jumping in with the BKB, but unfortunately, Fly held his own BKB this entire time. Mikoto just ends up getting eviscerated. 3 heroes fall, none claimed by Talon. And Yakult's brothers are just running over them right now.
If you were following Fly's movement in that fight, it was perfect, right? That's why he did so much damage as well, and then needed to pop the BKB only at the very end. So he got lassoed at the beginning. His team is there to help him. Nobody super close. The SF is charging up the Requiem. Usually at that point, you pop the BKB, you run in. No, he runs to the left, waits for the Requiem to pass out, then he goes towards the SF. If there was no that kickback from the Earth Spirit onto the SF at that point, Fly would have been able to run him down.
It was a devil's bargain. It's either Mikoto saves the SF and dies himself, or he has to watch him be doomed to his own death. No good options in Talon. The scary thing about all of that happening was that they'd already popped the Aegis in the top fight, so this was without Fly having an Aegis available. Now he also has the SNY. It's arrived off the courier.
Yep.
Very difficult customer to deal with. Yep.
So now you don't want to lasso him. It just doesn't feel good. You would want to catch the puck. Almost impossible. Things are looking scarier and scarier for Talon because sure, your Bristleback is hard to kill, but your SF cannot get into a position where he can do damage. So you don't really have that constant output of concentrated physical damage that you would like to have.
Kashi really is struggling right now to have his impact be felt in the game. And for the second game in a row, this Bristleback is the de facto carry for the Dire lineup, but this time around he's got so much more work to do.
Talon haven't gotten a kill in forever. They're really trying their best, but they cannot bring anybody down. They have AoE damage, it's there, but when it comes to finishing people off, that is where the SF needs to come in, and his ability to come in and do some damage hasn't been there. Baboka is 10-1, man.
What?
Is,
For me, I'm still laughing about that last fight where he literally did half damage onto a Bristleback who had his back turned to him just with the Hurricane Pike and impetus shots. It was insane, man.
Yep, and he cannot heal on him because you're attacking from so far away. You have to go for the other guys.
Yep. And the fact that he's sitting with the Mage Slayer as well, if he just touches this Earth Spirit, touches the Batrider, touches the Shadow Fiend, the damage reduction is quite massive. And Cuckoo, the previous times he was probably happy to be the one that dies. I don't think he's going to be happy this time. Oh, he's going to be very happy because he's not dying at all. Just CP's out.
Yeah, I'm looking at Cuckoo. He was never even close to dying. I have no idea how that plasma field didn't connect, and why he waited for so long. He saw it earlier. He could have blinked away, but he decided to wait for the last moment.
Mikoto, they're trying to dive on him in the top lane. They force a BKB charge, and he goes back in. The Magnetize is thrown out right now. Cuckoo trying to close the gap. He does have access to the lasso if needed, dragging Zeal towards Akashi. Shadow Fiend finally able to get another kill. Only his second of the game, but still decent enough. Quite a bit of gold. And look at that! Holy beast! I thought this was a tanky hero. 3,000 HP, Aghanim's Bloodstone, and the support almost gets you down to half.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a missed information that was held from the viewers there. That support has 10 kills, and he's doing the most damage in the game. Only the Earth Spirit is ahead, who is hitting everybody, and this guy is always focusing only on one target. Baboka, this reminds me of his Monkey King performances with his solo carrying games.
Yep. Cuckoo comes across Fly. Might regret this, but there's nobody nearby Fly. Brother? That's the wrong direction. That's the wrong direction. Let him go.
No, run towards them. You're the strongest. He's very hard to kill. There's no Solar Guardian. If there was Solar Guardian, Fly would be pushing even more aggressively.
He did have to commit the Eye of the Storm for that one, so we're going to have to wait another 30 seconds after this one expires before we're ready to go again. Gives a small window of time for Talon, but mainly this is about Yakult's brothers thinking about when they want to rush, and Talon needing to fight them before that point. So here comes Talon, smoked up with multiple heroes. They understand the state that this game is in right now.
You have the Shadow Blade. That is very good for positioning on DSF. Finally, he does have something to get himself into a position where he's going to be able to right-click.
Erasma was just picked up by the puck. So that's a pretty big spell that's available. And while all of these heroes are here, top is currently being pushed in by Zeal. There's Dawnbreaker. She does TP home though. She's kind of afraid that they are making a big beeline towards her. Rather make the safe play. And now Talon are no longer really positioned to contest this. Their scan will connect though. So they know that the Roshan attempt might be happening. Immediately the heroes start moving their way back into the area.
The top lane and the mid lane, you're going to be losing a lot of farm if you're Talon, but it is necessary right now. Letting go this Roche would be a big mistake. This is finally a way for you to get back into the game.
Boca will just do his thing, put in some damage. Best impression of a carry. That wasn't even with the Hurricane Pike. That was just 3 regular hits. He's sitting with a Grove Bow, bro, on this Enchantress. This is insane.
Yep, and he wants the Lincoln Sphere, a little bit of more mana, because a lot of the times the Enchantress will have mana issues. Enchantress with the Lincolns, that's not going to be the case.
Both teams posturing around the big man. Neither wants to give up this advantage. Who's going to be the ones shown first? They see FBZ walking underneath an observer ward. So they know where the Bristleback is at, but not clearest vision on anybody else. Do they have a sentry? Yokam and Cuckoo? I don't think so. So they're not going to see that they're completely under vision right now.
Preparation for this is really good for Talon. They're approaching it pretty slowly. And Zeal, you just get away. You need to be dealing with the other wave so that you put Talon in a position where they have to make some tough choices. Either they go and gank you, or they go in for a fight. Right? You don't want to allow Talon to wait into the late, because the more time is passing, the more an 11k gold lead sounds not as impressive.
We have a Satanic about to fly in for the Razor. Is it actually on him right now? I think it is.
There it is.
God. They don't know. I don't think they saw this on the side of Talon. They aren't aware. Cuckoo with the flame break.
Now they're
gets the
aware.
push out. Now they know. Now they see it. How do you approach this fight? FBZ
Mavoka
already
wants
losing
him.
quite a lot of HP. And we got the Dream Coil thrown out
Got
onto
him.
the Bristle. Bristleback almost died. On the high ground, he lives though. Forced to pop the BKB, but he is still alive.
Dota saving
Very
his
long
life.
the HP though.
That was 2 impetus misses, the longest range ones.
Well, unfortunately with the Bristleback that low, I don't think they can contest this anymore.
Yep, it's gonna be a Roche taken down. That's the Aegis, and of course the banner in the hands of Yakult's brothers. They're not the greatest at sieging, but I'm thinking Paulson might decide to go for an axe this game, and that's gonna help you in that regard.
Highest hero damage in the game. Just to remind everybody, it's the Puck and Enchantress who are sitting at pole position. And no, this is not a core Enchantress. BoomBocha ostensibly playing position 4, but we know how this guy rolls. He's always a core in his games.
Yep, he's one of the greedier position 4s for sure.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Torments are taken. Goes the way of Paulson. Do you defend this tier 2 or just let it go?
Yeah, you're gonna have to let it go. You're not in position to defend it. Generally, this tower is not that hard to defend. You have a lot of angles at which you can engage onto the enemies, and I'm really not liking the Talon or not using this lasso. Just use the lasso, kill somebody, reset, save your towers and stuff like that, delay the Sagas. If you're just allowing the objectives to fall, it's gonna be a problem. I think Talon might just be thinking about high ground defense, and you cannot do that. You're gonna get closed down. Okay, they're thinking about defending the mid lane. You need some access point in the map.
See how they approach this fight. Yakult's brothers aren't fully set up themselves for this one just yet. Emo is not yet here. And Talon, very scared of initiating. And there's the jump in. They go straight onto Cuckoo. Forced off away though, will keep him alive. As FBZ has to watch as Mikoto is in front of them. Magnetized, going onto multiple heroes. They want BoomBocha. They can't find him. So they'll settle for Paulson instead. He is already down. Roll onto the high ground. They get Zeal. Akashi able to get the right clicks out with the help of Mikoto. Very nice approach from Talon. 2 heroes dead off the bat of this. Okay. Perfect fight. And they don't lose anybody in the process.
Yeah, Mikoto is the one who separated the fight. Look at how much damage he did. He stayed a little bit on the Enchantress. The Enchantress couldn't do that damage that was supposed to kill people. Razor needs some time to do the damage. Puck dances around. Your initiation didn't bring you a kill on the Batrider. I think after this one, Yakult's brothers are going to understand that their lineup should not commit for a kill because there's very low chances of you actually getting it. So better just focus on poking and prodding, and then once you get the opportunity where you are certain that somebody's gonna die, then those jumps from the tusk would make sense.
I think part of the problem they're gonna start running into, you were mentioning earlier that as time goes on, the 11k lead doesn't feel as impactful. It's especially not impactful if there is a Razor as your primary big carry hero, and the enemy team has Bristleback, Shadow Fiend. With Mikoto as well, their damage output is going to outstrip yours in a while. So you have, I think, up until this next Aegis, the next 8 minutes of the game before things start to look extremely difficult for Yakult.
Usually that you would say that way, but ever since, talents, facets, every little thing was added, Razor with a level 25 is a huge late game hero. So I wouldn't put it past him for him to destroy this game.
Trying to destroy this Bristleback right now. It's taking a little bit of time, but FBZ will eventually end up going down here. Zeal had to commit the Solar Guardian for that one, but certainly well worth it. And they're not done just yet. They want more. Searching forward for Yokam. Akashi zones them back with the Requiem, but Flyfly has a BKB active. Doesn't care about the spell. And now they're on the high ground looking toward Akashi. The setup came from Paulson. The damage came from BoomBocha. And this team fight is won by Yakult. 3 heroes in the grave, only one of whom have buyback.
Yeah, one of the key words for the Yakult's brothers song should have been Sproink, because BoomBocha is just destroying everybody. Of course, Flyfly, he's the one that dealt the majority of the damage there, and that is without his level 25. When you get this shard on the Razor, the hero just becomes very, very dangerous to deal with. Very, very hard to escape him. And if a Razor can stay on top of a target for 5, 6, 7 seconds, get all of that damage in, he's undoubtedly going to be the strongest hero. So they weren't really on the biggest of timings, but of course, if you can increase your lead and end the game earlier, you're going to be doing it.
Tier 3 tower gone. Melee racks being sieged upon. 55 seconds left for the Aegis. Would be perfect timing if they can expire. But look at Flyfly. He's smart enough. He's been in this situation before. Pops the Satanic. He's back at full HP. And now Lasso was thrown onto Emo. But he's still alive. Yule Scepter into the air right now. He's going to get away from this particular fight. Cuckoo taking so much damage from Flyfly. He's going to kill him from the high ground. Mikoto, I don't think you can escape from this one, my friend. You went on Emo, and now Emo is right back onto you. Dead Earth Spirit, dead Batrider. all of this before the Shadow Fiend could even respawn. Yakult's brothers just will not be stopped and contained in this game one.
Razor is level 25 and the butterfly was just delivered to him. Even without the Aegis, I mean, he can 1 versus 5 the enemy team. He can literally run into DSF and the DSF doesn't get the 4 staffs. You cannot stop the Razor. He's gonna kill all of you.
Yeah. Aegis now expires. Fly getting all his mana back because he was at full HP. And now he has BKB Satanic while he's sitting on this high ground. Hasn't even felt the need to use the static charge on himself. Now Emo getting 2 heroes caught inside the stream coil.
No static link.
But
now
they
is the
don't
time
really
to
care
go.
about these heroes. But can they get to these heroes is the question. Cuckoo has Blink Lasso, but what they do not have is any vision, fam.
It was a small opportunity when an important spell of the Razor was down. The problem is that that spell has a very, very low cooldown for a main spell of a hero, and it is not going to be an opening that Talon are going to be able to use.
Zeal now building into getting an AC for himself. He's level 21. The Razor, like you mentioned, is 25, and FBZ still looking for a basher. Like, it's not like this hero is weak. It's just you can't get your damage out. Oh, boy. Well, look on the bright side. Look on the bright side. They killed the Ancients, but they did. Oh, never mind. I saw a token, and I thought it went their way. It went the other side. Never mind. That was terrible.
You have this one high ground defense spell, and now you wasted it. I don't know if you can kill the Razor. If I'm Fly now, I'm at least attempting to go high ground. And there's the Aghanim Scepter on the Tusk, so he postures aggressively, he gives you vision, and then Tusk goes fishing.
FBZ gonna get spranked a little bit of damage being done towards his direction. Will turn his back, throw out the Ags with the Quill Sprays, but Yakult's brothers only dropped down to half on Fly. He's got Satanic, can just find a camp and heal back up to full.
They decided not to kick back the Bristleback. I think they wanted to try, but they decided against it in the end. Fly being a little bit too aggressive. He was more defensive in this positioning there. I think Paulson would have went for the kickback.
Boboka, I love how he's just been chilling with that Grove Bow, seeing absolutely no reason to change it. Building into a Wind Waker next. Gosh, he's so farmed. It's the same farm as the Shadow Fiend. They're gonna jump him. They should be able to bring him down. Solar Guardian, though, gonna buy some time. There's the snowball save as well. Yokam dies instead, followed up by the Batrider. And look at Akashi. He's right next to Fly, who's just gonna kill him off with Zeal. FBZ getting his damage drained away, giving attack speed to the Razor. And that is yet another kill. Buyback from the SF. But what difference is this gonna make? All he can do is watch Mikoto get kicked back, get killed off, and he just walks his tail in between the base. GG, well played, is called. Talon Esports simply cannot contend with the power of Yakult's brothers.
That was such a clean game coming out from Yakult's brothers. We usually see this from them, though, in game 1 and then game 2. They dropped the ball a little bit, but Talon, they're in trouble, right? Because they've already lost 2 series with a score of 2-0. Now they're 0-5. I think that pretty much puts you in a position where you're not going to be going to the playoffs. You're not going to be playing in the arena.
Yeah, there is a chance still, but it relies a lot on other results going in their direction. But if they go 0-2, it's pretty much done, unless like massive miracles happen tomorrow. But yeah, the thing that worries me the most, if I'm honest, isn't necessarily their scoreline. It's their emotions. When I'm looking at them right now in the booth, this does not look like a team that, not only are they sad that they lost, they don't seem convinced that they thought they should have won.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't even close at any point in the game. At this point already in the game, it was put into perspective that Yakult's brothers are the ones that are in control. And already you could see problems with the damage of Talon. Right? They didn't have anybody to finish people off.
Yeah. Had lots of setup, but never really able to deliver that punch. Unfortunately, Akashi didn't find that like crazy form that we sometimes see from the Shadow Fiends. Like if it was that last game where where you're seeing some Shadow Fiend from Olnit being able to deal 1,200 crits, maybe this is a different game, but just a lack of damage overall. This was the one positive fight they took, and this was all down to Mikoto. him getting in on this Earth Spirit, creating all this chaos. Had this fight, if they gotten one other fight like this one, we maybe could have still been in the game.
But it was very, very hard. And, you know, if you look at their lineup is chaotic. SF doesn't like chaotic lineups. SF likes when a lot of his teammates can play around him and make him do well. In this game, you had a carry who was basically there just to reduce armor so that your bristleback can do more damage. Just because nobody's gonna protect him, nobody's gonna bring heroes towards him for him to do the damage. Maybe Cuckoo could have, but when you have only one hero that is capable of doing so, it's not good enough.
Yeah. I mean, when they picked the Bristleback, or the Bat Rider, excuse me, in the draft, you were saying at that exact point on 17 that they should have gone for the Puck. And if they had Puck instead of the Earth Spirit, with Akashi able to just sit behind the Dream Coil, lay in the damage, things could have been so different. But instead, the Puck is playing with Razor, and they just pick off hero after another at different segments of the fight at a time. It's just so difficult to play into.
Yep. I mean, Puck has been difficult to play into for all the teams. That's why we're seeing it first banned every single time. I even expected to get first picked in this game because what are you going to pick versus it? Lion is like the best hero that is somewhat being played by some teams that can remotely deal with the Puck. All of the other heroes in the meta are just not that good versus him.
I'm hoping that Emo did so much damage that it just resets to 0. They're like, the scouts are broke. We have no idea how powerful this Emo guy actually is. Astounding performance from him. Great plays. That's from the team in general, but man, Baboka played so well. I'm conflicted though, because Baboka played really well, obviously being the more carry-oriented route, but there were so many that would have been positive for Talon if they weren't scouted out by Paulison, interrupted by an errant shot here and there. So many occasions where they got the good jump onto Emo. This Puck should be dead to rights, but then Paulison jumps in with a snowball, saves him, and turns around the fight. So as a support player, which of these two do you think deserves the MVP for Game 1?
I'm still going to go with Baboka because it was all about the pokes in this game and then committing when you see that the hero is going to die. A Tusk in those kind of circumstances isn't going to be your go-to hero that you are relying on. So in terms of most valuable player, most valuable hero, Baboka and the Enchantress take it, no sweat.
Great performance from him. Great itemization as well. Having the Mage Slayer, because you went what? Mage Slayer first, which I don't think I've ever seen in my life on an Enchantress. Then he came back for the Hurricane Pike, got Yule's Lincoln Sphere to protect himself, making the game impossible for the Talon crew. Man, what a performance from Baboka overall. And I think right now, if I'm on the side of Talon Esports, I'm getting concerned because normally I think to myself, well, if I ban out these playmaking heroes or we give them a playmaking hero on 5, well, he can play this on 4. He could have played Tusk, could have played Enchantress. I imagine he would have still had some pretty decent impact throughout the game. This guy, man, just knows what to do and when to do it for his squad.
Yep, and especially when the game opens up for him, and it did open up for him in the top lane, because you had a Tusk on your team and the SF on the enemy side, so you just made sure that the lane was kind of even until the Tusk was ready to rotate. Once the Tusk is ready to rotate, you have a good creep ready. That is when the first rotation came. You killed the SF once, and at that point you're just bringing in the right creeps. Also throughout this game, you know, we can look at his score and his right-click damage, but his creeps have made a difference, especially the Dark Troll Summoner, making sure that the top tower falls and the mid lane tower falls, opening up the map, allowing his team to apply even more pressure.
Yeah, I'm fully on board with that one. Baboka absolutely understood the assignment, gave him Enchantress, he played it to the best of his ability, and now Talon Esports on the cusp of finding themselves kicked out entirely of BB Dacha here in Belgrade. Fortunately, though, they still have another game to go, so it's not over just yet. And also, while they're still getting themselves ready for the next game, this gives you at home an opportunity to make sure that you are following the page. So hit us up on YouTube, hit the subscribe button, follow here on Twitch, and of course, ensure that you are seeing what's happening on social media so you know what FISSURE is cooking up for 2025. That is going to be it for now, but there's still one more game in this series. So let us hope that Talon can keep themselves in contention here at BB Dacha Belgrade. We're going to be finding out after a small break. Snare and Harry Freak return for some more Dota 2 action. Welcome back, one and all, to some more BB Dacha Dota 2 action. A tournament, of course, brought to you by Fissure. Make sure you're following the channel and following their socials so you know what's happening in the future. Right now, the future brings us to Game 2 of Jakob's brothers taking on Talent Esports. And Game 1 was tough. Game 1 was rough. That's the kind of game, Harry Freak, where if I'm playing that with my team in like one of the Sunday Cups in a scrim, I'm like, guys, I don't want to play Game 2. So, as the coach, what are you telling the boys to make sure that they're prepared for the next game?
I would want a different approach to the draft because this was all around the place. If you have AoE damage, and not that much protection, get a hero that is easily going to be able to get in and do it, right? Something like a Morphling other than an SF. If you want to pick an SF, then draft so that he can have an easier time. There was a chance to play that lineup, but obviously Talon, with their current form, cannot perform something like this because it could have been done, but a lot of the things should have been done different, and those things cannot be fixed from game 1 to 2.
Another big thing that I think, an elephant in the room that we have to discuss. Unfortunately, the performance that we saw from FBZ in the offlane for Talon, I don't think has necessarily been there fully for what the team needs, like the degree of impact he's supposed to have. And it might be because of the heroes he's played. In the last year or two, I think the best we ever saw FBZ, if he's on Centaur and if he's on Mars, he's not had either of those heroes so far. Do you think this is the time to just say, you know what, bro, give you comfort because we kind of need you to perform at your best?
I would like that. I think I would like that for sure. A basic lineup for Talon for sure is something that I would like to see, because Southeast Asia Dota has always been this chaotic, I jump you, I kill you, right? And obviously a lot of it came from their mid laners and their offlaners. If you have an offlaner who's just farming an Aghanim Scepter for the entire time, I don't think it goes in with the things that Southeast Asia as a region has been doing. So just switch it up. And Storm Spirit in itself is a good way at it. But of course we were talking about FBZ's here, so I can't wait to see what they've got in store for him.
Yeah. Of course, we're going to be getting this Tusk now emerging from Yakul's brothers. Paulison already played a phenomenal game on this. We know Baboka can play this very well if needed. Either way, this Tusk hero, so many options, right? In the previous game, we saw it being played with the tag team. That on top of the Starbreaker was insane damage, but they could choose something else, get out of some sticky situations with the drinking buddies. And sadly, we will not be getting the FBZ Mars. Talon Esports, they are aware of this exactly as well. They know that in a Hail Mary situation, this would be his hero. Just take it out of the pool.
There's still a Beastmaster, right? That would be a big FBZ hero. I wouldn't hate to see it. For now, they're going to get a Muerta, but something like a Beastmaster would also be right up in his alley.
I will say this, Yokam Muerta, there were some pretty clutch silences in the previous game that definitely could have gone better if they were further ahead at that moment. And there was one fight that went a little bit south. He just revealed the Rod of Atos, but they couldn't kill Emo. If they'd gotten the kill on Emo, maybe that Atos turns into the full Gleipnir. Who knows how the game evolves, but still, I still like this Muerta hero, even if it ended up losing game 1.
Recently, people haven't been finishing off the Gleipnir on the Muerta support. They just want some of the other items. A lot of the defensive items are something that people are getting from time to time. So yeah, but I still would like to see a Gleipnir, even though I got so sick of it. And there it is. I got so sick of it. I still now I miss it when there's no Gleipnir in games.
Dota 2 is just an abusive relationship between the players and the community. As they get the Lion out, insta-hex onto the Storm Spirit, something we've been clamoring for a while now whenever we do see these Spirit heroes mid. And this is going to be paired up with the Visage. I think, is this our first Visage together for this tournament?
Yes, a lot of the times it was banned out, and it's weird because we've cast so many Tundra games, but in those it's just not going to be allowed. You get a Lion, somebody to control the storm, and then you get somebody to save the Lion from all the magical damage that's going to be coming. I'm guessing this is going to be a drums into a pipe for the Visage, unless the game is going really well, so you can get away with something like an Orchid.
Drums, pipe, maybe get some bongo boots later. I can definitely see that. And they have, I'm just thinking of how frustrating this lane is going to be playing into. Dealing with Lion, constant soul assumption spam. Whoever's going in that lane, good luck, have fun.
It's not going to be easy, but it might even be the Tusk that lanes there. Though, let me just check. Baboka hasn't been playing any Lion in pubs, and neither has been Paulison, so I would still be looking to put the Tusk with the Visage. It just makes a little bit more sense.
You just want to see the drinking buddies combination with those vicious familiars later on.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Alchemist now emerges for Talon Esports. We're going to be having that as the Akashi hero. He knows what his lane is going to be, so it's either Visage Tusk, Visage Lion. Provided they can get the adequate support, he should be fine here. Ench would have been nice, but unfortunately already removed from the game.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what is the hero for Cuckoo. Something that he has been playing in pubs has been a Phoenix, but he'll go for the Lich. Doesn't really help you much versus the Soul Assumption, though.
Frost Armor onto this Alchemist. I guess maybe the idea is that later on in the game, when this Alka is getting much more tanky, before he's super tanky, you can make sure that you have that Frost Shield on top of him. And if you ever get to the Aghanim Scepter with the Storm Spirit, and you already have very easy setup for the Chain Frost, maybe that's the rationale.
Are we gonna see an emo Tiny? This would be cool because Muerta and the Lich can be bursted down, and you do have some follow up to make it happen. I wouldn't hate it.
Wait, say that again?
Emo Tiny.
No, the last sentence. You wouldn't hate Tiny mid. Wow. History has been made here in BB Dacha in Belgrade. Harry Freak actually advocating for mid Tiny. And the one game you advocate for mid Tiny is the one game where they're like, no, brother. We're going to rather go for the Earth Spirit instead.
Yeah, I mean, I was close, right? They're both made from rock.
Some stone is going to end up in the mid lane. In this game, I suppose the rationale behind this as well is the additional silences that you get. You don't have as much insta burst as the Tiny, but your team fight control can be a little bit better because you don't really have the best team fight with the rest of your roster.
And it's such a good blade mail game. I think that was probably one of the reasons why they went for the Earth Spirit, right? You get a blade mail, the Muerta cannot touch you. Lich already doing his AoE damage. Storm also doesn't like playing into the blade mail from time to time. So it makes sense that you do go for the Earth Spirit.
So Yakul's brothers, they will have the first pick out of the phase to end out their draft on the 23. What do we need here? We still need a carry for Fly, right? He played Razor in the last game. He's played some Morphling, played some Gyrocopter. What would you like here? What seems like it just leaps out to you as the first suggestion?
Medusa is pretty decent, right? Because you hit the timing a little bit later than the Alchemist, but even when the Alchemist hits his timing, he cannot really kill you all that easily. You have no ways to purchase mana. Medusa lanes well versus a lot of heroes. I'd be okay with it.
Medusa. Let's see. They banned the Shadow Fiend on the side of Talent Esports. So Yakul's brothers will be looking towards ensuring that they ban out a hero that FBZ will play. His Centaur is still in the mix. His Beastmaster is still in the mix. Either or, I think, would be fine. You know, there's a hero that you mentioned earlier that you weren't so sure about in that game. How would you feel about Bloodseeker here?
Well, now that I see the Luna, your lane wouldn't be too great. So no, Luna doesn't like to move around the fight all that much. She's fine with standing her ground. So I would assume you don't want to go that route.
No, I meant for Yakuls instead of the Luna. Had they gone Bloodseeker at that point?
There's a Storm. There's an Alchemist. I don't know. There's a lot of... I like it for Yakul's brothers. I don't like it against what Talon has.
Okay. Well, they did go for the Luna instead. So they're making sure in the event he's going to go for like some Timber. I guess you just pick Centaur here. The Centaur lane into the Luna is not really that bad. You have some initiation for later in the game because I don't want a game where... Alchemist can also start fights, but I think if you play with hypermobility, you might be able to sort of exploit some of these big ultimates, disengage, and then come back for the secondary fight. So I would like Centaur here.
I would like Underlord for the defensive approach and Primal Beast if you want aggressive. And there's the Underlord. It's such a good Underlord game. There's a Tusk and there's an Earth Spirit. So these two heroes like to move around quite a lot. And then when you get a snowball save, if there's a Pit of Malice waiting for you, that's a problem.
Yeah. Also the Aura buy that they're certainly going to need for this particular game. All right, I'm fine with this. How many Underlords have there been at this tournament so far? This is the first pick. This is the first Underlord game that we're going to be experiencing together. And I know I've clamored for it in so many games, so I'm quite happy to see it here. Especially considering that, sadly, this might be Talon's, well, not last game, but last game to get them out of the hole that they're in. So we're looking at this draft. Give me the read. How do they play this draft into Yakult's brothers to ensure the game 2 victory?
You play it relatively defensively. Laning stage-wise, maybe you go a bit aggressive. As a Storm Spirit, you focus only on killing the supports. You never commit for a core early on. You defend your towers. You make sure that they stay alive for as long as possible, so to not allow the Earth Spirit and the Lion to get a ton of kills. And then when the Alchemist hits his timing, you go like mad. Right, that's the approach. You get all of the auras that are needed on the Underlord. You get your Blink, Radiance, BKB on the Alchemist, and you just go. So that's what you need to do. If you give away way too many kills, if you give away way too many towers, you are gonna be in trouble, and your Alchemist timing is just not gonna be as strong.
All right, Talon Esports, I hope you were listening. The knowledge was being dropped by the Super Saiyan Serbian. S3 is out here. You know, S4 is taken, but you can be S3 for now. I really hope that Talon can make it happen. I do not want to see a team practically out so early on. On the bright side, you know, the other Southeast Asian team, Aurora, is tearing it up in the other group. So it's not like representation from the region is going to be completely culled. But still, it's always nice to have as many teams as possible, many diverse teams as possible representing the regions.
So if I'm S3 with a Super Saiyan Serbian, then S4 is Super Saiyan Swede, and what's the fourth S?
Oh, what's the fourth S? That's a good one. That's a good one. I'm trying to think.
I've broken Snare. Usually he does have, he's like a dictionary when it comes to words that nobody knows. I always have to Google them mid game, but this time around he's not working.
All right, the only way is the sexy Super Saiyan Swede. There we go.
Okay.
That's the only way you get to S4.
That's a late smoke from Yakult's brothers, showing that they want to utilize this Luna night vision to get the first blood. Very good position from Talon. They
and they're gonna get the smoke pops, and they knew they were prepared. They're ready.
Yep, Watcher fighting Paulson.
Right now, Paulson is like, who the hell added that change into the game? What the hell is this?
That's pretty cool. One thing we really never mentioned, the other casters don't mention it much either, is the Watchers turning to your side when you get the Roche. It is one of the very important things that allows you to control the map and get really good vision after you've gotten Roche.
I'm still not sure how I feel about that in general.
What's with the sentry? Was that supposed to block a camp? It did slow down the creeps a bit.
Maybe it wasn't supposed to block the camp. Maybe that was the plan, to get this creep wave underneath the tier 1 tower.
Plan. I like it. That's pretty cool.
I mean, that's so smart, right? Because heroes don't draw aggro anymore on the first wave, so... Okay. I don't think I've ever seen that before. If that was indeed the intent from Yakult's brothers, that's one of the smartest plays I've seen in a while.
It has to be. It has to be. You do not make a mistake like that to just lose a sentry.
Well,
so we get a Fist of Death line. A lot of people laugh at this one, but I think it's actually a pretty solid facet. Every single time you get a kill with the finger, just go into the jungle and farm.
Yeah. And it helps because normally after you get that finger kill, you're too weak to like show in the lane against anybody else. So you get to do something with your downtime until you're ready to fight again.
This Baboka approach at starting off on the top lane was a miss. They wanted to do it because they have a Tusk.
Yeah. Had he stayed around a little bit longer, perhaps, but he had to show again so FBZ could come closer. FBZ won't get caught out, and we'll just go back to farming. And right now, Makoto having a good lane against Emo, putting the screws on top of him with the Storm Spirit.
Had to be expected. We saw one of these matchups today, and I don't think the Storm Spirit won as much as he should have. This is more like it.
Makoto very upset about how this day has been going. Certainly wants to get some revenge on top. They're farming away there, bottom lane. Some harass going out onto Cuckoo, but not enough to make this hero really regret his life. He's chilling.
The thing is that the Lich likes to be annoying, right? And getting close to a Visage line and trying to be annoying can be very dangerous, very unhealthy. You can die easily to that. So we'll see what he can do. Maybe in the end he's just going to be trying to protect Akashi as much as possible.
Get out this Frost Shield, keep Akashi going for himself. Zeal did go for the Death Toll, right, on the Visage?
Yes.
Okay.
But
good job, good job, good job.
That's why they're just playing that defensively in that lane. Oh, Mikoto kicked back.
Kick back, Makoto underneath the tier 1 tower. He'll just eat some pot shots, but he can't play too aggressively because he is lower in terms of resources than Makoto. Still though, nicely done from him, showing some proof of concept that Makoto needs to lane very carefully here lest he die.
But still, it's a disaster for the Air Spirit at the moment. He's being almost doubled by the Storm Spirit, 20-7 compared to 12-2. That is a huge difference between these two heroes. And sure, you don't really pick the Air Spirit to win the lane, but you don't pick it to get completely demolished either.
Yeah. Certainly not going the way that he thought it would right now. Now, Makoto, as long as he can just avoid dying, get to himself to his level 6, he'll be telling his team, hey gang, trust me, life is going amazingly right now.
Yep. Doesn't really get much better than that. The line is rotating towards the mid lane as Jokem is in trouble.
Yeah, he is, but he pops the magic stick. He's gonna keep himself alive. The first blood gets taken away onto Paulison. FBZ can't chase further forward, but still very happy to have been involved in that first blood. Now they get the kill onto Makoto. Baboka realize they need to make a move to help out Emo on 2 parts of the map. Yakult's brothers finding something decent for themselves, even though they end up losing the kill first on the top lane.
Yeah, the Storm should have known. The line started moving towards the lane there, and he was under vision when that happened. So he decided to go towards the bottom water rune. That was most definitely a mistake coming out from Mikoto, and unfortunately he goes down. So that advantage he was building up, it's still there, but not as much as you would want it.
Yep.
Cuckoo is coming.
Cuckoo. He's come to the top lane. Does have the Sinister Gaze at the ready. He sees Fly. That would be the much bigger target, but they're gonna get the maybe easier grab onto Paulison. Calling already having committed by Yokem.
Help is
Snowball
coming.
though from Paulison going towards Cuckoo with the ice shots, holding him in position. Evo makes the rotation, finds the kill. Might not be done just yet. Was hoping to find Yokem with the roll. Won't be on target, but they do defend the top side of the map and punish Cuckoo for his rotation.
This Earth Spirit needs to do a lot in the game. And same is true for the line. So these two heroes are going to be playing together for a very long time. But overall, this laning phase isn't good for Yakult's brothers. Sure, they got 3 kills, but when you look at it, when you look at the gold, it's going to be Talon all the way.
Speaking of Talon, they're back. They're not done with this top lane. Want to make another pass in the side of the map. Fly and Paulison. They realize that something is amiss in this top lane. They're playing very carefully. Paulison will be the one that commits his life.
Visage
Snowball
is
will be
coming.
there from Yokem. Visage has now shown up, but
Really?
Visage might regret this actually. Showing here, Baboka got the Earth Spike out, and with some soul assumptions onto Yokem, a couple hits from the Luna, they do manage to bring Yokem down. Cuckoo now in danger, hoping that they focus onto him instead of the Alchemist. They will do so, killing off this Lich. And Yakult's brothers, what a response on the top side of the map. Twice in a row, Talent Esports try to force the issue and get heavily punished in the top lane.
Yeah, I guess you didn't want to lose your tower there. If you do not bring a hero and the Earth Spirit didn't have a TP at that point, you are going to be losing that tower, and you don't want it to happen that early.
Oh no.
Akashi.
Looks like Yakults are not done playing on the map. They're going on to Akashi. Baboka lays out the
Luna's
flood
here.
grenade, slowing them down. Even the Luna showed up for this one. Zeal might die though because Makoto zips on top of him. And with that Pit of Malice, they're able to bring down the Visage. Paulison trying to run himself away. Makoto using the last of his mana to ensure the kill onto the Tusk. So although they lose the Alchemist, they do get swift revenge. Talent Esports showing us that this game too, probably going to be a much more action-packed affair than game 1.
Yeah, they definitely won it. And the Storm having the Arcane Rune there, the first power rune going his way, changed everything. Because I'm looking at him zipping, thinking, why is he not losing any mana? But that Arcane Rune explains everything. Oh, they want Zeal to get his level 6. Didn't even give the rune to the line. They value the Visage getting his familiars a little bit earlier, more than the finger.
No, my friend, you don't understand. You give the Wisdom rune to your support player, right? Zeal is the support, Baboka is the true core. So what does he need the rune for?
You are right, though. Zeal is the most farmed hero on the side of Yakul's brothers, so it's not ideal for your support to be at the top of the network chart.
We'll see if Zeal can, reward the faith his team has had in him. For once, they're giving him farm priority. Does finish off the drums. That's something you are outlining in the draft, so they have that available. And once we get the Blade Mail out on this Earth Spirit, we should see if they start to play more aggressively on the map.
You need to have mobility in this game to get away after the Pit of Malice usage. There's probably going to be an Ice Spire as well. You are going to be... Even the, as you call them, bongo boots are kind of a necessity from what it seems.
So after a little stint of chaos, things have calmed down a little bit. Everybody's just back to farming. I would not be too surprised if I saw them try to make a move top to kill Fly now that he's positioned a bit far forward. And where's he going to?
He's just scouting to see what's going on. He is Luna with night vision, so he doesn't really feel like he's in any kind of danger.
Looks like the rest of his team, though, are more focused on the tier 1 tower bottom. Zeal and the 2 supports in this area. And they should be able to bring this bad boy down. I don't think Akashi... Will he try contest for this? He's going to come closer, but could be in danger on the next wave as it comes underneath the tower. We'll see if they decide to dive onto him. They're pinging him out right now. Akashi, they want him. He's channeling up the stun. The Visage Familiar drops will prevent the stun from coming out. Self-stun will be there, but Makoto insta-zip onto Zeal, preventing him from diving forward. We will find the Sinister Gaze dragging him into the
resummoned the birds!
And they will end up dead, but he resummoned the birds. He also dropped them. So these birds are gonna die. Lots of gold being given away from Zeal. One more right click is all they need. Does find the secondary drop here. Okay, so it looks like this one familiar will survive, but a lot of free gold being given away by this Visage. At the same time, in the jungle, Mikoto coming across Emo. Deadshot pushes Emo closer into the calling, but they don't feel like they have this punch. Not gonna chase forward for anything more.
They were tickling him there for 10 seconds, and he took absolutely no damage.
Top lane, well, FBZ is definitely taking all of the damage. Eats a full eclipse to the face. Nothing you can do about that one.
There were so many TPs to the bottom lane. They knew that that was going to be an opening.
Snowball, Paulison getting in towards this mid lane. They get the dead shot and the Sinister Gaze. They drag him towards the bottom of the river, and they do manage to kill him off.
Yeah, now they're going to know that there's a ward on the top rune as well, because Akashi started charging up against Unstable Concoction and picked up a Invis rune. At that point, Emo started running back, so Talon will be aware that that top rune is under vision.
Well, while the top rune is being de-warded, right now it is your time to ensure that you de-ward your ignorance. Follow the Twitch page that you're watching on right now. Follow us on YouTube. And ensure that you are aware of what's happening on the social media pages, because there's a lot of epic Dota coming up ahead through Fissure in the new year.
If I was Baboka, I would be very mad because I gave Wisdom Rune to my Visage, and then he resummoned his birds when he was dying, and now he's playing with only one familiar. That was basically a disaster coming out from Zeal.
Zeal has had very topsy-turvy performances, Game 1, he's always excellent. Then Game 2, something seems to happen. That the lanes don't go as well. A couple of misplays end up happening in the early game. It's been very bizarre to watch. Top lane, Paulison trying to get himself out of here. Yokam was there, and he tried to utilize the shards to push these heroes away, but not going to be possible. That being said, they now know that this Alchemist doesn't have much support behind him. That being said, they don't have enough damage to kill him off either. You were mentioning earlier just how big a deal it is to give Zeal that rune. Because they gave Zeal that rune, there's no finger available for Baboka.
Yeah, and it's already 12 minutes of the game. And again, he fed a familiar to an Alchemist. I know that he's a Visage player, but in this game so far, he's been looking like a rookie. Even though he's at the top of the network chart, those are some things that really shouldn't happen.
What's Makoto going for first? Angling towards his Witchblade. So he's going to keep farming that up. When do they want to start being more aggressive on the map for Talon? I mean, they have managed to claim the tier 1 tower in the top lane. When do you think they can group up and try angle towards middle bottom?
Never. Never. It's all about you defending the towers on the side of Talon rather than taking them down. So that's why their mid lane tower taking so much damage already for me is a problem, showing that there is an issue at the moment. Though obviously there's an issue with their Alchemist not being at the top of the net worth chart, but that once that mid lane tower falls, it's going to be even harder for him to really get that farm.
F backed off a little bit as Alchemist is just farming up, getting closer towards having his Radiance. Critical item, but Yakult's brothers still want to play aggressively. They bought another smoke right now on the Lion. We'll see if they want to try and utilize this anywhere on the map, especially now that they've picked up this Blade Mail for the Earth Spirit.
You have a Blade Mail. We talked about just how good of a Blade Mail game it is. And with the Underlord being part of it, again, another AoE hero that cannot stop his damage once he uses it. And the Lion, of course, having a Finger of Death. So those are some of the timings that you most definitely want to utilize.
Okay. Inside some ice shards right now. They're going to come towards him. A calling was dropped, but it's definitely not going to help him in that situation. But Boca.
Follow Lion. He's going to farm.
Level 6. Let's go. Let's go.
Come on, kid. Hit those
Do
creeps.
the right thing. There we go.
Punch them in the
Help
face.
us.
No.
They're right there.
What are you doing? No.
Okay. Bobo? Okay. I guess he doesn't want to use the finger. Oh, the fist itself. Emo? Is he going to die? Oh my goodness. 80 HP on this Earth Spirit. I thought he was dead to rights in that situation.
Ooh, they got scared of the turnaround. That's the thing, right? Because the rest of Yakult's brothers were very close when they were killing that Muerta, and then you wanted to go for this kill fast. So he popped the Blade Mail. The Chain Frost did a lot of damage to him, but it also did a lot of damage to the Lich himself. And then you're like, yeah, a Lion Stun is gonna demolish us. Get out, and they let him live. But overall, if they had the info that we had, they had time to stay there to block the roll and kill him.
Well, Dota is primarily a game about information and how to leverage the lack of perfect information. Right now, Talon, they don't have great information about where Yakult is, but they have an idea. So they're going to smoke into that direction. Paulison, he's going to be the one to break the smoke. Very nicely done. It's revenge, you know. Cuckoo broke his smoke previously, now he breaks this one, so it's all okay.
Yeah, but Cuckoo was dying in the previous game quite a lot, and in this one, Paulison, that was even without a ward. The side of Talon even wasted a sentry at that point because they thought, oh, they have a ward here, that's why he was waiting for us. No, he's just that good.
Yeah. Did you just see what happened? Bobo just picked up a Blink Dagger on the Lion.
Yep.
But Boca, what a player.
That's why he went for the Finger of Death. He got the kill. Now he has the Blink Dagger. He's 3-0-2, so far his game, so far his series has been going really well.
Fly just trying to recover farm with the Luna. It's quite problematic that the Alchemist is not top net worth. What does he have on himself, Alki?
Alki? That's how
are things going? He still doesn't have Radiance?
No. I mean, look at his net worth. He's 1,000 behind the Luna. He's pretty much the same as the Visage. And Visage got some death toll kills, but not in the first 5 minutes of the lane. So it's not like the perfect Visage game by any means.
Yeah. Have a Haste Rune sitting right now. Cuckoo, who they gonna try and hold this onto? I mean, the storm is on the way, and there's no dire heroes around. Do you try to do anything with this, or do you just hold it for the mana?
I think with the current state of talent that they have to go for these smokes, I don't think necessarily that they wanted to get to this point, but understanding that their Alchemist is super far behind, they need to slow down the enemies by quite a lot. Because at the moment, Yakult's brothers are so far ahead, even more now.
Alchemist, he just picked up Radiance, but they just pick up his life. He is down for the count. They did drop a Fiend's Gate here. Nobody's coming, guys. Nobody's coming. Stay home. It's fine. Sometimes you make an invitation and nobody shows up to the party. What can you do?
I'm hoping that never happened to your snare. If it did, I'm sorry.
Many times, my friend, but what can we do?
I'll come to your party.
Hey. I have bad news, brother. So I was just checking some stats. On this patch, the Alchemist has, just this patch alone, 7.37 and all the variants. Alchemist has bought Radiance 124 times. Only 4 of them were slower than the one that came out for Akashi in this game.
And all of them lost, probably.
One of them won. The rest lost, yeah. Yokem, he is about to die. Unfortunately, Emo has enough damage. They tick him over. Nice little grab there.
It's so sad when somebody kills you with a 50 damage spell 18 minutes into the game. He was so low, he kicked him away. You probably think there for a second, maybe I'm gonna live, and then a 50 damage geomagnetic grip kills you. That is one of the lower damage spells in the game. 50, 100, 150, 200. That's how much it does.
Yeah. Well, after that, Jakob's brothers feel very comfortable getting themselves into the Roshan pit. Should be able to take it without too much difficulty. Give this Aegis towards the Luna. And they scan for this on Talon, but there's nothing you can do. They don't even have like some rocket flare or sunstrike to maybe try to snipe the Roche kill itself.
Actually, the geomagnetic grip is 50, 125, 200, 275. That was, I don't know when that was changed, but when I played this hero a lot, it was different. Either way, you're not gonna see an Aegis on the Luna. Yeah, you have this Underlord that is supposed to defend towers, Lich as well, and you're not gonna be able to do it versus the Luna, man. He's gonna come for you.
You were mentioning earlier how important it is for them to defend these towers, right? So what is when Yakult's brothers are coming for you and trying to make an aggressive play, who is the priority target in terms of who do you engage on first?
Generally, you engage on the Luna just to see where the Tusk is. Once he shows himself, then you, with a bit of malice, go and kill the support. So you go for the Luna to get more vision on what's going on in the backlines, and then you kill the heroes that are the easiest to kill. But so far in this game, the Lion and the Tusk should have been your priority targets throughout the game. The thing is, you really haven't been doing much to bring them down.
That makes sense to me. Zeal has the Pipe of Insight. Drum starting to build himself into the AC as well. Always so nice to get that additional armor into these Alchemist lineups. And the rest of his crew is smoking up though. They're going to the mid lane. They're coming onto Yokem. It's gonna get hexed up very early on. Bobo will hold on to the Finger of Death, making sure that it's utilized on a more priority target.
You have now a BKB on the Earth Spirit. You're so much stronger than your opponents. And really when you look at Talon, they have okay split push, and okay wave shove, but the thing is that the catch of Yakult's brothers is just way too good.
Akashi self-stunned underneath the ward. They see him. They know where he's at. Baboka has the finger. Zeal has familiar drops if needed, but it shouldn't be necessary whatsoever. They just straight up get that kill. What a disaster for Akashi.
This game is a disaster for Talon. I'd say even more so than the previous one. Maybe the Goldie doesn't show it that much. I mean, Alchemist obviously should be ahead, but I don't know what you're supposed to do.
Well,
really,
especially now that you also don't have a mid laner.
Yep, both of your big cores died. You didn't manage to defend towers 20 minutes in. Your tier 2 is being taken out. Your tier 1s didn't get defended at all. They just dropped, especially the mid lane one. Like, how did that happen without any rotations from Zeal towards there? It's just a straight up disaster. And that is after the laning stage went well for them, right? Remember 5-6 minutes into the game, all 3 of their cores were topping the network chart.
Yeah, how things change as the game evolves. Things change, rotations make the difference. And whenever I see these Alchemist games, in my mind, the Alchemist net worth is always inflated by about 4K, right? If I'm 4K ahead of you, the game is even as the Alchemist. If you're 8K ahead of me, I'm really, really, really far behind as the Alki.
Okay, they got the shard on Tukuku. Usually the Liches bite at minute 15, but considering how poor they were on Talon, he obviously couldn't afford it. Now, he's the richest of the supports.
Top tier 1. Should get easily taken out here. Still playing with an Aegis for another 80 seconds at this point, so no way that Talon are going to have any appetite to try and fight into them and stop this from happening. There might even be two towers in the top lane. Like, what do you think? Should Jakob's brothers take that risk or just control tier 1, control triangle, and then push them out slowly?
I'd rather for them to use the last minute of the Aegis to shove out the waves so that for the last 2 remaining minutes of the daytime, you stay somewhat safe. Once nighttime does come, you get better vision with Luna, then you can start applying pressure all over again. So I would, if I was inside of Yakult's Brothers right now, is the time to take it easy.
All Talon have received the opposite message because they want to get aggressive. They've just picked up a BKB on the Storm Spirit, trying to find out who they can leverage this on. Yakult's Brothers, though, they're playing so carefully. 3 heroes in front of a tier 1 bottom. Luna just farming the triangle, or farming the graveyard area. Just quietly chilling while Zeal is farming the triangle, so no way that Talon is going to get anything off the smoke.
See what they did. They went through the twin gates, shoved out the bottom wave because that was the one that was closest to them. That is where they have a tier 1. There's no way the Talon are going to be pushing down the tier 2. So throughout this, it's not going to be an issue. Also, Lion, he gets the shards from the Tormentor. Everything is working out from Yakult's Brothers. Next night, they will overtake the map. Then they will secure that they have a good positioning for Roche, and they will be slowly but surely going towards ending this game.
Got some Guardian Roots, GG boots available for this Underlord at the very least, so some additional sustain. However, up until you get this BKB, I don't know if any sustain is going to be enough. Akashi needs to catch up. I don't think I've ever seen a game where the Alchemist at 24 minutes is 4th net worth in the game.
No, you're not catching up in this game. That's just the thing. Luna farms creeps faster than the Alchemist. Yes, Alchemist gets more gold, but it used to be that the Grievel's Greed gave a lot more gold on the last level. Now, with it being a innate ability, it gives less gold than it used to, but it is there from the start, and thus you get the advantage in the laning phase. He didn't get that advantage in the laning phase, and now he's behind. So he is, unless they're winning fights, he's not gonna be overtaking the Luna.
You said you used to play some Earth Spirit, right? If you were Emo in this position, what item feels good next? It feels like he's also a little bit undecided.
He's gonna get a Shiva, yeah, but I mean, he already has the Veil of Discord, so as he's gonna finish it, you're versus an Alchemist. Plus, you know, you are gonna be diving quite a lot because high ground pushes are coming, and when enemies use a glyph and such, the towers are gonna be doing decent amount of damage too, especially when the acid spray is on the ground. So it just makes sense that you're gonna be getting that one.
Mid lane, Baboka blinks away from Makoto. Also, something else about the Shivas, they just bought the AC right now onto the Visage. So you'll have AC on Visage, Shivas on the Earth Spirit. Where's the damage coming from? Like, this Alchemist is going to hit like a wet noodle in these fights. It's not really going to do anything. So we really hope Alchemist can figure out a way forward in the same way that we hope you at home will be joining us by hitting the follow button if you're watching on Twitch. Hit the subscribe button if you are watching on YouTube. And of course, follow us on the socials so you know everything that FISSURE is cooking up for the next year of Dota 2.
There's the BKB on the Alchemist, but Yakult's Brothers are coming from such a good angle. It's nighttime. They're the ones that are gonna have better info inside of this fight.
They see Akashi. Oh no, this is the worst person. They hexed him. That's the Alchemist. He doesn't get off his BKB in time. He's just dead. No buyback available for him. At the same time, Pet of Malice, we tried to drop down the damage, but Fly is just doing too much damage with the Eclipse. Baboka, with the Drain and the additional armor, is just not taking damage from Yokam and the crew. Fly earns himself a triple kill here. Yakult's Brothers, perfect wraparound, like you said. Perfect initiation onto the worst person to start that fight on. And correct me if I'm wrong, did he use his BKB? He did. On the last second, he actually popped the BKB charge 9 seconds down the drain.
The saddest part of that fight is the Lion draining mana and having the pipe on him next to all of these auras, the Storm attacking him and doing 0 damage. And you know, sometimes we say 0 damage and the HP is moving a little bit. No, it was literally 0. He wasn't touching the line. It's just sad. You're the Storm Spirit. You're supposed to be a threat to the backline supports. And Lion should be the easiest hero to kill inside of Yakult's Brothers, and you do absolutely no damage to him. That is demoralizing.
If we could, I want to take a look at some of the hero damage numbers, see how things have been trending. Oof, that's tough. That's tough. Pretty much the only one doing anything in these fights is the Storm Spirit. Now they're going to smoke up on the side of Talon, trying to see if they can catch anybody from Yakult, but these heroes are together, and there is one hero showing in the top side of the map. This Muerta is very far away from the rest of their crew.
They see everything.
They have
this
this
is an
ward.
opportunity. Not any longer.
Get some vision. It finally gets destroyed though. Muerta was sitting in the corner. Alchemist channeling the stun. He jumps forward, finds it onto Fly. No! BKB emerged before the stun. And
No
the Alchemist,
BKB!
his BKB is still on cooldown. It comes back, but it's too late. He dies. Double kill for Fly. Emo on a killing spree. Roshan would be free eats if he was available, but Yakult's brothers absolutely showing that they are far superior to Talent Esports in team fights here in this game too.
I thought they were just going to call it. Also, very nice play coming out from Yakult's brothers. They're going to be sending the Manta Illusions through the Twin Gates as well as the Familiar, and then they come back to wait for the Roche that is going to be up in 15 seconds. That was a cool play from Talon, going for a smoke right afterwards, seeing that they had that ward that they placed earlier before that fight, preparing for the previous one, but unfortunately he gets taken down and they still decide to go forward. You're versus a Luna, your smoke breaks, she sees you, you do not see her. And well, this is the result. It's just so easy to respond with a BKB.
Had that fight maybe happened a second or two later, it might have been, well, probably not good, but better because Akashi would have had BKB then, but it came back off cooldown at the worst possible moment. And now, as you mentioned, they have the vision of the Roshan pit. They know that the big man is up. And they should be able to get this with no difficulty whatsoever. I mean, Talon is already struggling to teamfight. How on earth do they do so into an Aegis on the Luna?
Well, now it's gonna be a high ground push. It's not easy to push into a Storm, Underlord, Lich. Even the Acid Spray in itself is a problem. But the main issue here is that I don't see how Talon win the game. Let's say Yakult's brothers decide to, or Talon manages somehow to delay this game for 10, 15, 20, 30 minutes. At any point, we're looking at it, and I don't see how it's going to happen. Maybe a Storm, a super farmed Storm with level 25. Are you getting to a level 25 Storm in this game? Of course you're not.
Yeah. Absolutely not. That's not going to be happening. 21,000k net worth lead. Makoto, we are, 30 minutes into the game. He's sitting with the Witchblade BKB on the Storm Spirit. That, again, had a good start to the game. Was owning, in fact, in the earlier portion of things. But now unable to play Dota.
There's going to be a day gone on the Earth Spirit, so even more burst potential. And I really like Baboka. For me, is the guy who's doing everything in this series. In the previous one, he was doing the damage. This time around, the hexes, the earth spikes. There earlier, we don't even focus on it, but he's getting 2-3 mana earth spikes for the entirety of the game, and he's just so tanky at this moment as well that they can't kill him with all the auras that his teammates are giving him.
Yeah. I'm trying to find bright spots for the side of Talon. The part of the problem is that they don't... It would be a different story if they had like much better high ground defense, but it's not like it's the best ever, right? It's pretty decent with the Underlord, but it's not like they have some coddle in the game that can help them blast away from long range.
No, they don't. But either way, you just take it. I think if you're Yakult's brothers, you don't rush this at all. I think you'd rather break the spirits of Talon completely that they call GG rather than just brute forcing down the a lane. It's just not what... I mean, your lineup is okay at that, but Talon's lineup is just way too good at defending it. How far away is Paulison on the Tusk from his Aghanim Scepter? That is one thing to think about, the Tusk, and if he is going to be able to reposition his enemies.
Right now, their objective is to just try to finish the Satanic for the Luna. And she pretty much has it. She's crazy farmed in this game. They're thinking about just stealing this Tormentor, daring them to confide into them, and into a Kanda, BKB, Manta, D-Lance, Treads, Aegis, Luna. You know what, guys? You can have the Tormi. It's fine.
You don't want to be fighting versus that. They go for a smoke immediately, because after a Tormentor, you're always scared because you get kind of low, but they're generally fine. So Visage wants a Nullifier. Yeah, for the Frost Shield. Makes a lot of sense.
FBZ? Okay. Emo doesn't have another Rolling Boulder just yet. Not going to be able to get the full catch.
This is what you do. As soon as you see the Air Spirit is going to miss you with rolling boulder, you have to TP at that point. Because when he stops with the roll, he's going to have it in just 3 seconds, right? He has a 4-second cooldown, but you're rolling for a second. So if you are not fast, if you hesitate even for a second, you are going to die.
Speaking of hesitation, Talon do not want to hesitate trying to defend, but they've already expended a zip. They've already thrown out an unstable concoction, and it hasn't meaningfully impacted Yakult's brothers. Roshan's banner is down. Creep wave going to be coming into the base. How do you hold on against this, especially now that the tier 3 is gone? And Luna going to start doing Luna things to your base.
He doesn't have the Satanic right now, so he's very conservative about going forward. But it's still a Luna in your base, and once the glaives started bouncing, nobody can get close.
Akashi just self-stunned. They don't know about this. If they did, they might have decided to jump, but they jump onto FBZ instead. Emo going on top of him. They drop the Magnetize down with the BKB going. But Emo is just making space so that Fly and the gang can take the racks. They popped the fortification, but it's not really going to make a difference. Mid lane is gone. And Fly, he still says, hey guys, I've got 40 seconds of Aegis just left. I am not done. I still have Satanic on the second round. Let's try and get 2 lanes out of this. Storm Spirit zipping in. Makoto, oh my god. Losing so much HP already, even through the BKB. However, they drag out Fly. He does pop the Satanic. They're trying to prevent him from using it, but he does get the damage off, and now turning and killing the Lich. Buyback immediately in from him. Luna having to be a bit careful against Yokan here, but Akashi, his own BKB is about to finish. This Alchemist cannot approach this fight whatsoever. Aegis about to expire. Fly needs to back up. He's already used the Satanic. Aegis, as it leaves, will heal him back up, so they might re-engage off the back of this.
They will.
They know that most of the ultimates are down.
One Lucent Beam, if it's a crit onto the Alchemist, it takes away half of his HP. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Half the HP of the Alchemist, almost all of it from the Muerta. Yokam forced into the base. And even with this Ice Spire from Kuku, all you're doing is feeding them free gold. And that will be a second lane of racks. The scary thing about this, Harry, is that this honestly could have been scarier if they didn't have the Frost Shield. This would have been worse for Talent Esports.
Yeah, that's the worst part, that it could have been worse.
Okay. They're trying to get the stun out. It was dodged by the Manta. Still, the Chain Frost bouncing around. They've almost killed Fly. He gets the Snowball to save him. And there's the Satanic. He's back up to full HP, baby, with the Eclipse flying everywhere. A godlike streak for the Luna. And as they kill that Lich, it will be a double for him. Storm Spirit buying back, forced to try and do something to help re-engage this fight. Akashi, in the ultimate form, has a second before he can channel Concoction. He dives onto the Luna, but it doesn't matter. He's dead in the blink of an eye. No Alchemist, no options, no game. GG is called. Talent Esports get wiped 2-0 by Yakult Brothers, who make it finally happen to get the 2-0 win.
I thought Talent were just lost that quickly versus Tundra and BB team, because those teams are just way too good. But it seems that Talon definitely have an issue with them. This wasn't even close. And Yakult's brothers, they did play solid Dota, but they really weren't pushed at all. So it's easy to look clean when there's nobody that's forcing you into any kind of mistakes.
I will say I'm also not happy about... You can just see it again. Talon look very downcast in general. This fight was... It's almost hard to overstate how bad this was. And like you said, look at Baboka. 0 damage from a Muerta and a Storm Spirit hitting you. And you're just draining away mana the entire time. Man, I don't know. This game was just way too simple for Yakult's brothers. And this Alchemist, they just found 0 purchase with the Alchemist past the laning phase.
I know that copy pasta wasn't popular for quite some time, but you know, Lion jumping in between 5 guys, just starting to drain them all. That would be something that I'd be spamming in the chat after this game.
Yeah. Fly. I mean, I feel like this is one of those games as well. We're probably at around the 20-minute mark. They were like, guys, we're probably losing this. Like, what do we do? How do we make this happen? A lot of the fights that they took in the later portion of the mid-game was primarily because they were under pressure, right? They were trying to force a situation because they realized if the game state continued as was, they just stood absolutely no chance.
Yeah, and their lanes went well, but the thing is that Mikoto, Jokam, and Kuku, they needed to continue playing to kill these supports, to delay the game for the towers to stay alive. And I think when the bottom tower, especially when the mid tower dropped that early, that is when Talon lost the game. And this is just the thing. Some of these big macro decisions, they just don't understand how important they are, it seems. And which is weird, right? Because you mentioned that Kuku has been in the scene for a long time. So there is something missing. Maybe they understand it. Maybe they are just not performing too well. Maybe their communication is the issue. Something is an issue for sure. We standing from here, we can't know, but they're not playing Dota on the level of some of these other teams.
Yep. I mean, actually, speaking of Kuku, right, a good point about him is that he's the one that made that twin gate rotation top. They were hoping to get that early kill onto the Luna. He dies, and then he's the one that insists that they all come back with the additional hero, and then the fight goes even worse. So it might be an issue of communication. It could be just the idea that they have about what Dota looks like right now is just not actually the reality of the game. But either way, they are not looking solid. And honestly, after having seen MOUZ play earlier today up against both Tundra and up against Jakob's brothers, I don't see a way that Talon actually have the chance of getting even a single game from MOUZ once they play again tomorrow.
They can get one game of MOUZ. MOUZ tends to be inconsistent from time to time, so if they drop the ball, Talon can get the game. But yeah, MOUZ at their best from what they've shown in this tournament, and Talon at their best from what they've shown in this tournament, MOUZ takes it.
Yeah, I'm completely with you on that one. Of course, Talon have some time until tomorrow. They need to go back, reset, figure out what exactly has been going on with their game. But Jakob's brothers, they get their first 2-0, and I believe this should almost guarantee that they get into the next phase of the tournament. Again, a Chinese team operating on pure vibes and winning, you kind of love to see it. What do we think here? You were praising our boy Baboka throughout the course of the game. Should we allow him to be the MVP for us?
I'd put him just as the MVP of the series. For this game in particular, it was just that easy of a game that I don't think anybody stood out all that much from the side of Jakob's brothers.
Well, excellent game from the side of Jakob's brothers. We want to hear how they are feeling with the fact that they performed so well up until this point. And to that end, we're going to send it over to an interview where Paulison is standing by.
I have the very lovely Paulison here joining me in a best of two. You guys took this one 2-0. I'm sure the confidence is through the roof, but how exactly does it feel knowing that you can take a series like that?
We definitely knew that we were pretty decent, given how the scrim always go. So I guess it's normal.
Okay, when it's expected, it's a little bit normal. But in that game number 2, it was quite close. You know, the scoreboard quite close. How do you deal within the team when a game is like that to not spiral that maybe you're losing your timings or potentially the window is closing?
Boboka is the captain of the team, so usually I'm around rushing, and he's the one telling us to calm down. So if we actually listen to his calls, usually it's right most of the time. So yeah, and this game I don't think that we were behind or anything. I think we were so much in front of the game. I was so poor. Yeah.
That's awesome. You're saying Baboka, he's the one that's doing it for you guys. I want to know exactly how you guys are communicating, because you have a couple of nationalities on the team. I mean, I've spoken to you now, I've spoken to Zeal. You guys have fantastic English. So what exactly is the main language that you guys are communicating in, and how effective is it?
We mainly converse in Mandarin, which is Chinese. So yeah, three of us are from China, so they don't understand any English, except maybe he played in a C team before. Yeah.
Awesome. And then you have one last remaining match. It's not going to happen today. We'll be coming up later tomorrow. But you're going up against BetBoom. How exactly? Right now they're sitting at the top of your group. They're undefeated. Do you think that one's going to be really tough? Or are you thinking, we're able to take it to them?
I think every match is tough. It's just that we just have to play our game. If we play our game, we can beat anything, I guess. Yeah.
And do you have anything specific against BetBoom when it does come to it? Or do you know this team very well?
We scrimmed them before. I think it's hard to tell because we scrimmed them the first day we arrived here. So it's hard to say. Yeah, but they're looking way stronger than before right now. Yeah.
All right, well, look, they're ramping up in their strength, but so are you guys. Congratulations again on the tour, and thank you so much for joining me, Paulison.
And I liked what he mentioned there about how Waboka being the captain means that he's the one telling the team, guys, calm down. And I've always felt that's the main job of the captain. Dota's a very emotional game. The person who's actually calling the shots should be able to calm the temperatures down, let everybody focus on the game plan at hand.
I don't know, man. When I was playing Dota and when I was captaining teams, I was always screaming, go, go, go. So maybe that's the reason for a not very successful Dota career. Thank you. I should have met you a couple of years ago, or maybe listened to that interview a couple of years ago.
Yeah, and be like, well, my thing, I had a small stint as a captain of a team, and my thing was that in the game, I'd be very calm. As soon as we finished the game, I would mute myself, yell, curse out my team because of the ingrates and degenerates that they are. Then I'd come back on the mic and be very nice, like, okay, guys, that didn't go as planned, but we'll figure some stuff out going into the next game. Sometimes you just got to do that, but I hope that Talon has somebody on the team that's able to calm their nerves, because tomorrow is not going to be an easy day for them.
Well, definitely not. I mean, they're still not out of the tournament. They have 2 more series to play. Liquid have only played 1 series. We saw that it was mentioned in the interview with 33. So maybe if Liquid dropped the ball, these TI winners, maybe it was a fluke. So if they lose all of their series, you might have a shot of going through. But very more than likely is that Talon are going to be eliminated from the tournament.
Yeah, that is the more than likely option, unfortunately. But there still is another C team that you can watch over on the other stream if you are interested in Southeast Asian Dota. And of course, if you're just interested in Dota writ large, make sure that you are following the channel. Subscribe on YouTube, hit the follow button here on Twitch, and then head on over to Twitter and Instagram to make sure that you are following Fissure and know what's happening in the upcoming Dota year. Mr. Nicola, we are about to go off the mic, so Super Saiyan 3, the super sexy, super smart, Super Saiyan Serbian, give me the prediction. Team Liquid taking on Tundra Esports. What is that matchup going to look like?
You're just forcing me to say 1-1, right? So yeah, that's what I'm going to do. But I'm going to give you a reasoning for this one. I think Liquid are looking cleaner than Tundra, but Tundra at their best, when they perform at their best, should be able to take off a game. So I'm gonna say 1-1.
All right, we're going to be finding out very shortly whether or not it will indeed be 1-1 between Tundra Esports and Team Liquid. So keep it locked here on the channel. Nicola, thank you so much for your efforts today. Everybody at home, go grab some water. Remember to be kind to others as much as you are to yourself. And join us very shortly to continue BB Dacha Belgrade and some more Dota 2 action.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back here to BB Dacha Belgrade. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with Z Quixotics. We're taking over for the rest of the day, and boy, am I excited. Zach, we have got some absolute banger of a series coming up right now, and then another after that. Tell the good people what they can expect.
All right, here we got Team Liquid versus Tundra. Tundra's already played quite a few series, so they're looking good. Liquid only played one on the first day, so today they got some back-to-back series, and I think that's kind of the question mark. They went 1-1 with Yakult Brothers, which that team's looking good, so that's pretty solid potentially, but who knows, right? This is Liquid post-TI. Everyone's wondering how's the new stand-in. For now, though, Tundra, formerly also on Liquid 33, left to make his own team here with Tundra. It's a brother-on-brother fight. You know, they just won TI together. Now they got to go against each other.
I would love to see just like an interview of like 33 and with Blitz, you know, just like going into this series, right? That would be so funny. But yeah, you're right. I mean, this team is insanely talented. Nightfall, Lorna, 33, Soxa, and Whitemon. And I just gotta say, one of the unsung heroes of TI was Soxa. Like, he comes in having been like, guys, free agent in case anyone, you know, wants a 4-position player. I'm pretty good. And just, you know, crushes it. Absolutely crushes it. Like, playing for Tundra, he gets picked up full-time on the roster to replace their previous position 4. And I like what 33's done. I think him wanting to put together a roster with Tundra, it makes sense. Like, he just wants to do something new. He's going to be the first person not only to win twice on 2 teams, but 3 times on 3 teams, fully fulfilling the 33 prophecy. So that's what we'll see.
Except it would be back with Tundra, you know? So it's like kind of the same team.
No, they'll drop and pick a new org at the very end, you know?
just to complete the new teams.
Yeah.
No, but it is cool to just want to build something with your friends, right? And I know, I think I heard specifically, he's like, I really want to play with Soxa. You know, they played together in the past. Now they're going to be, again, laning together, a very scary combo.
Those Jakiro slippers are real. I thought they were fake. I didn't know that those were real things. Did you? Blitz is wearing the Jakiro slippers that are in all of the all of the little characters. I didn't know that they were actually real. I'm gonna
have to do a little research after this.
I'm gonna have to message Fissure after this game. Be like, hey, can I buy some? Anything?
How do I get these?
Yeah,
I need
those
these.
are cool.
My toes are literally cold right now. I could use some Jakiro slippers.
Well, we could use it. I guess. Well, you're gonna have to settle with a draft for now. You know.
That's pretty good too. I don't see a Doom ban quite yet. I remember hearing Blitz say, you know, when we play against 33, I'm never letting him have Doom. But a Doom first pick would be a little surprising, so you could maybe ban it out later. For now, it looks like a lot of core heroes prioritize. So we're going to see some broken supports come in. Shadow Demon and Naga, Tusk. I'd say like one of those 3 are very tempting. At the same time, because there's so many supports left and quite a few cores banned, perhaps you want to quickly grab a core that is still in the pool before even more get banned out.
Esports, turn to pick. Team Liquid's turn to pick.
I was gonna say I'm curious what the overall first pick is gonna be, but the Naga Siren making it through isn't that surprising. That it gets snatched right away. Now there is also the Shadow Demon and the Tusk still in the pool, so a lot of cores banned here from these 2 teams, whereas typically we see a lot of supports. And I just love that Liquid looks at this and they're like, we're not giving 33 this Beastmaster or Sand King. We know what happens when he gets these heroes.
Even the Bristleback, right?
Yeah. I mean, his Visage is still in, so we could see something like that come out. But for now, the Earth Spirit response from Team Liquid, which is an interesting one, right? Not seeing a potential mid matchup. Maybe this is something that Boxy wants to play, but we typically see this in the mid lane, right?
Yeah, I would say like you see the Puck Invoker Storm. They've been some of the top 3 mid heroes of this tournament so far. I know we're, you know, pretty early into it, but those have been the ones that have been seeing the most picks, and they've all looked really good. I think Earth Spirit is next on that list, and with a limited amount of top mid laners left, I think they want to grab it, especially because you know this song reset is going to come out from the Naga support. So you really want some hero who can interrupt that. The Tornado from Invoker is one that you can launch into the song and try to grab people teleporting out. Hookshot's another one. And Roll, actually, if you use it from far enough away, once you start the roll, you can't be stopped by the song.
True.
So you'll be able to grab at least one other target, even if this does end up being the position for Earth Spirit, but we have not seen that in quite a while. I think this is just going to be a mid-Earth Spirit.
Yeah, I think you're right. It makes sense to me. I feel like he's had a lot more impact out of the mid lane. He has one of the best 25 talents in all of Dota. So if you are forced into a late game scenario, you're kind of okay with it. One thing we didn't really get a chance to talk about the Liquid roster, because I know a lot of people are probably just jumping in here. But for those of you who are wondering, like, okay, 33's on Tundra now. Well, it's El Saberlito. Mr. Saberlight, Saber Chad himself is the current stand-in 3 position for Liquid, I guess on like a trial period. I don't know if it's like an official thing that he's joining them.
Official,
Maybe it's official.
Now I'm not sure. Now you're saying it. I don't know.
I know he's like the active roster. I just don't know how, like, if it's like if it's for this event or if it's something more long-term. I'll ask Blitz about it sometime. See what he says.
Ask him about the slippers first.
I will hit him up about the slippers first. Yes. Okay. More important things first. Of course. No, this is gonna be a really fun series. The fact that there's so much knowledge that's shared between these two teams is gonna make for a really interesting draft, right? Because like they all know exactly what they do. So it's gonna be fun.
Yeah. Not only like heroes you're interested in. Okay, so that's a position for Muerta, for Boxy. He's one of the people who loved Muerta even before it really got popular. I'd be really surprised if we see like a carry Muerta position for Earth Spirit. But I don't think that'll be too surprising to 33 either. He knows these guys, which is also what I was gonna say. So it's the draft, but also the map hasn't changed at all, right? Sure, there's been like some small patch, but the overall meta, the idea of like, oh, what kind of wards do we want to place? They both know it for each other. So you got to do all sorts of weird things you usually wouldn't have going into this game. We're going to see a Shadow Demon picked up. So Tundra has already locked in their support duo, and it's a really strong one. Naga and Shadow Demon, tons of saves coming out from these supports. The weakness maybe being the initiation is a little awkward. But you've got 3 core picks, and I imagine with Nightfall, you often just set him up to have a good game. You've already got the strong Naga support to help you in the laning stage. So I imagine the mid and the off lane will see some active heroes to make up for these supports. But if you do play with the supports, you feel very comfortable just jumping in. You're like, if I actually go too hard, you know what? I got a disruption save. This song reset can get me out. So now you're just free to go. Absolutely ham, jump straight into the fight.
I do love ham.
I do love ham too.
Timbersaw going to be picked up here for Tundra. Likely 33's hero. Now, it could be your mid lane matchup since you see the Earth Spirit, and it's not like a bad matchup by any means. So it is something that is at least flexible. They could be picking this for Lorinov, but I would say a lot of times we see the Timbersaw head into the off lane just because the Shredder talent or Shredder facet seems to be something people really like in the side lanes. I'm a little bit concerned about the support duo for Tundra. Like you said, very defensive. You have like Demonic Purge and stuff, which can be kind of useful, but you are lacking some hard control at the moment. Like you don't really have a lot of stuns or any stuns at the moment besides Song of the Siren. So I'm curious what they're going to pick from their other heroes here that can kind of bring in a little bit of control.
Yeah, you might want to lean into the mobility if you're Team Liquid.
That's what I'm thinking.
Like you said, just the song right now. Ensnare, yes, but kind of awkward. But also then Shadow Demon, his ultimate is fantastic at preventing you from moving around too much. So you had a lot of mobility skills. You could kind of avoid that, but with that in mind, we see Shadow Fiend and Crystal Maiden. Not a terribly mobile duo right there, but that is a very strong lane combo. A lot of spell damage from the Crystal Maiden provides mana for the rest of her team, and then the SF Raze combo, even if he's going Presence of the Dark Lord, the Razes, when you stack them up, still very strong versus someone like Timbersaw, whose resistance to physical damage with his reactive armor, but magic damage can still wreck this hero in the early game.
Yeah, and I was going to say, I think a lot of times when we see the Timbersaw hero, a lot of the melee 5s that you typically see get picked, heroes like Tusk and Clockwork, which I know they're banned, but just hear me out. Those types of heroes become less valuable into the Timbersaw lane. So they instead pick something like a Crystal Maiden, like you said, not super mobile, but does give you really good fighting potential in the lane against the Timbersaw. So I like that a lot. There's fun with the Pangolier. So this is your mid off lane flex, right? Both these heroes can play mid off lane depending on what they want to do. I would say it's probably Pango mid. I think we've been seeing a lot more Pangoliers in the mid lane. Doesn't really struggle too much against an Earth Spirit. And Thunderbolt is very good this game. Both supports don't have great ways of actually dealing with the Rolling Thunder at all. It's if he gets Rolling Thunder off, he's coming. So there's you got to find a way here to either prevent that from happening, but a lot of the kind of off-lane initiators are banned. The Sand King, the Beastmaster, now the Mars. So it's going to be difficult for Saberlight here to come up with a hero that is going to maybe fill that role. Outside of Doom?
I guess you could take the Doom, actually. The annoying thing is,
They banned the
there
Dusa,
is still
so-
that Song and Shadow Demon save, which kind of messes with the idea of like, we doom this target, we go in, we take this huge fight.
True,
It's like,
yeah.
I'm just going to Song, get everyone out. I'm going to like disruption save that guy, buy him some extra time. Like kind of like a quarter of your Doom time is wasted with enough disruptions.
So they have to pick a carry here that doesn't struggle to Doom, because it clearly looks like Liquid's setting up for it. They banned the Gyro Medusa, which are like probably some of the better heroes against Doombringer. So I would imagine that Tundra is either going to ban it here or or there's going to be a hero left that they feel comfortable running into the Doom still. Which I kind of keep coming back to Sven. I don't know why we're not seeing it as much, but I feel like it's not a bad Sven game if they want to go for it on Tundra. It doesn't really struggle too much against Doom. As long as he gets the God Strength off, he can still just run at them. He has a lot of armor he can provide his team to negate the Shadow Fiend presence of the Dark Lord. And they banned the Enigma. Okay.
There's another classic Saberlight hero.
It's true.
And I do think that's what you're looking for from the offlaner. The classic Luna, I guess not too surprising. That'll be a very strong lane with the Naga. Later on, the Shadow Demon, also a very good synergy right there. So I like their draft overall on Tundra. The question is, will Thunderbolt on the Rolling Thunder be enough to sort of be your entire initiation for your team? But as long as the Timbersaw is doing well, I think it's okay, because he's kind of like that front line, being very annoying, and then you roll in when you need to. If Timbersaw has a bad game, though, and it kind of all comes down to Pangolier being on the front, at least until Luna is strong enough to take that front line position, which is, maybe like 25 plus minutes into the game, that could be a weakness of Tundra that I'm seeing right now.
All right, just a standard offlane classic of the Centaur. So a decent pairing with the Muerta. The Stomp set up into, either the Calling or the Dead Shot is pretty easy. You do have the ultimate here to disengage potentially as well if things get a little scary. Specifically like with the Rolling Thunder, like causing some havoc. That being said, Rolling Thunder is now faster than Stampede, so you can only get so far. I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of the Centaur pick. I think it's okay. I was kind of wondering if they wanted to dip more into a negative armor strategy from the offlane. Look at something like maybe a Tidehunter, which can bring some negative armor. But Tidehunter has felt a little underwhelming, even with, the Aghanim Scepter Gush.
Yeah, the negative armor would be cool, but I think he would struggle versus some of these heroes.
Yeah.
Like the laning stage would be tough into Luna, the break from Shadow Demon,
yep,
Timbersaw, stuff like that. So I think Centaur's just, like you said, it doesn't feel like we got you with our last pick, but it does kind of check the boxes of fairly stable lane, pretty good blade mail game outside of maybe disruption.
True.
Like you eclipse into disruption, that could be good. But besides that, there's a lot of uncontrollable damage that the blade mail can reflect. He can initiate, disengage, like you said, with the ultimate. Song, so I'll be very interested to see how Song gets used this game. I think there's like pros and cons to it. Always you can mess up your own team's initiation, but if they try to stampede and you catch a couple people in Song, it's just a support ultimate for your offlaner's ultimate, right? It ends up being typically a very good exchange for you, or if they're trying to stampede into you, same deal, Song, just wait out stampede, walk away, things like that. So I got my eyes on the Naga Siren. I think the Song usage will be very big in these fights.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I will say the one thing that I am going to be wondering is whether or not Saberlight is wanting to go for the Aghanim Scepter, right? I feel like the Aghanim Scepter can be pretty good in catching people off guard. Obviously, being able to make your Shadow Fiend just immune in the middle of a fight is pretty poggers. So it's good stuff. As we jump into game number 1 here, for those of you that are just tuning in, good timing. It is Liquid versus Tundra here. Game number 1. As we take a look at these facets, and I mean, all of it kind of looks normal to me. It is going to be the Twisted Chakram on Lorna. So it's a mid Timbersaw. So that's what I was wondering. I was like, I saw it's like you go Twisted Chakram if it is the mid lane. Otherwise, you go the Shredder if you're the off lane. So it is going to be the mid Timber, off lane Pango. Oh, 33. Oh, they wanted it so bad. Did not want to risk. They don't know where the rest of the team is, though.
I think the Timber Chain being telegraphed against Insania's Frostbite, like you can interrupt that, and then you don't have an escape on Timber, and then that's when the spell combo can get you. I think Pango having 2 mobility spells, so even if one gets canceled, you got the other one. But it's much more instant, the Swashbuckle, to get away from the raise combo, the extra slows. So that might be part of it, as well as just the lane. Like I do think Timbersaw should be fine versus Earth Spirit. Like Pango could have been okay too, but I don't know. Timber's usually happier versus melee heroes than he would have been versus the double range lane in that bottom off lane.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. Top lane Saika on his Luna. He's, had a lot of time playing this hero recently. I am mostly curious to see which of these safe lane cores are going to end up with having a better time, because I think the timings from the Shadow Fiend, which we have been seeing recently, is like once you can get a few kills. Oh, Nisha tries to get the kickback on Lorinov into the tower, ends up getting the creep instead. But we've been seeing a few different teams play around the Shadow Fiend presence aura facet quite well. I think BetBoom Team has been the best. They get a couple kills and they just keep snowballing kill after kill after kill until they can just get the amount of those presence stacks to be overwhelming, and then you can no longer fight. So it's going to be something to watch out for.
For sure. Liquid is definitely capable of running that same exact style if they want that 15 timing. Yeah, we'll just see. I'm trying to figure out like what else lines up around there. But I think you could have enough items. You'd have like 1 or 2 auras maybe on the Centaur. The supports just build, I don't know, like a Solar Crest, drums, things like that for your SF.
Foxy did go the Gunslinger at 2 to try and deal with the Naga Siren a little bit better, right? Which I kind of like. It's a sick idea. So he is just forced Whitemon off the lane almost entirely. And it is just Luna versus Centaur in the lane.
Lanes look like they're okay for everyone except the Pango right now. That Crystal Maiden SF lane just proving to be very strong.
Great kick under tower.
Well, he actually has an early point in reactive armor. I guess that's not that surprising, actually. In the mid lane, you can't use Timber Chain that well, so had some extra armor thanks to that, and the tower won't destroy him like it would some other mid heroes who get kicked in. But still, some free damage, which is always nice to get.
Soxa is going for a cheeky little wraparound play, but you got to be very careful here on 33. Yeah, you get the first blood, but the raises? Oh, he doesn't even go for the third. Okay, Soxa, sick play. Catching the level 1 Crystal Maiden out.
You did have to miss some CS for it, though, so I'm not exactly sure where the math falls out there, but first blood definitely helps a lot more than just a regular kill.
Man, the stacking debuff of Shadow Demon's pass, like auto attacks, like still always catches me off guard and how much damage he can do early to some of these supports.
Yeah, if you're like trying to get multiple stacks now, your poison and your auto attacks, but if you synergize it, it does become quite a lot. Especially versus Crystal Maiden, who's quite squishy in the early game.
Yeah.
Later on, so like the Bracer nerf hurt quite a few supports, but actually because Crystal Maiden is one of the ones with a health town at level 10, I feel like she is still relatively tanky as the game goes on, but of course you need to get to that point first.
Yeah. Ooh, good micro there from Whitemon, denying the water rune mid lane. Good use of those illusions. Oh, that's a sick fear, actually. Boxy. We're gonna see some cool dead shots from this guy. There's been like multiple interviews where he's talked about loving this hero. He just wishes he could play it more. And well, now he's gonna get his opportunity as Muerta has kind of turned up as the most popular support so far in the tournament. I think besides Clockwork. They're both the most picked heroes, is Clockwork and Muerta.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like you want to ban a Muerta, but we'll see as the tournament goes on because at least for us, what we've seen, she has looked good every single game that she's been picked. The laning stage is just very annoying. You might have a good spell combo to get a kill, but if not, again, you're just like always poking with the gunslinger, dead shots, making you miss a couple CS here and there because you're being feared away. Just very stable lanes into very powerful abilities later, especially that calling.
Yeah. The calling is so good. The Dance of the Dead is one of the coolest facets in the game. So, big fan of that one. It just got a lot of quality of life buffs. Previously, it used to only work on enemies, and then it was like, yeah, anything that dies. And then you watch your whole team get slaughtered, and you're like, well, at least there's 12 ghosts here now. Mid lane, great fear back from Boxy. Nisha, not quite level 6, so no magnetize. They're still going to try and go for it. Man, this is the difference of just a couple CS can make in a lane. Boxy might just go for the wraparound. He's got a Blood Grenade and a Lotus, so he'll have mana to hit this. He drops a ward. Lorenov sees this whole rotation coming. Blood Grenade connects, gets the fear, but it doesn't quite connect. Now that Nisha's 6, we'd love to get that magnetize going, but the big rotation's coming through from Tundra. They've brought 4 into the mid lane. And just with that, magnetize going to do some work. Boxy's going to go down first. Soxa's going to join him, though, so a 1-for-1 as Whitemon doesn't hit him on the stones. So Whitemon's going to be just fine.
That's the downside of going Gunslinger at level 2. He did not have the calling. Otherwise, maybe that first attempt on the Timber is a kill, but it's just kind of the trade-off, right? If you go W, that's better for kills, but Gunslinger's better for just casual harass in the laning stage.
I feel like I saw another TP being cast in the mid lane from Tundra, but I guess I was wrong. Could just be imagining things. Mickey is crushing this bottom lane, by the way. Well, we're going to see a Frostbite out from Insania. 33, he's got a shield crash, but that's a third raise. He's just got to be able to chase him down here. Insania should have another Frostbite, and there it is. The kill going to the Shadow Fiend, getting himself a first sec. Boxy denies the Wisdom! No!
That's gonna start
that hurts. He might die. He's definitely going to die for this if he gets one more Shadow Raise. Oh, Shadow Raise, Shadow Poison.
For now.
Oh, he got him. He can only go so far. There's a ward from Soxa there. That being said, Insania thinking about going for the dive here, but instead they're going to bring the Pangolier right down bottom. Here comes Nisha, now searching for more onto the high ground. Will find the Shadow Demon, and he has very much accepted his fate at this point. Stampede to go for the slow. As the Requiem connects, Lorenov will try and join the fight here, but you might only get this Crystal Maiden. I think a worthwhile trade if you're the side of Liquid.
Definitely. In the top lane, it looks like Eclipse just got used. Saberlight pretty tanky, but
he's a slow
that
boy.
max speed slow, which by the way, if you're stampeded,
still works.
Yeah.
It overrides all haste mechanics in the game, which is very bizarre.
Yeah, so we'll see if that comes into play. I kind of forgot about that in the draft.
It works against Lycan's ult. It works against Stampede. It works against Haste Rune. Like, I don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me.
You got to be pretty close to affect them with it. So, you know, give it some strength. Okay, part of it is that Deluge was just so unpopular at first.
Yeah.
No one was taking it.
Yeah. I mean, this is a really good rotation top here from Nisha. He's got a Magnetize, doesn't want to have to use it. I don't think he will need to. Saika, incredibly low. Little boulder kick here to finish the job. We'll do the... Just come on, kick him.
Finish
kick
the
him.
job.
Oh,
Finish
yeah.
There it is.
I was hoping he would just kick the corpse, but he did drop the stone for it. It's always funnier to see the corpse go flying.
True, but you'll also feel really bad if you kick him away and the math is wrong and then
And
they
then he
escape.
lives. Yeah, true.
So you gotta play it safe with a stone kick. Otherwise your team's gonna report you.
Yeah, but that's got to be, like, the reason you kick the corpse is mostly to just teach them a lesson and assert dominance. It's like T-posing, right? It's basically what you're doing. Oh, the reel in. Whitemon has caught himself a victim. It's going to be Insania as Crystal Name, but the Stampede comes through. Sableye with a nice stun as well, but Saika now here on the Luna, and Timbersaw, not the hero you want to be fighting. This guy is very strong right now.
Maybe thought they could do a little bit more there, but Timbersaw is tough to kill, even with the magic damage from Muerta and Centaur. You gotta respect that.
All right,
So
rotation
far.
bottom, but this whole thing is being scouted. They have a ward on that high ground, so they know what's going on here. They shouldn't be getting caught in the bottom side as the 10-minute power rune is going to spawn in Liquid, just not here to try and contest this. It will spawn top side.
Amplified damage for Timbersaw, very scary. For now, it's a relatively even game, but the distribution is concerning a little bit because we were talking about how Pango has to be the playmaker for his team. And he's at the bottom net worth of the cores. Now, fortunately, you just need roll, but sometimes you could just be killed in the roll, and you know you don't get to do anything else in the fight after that.
Yeah, we'll see what happens as they smoke up. But a quick reminder, everybody, this tournament, of course, is brought to you by Fissure. Make sure to follow here on Twitch to make sure not to miss any of these amazing events. The BB Dacha series has been super cool, so shout out to them for putting it together. As the scan does connect bottom, so they know that this rotation top is coming out. Luna's backed off into the jungle, and Tundra's smoke is not going to be able to connect here. Well, unless they see them coming. Oh, the courier. Oh, no, the couriers. Oh, no.
That's the Dragon
That's
Lance.
a full Dragon Lance and the jungle items.
The jungle items, fortunately, you can actually still send back from your dead courier. So if Boxy ever wants to make his way back to the fountain, he could get that one. But the Dragon Lance is a nice early power spike, helps you take some early towers. For example, if you wanted to go to that mid tower, start hitting it on the SF, you know, you just feel so much safer if you had that Dragon Lance. So that might just kind of kill the aggression for a little bit, wait for those couriers to respawn.
Well, they did manage to get the tower top, which I think was their ultimate plan there, right? You're going to lose bottom here, most likely. You're bringing in the Crystal Maiden, but I mean, she's not super well known for her tower defense prowess. So they might just go for the dive here with the Pangolier, but 12-minute power rune. It's going to spawn bottom. Nisha gets the shield rune. Might be willing to TP in here as Saberlight has now made his way bottom as well. So Insania, yeah, there's the Thunderbolt. Again, it's faster than the Stampede. You can't get away. He's just going to TP to safety. 33 having a chuckle on that one.
And despite getting a Wisdom Rune and denying the enemies, in the end, both Liquid supports are still under-leveled compared to Tundra's.
I think that might be why right there. Look at these stacks, baby. 6 from the Shadow Demon. That's pretty standard.
That's true. And those are the high-value stacks, too. Those were in the Ancient Camp, the Hard Camp. We saw the Timber actually just use the smoke to clear out a huge Ancient Camp stack, which, you know, maybe Psycho is going to go over. He's like, what the heck? There's no stacks for me? I thought, didn't you guys say you made a lot of stacks? Larnoff just sits quietly there, doesn't respond to anything. actually I already see there's more ancient stacks. So yeah, I think that really is helping his levels and his gold, of course, because you get a percentage of it.
I was gonna say, I'm just look at the gold difference. Like that is the stacks that comes out from the Shadow Demon, right? Like that's why he's so farmed. Also because your Pango is so not farmed that he's been able to kind of soak some elsewhere on the map. I do think Tundra's supports scale very well if they manage to kind of keep this momentum going. The big question is going to be, I think, the Centaur, because Centaur is not a very high damage off lane. Like, he can be, depending on the build, but it's one of those things where he needs a lot of items to kind of have the same amount of damage impact that, like, other ones will. He's kind of just like a body, a stun, and then you kind of need the follow-up from your other heroes. Whereas I look at Tundra's draft, and there's so much damage from all three of these. Roll for the mid lane of Nisha is not going to connect. Does still have that shield rune running as an illusion will spawn top, and I think, yeah, the roll on over to secure that.
It's a pretty useful rune this time since you can remove the ensnare if you get caught by it. Very helpful for a mobile hero like Earth Spirit. Insania actually sneaks in here with all his smoke is still active. Don't get a play out of this, but maybe that ward will help you find another one down the line. I believe the blink should be done on the Centaur.
That's big. Yeah, it is. Okay, well, it's revealed, so they know. There's going to be an immediate demonic purge into the Stampede. I think they were just trying to bait the Stampede initially, and here comes the Rolling Thunder. 33 with his blink is just going to go ahead and chain stun down. Oh, he gets stuck! Unlucky for 33 there. We'll have to cancel the ult early. The Song of the Siren might bail them out, though, as Saberlight's trying to run back to it to avoid some damage. Roll in from Nisha. He's caught him. The Requiem's going to come out as well, and a huge Magnetize on the backside will be able to do a lot of damage to Saika, force him out of the fight for the time being. Meanwhile, Timbersaw in the sights of Mickey and Insania will be able to Timber Chain away as the supports still trying to chase down Soxa here. Yeah, he juked him hard. Into the trees he goes. They're like, guys, he's got to be here. All right, good call from Saberlight. Disruption's going to buy him a moment, but it's not enough. A little bit awkward from Saberlight to take that one. You typically want to give these kills over to your Shadow Fiend, but still a very nice fight from the side of Liquid. To defend the tower, they get themselves 2 for 0 or 2 for 1. That's not bad.
Yeah, it started off pretty... I feel like that was a good start, but then Centaur just being a very tanky hero, right? They ended up committing pretty far behind the tier 1, and actually Centaur never even died, right? So it gave a lot of time for the rest of the team to rotate in, and now the positioning's awkward. You know, there's a tower, the supports can't just walk through it. So just a bit of an overextension from Tundra there.
Nisha in some trouble. Demonic Purge comes out, does have a roll in 1 second. Should be able to get away as Saberlight comes in with the stomp. Has the Blade Mail here, which will do a decent chunk of damage back to them, or at least prevent Saika from doing a ton of damage. But Lord of does not care. 33 now with a Blink Dagger, jumps in with this Rolling Thunder. They have a Sentry to chain stun down Mickey as Boxy's going to be cleaned up on the backside, and this is going to be a massive win for Tundra. 3 found as they dive the mid tier 1 tower.
Timbersaw does so much damage, and I believe he finished his Eternal Shroud. If not, he's working on it, so you're just really lacking the damage to kill this guy right now.
Yep.
It's not done yet, but just about it. Well, with all those kills he just got, now it's about to be finished. You already couldn't kill him, and he just had the cloak. I don't even know, how do you have to like Requiem on top of him, I think.
You're going to need just Shadow Fiend to get big, is the thing. Like, Shadow Fiend can do so much damage late game in just a few auto attacks that I think with enough items, he can go through, like, rip through Timbersaw before his reactive armor stacks kick in. Especially since he's already got the Shadow Blade, like, he will eventually get the Silver Edge. But I think right now, losing the, you know, any bonus souls Mickey had gained up until that point, it was only 2, but they do matter.
Better than 0.
Yeah, they do matter. I mean, you can get decent amount of extra damage, you know, per soul. 33 bottom lane. Fear's going to connect into the stomp. I don't think you have the damage. They just pop the Pierce the Veil. The Calling doesn't actually silence the Pango, as Soxa will TP in, and now they're forced to stampede away, but once again, the Thunderbolt Facet. He's doing work. Oh, sees the pig, but Nah, they don't have any extra help coming through. They're going to back away.
Boxy went back and forth around that tree like 3 times. I think we highlighted, maybe Tundra will have a little bit harder of a time making plays, and it seemed like Liquid had the strength there, but it doesn't seem like Liquid was able to quite find enough, or sometimes they make an attempt but don't have the right heroes. For example, you find the Timbersaw, but he's not the guy you want. So it feels like that weakness in the early Tundra draft never came into play. And at this point, now Pango, still poor, but he does have his blink roll, right? And that's really what you needed from him. Looks like BKB is pretty close to finishing on the Luna as well. So they are hitting their stride here on Tundra.
Yeah, I'm starting to get really worried for Liquid because I think, like I said a little bit earlier, I feel like Tundra's damage output is so much easier to execute. Whereas for Liquid, you're kind of all in on the Shadow Fiend here. Like Magnetize is a good tool. It does a lot of damage, but with BKBs coming out, a ton of it's going to get mitigated. And then you always just have the Song of the Siren reset from Tundra. So I'm not 100% sure if they have to find the right targets on the initiation. It has to be Shadow Demon or it has to be the Naga Siren on like the Stampede blink into just immediately killing them.
Yeah, it's tough. You have to find these supports, but that means you're walking through a Timbersaw.
Yeah,
you're walking
exactly.
through a Luna.
Or a Luna.
It's tough.
Pango.
Yeah,
right?
but if you can find the right angle, that's where it becomes doable. But if you're both set up, around a tower or a Roshan, that's where it gets very tough. Yeah. So good vision going to be required for Liquid. Maybe some next level smoke pathing. There's the BKB on Earth Spirit finish, so that kind of does let you just go past the Timbersaw and the Luna Pango to a degree. Maybe they can get a lot out of these first BKB charges. That could be a way for Liquid to try to get back into this. It's not over or anything, but 6K at 19 minutes, they're starting to build up a pretty nice lead on Tundra. You don't want it to get much further than this.
I think we're going to see the BKBs get finished up on Tundra and then probably a forced Roche play, right? Like, if they can get Roshan on Tundra and put it on their Luna, I think they'll be very happy because you will have to commit quite a bit to actually kill this hero. Okay, we're going to see 2 Crimson Guards being built, one on the Pango, the other here on Saberlight. I mean, Centaur is arguably the best Crimson Guard builder in the game, right? Like, he kind of has been considered that for a while now. They do have a good ward here, scouting out some of the movements from Tundra. The smoke, I don't think got seen. And they're coming across the mid lane here. Might run into Nisha, but he's a hard kill.
Yeah. You could force the BKB out of him, though, which would be pretty worthwhile. And that would give you a lot of confidence to actually just go straight to Roche, knowing that Earth Spirit doesn't have the BKB, because his Magnetize is part of what lets Liquid fight around that Roche pit.
This deep ward placed so long ago is gonna scout Mickey. And that is a... Ooh! He gets out with the Invis for the moment. The Stampede is gonna give him the space, and Insania with just a freezing field to sacrifice himself, slow up the rest of the team, but there it is. 33's caught up to the Shadow Fiend. There's gonna be the Eclipse, and Mickey still falls in the end. This
And
Thunderbolt
a kill
facet.
for good measure. Yeah, the Thunderbolt. Otherwise, maybe you don't get the Shadow Fiend. Maybe you successfully sacrifice the Crystal Maiden and Shadow Fiend gets out. But Thunderbolt being so fast. And the extra second it got in the recent patch. Last one more second.
Saberlight will
at least try to
Wisdom.
steal the Wisdom rune. Maybe cut the creep wave too if you think they're doing Roche.
Yeah, I mean, there's no stopping this Roshan. Again, the BKBs are done. You just got 2 good pickoffs. No Stampede, no Freezing Field to fight around, so...
From here, we've got all the tier 2s available, but this is a Luna lineup, which means if you win a big enough fight near the enemy base, you could just go straight for the barracks. But otherwise, if you don't find that fight, it is a little scary going high ground. There are some good spells to defend, like Requiem, Calling. You know, you try to run into a freezing field, kickbacks, things like that. So it is a little scary. I imagine we will just see the methodical tier 2 clearings. They're going to secure Tormentor before they can lose it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I like this rotation. As soon as the Roche fell, they started moving towards their Tormentor. It's something
Unlucky,
that happens
though.
a lot. Yeah, it's like you lose Roche, and then the enemy team can like easily threaten your Tormentor, and that's just another snowball effect. Getting those shards for free is really important. You get it for the Muerta, like you said, unlucky for sure. Crystal Maidens, Crystal Clone is incredibly strong. But, you know, Muerta, if she can get some kills during Pierce the Veil, can eventually scale for sure. But we only have a few kills on the side of Liquid right now, so there's not a lot of value coming out of that shard right now.
Yeah, but at least you're not letting Tundra steal it, because actually the shards on their team are all insane. So even if you're having a very subpar shard, at least it's your shard.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
All right, they've managed to hold off on Liquid for a little bit here, kind of stem the bleeding. The gold lead hasn't really increased much on Tundra since like the 18-19 minute mark. But Lornov now has an Aghanim Scepter. So we were talking about how do you kill the Timber Saw before. I think it just got a lot more difficult.
There's not really a dispel they can use for quite a while. No one really wants to buy Nullifier.
Or Yules, right? It's like someone would have to buy a Yules.
Yeah.
Bottom lane. Well, Whitemon. Okay.
Yeah, there we see.
Deluge Stampede. That's cool stuff. Song of the Siren to cancel. Mickey actually dodging a gank on the other side, but Stomp. Oh, takes right into Soxa though. The one way you couldn't have gone. Oh no, Saberlight.
A little whip just for good measure at the end there.
Yeah. For those of you who are wondering, we talked about this earlier, right? The Deluge into Stampede.
Yeah, just overrides, sets it to 240, I believe, which is plenty slow to kill a supposedly stampeding Centaur.
It's so funny, like watching the animation if he's like, I'm getting out of here, right? Like cheers, like throws his hands into the air and he's just like crawling across the screen.
Crazy thing is you use it on Crystal Maiden, you can't even tell that you hit it or not.
You're like, is she slowed? I don't know.
I think I missed, guys.
This game's bugged. My slows are not hitting.
With this one, the last tier 2 will be down, no contest. So, got 2 minutes if you want to try to force high ground. Let me see. Looks like she's almost done with the Conda, so I guess you finished that. Trying to see what else.
Yeah, there it is.
What
It's
other
done.
items they're working on.
Blink,
Blink on
Shadow
Shadow
Demon.
Demon.
That is sick. We haven't really looked too much at the support items. I know I saw a mech earlier and the Solar Crest, but now Soxa with a Blink Dagger. That's going to be amazing for helping him either find his Demonic Purge target or just sit behind Psycha at a safe distance, right? So very cool pickup for sieging the high ground. And here we go. Solar Crest out. Blink out from Saberlight. They have the mech to give him a little bit more health. But yeah, here comes the Conda damage. Oh, great Fear in the kickback even further. But can they actually follow it up? 30 to the Great Rolling Thunder, buying just a little bit of extra time. The Magnetize is there. Saberlight falling low. Timbersaw doing a lot of damage. The Requiem, the Fear. They've caught the Luna. She has a BKB in just a moment, but he's not going to be able to get away from this. They've done the damage, and Nisha's Magnetize is doing a ton of work on the backside, taking down 4. Liquid with an incredible high ground defense.
That's the danger of going in. The dead shot into roll into kickback. That Luna moved 1,000 units. And I thought that's where the blink would come into play. I don't know if he had just used it and it was on cooldown, or maybe
Magnetize.
something hit him. It was even before the mech. Maybe he was trying to wait for the Aegis respawn. I don't know, but either way, we did not see the blink disruption save there. And at that point, you were just so deep into the base of Liquid. That's the danger. That's why you got to be very careful approaching the high ground.
This is Earth Spirit in a nutshell, dude. He thrives in these types of fights. Oh, Boxy. He can just TP. Yeah, he's Atos in the silence. Oh my god! Lord of Chill. All right. I was like, surely he's just out,
He
right?
cannot be KBTV or not be all TP. I mean, it's a lot of extra damage, right? That's Timbersaw doesn't care about the ultimate that much, and I think Promulgate was on top of him, or Disseminate was on him. So some amplified damage from the Timbersaw as well.
Oh man, that was a lot of damage.
Well, that just evened up this game. How much? What was that gold swing? Like 8K or something?
Yeah, it was about an 8,000 gold swing.
Yeah, and I think the big thing there is that even though they had to sacrifice their tier 2s, it bought enough time for Mickey to finish his BKB, and that is what allowed these teams to take that fight, right? All the BKBs coming out from Shadow Fiend and Earth Spirit, just free reign of this fight. Ignore roll, ignore Eclipse, ignore Timbersaw damage to some degree. Otherwise, and as the BKB charges go down, those fights will get more difficult. You will start being stunned by the roll. The damage is going to start coming into these tanky heroes, getting chunked down by a Timbersaw.
Oh, Insania. He's like, don't worry, guys. I'll cut the wave. I got this. He got seen for a moment, but looks like he wants to just go down, meet with his team, contest the 28-minute wisdom. The Muerta might be the casualty here as she's walking in. And they will find her indeed. All right, nice pick off there from Tundra. Smoke play, it pays off. You get something. Nisha, however, stealing the other Wisdom Rune and looking for Whitemon. Won't find him. Ends up just rolling to safety. Okay. Ends up being an even exchange. Being said, Nisha might end up trying to find the actual Naga Siren here, and he does. He's like, wait a minute.
Probably thought those were illusions.
Yeah, he definitely thought they would be. Insania topside. Finally going to get punished for his pesky lane-cutting shenanigans. But does he get the last 2 creeps is the question. Come on, Insania. You got it. Oh, yes. Worth it.
This is where he wishes he had Crystal Clone, man. It's like, if I had Crystal Clone, easy creep securing.
Do they roll in connect? Nisha gets the silence onto the Naga Siren, pops the BKB. That's a very quick kill for the hands of Mickey. As they have the Magnetize running, thinking of going for Lorna, but he will just pop that reactive armor. Very tanky. The roll ends up catching 33 right as he blinks in, and now Nisha might be in a little bit too far. The Requiem on the backside to Fearoff's like, there's a whole different fight happening. They just blow up the Shadow Demon, and Nisha's Magnetize is still running. It's gonna solo 33. You are kidding me. This Earth Spirit is getting so much damage out of these fights, and now just chasing down Saika. His BKB surely trying to just get him to safety, but Saberlight will not let it happen. 4 dead again on the side of Tundra. What? Dude, Nisha is playing out of his mind.
Ornov trying to equalize.
They have a song
kills.
here, but okay, yeah, they're going to cancel the
of
TP.
this.
I think he's dead. I don't know if he's getting out of this. The Fear sends him right back in. Shadowfiend gets another kill. And I talked about this earlier. The longer these fights go on and the more kills that Shadowfiend picks up, the more stacks he gets for this presence of the Dark Lord. And he is currently sitting at 5. So this
tower will not last very long.
It's 17 minus armor. He's doing extra damage to the towers. You cannot chain feed into a Shadowfiend for this very reason.
Yeah, which makes that quick pickoff on the Shadow Demon even more value, right? Because you approach the rest of that fight with 1 stack already, which Luna and Shadow Demon tried to go through the Twin Gate to connect to that fight, but I believe a ward scouted them out coming in, so the rest of Liquid just set up as if, oh, we're totally not here. That's an Earth Spirit and Centaur on their own. They cut off the Shadow Demon and Luna, and with that quick stack, they go win the rest of that fight, and that's actually given them the position to now take Roshan. This has actually been a really big sequence of events for Liquid.
It's gonna die so fast. It's at negative armor. Like, this Roshan is super dead. So, I guess the silver lining here for Tundra is those stacks will fall off the Shadow Fiend, so they're no longer gonna be affected by that, but you have an Aegis now to deal with. He finishes up a Daedalus, and he's now going back for a Satanic, so you do have a very scary Shadow Fiend to contend with.
You need to try to burst him, which earlier, that's what they were doing, but now, with that BKB and Satanic, it's not going to be easy to kill this Shadow Fiend quickly, and he's just gonna start killing you guys while you're trying. Now the BKBs are getting low for Liquid. It's what has allowed them to take these fights because they've been able to ignore so much damage, but they are getting down to the 6-second charges.
Yeah.
This is maybe where Tundra can start taking some fights back.
Dude, if Mickey just manages to keep his stacks, like for his damage right now, he's going to be super happy because he's currently got 25 bonus damage from these. He can just keep scaling. And, oh, it's actually going to be the Silver Edge pickup right away. So he's going to go back for a Satanic afterward, but he is going to grab the Silver Edge now. But, I mean, we can see the hero damage there. Nisha is crushing it on this Earth Spirit, and he is, I mean, he's going to get to level 25 based on the current rate of this game, so that talent is very scary.
Don't forget to follow the channel, guys. This is game one. I feel like it's already been pretty hype going back and forth. We're not even done yet.
33 dodging out a really big gank here, so good reactions from him. Gets the roll away. He's just gonna TP back to the base. But I mean, that's forced roll. You did get the stampede out of it, so.
Just a little late.
4,000 gold advantage for Liquid. I mean, they've pulled this game back really well. They've got the mid-tier 2 tower, they've got the bottom tier 2 tower, and I'd have to imagine top will be where Mickey heads slightly after this wave. They just want to make sure that the whole base is exposed for when they want to try and go high ground.
And both teams will be set up that if you can win a big enough fight, right, like the bases just melt. Shadow Fiend with his passive, or his innate ability, plus the facet, and then Luna with the glaives. So having every tier 2 down is very beneficial for both these heroes. And you still have 2 minutes on Aegis, so they are going to start looking to poke, I imagine, here. Oh, they're even going to commit the banner, so...
That's a defense. Whoa, that is a lot of damage from the Timber Saw. I mean, there's a Lucent Beam thrown in there as well with the Conda, but... All right, I think Liquid realizing, you know, we saw what happened when Tundra went high ground. Maybe we chill for a moment. Okay, thank you, Observer. We've got Workhorse up and running here for Saberlight. So he picked up his Aghanim Scepter. It's time for him to cart around the Shadow Fiend in these fights.
It'll be pretty funny. I'm ready for this. Cart around the Crystal in Freezing Field.
Dude, honestly, that's also an option.
Second option there. Or Muerta, like if we do get to the late game and Muerta's scaled up, she's actually quite immobile in her ultimate, but if you just drag her around...
She's got BKB, you know? I'm down, dude. This is good. This will be a... Okay, for the meme's sake, I want it to be the Crystal Maiden more than anything. Just pop Stampede, Workhorse, let Nisha roll in, start the fight. He's got a little bit of a... Well, I was going to say had... Children for a moment, instantly dispelled. There's the Workhorse. He's gonna bring nobody. He is stuck instead. He's gonna be forced to BKB and disengage. Now, you didn't have to commit too much. The roll on in. Nisha needs to be careful. Gets bursted a lot of damage. Did he whiff the Magnetize? No, okay, he didn't. He rolls away. Boxy, his BKB comes out as well. Okay, the chip damage on the side of Tundra is pretty overwhelming. So they're going to back away without losing anything, but they will respect the high ground defense of Tundra.
Kind of like poke and prod a little bit. You have to be careful of diving Tundra in the same way they have to be careful of Liquid, but Tundra doesn't have a way to force you into their base like Liquid did with the dead shot kickback. So Liquid able to just keep it at the edge of the base and all quickly get out of there. You don't end up breaking the base with the Aegis or the banner, but I don't know. You can't complain when your high ground was being poked and you thought you might lose there, right? The fact that they've turned it around all the way over to here. It's still a pretty even game at this point. I know it says 7K for Liquid, but that does not matter that much. It's really how these fights play out. Who
Heroes
finds
die
who.
very fast.
Yeah, we're seeing the Conda Timbersaw poke could just potentially delete a hero without them getting to do anything in the fight.
I mean, they're looking for Lorna. They're going to be able to get the disruption here to save him. The calling out already. The cart comes in. Song of the Siren for the reset. Okay, we talked about this. This is their way of kind of bailing out their heroes, looking for the Crystal Maiden now. Rolling Thunder coming through. In comes Psycho with BKB. Mike pops his own. Stampede is out, but the damage, it's starting to stack up. You've lost the Crystal Maiden, and they're going to just try and chase for Mike, and they've got him. Completely isolated 33 with the Rolling Thunder will help finish the job, and now they look for Boxy, who pops the BKB, the Pierce the Veil, trying to TP out. Doing the Psycho roleplay, and it works. Nisha now on the other side of the fight is going to get caught. Lorna with a great interrupt here to prevent that roll away, and suddenly Tundra takes 3 right outside the base. Saberlight trying to just cut the enemy wave at the moment, and he does manage to do it.
That is the saving grace, because if Luna was able to just go straight into the base, you're losing at least 2 barracks. For now, it looks like they should get bottom, because this is 70 seconds, no Earth Spirit. You don't know his buyback, but you know they don't want to have to use it at this point. So if you can get the buyback, you're happy, but when he doesn't buy back, you start to get an idea. I think we can go for more.
I mean, you mentioned this exactly. Any team that loses the fight outside their base loses their base. That is the nature of the game. Meanwhile, Saberlight, he's caught out. He's trying again to cut the wave here. He activates his workhorse, but Deluge makes it impossible. He is dead. Stampede down. He has no buyback, as now they're going to look mid lane. Great 4-staff save there. Saika dodging the potential play from Boxy, as he's going to continue to chip away at these buildings. You have 1 fortification left. Shadow Fiend up in 6, but he's at a soul disadvantage now. Previously, he was sitting at like 25, 26 souls. He's now down to 14 from that death. So your Shadow Fiend missing a lot of damage.
No time to farm any either.
Yeah. This might just be mega creeps. Your Nisha, yeah, well, they got the fort. Okay, they're going to be able to back away. They will respect Nisha's respawn, because we've seen what the Earth Spirit can do on the high ground. I say they're going to respect that, but maybe not. They're going to go in, rolls the caught him with a Hex. Beautiful catch if they can finish off Boxy, but he will survive, gets the Pierce the Veil off, has the BKB as well. Nisha magnetize out, Saika forced to BKB and disengage, and Tundra, they've done it. It's happened once before. They do not want to risk it again, dying on the high ground of Liquid. They fully get out.
Creeps very close to finishing the tower in the meantime, but 2 lanes of barracks, you will not complain about that, especially as Roshan is now in its respawn time. 2 lanes are always going to push in your favor. What I think earlier was 60 to 70% for Liquid, right?
Yeah.
Now we're all the way over to 80. Oh, wait. So, someone did something to just get themselves 5 percentage points back on Liquid there.
Got this.
I don't know what that
wave
was. I guess so. An amazing ward, 5% chance. I mean, from here, Tundra should be able to get the next Roche with the creepy equilibrium in their favor. And at that point, you put the Aegis on Luna, maybe you drop the creep banner, and you should be able to finish up Megas, even if you don't end the game off that push. Once you have Megas, you're going to be feeling really good. Liquid, though, surprising, the gold lead is actually not as much as I would have thought based on 2 barracks being down.
Liquid had a lot of momentum off of the last Aegis, right?
That's
like they
true.
managed to take over a lot of the map, get a pretty sizable gold advantage. But Luna gonna sell her boots, buy the Satanic, and now you got to deal with a Butterfly Satanic. Mickey gets caught off the Blink Hex. The cart comes in from Saberlight. That's gonna help. The Requiem's gonna come through, but no! The cart, it ends early! They didn't realize Saberlight dies so fast to this Timber Saw, and it cancels the cart. Both dead without buyback. An absolute disaster for Liquid. That might be the game.
I think it is, because Tundra's coming in. It's like, oh, let's get their buybacks. Oh, guys, they're not buying back.
Guys,
I don't think they have buyback, guys. Forget Roche. Let's just go straight tier 4s. And they're right. You know, I don't think you can hold here. Earth Spirit has to have some insane magnetize.
Well,
here goes.
It's not level 25, though, so it's not going to... well, I say that. He's got it rolling on a lot of heroes here. Saika managing to dodge it out. The team continuing to try and just pull away from Nisha. Let this magnetize come to an end. But it seems like it might be over. Saika on the throne. He has no BKB left, but he does have the Shadow Demon behind him. The jump in, they gotta try and just finish off Boxy. 33's gotta respect this damage from this Pierce the Veil. His BKB expires. Whitemon will bail him out with a Song of the Siren, and now it's up to Tundra to finish the game. The jump in, Nisha will kick Lornov into the fountain, but it's not enough. The throne falling as Saberlight goes in, hits a nice 2-hero stomp. Do they have the damage? The Crystal Maiden's Freezing Field got canceled. Oh no. That is gonna do it. Tundra take game 1.
Oh, I'm so sad we didn't get to see the Freezing Field of the cart. But very impressive from Tundra. That was a pretty back and forth game. I think they identified, once you started losing because they had BKBs, they knew they just had to get through that period as the BKBs get low. And as Luna continues to scale up, because in the early game, sure, Eclipse is a huge part of her damage. But at some point, even when they're BKB'd, you get those glaives bouncing around. You have that Conda, you got that lunar orbit around you. Your straight up physical damage versus these melee heroes is really, really good. And that's pretty much what we saw, those final fights. Luna just damaged everything through the BKBs. They just did not care anymore.
I gotta give credit to Lornov. Like, the Scythe pickup on the Timbersaw was instrumental to them getting the actual win here. So many of these kills come off the back of him getting a Blink Scythe into the burst damage, and then the follow-up from just like a single Lucent Beam was enough to almost kill any hero they came across. And right, I mean, that's what triggered the initial kill that ended this whole thing, the Shadow Fiend and the Centaur outside the base. So great stuff. This was the high ground defense from Liquid that pretty much pulled back the entire game from them. Like, they were 8K behind going into this high ground defense, ended up turning into like a 10 to 15K advantage after they take Roshan in a couple lanes. So Nisha definitely putting a lot of work in on the Earth Spirit, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, big kickback into zoning the rest of the team. But that's when, like, after this moment, Liquid takes control, but eventually Tundra starts picking up some more items. The BKBs on their side allow them to start ignoring the Earth Spirit. And the Luna, yeah, I mean, like, this was like the final time Liquid was really strong. You know, like maybe one more fight after this. But as they got to that high ground push, it felt like Tundra was back in control. And I don't feel like we really got to see a cool Workhorse combo. Maybe that item didn't quite pay off.
Yeah, well, I mean, Workhorse is kind of like one of these essential save mechanics in the game, and it's one of the reasons we see the Centaur, right? It almost saved Mickey, right, in the scenario, which we might see after this, but we didn't see it used offensively in a way that, like, I think is what makes Workhorse kind of, like, interesting. It's like your budget Shadow Demon in a way, you know, and it just didn't really pay off this game. All right, here. So we're going to see him pick up the Shadow Fiend. He goes for the Requiem, but Saberlight dies, and it instantly cancels the card. So that was worst case scenario for Liquid there. Ends up sealing their fates, and Tundra walking away with the victory here in game 1. Really cool game, and I'm not surprised, man. These are two really solid teams.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I am excited to see what game 2 is going to bring. I think the draft felt a little easier for Tundra, perhaps, and we did see them pick up an early lead. It looked like maybe they'll close it out. If you don't have that kickback, you know, maybe that game ends just on that first push.
Yeah.
But eventually, even after, you know, throwing a little bit, you still have a very solid draft. You just restabilize and just run it back now. You know, their BKBs are low. Don't get kicked back this time, which fortunately they were able to find the fights outside the base. So even when you get kicked, it's not as big of a deal. And once they were dead with like 70 seconds, no buyback, you know, then the high ground's easy. You don't have to worry about kickback at all.
Yeah. It's one of those things that it kind of comes back to the 24 pick, right? You get the Centaur. It was kind of this situation of there wasn't a lot of great options left in the pool. Mm-hmm. And it kind of just felt like, well, this is the best thing we can get. But man, Naga Siren just shuts down this hero so hard. Like, Whitemon, the entire game, waits for Stampede to respond with Deluge. He has Song of the Siren to cancel any disengage or engage. And we saw in the mid lane a couple times, right? They make this play onto the Timber Saw. He just bails him out completely, turns the fight around, and that's what leads into the two racks advantage for Tundra. So maybe if you want to go for that hero, you have to make sure the Naga Siren's not available. But I think we'll see some draft, before I go into game 2.
I think so. We were saying these two teams know each other very well because 33 just left Liquid, so the draft is going to be very complicated, I think. So I'm sure they have another plan going into game number 2, and I'm just ready to see it.
Yeah. Well, before we run into game 2, just a quick reminder, everyone, if you are watching these events, make sure to follow here on Twitch. This tournament, of course, is brought to you by FISSURE, one of the most fun tournaments we've had this year. So BB Dacha has been amazing. We're going to go to a short break, though, and we'll be back with game number 2 of Liquid versus Tundra in just a little bit. Everyone stay tuned. We'll see you then. Welcome back, everybody, here to BB Dacha Belgrade. We are jumping into game number 2 of Liquid versus Tundra, a super fun series already. A little bit of back and forth in game 1, but Tundra walk away with the victory. Zach, talk to me, man. What happened? Like, how did this kind of like fall apart for Liquid here towards the end of the game?
I think both drafts had something going for them, right? I don't think it was a complete draft win or loss, even though I kind of like the support duo of Tundra a little bit more. We do see why they went for Crystal Maiden. It enabled Shadow Fiend to have a good start. But I think that's where Liquid, I don't know exactly what caused it, whether it's Liquid struggling to connect on it or Tundra doing a great job dodging, probably a combination of both. But after that laning stage, it didn't really feel like Liquid was able to find fights that they wanted to. And that's where Tundra was able to build up a quick lead, like 4K, something like that, right? Start to snowball that into the Aegis, clear out the whole base. And they probably win there if they don't get kicked back. Maybe it takes a little longer, but you get a set of racks safely and then you keep controlling the map, so on and so forth. But the kickback does show, right? You never count Liquid out, especially when they have some really strong heroes to defend the high ground like that. And they almost came back, but at that point, I don't know. I think Tundra just kind of weathered the storm and the Luna got huge, right? It's something we've seen from Nightfall in the past. The very efficient farming scaled up into not always a hyper carry on the Luna, but she was able to do it that game.
Yeah, I think just in general, the ease of execution was kind of there for Tundra in the late game, right? Like Luna's damage output is very straightforward. I mean, it's not like Shadow Fiends is not either, right? They both just kind of right click, do a lot of damage. But I think the fact that Lornov on this Timbersaw was getting to a point where he was too difficult to bring down, or at least to burst down, and that allowed him to just get up, get to the point where he gets this Blink Hex. And that is where the fight became really difficult for the side of Liquid. Like, they couldn't actually save their heroes fast enough. They couldn't respond quick enough to the burst potential of the Timbersaw Luna. And then the fight resets always from Whitemon. His Naga Siren is incredibly good. So, gotta respect maybe the Naga Siren going into game 2, I would imagine. But we'll see. The draft should be up here shortly, and I think chances are first pick should probably be for Liquid if I had to guess. We'll see in a moment, but usually, you know, teams try to like kind of prefer first pick a lot of times to try and get one of those really strong supports or cores currently in the meta.
Yeah, I wonder. We saw a lot of offlaners banned out because of 33.
Tons. Yeah.
And I wonder if you're banning out that many offlaners, if you should also be saving your offlane pick for last. Because usually the last pick is like, oh, we see the carry, we see the whole draft, here's the perfect pick. But now you have to find that perfect pick out of the remaining
Very
offlaners
few heroes.
when, so many have been banned out. And that's why we see the Centaur and it's like, yeah, you know, Centaur, it's fine, you know, okay. But that doesn't really feel like what you want for the 24th pick. I kind of understand why it got pushed there because I want like the SF Crystal Maiden combo, but still, I feel like, you know, maybe you get a different support, maybe you get a different carry, but I think there were still enough available in the pool that you end up with something better if you pick a strong offlaner sooner.
Yeah, they did a really good job addressing the offlane heroes and the last two bans as well from Tundra, right? Like there was, I can't remember exactly what it was. I know it was Mars and one other. I can't remember what the other one was, but
Enigma.
Enigma, that's right. Yeah, I was gonna say I think both of those bans were really strong. They gave them a lot of team fight. It would have given them a lot of team fight and potentially pick off earlier in the game. But yeah, you're right. When there's, I think we talked about this a little bit yesterday. Right now, we kind of feel like the meta has pigeonholed like very few heroes into being like viable for each role. I think the support pool is probably the largest, but for things like the carry, mid, and offlane, like there's a handful of heroes that are just substantially stronger than the rest. And so when you get to 24th pick and there's 7 offlane heroes banned, it makes it really difficult to round out your draft with like the perfect hero.
Yeah, especially when Tundra then also picked Timbersaw and Pango, 2 of the other potential offlaners. So there really just wasn't a lot. With all of that said, I do think Liquid could have won that game, right? So that's kind of why, from an outside perspective, as casters, as viewers, we can come up with a lot of reasons, but it is up to the team to decide, you know what, that draft should have won. We messed up our lanes. We messed up our early ganks, right? I'm curious what Liquid feels that game came down to, and what Tundra also feel, right? I mean, they kind of looked like they might throw it for a moment there. So I wonder if they felt nervous about that, and if they want to figure out, how do we adjust? Do we do the same draft, but we have to be more careful about that first high ground push? That is, that's the question that sadly we only ever get to find out a little bit in the interviews when the players, what they're willing to share at the end.
Yeah. I mean, there's some heroes that I like on paper. To me, I'm like, these should be good, but we just don't really see them that much. And I feel like I want to see them get played. I just don't know if teams are willing to like go too far out of the box for them, right? Like right now, especially since we're in group stage, 2 teams will be eliminated in each group. You have to make sure that you place well in these groups. And so they're kind of just sticking to what has looked good without maybe too many experiments. We saw like a Ricky. I mean, okay, BetBoom is the only team that we really see experimenting. Offlane anti-mage, mid Ricky. They're having a good time, but they're absolutely crushing it in their lanes. And we don't really see the same strategy from a lot of other teams.
Yeah, I also feel though that as we start to go through the series, it does seem like Talon and MOUZ are struggling a little bit. So maybe BetBoom had some room to explore a little bit there, and maybe they already had a rough idea based on scrims. We never know that kind of information from the outside. Yeah. But I will be interested to see the next series after this, BetBoom versus Liquid, right? I wonder if BetBoom will still bring those very experimental picks, or if they're going to go, maybe a little bit more standard versus Liquid, which, even though they lost game 1, Liquid's still a very strong team, right? I'd say many people would still expect them to be doing better than MOUZ and Talon, but of course they gotta do it because currently they're 1-2 for their record. So they'd love to get themselves a win here versus Tundra, because there's actually a world where if you do get 2-0'd by Tundra and then BetBoom 2-0's you, like Liquid's actually potentially at risk of getting eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the make or break day for Liquid for sure. You're up against arguably the two strongest teams in your group, besides yourself, of course. You need to at least draw or get some wins here, because if you don't, it puts you, like you said, at the risk for elimination. It's not like they would be eliminated, but it does make it very difficult, or at least worrisome. As expected, Liquid's going to choose first pick here, so we do see the Naga Siren, the Clockwork, and the Enchantress all banned out from Tundra. So they, instead of focusing the off lanes like we saw last game, it's going to be a lot of the support pool. Now, this does leave the Tusk in. The Invoker is banned. Puck is still available as well. So we're going to see a early Bristleback ban, and then the first pick Beastmaster, arguably one of the best offlaners of the entire pool right now, going to be on the side of Liquid.
Yeah, Liquid, I think changing up their approach a little bit. One, of course, because, you know, they lost the first game. But two, being first pick means you have less bans. So last time they were able to ban out more cores against Tundra and then pick up the Earth Spirit. This time they can't ban out all those cores, so they ban some of the same ones and then take the Beastmaster, which is going to get countered by the Gyro. What I imagine is just the Gyro carry, just right off the bat.
I'm a little bit... I'm wondering if they want to flex the Gyro at all. I mean, we usually see this as the carry in response to Beastmaster, but part of me is like, I mean, maybe you flex it and have some fun. Crystal Maiden's still in the pool if they want to try and grab the Crystal Maiden for themselves, which is always a good hero against Beastmaster. Enchantress, one of the better ones, but obviously banned out in phase 1. There is no supports, dude. All of the good supports are banned. Oh my goodness. Shadow Demon Tusk as well.
Yeah, we're probably looking at Muerta or Dark Willow.
Yeah, Muerta,
coming
Dark
out
Willow,
for
Crystal Maiden.
Liquid. Both of those pair really well with Beastmaster. Maybe like a Snapfire. Hoodwink potentially as well. That's something Boxy loves. And Hoodwink's gained a little bit more popularity.
They do ban the Puck. Okay. I thought an early Puck pick in phase 2 would be pretty good for Liquid, because there's not a lot of heroes in the pool that shut it down. But it's also just a Nisha classic. He basically won TI on this hero. For those of you who watched that event, Nisha absolutely balled out on this. So, and there's been no real change to the hero. Slight adjustments to Puck-ish, of course, but that was about it. There's going to be the Muerta picked up for the side of Tundra. I would love a Dark Willow here. I actually 100% am with you. She is super good already with the Beastmaster and pairs well into this Muerta.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm not really sure if there's much better options besides that. Since so many supports have been banned out, I do think it's worth grabbing one kind of early. Some other heroes we've seen are like Phoenix, but I don't think this doesn't look great.
Not
for
against
Phoenix.
the Gyro Muerta.
Yeah,
right. That's a
so
rough one.
it's like, well, who's left at that point? We're really going down the pool.
Omni Knight.
Omni Knight.
Okay, that's
Like
a cool
I said,
save.
really down the pool. But Shadow Demon is out of the pool already, so
I mean, you could just pick your Shadow Fiend again, or you could go for the Luna, right? You have options in terms of what you want if this is going to be a Gyro carry. Now, it doesn't have to be a Gyro carry for Tundra. Again, this hero can be flexed, but with an Omni, you might feel pretty safe going for...
Tundra Esports, turn to pick.
Yeah, there she is. The Dark Willow, as expected. So I think on 18 here, Liquid will be seeing their carry come out, and I think that is going to be... There's a lot of options. There's almost no carries banned in the pool at all. So I think they have kind of their pick of the litter here.
yeah, and you can flex the Gyro, but it is such a classic for Saika. You know, it fits what he wants to do, reach this hyper carry mode. And it's already, even though Dark Willow is strong, I still think Gyro will be okay in that lane, outside of accidentally running into a bunch of brambles. Wow, that instant.
That was the fastest Razor pick in history. Really?
Doom Chen. Doom, okay, so Doom 33 Classic, very...
Oh, you know, right when it popped up. So
it's
this
a power play from... They're like, dude, hover, Razor, I'm telling you, 33 is going to pick Doom Chen. You lock in that Razor immediately. Let him know we're in his head.
as soon as they see the Chen, they know it's gyro carry, and Razor crushes gyro carry. So I like this a lot. I think the Razor pick is sick. We kind of knew it was going to be the carry pick on 18. You saved the last pick for mid lane.
Tundra Esports turn to ban.
And we're going to see a lot of bans coming through here. So it's going to be the Monkey King.
Tundra Esports turn to ban.
Earth Spirit, of course, after Anisha's performance last game. Not that surprising. In terms of mid lane heroes that are left, I mean, there's not a ton. There is, of course, the Timbersaw, which we saw last game, which, you know, depending on what Liquid picks, you could respond with Lord of Timbersaw. The Pangolier removed. Time to get down the list of mid lane options here. There's not a lot left. Maybe Primal Beast would be one. It's actually not a bad Primal Beast game for Liquid.
I wouldn't mind. Queen of Pain's another one we sometimes see. Something that helps you clear out creeps could be nice, just in case, you know, they really try to push the tempo around Chen. You don't have the greatest wave clear, especially from the supports. So the mid has a lot, like, I don't know, maybe Alina. Especially, you need someone who has a stable matchup as well, because you're picking first on Liquid. So,
dude,
you can't get hard countered.
I'm like fairly confident this is the greatest Primal Beast game in the history for Liquid. There is nothing that you could do to stop this hero from running at you.
What gets
I'm just trying to
ban? Do you ban like Huskar? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm like wondering if you just ban Huskar or something and pick Primal Beast. Because like a lot of the other matchups you can still survive through. Like Queen of Pain's not that bad. Lena's a little questionable, but then you have like Razor, Beastmaster, Primal Beast for Lena. Yeah, you ban the Timbersaw.
That would have been rough.
I mean, I didn't think. I mean, to me, that means I don't think they're planning on going Primal Beast here. But
well, it's probably some kind of melee.
Yeah,
mid.
Tiny instead.
Okay. Yeah, I do think you want another playmaker. The supports are not the best at it. Dark Willow's like a follow-up. Razor doesn't have any crowd control himself. And Tiny tends to be a pretty stable mid, especially once they took out the Monkey King and the Timbersaw.
Yeah.
You eventually reach that blink, and you just like blink Avalanche Toss people. And Avalanche Toss is not that bad, plus the Tree Cleave versus Chen creeps. It's not the best, but it's kind of this very middle ground mid hero.
Dude, what if you just go something like a Dazzle?
Be kind of cool, but you would really lack any way to start things. Yeah, you could do that, but your plan has to be we win lanes and we just A-click down towers with Chen creeps and Dazzle, and that way we don't need to start anything. They have to come to us. And then that works, but it also means
that's
slip
your
up
one
once.
game plan, right?
Yeah, you die and you're like, we lost. That's it, guys. We can't go down towers anymore, so now we have to wait till 50 minutes for 7-slotted gyro and double doom.
Wow, you know where there's a lot of mid heroes banned when we're resorting to an Ember Spirit. This is not something we see all that often. The hero is not dead, don't get me wrong. Like, this hero is still good. It's just been a minute since we've seen an Ember Spirit make it into the mid lane.
I kind of like the idea, though. If you get... I wonder if he's going to get Mage Slayer, because that would really cut down the damage from the early game of Liquid, the Beastmaster Roar, Dark Willow, Tiny. In the early game, he's a lot of like that spell combo. It would be a pretty sick Mage Slayer game if they want to do that. If not, maybe more classic build is still fine, just because he's going to hit 6. He's going to be able to move around the map, work with the Doom's available, go make a play. Chen's available. You just kind of like push up with creeps, backed up by Ember. It kind of gives you some options. More than like going for that hard counter like that Dazzle.
I do like the Ember Spirit Mage Slayer idea for sure. I do worry that Nisha is just going to crush this lane, and you're going to have an early Blink Dagger pickup. And with an early Blink pickup, he actually has so much kill threat on the map, right? Like Boxy being able to play anywhere near him is probably just like a guaranteed kill onto a hero.
Lornoff's
do
looking
feel like
sick, dude.
What is it?
Al. Lornoff is looking sick.
Oh yeah, dude, that's a good fit.
He's got a hat, cozy
The
up.
hat matches his hoodie as well.
Yeah.
This guy,
Dude,
he
he's
knows
the
what's
next.
up.
Dota players have been thinking like, I gotta dress up the hero. I gotta look good, play the heroes that I got cosmetics for. It's like, no, you gotta look good to play good. He's going
true.
beyond Dota, man.
It's true.
No one's got a hat here. They've lost.
I mean, Boxy has the hood though.
Oh, it's not a hat.
I mean, Boxy's a vibe though.
Dude, Lornoff has a hood and a hat.
That's
Look
true.
at that.
He's doubled up.
There's no count.
Maybe that's the idea. He's like, all right, we gotta match Boxy's swag. Otherwise, you know, it's a little intimidating. I like the drafts from both teams, I will be honest. I'm curious which one you think has the edge, but going into this series, it's probably a must-win for Liquid. Like, they desperately need a win here. Otherwise, you know, going into BetBoom would be a little bit scary as your final series here today. So, I think it'll be good, though. Should be a fun series regardless.
Yeah, I do want to see how well the Razor does. I think you're right that if Razor's having a good game, he looks pretty set up to potentially be able to just bring you to the end. And if you can, like Razor, one of his weaknesses is that he's not the best tower taker nowadays. But if you have a Beastmaster who's still alive and well, then he covers that for you. Even Tiny has some extra tower damage elements. So if you can win these early fights, I do think you'll be able to take the towers.
All right, and here we go. It is game number 2, Liquid versus Tundra, here at the BB Dacha B stream as we take a look at the facets. Everything making sense to me. The healing hammer for Omni typically means he wants to run at the opponent lane opponent. Double impact for the Ember Spirit. That was the one I was kind of curious about. We're going to see another Ofrenda, actually, out of the Muerta. Not something we see that common for the support. Satyr Convert, Devils, Bargain, and Afterburner for the carry gyro as opposed to secondary strikes. So I like it. I'm curious how they're going to play around with some of these facets. Soxa with the Ofrenda, basically. Well, I mean, against Omni going Healing Hammer, it's a little bit interesting. It means he's going to try and stand his ground and just, like, attack. But Omni also wants to just stand his ground and attack. So it's going to be a funny back and forth for that lane.
Yeah, I think it'll be a little easier for Muerta, though, of course, being a ranged hero. But anytime he gets too close, you can always dead shot him away if you have to, which should let you just disengage any fight you don't want. So the Ofrenda will give a little bit more harass potential in the lane, help your Doom get through what could be a pretty awkward laning stage. Like, if you don't help him a lot and that Razor just runs at you.
Mid lane, not a great first wave for Nisha. Lornev actually did some really good microwing of the creep wave. Prevented him from getting like 2 of the CS in the first wave. And he ends up getting a range deny as well. So this is a really good start to the lane for the Ember Spirit.
Hat power, man. Look, Ember's got a hat.
He's role-playing, you're right. He's actually just role-playing his Ember Spirit. Boxy will clean up the Satyr Convert there. Level 2 power spike for Psycho in the bottom lane. They're going to be able to just try and run him down here, and he doesn't want to dive. The Rocket Barrage just barely off cooldown, and instead we'll look for Boxy. Shadow Realm will protect him for the moment. So that's where Afterburner helps, right? Allows you to just kind of move around a little bit more aggressively. Flat Cannon here with a little bit more
might
harassment.
do it. Okay, he's got one charges.
You got to be careful. The level 2 back the other way. He gets caught from the Bramble. Your Chen is not quite here, and they might try and just finish off the kill. Boxy now in trouble as Whitemon trying to find the finish. Does not have it, but Saberlight. Oh, he converts the boar back the other way. That's rough. Saberlight now needs to try and hobble his way back. Throws the axe. The dive bomb ends up hitting a creep somewhere else in the top lane. Omni and Muerta go down. Some brawling in these side lanes, but first blood. Did it go to Liquid?
Yeah,
Insania got it, right?
Just at the last second, it looks like. Crazy fights on both sides.
I mean, that's big for the Omni, because getting that little bit of extra gold for himself, getting the XP off the kill before he dies as well is huge. This bottom lane, I feel like this favors the Chen draft just for the nature of Chen, but if Saberlight gets a... Ooh, yeah, he gets the Lotus. That's nice. I'd say if Saberlight can actually get a little bit of extra regen, they should be able to start fighting again here.
I think the early levels are tough, but if he does end up just maxing out the axes over time, you just keep throwing axes at a safe distance to the gyro. Works out a lot better. Foxy already used Shadow Realm. Has to be careful here.
Yeah, absolutely. With the wand and the Lotus there for Saika, he should be plenty tanky. And this is what I was worried about with this first blood gold is Insania just has boots. He's just walking at Saika. Oh, man. Or not Saika, sorry. Not the Muerta.
Soxa.
Soxa
and Saika. Easy. No difficulties there whatsoever.
It's better than casting a game. Well, there's been some tongue twister games in the past for sure. They've been fun.
True.
So at this point, Soxa kind of just wants to play near his Doom, which is a little bit unfortunate because I think Doom a lot of times wants to kind of take advantage of just like the lane and get some solo XP to get those Devour and Scorched Earth stacks up. But, oh, bottom lane, Waimon. Saberlight just isn't summoning the boar anymore. He just knows. He's like, the boar is way too scary to give it over the Chen, but the double mana burn creep, it's going to be a Shadow Realm to try and get him some space, but the slows, the body blocks are there. Throws some damage back to the way. Boxy maybe surprising Saika here, but the Rocket Barrage does too much. A double kill for the Gyrocopter. That's a big win in this lane. I feel like a lot of this has just been too low of HP on this Beastmaster.
Yeah, but I mean, no one's been above 50% health in that lane since the start. They have constantly been brawling it out and pushing the limits. And I mean, that one was really close too, right? They almost surprised the Gyrocopter, but Rocket Barrage does so much damage if there's not creeps nearby to absorb it.
Uh-oh.
Sania, but those boots should save his life here.
Oh, he doesn't even have? Does he not even have boots? And Sania just getting ran down. Scorched Earth's gonna expire. Mickey with a pretty good amount of static link damage there. Keep him alive. Maybe it's just Omni being quite fast.
Oh, he has a windlace.
Okay. Yeah, boots on Soxa picked up to try and give himself some distance from the Omni, which makes sense now.
So far, the Gyro counter pick working out quite well, especially with the help of a Chen. I haven't gone to see what Beastmaster, what his build is going to be this game. I don't know if you can go Helm with a Dominator versus Chen, so maybe it is just straight Ags.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, he steals the Tornado creep. I think he's going to try to just farm the stack with it.
I'm actually curious about that as well, but it looks like he's bringing it down to the lane. Mid lane, big rotation here onto the Ember Spirit. He has an Amplify Damage rune, going to bottle up here a little bit.
Dire's turret has been killed.
Maybe he's... Oh, okay. So I was going to say, you don't kill the Ember, but you force him to pop the Amplified Damage just so he can heal with the bottle. But actually, he knows there's a stack over here. He might just farm it.
Oh,
or
no, the
they're
double
gonna die
tornado!
Saberlight.
Run! Okay, I mean, he should be fine. They're bringing in some TPs. The Omni will be the one to bail him out. There's the Repel. And they really want this Wisdom Rune. They're going to dive for it with the Ember Spirit to help secure it. He ends up just going underneath the tower, and Remnant's back up to the high ground. Very good play here from the side of Tundra.
I believe that was a successful Wisdom Rune steal, right? It's a little chaotic in the middle of that. I believe he grabbed it. On the Ember. Yes, thank you. Yeah, so that's going to lead to an early XP advantage for the supports. Oh, wait, top. Razor. Oh, who's in trouble here, actually?
McKay's like, yeah, I dare you. Go for it, huh?
Thank you for bringing me closer to Doom so I can kill him.
He has 14 wand charges, so Doom, I mean, not really at risk of dying there, but they do manage to get the Eye of the Storm out of the Razor, which typically the first usage of this is almost always a kill, so I think for Tundra, you know, a decent win there. Toss back, Lorinov. Does not manage to find the Power Rune top, but had a Remnant bottom will get a haste instead, and Whitemon is just zoning Boxy at this point.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I was going to say 33 might make a play for Mickey when he has Doom, but it looks like he's going to do it before the Doom's even available. But a great TP in from Insania. They get the punish. And now on the run here, Soxa should be okay. Lorinov with the haste rune coming all the way across the map here. Quick check for the Razor, doesn't find him. Sleight of Fist will finish the job. So a 1-for-1 trade, but overall, I'd say a pretty good one there for Liquid.
Yeah, keep your Razor alive, only lose your position 5. And the haste rune gets used to come up there to finish the position 5. So now you don't have to be worried about Saberlight, who's been dove back here. There's actually another, looks like a ward over there. Oh, never mind. That's his own board giving vision. We've seen this sometimes. Like, if you want to punish a Beastmaster player, they put so much pressure. They're constantly cutting behind, stealing his stacks, which has sort of been what Whitemon has been doing. He's been playing that area, just making use of the, it's like, oh, thank you for creating so many creeps for me. Just take them and use them to kill you.
Roar out from Saberlight. Boxy to follow it up with a Bramble, and the damage from the Shadow Realm should be enough, and it is. Very nice grab. Punishing the Chen here a little bit. That is the first Roar, but yeah, I mean, it's not, you don't manage to get the Gyrocopter, but taking down the Chen still quite good, as well as eliminating some of his creeps.
And Tiny was on his way. They wanted to get that Gyro, but great use of the Centaur, just body blocking and threatening the Stomp.
Quick reminder, everybody, to follow the Twitch channel here. Fissure has been putting a lot of work into making BB Dacha such a fun event, so make sure to show them some love. Dive here to the top lane, looking for Insania. He's got the Repel. It's going to expire, and it's going to be a freebie for Lorinov. He is level 9 on this Ember. He is owning.
This is exactly what they wanted, right? We were a little worried about that matchup versus the Tiny, but he is an active hero, and we see that being put into use. He's been in every lane, it feels like, in the last 4 minutes.
He's got all the power runes, I think,
show
too.
Top. Yeah, a little bit of luck there, too, right? We'll see if that can continue.
Okay, Nisha finally got one, which is the Arcane, right? Since he was rotating top, but Amplify damage and a haste being the first 2 runes you get on an Ember Spirit, pretty good. Just quick TP out there from the Doom. Nice recognition, seeing the ult come through. They're going to actually look for Soxa here behind the tower. They're not going to have the damage, I don't think. Nisha, well, he's got an Arcane. He's just going to toss the Willow and get in there, Boxy. Avalanche comes in, but a Doom out from 33 to try and punish Nisha here. It's going to be a slow burn, but I think they got him. Bramble to try and slow him up for the moment, but Lorinov once again closing the gap. Avalanche, dude, Nisha's going to get out. Unbelievable.
He's pretty low and won't be able to help with his bottom tower defense, though.
Okay. Well, catching a break there, at least with Nisha. You know, him not dying, quite nice. Doesn't delay his Blink Dagger at all. Good use of that power rune of the Arcane. But yeah, your bottom lane Gyrocopter is a little bit worrisome.
So we're going to hope your Razor counter pick pays off. Razor will absorb all his damage, right?
One thing I did notice, they did block the Ancient Camp on the right side for the Beastmaster. So Saberlight's tried stacking it, I think, a couple times now, and he's going to try and stack it again and realize that it is blocked. So he will get the D ward there finally. Get the stack going.
Boxy might have to deny this. Oh, never mind.
That's a nice
Maybe he doesn't
pickup
have
for
remnants
Nisha.
on the Ember.
Okay. There's a lot of stacking in this game. I'd be curious how many stacks Liquid have. My guess is at least 10 already, but we're seeing Tundra do quite a bit of stacking themselves. Oh boy, okay, that's a lot more than 10. All right, just a casual 15.
Look at you. That was some fast NA math.
Yeah, not my. I'll be honest. I was very scared when I said 15 because I was
Sweating.
like, I'm gonna get corrected because I'm wrong. Certainly.
Didn't have time to break out the calculator.
Yeah. Toss back here. They do manage to find 33. Very nice use of that invis rune from Nisha.
It's going to help him out. His blink timing's not too bad. Maybe around like 14 minutes we'll see it, especially if they can take that tower. Didn't quite catch how low it was, but doesn't look like Tundra's interested in defending it. Maybe instead trying to pressure Saberlight once again and steal some of his stacks.
I like this a lot. I mean, they know he's stacking over there, right? He cleared up the sentry earlier. They're actually not going to go for it. Maybe afraid to dive here, but top lane, they get the tower. Saberlight.
Caught side of the courier in there, so he knows they were smoked around there.
Yeah. Avalanche in the mid lane. Toss back on the Ember. Stuck onto a Bramble here for the moment. The Terrorize is going to connect. They might not... I was going to say, they might have the damage to finish it off, but no. Lorna wants to turn around. The hero's not quite yet here on the side of Liquid, but in comes Mickey now on the Razor. 33 is going to threaten him back here with the Doom and a nice avalanche of pushback as well from the dead shot. Will scare him off just long enough, but there it is. The toss into the Roar. 33 now in trouble as they will be able to chase him down. The Scorched Earth not going to be enough. Eventually, this dive bomb is going to connect. It's just going to be Mickey. And Sox on the backside does go ahead and pop the Pierce the Veil. Trying to bring down Boxy himself. A missile is going to be coming through. Drops a ward onto the high ground. Almost going to secure the kill. It's going to go the way of Saika. So a 3-for-1, but a massive win for Liquid. And the tower to boot. Great turnaround.
Never even had to commit the ultimate from Omni Knight, which is what gave them so much confidence. Tundra was playing very aggressive, started to die at the tower. They see the Omni Knight rotate in. They're like, okay, just try to get out because if we commit, that ult's coming out. We're not doing anything. But they just weren't able to run away fast enough. They get run down by Liquid.
And it's such a hard commitment. Like, if you go in and you Doom, you kind of are all in. You're either like, we have to go for this, or it's like your Doom is just wasted and then you have no real, like, kill threat for the next few minutes. So yeah, I like the response from Liquid there, just slowly chipping them down with the avalanche toss constantly, and Saberlight with the axes just doing a lot of damage over time. Now he has the Aghanim Scepter completed here just around the 15-minute mark, and it is nighttime, so we should see them look for a Roche attempt here fairly soon. I don't know exactly when they want to do that, but this is what happens, right? Beastmaster gets Aghanim Scepter. You want to take Roche on. Actually, might see a fight in the bottom lane. First, Fear will put Saberlight in a pretty rough position. Terrorize will send him back, but he walks right into the hands of Whitemon, and Saberlight just trapped in the corner. Okay. A little bit too far forward there. Good damage out from the side of Tundra.
No longer the Beastmaster.
Yeah,
I was on that courier. Nothing bought quite yet, so at least not going to lose an item, but he will have to go over to the secret shop himself to get... I'm not even sure what he's working on. What does he need from there? Oh, he's going straight Mjolnir.
This is something he does a lot, actually, on Mickey. He's like one of the... Every time I see him play the Razor, he does a similar build on TA, right? He actually goes for an early Mjolnir.
Yeah.
Like you said, really good against the creeps, but it's actually a sick farming item for Razor as well.
Sorry you died, Saberlight. I'm going to take your ancient stacks, though.
The reason I like it is mostly for the facet he has chosen, which is the Thunderhead.
That's true.
Yeah.
Gladiator seems good here, too, though. Right? But I guess that did get nerfed.
Yeah. He becomes the true Lightning Revenant. Smoke up from Liquid. I don't think that got scattered on the ward. It was on the opposite side of the tree line now. Muerta here to try and break the smoke potentially. She'll just TP to the bottom side. And here we go. Finally, the movement into the Roche pit as expected. Pre 20 minutes since you do have that Aghanim Scepter on the Beastmaster.
Kind of debate smoke. Smoke walking the other direction. Just kidding. We're going to Roche. But maybe it's not that surprising. This is something you see Beastmasters do all the time, like you said earlier. And it seems like Tundra has a rough idea of this happening. They're just gonna occupy the triangle, farm it up.
Oh, that's a
Well, actually
great
doing
ward
more than
from
just going for
Boxy.
Roche.
Yeah, okay, that is a really sick wraparound. They actually have a deep ward in their own triangle there. It actually doesn't get scouted even though they had a sentry placed because it was nighttime, but they see multiple heroes on Tundra there. And they just check the triangle, find themselves Doom, get Aegis. That's a really good series of events for Liquid.
Man, if they still don't see it, yeah, that nighttime kind of screwed them. If they go back later and see it, they'll be upset.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I see a circle drawn in this bottom half of the map. They were never able to take that safe lane tower just because of how rough that gyrocopter Chen lane was. But now that you got the Aegis on the Beastmaster plus his Aghanims, you're going to start feeling very strong right now. You're ready to just run in as a team. Maybe you let Razor farm a bit more if he wants to finish some kind of major item, but this is the strength of Razor as a carry. You're perfectly fine joining these early plays compared to, you know, maybe something like a Medusa. Luna could still be farming right now. Razor's pretty happy to join quite early. Saw them draw the circle, but they've fallen back for now.
I'm trying to figure out which team like benefits the most right now from
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
the game like slowing down like this, right? I think when you have Aegis on the Beastmaster, you're kind of okay farming for the next little bit. The Doom is really struggling, and your supports aren't really farming or falling behind Whitemon's Chen, which is typically what you see in Chen drafts, right? Like around this 15, 20 to 25 minute mark, the Chen sometimes can almost double up some of the enemy supports with like an early Vlad's and stuff like that, but we're not really seeing that being the case. So I think for Liquid, they've got to be pretty happy with their state of the game. The Blink Echo Saber done on the Tiny. Saberlight's BKB is almost there, opting for it instead of the Blink early. Daytime comes out. Ember Spirit just barely dodges there, but gets roared instead. I don't know if they have the follow-up. The toss, and the Bramble's going to connect from downtown. Boxy at the last second connects with it, and a really nice kill onto Lorinov.
That should open this mid tower. I see the next creep wave coming in. Mickey cuts the enemy's creep wave. You don't have Roar, so I guess you have to be slightly careful once the Ember respawns, but it should be enough time to get some tower pressure in. Looks like they're settling for the safe lane tower while Tormentor is secured. Chen, well, it's better than Muerta's, I guess. You don't even need to do more analysis than that. Better than Muerta getting the shard. It is pretty good on Chen, though, so you can start adding ancient creeps to your army. A back-to-back death on Ember would be pretty painful.
It really would be. I mean, Lorinov's game has definitely slowed down after how it started, but Saberlight's BKB is done. And ooh, nice fort there. Not only going to protect the mid lane, but the bottom lane for the moment. Catapult will go down. Smoke out from Tundra. I don't know if they saw that or not, but it looks like they might have because they are backing out really quick here, scouting out with the boar. Insania would be a perfect find, but if you see Mickey on the backside, there's going to be an immediate repel. Call down is in. Saberlight, he's got the Aegis. He's fine putting his body in harm's way for the moment. Push back here with the dead shot. Roar is going to come out. Does connect again onto Lorinov. The Avalanche, the toss, the Terrorize as well. They've got the two best kills if they can find it. Psycho so dang low. Whipped from the side of Liquid. 2 down, and the Doom, it's onto the Beastmaster. He doesn't care. 3 dead on the side of Tundra as Liquid just steamrolling over them here in this mid-game.
That was a really nice play from Liquid. So Omni-Knight maybe almost got caught there, and that would have been exactly what Tundra wants. But as soon as Omni-Knight uses Repel, backs out, they put Beastmaster back in the front because he has the Aegis. Go ahead and commit on him. We don't care. And Liquid actually still had a ward at the tier 2 Radiant safe lane. So they, Yeah, so they were able to get a little bit more information and actually just go in on that fight. And that double terrorize just sealed the deal.
Oh my God.
Now even getting a free pick off on 33, who probably thought Liquid was trying to capitalize on bottom in the meantime. Right up here, but Liquid is actually up here saying hello to a former teammate.
Yeah, the throwing shade is a massive amount of damage. That's what I was saying earlier. Like when you have like Tiny and Dark Willow in the mid game being able to play together, you can kill pretty much any unit. And it helps that Nisha is as farmed as he is. But throwing shade, Bedlam into the Shadow Realm burst is a ridiculous amount of damage. So glad that we're seeing them put it to good use. Saika on the gyrocopter. I mean, he's definitely farmed, but we saw in that bottom fight an avalanche toss into Terrorize, catching both him and the Ember Spirit was like the worst case scenario for Tundra.
The shards are pretty good for both these supports. I think for having more lockdown, you'd have preferred it to go to the Dark Willow. They're hoping to find someone low health. That's exactly what they see.
They're going to know the wards there, but yeah, sticking around to after Tormentor. Easy punish from the side of Tundra. That is a lot of gold into the hands of the Ember Spirit.
The double heal is pretty nice for the Omni Shard, especially because he took the healing hammer fast at this game. So not only will you heal your target twice, which maybe it is himself, but then he will get some healing twice if it's doing any damage.
All right. Just going to go Shiva's next on Saberlight. So interesting that we're still not seeing the blink come out of him, but I think he feels that Nisha is able to accomplish enough with his blink dagger that he can just kind of walk in and try and force the fight with Nisha to maybe set up, with a follow-up. Well, Whitemon gonna walk right into Saberlight here, and that's not gonna go super well for him.
No,
smoke
not
up
at all.
on the
Doesn't
top
even need to
side,
use
though.
the roar either.
Yeah, not at all. This is a cool play because I actually think they might be going for the Tormentor, but will not connect on that smoke. Good dodge out from Tundra, reading the smoke really well.
They really want to find someone. This is usually quite risky if you go through top and don't find someone to keep going, but you know Chen's dead. And now Muerta is dead as well.
Boxy's Bramble placement has been so good this game. I honestly don't think I've seen him miss like a Bramble, which you're like, oh, well, they're stunned. It's still like he's hitting the corner Brambles from like max range, which is kind of difficult.
At the last second too,
Yeah.
to line up the chain, stun, lockdown, whatever you want to call it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Mid lane, they saw Whitemon for a moment. They're going to jump right on in. Avalanche toss. They lose the entire set of creeps as well. That is difficult. Tier 2 tower in trouble with a ward placed on the high ground. To try and scout out a little bit here. Quick reminder, everyone, to follow here on Twitch. BB Dacha Belgrade is brought to you by Fissure, of course, and it's been a super fun event so far, so make sure to show them some love. Make sure to tune in for all future events as well.
Are scanning.
All right, it is an 8,000 gold lead for Liquid at the moment, and it feels that way, right? Like they are absolutely dominating. Tundra seems really scared on the map at the moment.
Tundra had an 8K lead last game as well, when things started to get quite difficult for them. But a lot of that was off that dead shot kickback at the high ground. They don't quite have the same option, and it seems like Liquid is just hunting down heroes while they wait for the Aegis. And I think once they get Aegis, if they really want to respect Tundra and not throw, they'll still do the same thing, right? They'll try to find a pickoff before going to the high ground, and that'll just help them to avoid, throwing on the high ground in the same way that Tundra ended up doing last game.
Radiant are scanning.
Shiva's from Lornoff. It's not done yet, but it will be pretty useful. Really reduces the healing from both Beastmaster and Omni Knight.
Mm-hmm.
The armor aura, good for both teams. Both teams going for it.
Roche is going to respawn here, and we might see them make a rotation over for that second Roche. Boxy here does get found out. Nice Bramble, though, dodging out some of this stuff, and a nice Avalanche in the toss to terrorize. It's going to be dodged by the Ember, but you're going to be able to get Soxa here, and Boxy surviving through it all. Lorinov has to disengage, not only protecting their Wisdom Rune, but finding a kill in the process. A real good response from Liquid, as they might just go back through the Twin Gate to top side and look for that Roshan.
I think at the least, I believe Beastmaster BKB trying to get that Ember kill. So you got something going for you that maybe as Muerta respawns, maybe you feel like you can take a fight knowing there's no BKB. But looks like with a fast Roche spawn, you may not even get that window. I think it should be down by the time Muerta is up and you're able to rally the troops up here.
Good old Inner Beast. So much damage coming out with the Dark Willow to help secure it. That's going to be it. Aegis into the hands, I would guess, Mickey here on the Razor. Oh, no, they're going to put on Nisha. Okay. So he's the one that's just going to be diving in, it looks like. Also doing quite a bit of tower damage.
Yeah, I think that probably is why, because you just have Insania sitting behind the Razor, right? And Razor's just gonna stay at the edge of the tower to hit that. It's Nisha who has to be the one finding these kind of avalanche tosses, though when it's out here in the base, very safe to do. And they actually, I didn't think they would be able to kill him in literally one combo, but Doom has been struggling this game. He is not that tanky.
He also finished Conda and found Enchanted Quiver. And a cool little play that Insania did there that shouldn't be underrated. He actually throws the Purification on a creep right next to the Doom as they go in. So he gets double purified in the toss. So pretty cool stuff from Liquid there. Just utilizing everything that they have. Avalanche comes in. Saika's like, nope. BKB walks away. That is another kill for the side of Liquid. They are running over the side of Tundra now.
Insania is actually just directly engaging the mid Ember. I don't care. I'm gonna run at you. I'm so tanky on an Omni Knight, and you have no idea if I have teammates coming to help me. He's just gonna force Ember to run away as a position 5. I'm a little surprised they didn't use those kills to start pushing, but they must be close to some item timings that they're waiting for.
I mean, there's almost no way you get that. Boxy, a good attempt. You pretty much have to like get a frame perfect, you know, timing on the Yules into Curse Crown, which not easy, but still at least forces Lorinov back. He doesn't get to cut the wave. Good movement there. You still have so much time on this Aegis as well to kind of farm up, pick your next objective, which should be this top tier 2 tower in a moment. Yeah, and a Tormentor. Why not? That seems nice. It's a lot of damage.
Bania, be careful. Oh, dead shot trying to snipe it.
That's kind of cool. Good idea, good idea. Smoked out on Tundra, but they're smoking like onto the enemy side of the map to try and just find something. They don't actually get anywhere. Doom does buy out his refresher though, and he's coming back. This is a Hail Mary play if I've ever seen. He's also got a like tier 3 Lotus in his backpack and a 20 stick. So he's gonna need the mana from these to get his whole kit off. This is it. Nisha goes in. Avalanche comes out. They don't decide to respond. Again, Nisha, the one with this Aegis. Not really the hero you want to engage on, but Lorinov just trying to pick and poke and prod here. Good respect from Liquid, backing out, not wanting to give anything to the side of Tundra. They're going to smoke out and go for the chase, though.
They're trying to find the Doom onto the Omni Knight. And then I imagine the Beastmaster or the Razor,
yeah.
kind of depending how the fight breaks out. But it can't be on the Tiny. And they're just putting Nisha up front knowing this. Like, go ahead. Please, do more Tiny.
Well, Boxy comes in, gets caught from the stomp. They're going to try and burst him right away. The Doom does catch the Razor. The first one with the roar. The counter on the backside. There's the refresh. Doom now onto the Beastmaster. Saika, it's all on him. In comes Lorna. A great chains onto 3. This is the fight they needed. The respawn from the Tiny, the BKB, TP out. He's going to survive, but it's going to cost you the entire side of Liquid. Tundra doing it. Off the back of that refresher reveal, massive win for them. That's a 6,000 gold swing.
That was really one-sided, actually, even more so than I thought. I guess they didn't expect that smoke up, so they thought they were just jumping a few heroes, and that forced Liquid all ran in as part of that pickoff. But that means they were all just clumped up for Gyrocopter to just throw out the AoE. The Mage Slayer hits everyone. Calling AoE. Yeah, just not the controlled fights and the pickoffs that Liquid's been going for. Or they thought it was, but Tundra finally ready for it.
I mean, Ember Spirit's still really scary. So, well, speaking of which, he's going to get caught out here. Avalanche, toss. Yeah, he's dead. Okay, really good find from Boxy. He is just having such a great game on the Dark Willow. And I was about to say Lorna, despite, being lower in net worth, has a lot of impact in fights because this hero does a ton of damage. A little bit off the mark there with that Avalanche. Saksa is going to be just fine. Just TP on home. Invis Rune, though, bottled up for Nisha.
Dire's top tower is under.
Oh, Roar top lane. He's caught 33. This should just be a kill. That's a solo pickoff for the Saberlight. Bing bong.
With that, even if you think Doom has buyback, he doesn't have the refresher available. This might be the window Liquid's going for.
You're going to need some Lincoln Spheres on Liquid. I feel like that's, right now, the main thing you're worried about is this Doom. And what other target spell is there besides Deadshot and Doom, really? It's like the missile when it connects, which is, going to take forever. I feel like Lincoln Sphere is super value here, but we're going to see them go high ground, try and maybe force the buyback out of the Doom, not knowing he doesn't have it, but Nisha just goes in once again. They get the toss back on a Saika, an immediate BKB, but Mickey just trying to stand right on top of him. They will be able to force them back, but that is BKB down. A big win here for the side of Liquid and realizing, all right, Doom's not coming in. Let's finish this lane of barracks. See if we can get out. Well, you don't get it in time. Holding Mickey in place. He's going to be forced to BKB and run. All right. Good hold here from Tundra, still keeping this lane alive. All right, Satanic now finished up on Mickey. A nice item, for sure. If the Doom doesn't kill him, he is super happy.
And you've got the Omni Knight to help you out too. Repel will protect you from quite a lot. And the Omni Knight ult. I haven't got to catch what else he's building. I wonder if he's going to get a blink on the Omni just to make sure he's way in the back. Because the Omni ult is so good at protecting his team versus the Gyrocopter flak.
Yeah.
And if you can survive through the first flak cannon and then he has to wait for the cooldown, you've probably, if Razor has already linked in that time, then even as flat comes back up, you've got no damage to actually do anything.
Smoke in the mid lane here, most likely. Yep, here we go.
This isn't a double Doom, though.
Active. Yeah, your BKBs are coming off cooldown, so I think that's what they were looking for, is they want to make sure that if they're going to fight, they have their BKBs available. It is 16 seconds on the Razor here, but the big one, Nisha, who's your Blink Initiator, they actually scan, they go in, they just find the Chen, delete him from the game, and without a buyback, that's a great find. Roche, we're going to see its spawn timer here in just a second. If it's quick, not the fastest, but still will spawn nighttime, which will favor the side of Liquid. Avalanche, toss back, sends him to the mid lane. Saberlight wants to stay on top of Saksa here. He does have the Roar to cancel out a TP. Oh, great dead shot. They're going to continue the chase, though. Mickey is here. We'll get some vision on this Muerta. They secure that one.
I feel like Lornoff has been living down here.
Yeah,
He's always
constantly
over
cutting.
here just dropping remnants, cutting creep waves, and forcing rotations back. Otherwise, you start losing objectives. And he has been caught once or twice, but many of these times he gets out alive. Just buying space and time for his team. This should allow both supports to respawn. Although it seems like Liquid's not interested in capitalizing on these deaths. It does seem like they're content waiting for the next Roche.
Yeah,
Which
they've
it'll
got a
have some
boar in
extra
there now.
stuff on here now that it's at the third Roshan.
They'll see it spawn. So they know. They're going to head on over. You picked up some big jungle items here. So Saberlight gets the Timeless Relic. That being said, Saika does get one of the best carry jungle items, right? So we'll see what they can do with this. Lincoln's now finished up on 33.
They're smoked up, but I think they saw the creeps get body blocked and the courier deliver an item to Saika. So Liquid immediately backs away from Roche. Going to send in some illusions to just scout things out.
It's a good recognition from Tundra to just immediately move over here, but Liquid no, like their lanes are not being addressed, so they are very much aware that Tundra is nearby.
The boar took some damage from the Flame Guard, so they know Ember was checking the Roche pit.
A very tense move play here for both teams. There's a gem coming out for the Chen. He's going to try and maybe find some vision here that might be placed, but they jump in. Liquid don't manage to find Lornoff quite yet.
Liquid's being very careful about this. They remember the last time they lost a fight. It was in a proper 5-on-5. It's been all the small pickoffs that have gone their way. At the same time, you can't ignore this objective. If Tundra picks up the third Roche, it's such a massive turnaround for them.
The scouting with the Manta Illusions is going really well, and it's going to pay off. They managed to jump in, get on top of Lorna, but the BKBs are out, and they've gotten the Doom onto the Razor. The immediate ult back the other way, and Saberlight doomed now as well. They've got to get away from Saika. He's doing way too much damage. Nisha on the backside just takes down 2 on his own, but the Razor's in trouble. Falling low, silenced up, but he gets out, and here comes the Satanic, doing so much of the heavy lifting. 4 heroes dead on the side of Tundra. Nisha, what? Get back in here, Lord of, you are not out. Okay, Nisha's Tiny is absolutely owning the side of Tundra.
Yeah, he's been finding catch after catch. It's exactly why they picked him this hero. And that fight, Doom did find the Razor before Link could come out, but again, unable to get to the Omni Knight because Insani has just been positioning far enough that he's not getting caught, but close enough that he immediately reacts to whatever's happening. He gets an Omni ult onto, I think, 3 heroes as Flat Cannon comes out, which helps to keep his Razor alive all the way to the end of the fight when Doom ends, and then he gives the double heal over to that Razor. That fight, like, they don't even need the Roche at this point. They're just going to open up the entire base. I think they'll go for the Megas at this point.
Yeah, you definitely just threaten the Mega Creeps. You know there's no Dooms, right? Like, that is the team fight ability on the side of Tundra. The BKB not available for the Gyro either. You cannot fight into Liquid's Death Ball right now. With the AC being done on Nisha, it's just that much easier for them to take these buildings, and that is it. Mega Creeps now secured. They can go back for the Roshan if they want, but Tundra scratching their heads, I'm sure, at how the heck they get back into this game.
Yeah, especially because you mentioned Lincolns earlier. That fight happened right before the Lincolns came out. Every fight going forward, Lincolns just got delivered to the Razor. I believe I saw Beastmaster also working on one.
And Tiny. Tiny's is literally, like, done.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
So-
you're dealing with 2 or 3 Lincoln Spheres here in a moment.
Yeah, so that fight was your best bet at finding the Dooms. From here on out, it's just infinitely harder with this many Lincolns. And now you've got, what is this, Refresher? So let's see who they'll give that to. Maybe double
Saberlight,
Roar.
right?
Otherwise, double Razor is also really good.
Yeah, I feel like double Roar is just way too good.
Seems like it. They agree. Did he buy back since the Aegis is on to Beastmaster?
Yeah. Beastmaster bought
Okay,
back,
okay.
yeah. So 5 minute, 30 second on cooldown. Going for a Scythe of Ice next, which is typical for like a late game Beastmaster. We see Scythe like pretty often. Big level 25 talents though. The Razor's 25 is online. This is probably one of the scariest 25 talents, I think, in the game, in my opinion. Like, He's gone ahead and chose a static link, steals attack speed. So Saika, if you can't get away from the gyrocopter, his damage, or from the Razor, like his damage output is going to be completely nullified from the Razor.
How can Tundra come back? I see a Divine queued up on the gyrocopter. And for any team, Gyro and Ember are really good at dealing with megas. So you can sit in your base and hold this for a very long time.
Smoked up on the enemy high ground. They just need one pick here. Amplify damage on Mickey.
Both teams don't want to show quite yet.
There it is. The toss back. They get the Muerta. She's in so much trouble. The Doom's going to come out. It does connect, but the roar right away back the other side. Saika's caught a second roar onto him as well. The Terrorize holding him in place. He doesn't get a chance to enter this fight at all. Razor just zoning him out as Lorna. He's desperately trying to find the Tiny, but cannot do it. He's going to be forced to BKB, try and disengage as the tail end of the Gyro's BKB expires. Oh no, he still had it. He's gonna turn around. Cheese gets popped though, full heal again for this Tiny, and now just diving into the enemy base. Pretty much everything expended. But a 5v4, Liquid feeling very good.
I believe that's a second banner down as well, since they didn't need it earlier. The banner not only helping to protect your mega creeps, but it actually gives you great vision in the enemy base to help you find these tossbacks.
Lorna trying to chip away at the backside here. Mickey really wants to try and threaten the throne. They still have a fortification, and I think Liquid are aware of that. Mickey goes in. They get on top of the gyrocopter. The tosses just hold him down. He does have a buyback. They get the Aegis as well, but it's not enough. Nisha just looking to try and take the backside of the fight on his own. Lorna isolated by Liquid on the backside, and that will be the final fortification from Tundra. Curse Crown stunning up Saika as he watches his throne slowly beat to death here, and Razor comes in just for one more kill to secure this game for Liquid. And that is going to be the GG's. Mickey, triple kill. Well done. A great series from these two teams, but Liquid with a very much needed victory here to draw things 1-1.
As usual, an amazing performance by Nisha, just all over the map with those avalanche tosses, being that playmaker for his team, and Liquid enabling that, of course. They all went around with it, great vision for it, and most of those worked out. The one time they slipped up was that fight from Tundra in the mid lane where they smoked up, surprised them, and it looked like Tundra maybe, pulls it back from there, but Liquid just immediately went back to that pick-off game. It felt like Tundra was almost never alive all at the same time. It always felt like 4 heroes were up, and then just as the last one's up, they find another pickoff.
Yeah, I mean, some of these early engagements, this was the first Aegis that we saw, the tail end of it, and this was kind of the fight that broke Tundra's back at the beginning of the game here, right? Like, you get such good value out of this first Aegis. You get 2 massive kills. Whitemon ends up dying as well. I think they chased Doom and eventually find him, and this was a slow bleed from here on out. Tundra, a good effort though.
Yeah, and Saberlight this time was able to have a much better game. One, they gave him a much better hero in the Beastmaster, but he got countered in the lane. The Gyro Chen came out. They bullied him hard too, constantly blocking his camps, diving him, stealing his stacks, but still hits his timing. The hero is strong, but Saberlight played it well, finds great roars every fight. Insania there, we see the great positioning to make sure he's protecting his team. This is kind of what ended the game, ultimately. Beastmaster does die, but just buys right back in. The poor supports just cannot live versus Nisha.
Yeah, and great Yules there as soon as the Satanica, the Gyro, comes out as well. Boxy, very patient with this. And then, of course, the downtown hook from Nisha, role-playing some Pudge here, I guess. I don't know. That is some Harpoon gaming.
I don't know why Harpoon works like that, man.
It's so weird.
Sense.
It does some interesting interactions for sure, but end of the game here, you're just too strong. The Razor at level 25, the Thunderhead Facet, makes it impossible to fight near this guy. It's good stuff.
Like a little jumping rope, both of them being tossed up there. Like just flying into the sky. Yeah, well, a much needed win for Liquid. They are now 2-2 in the groups. They actually have another series coming up here, guys. But Tundra, like, this doesn't threaten them at all, right? Of course, they wanted to win, but they are in a pretty good standing. They were at the top of the group. So I think Tundra's pretty much through, right? I don't think that's perfectly set in stone, but they're in a really good spot.
They're definitely through. Yeah, they're at 6-2. They're guaranteed through.
Okay. Yeah, so they would have loved to win this, but at least if nothing else, it's just great practice versus a team like Liquid. The Tundra, many of them have played together, but essentially a brand new team, right? Coming back together. So all these early tournaments, all these early matches are fantastic for pulling things together, learning how to play together. And in game 1, right, it looked a lot better. Game 2, I think there was one is the pressure from Liquid, but it did feel like there were a lot of pickoffs as they try to play the split push game. And it's somewhat necessary, but ultimately, if someone is always dead, then Tundra's really limited in what they can make the plays. So being put through that situation, very good for a new team. Those are tough to navigate, those situations.
Yeah, I'm just glad that we got an exciting series, right? Yesterday, we were treated with some BetBoom games, but my God, BetBoom put a smackdown on their opponents. So I'm excited for the next series to see how BetBoom's going to, if they can carry that momentum. But Liquid Tundra did not disappoint. Great games for each team. But yeah, I think Liquid, a really good adjustment to the draft in game 2. It's so funny, like looking back and remembering that they instantly picked the Razor without even considering what Tundra was going to do. They're like, we're going to pick the Razor. We don't care. Mickey said, pick me Razor. I want Razor. It's so cool.
Telling you, they knew. They were in the mind of 33. It's like, we give him Doom, he's going to take Doom.
All right. Well, we got an interview with Insania from Liquid, so let's go ahead and head on over to the studio and chat with them.
I have Insania here joining me. Look, rough game 1. We're going to start with it, talk about it a little bit, because it looks like you guys were going to get it. You're pushing that high ground, but unfortunately just kind of one wrong move or I guess right move from Tundra. But what exactly played out for it to go that way so quickly?
To be honest, usually when I play Dota games, I have like perfect memory, so I remember everything that happened. But no, I think like I'm a little bit out of practice. I had a long break after TI. So I don't really remember the game. I know I was doing a lot of feeding. So yeah, I'm not sure why the comeback didn't go through.
Okay. All right, well, we'll just say you fed, and everyone can chalk it up to that one. Yeah. Nice and easy, a simple solution there. Game 2, though, absolutely no rest for you guys. This one felt like you were always on top. Was that a change from game 1, or is that more because you had the best of 2 yesterday, that's what you learned, and you wanted to play a little bit faster coming into this best of 2?
To be honest, I think we were just like, in this game, very obsessed with killing Neta. So we just like, we just wanted to give it to him because we've seen what he can do with Doom firsthand on our own team. So we didn't really want to let him get to that point, but I feel like somehow he still did. Like when he popped out with a refresher, that was like, okay, I guess he's just that farmed. So no, big respect to him, but we just really wanted to shut him down. And I think towards the end, it was, like you want to beat your old teammate. I felt that in our atmosphere, so.
Okay, I was going to ask that because I know there's absolutely no bad blood between you guys at all, but surely there is that little bit extra competitive urge for you that's just like, we have to show him, like maybe he wants to miss us a little bit. We're going to make him want to come back or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, I think there will be a friendly rivalry throughout this year. I think they are very good. He's obviously very good. I think their entire team is like, it looks really promising. So I think I'm very much looking forward to every matchup with Tundra.
Nice. And you guys are also, in good form, not just from like that TI, but you guys now having Saberlight for you. What has been that process for you guys coming into this? Because you didn't play the previous tournament at all. You guys took that one off. So what was that time between TI, getting Saberlight onto the team, and now getting ready for Dacha here?
I mean, I flew across the world. I went to like Greece for a week, and then I went to the US for a week. So like when I came into our boot camp, I was kind of jet lagged. So I've been like very much griefing Saber. So he hasn't gotten like the best introduction, I think, to our team yet, but he's a really positive guy, really happy, really easy. Whatever you tell him to do, he kind of just does. We were kind of making fun of him for not eating vegetables. So I told him, like, every day you just have to eat one vegetable. Yeah. And then the next day you have to eat one more. So he's just slowly adding one vegetable every day. And he just says, okay, I'll do it. And now he's just doing it. So yeah, it's been a fun process. He's really fun. Very easy to be around.
Oh, that's awesome. It's nice to know, there's the Dota aspect of it, but there's also the outside of Dota aspect, the vegetable aspect, I guess we can call it. Yeah. You guys bootcamped coming into this one as well. Maybe one of the very few teams that did do that. Was that because of the Saberlight aspect coming into it, or was it you want to prove yourself, we want a TI, now we want to be one of the first teams to win an event after winning TI?
I think it's just like William looked at our Dota Pro tracker and he's like 0 games, 0 games, 0 games, 0 games. Like, all right, guys, we're going to boot camp because none of you guys are playing while you're at home. So I think a little bit of that, and obviously like getting Saber into the team a bit. I think we generally work a lot better at boot camp, especially when we need to improve. I think when we're in decent shape, we can sometimes play from home, but in order to improve, we kind of need to be all together. So we spend more time talking about Dota.
I mean, that makes sense when you're in proximity with each other. One other change that I've seen between TI now is the hair. I got to ask about it. Why are we growing it out? What are we going for? What's the end goal with the long hair?
I don't really know what the end goal is, but I feel like I'm getting older, so I figured before I start losing all my hair, I want to grow it out at some point. So we'll see how long it goes until I cut it all off. Yeah. Maybe for TI next year, I'll just be bald.
We're going for the bald buff next TI?
Who knows? I heard it's a mustache TI next year, so for all the players that want to win next year, you got to grow a mustache.
The meta in Dota is evolving. The hair Dota outside of Dota is also evolving as well. But look, Insania, thank you so much. You got another best of 2 to go to. So we'll cut this one short and we'll head on back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Nat. That's a fun interview. Insania is always a good person to talk with, and it's kind of funny hearing the Blitz perspective of him being like, all right, let's see what my team's been up to. What have we been cooking? And he's just like, oh, none of you have played Dota in a month? All right. Time to whip you into shape, you know? Good coach, good manager. Love that. It's good. It's always fun.
Yeah, I mean, a well-deserved break right after winning TI. Dota's a lot, but yeah, it's not easy to win if you're, not in shape. But it does look like that boot camp came just in time. 2-2. I don't know where they want to be, but at least in this game, it did look pretty good. Nisha MVP there. He was definitely all over the place. The insane amount of avalanche tosses, often followed up by the Dark Willow Brambles, just perfectly timed by Boxy. So, I mean, seems like they're coming back to form, and maybe the question is getting Saberlight still in, right? We heard Insania talk about that. He's a great guy. It's going really well in terms of atmosphere, but it still takes time to come together as a team. And game 1, it felt like we felt that a little bit more. Not quite getting that impact from the Centaur, but game 2 looked a lot better with the Beastmaster.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a fun team to watch. I'm glad we get to watch another series of them, which is going to be a very exciting one. But quick reminder, everyone, you are watching the channel here on Twitch. BB Dacha is brought to you by Fissure. Make sure to follow those channels, not only this one, but the main one, right? We got 2 streams running simultaneously for this group stage. It's been a lot of fantastic Dota, but I'm excited, man. Up next is going to be Liquid versus BetBoom Team. 2 amazing teams going head-to-head, so make sure to stick around. We're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with our final series of the evening, everyone. We'll see you then.